the imperial capital, Tamriel, in the luxurious study on the second floor of the Drame family estate. "Is today the day?" Duke Drame asked. "Yes, Your Grace. Young Master Greenwood and the others left yesterday. They should be starting their action today," the butler Owen replied respectfully, bowing slightly. "Has there been any news from the Black Blade organization?" "Yes, it has been confirmed. They sent the King of Assassins a day early to the Nam province." Duke Drame nodded slightly and asked again, "Did Greenwood go with Greg, the Ripper?" "Yes, Your Grace." Then there shouldn't be any problem," the Duke murmured to himself, a bit distracted. But at this moment, a shadow of worry crossed his mind. This morning, when he met with General Donald, a senior leader of the sword holders, Donald said something to him. If possible, it's better to reconcile with Ryan. At first, he didn't understand what Donald meant, until Donald told him that the latest secret intelligence from the sword holders showed that Ryan had defeated a projection of a legendary divine being in a direct fight. It's not that Donald's information was unreliable, but the intelligence was highly classified. Only a few people in the entire sword holders' headquarters could see the full details, and he was not one of them. This shocked Duke Drame. Even though it was a divine projection of a legendary being in human legend, very few can match such a foe. Because even a fragment of a divine projection represents a part of a god's energy. Various extraordinary skills and magic are at their fingertips, with techniques so refined they seem divine. If Ryan could defeat a divine projection, it likely means he has peak legendary strength. Of course, it's also possible that Ryan used some powerful magic device or other means to repel the divine being. Fortunately, one of the family's advisors, Greg the Ripper, who activates the giant rock battle body, is also at that level. Plus, with the King of Assassins' secret attack, even if Ryan's strength is at peak legendary level, the chances of killing him are still quite high. Duke Drame thought to himself. Additionally, Greenwood is not actually his nephew but his illegitimate son, only officially registered under his brother's name. Moreover, he is the most talented among all his illegitimate children. Even Greenwood himself is not fully aware of this. That is why he feels a bit worried. Meanwhile, in Nam Province, at the Muddy Town Square, there are corpses and wreckage everywhere. "Oh, a misunderstanding? Too bad. I don't want to hear your explanation." The King of Dragons, in his dragon-human form, looked at Greenwood with cold, vertical pupils. Then suddenly, a huge claw descended from the sky. "Stop. Ryan, don't you want to know why Sam's group is so obsessed with that elf?" Greenwood, near death, suddenly remembered something and shouted excitedly. From Ryan's fierce attack, it was clear he wouldn't care about Greenwood's noble background. Using this as leverage might only get Greenwood killed faster. Maybe he could survive if he targeted someone Ryan cared about. How a strong gust of wind hit his face, twisting Greenwood's skin into a distorted shape. Just as Greenwood was about to panic, the fierce claw stopped. Ryan asked, "Why?" "Because, for some unknown reason, the second prince loves elf women. Besides the elf ambassador, no one else in Tamriel dares to interfere. The Empire's other regions are secretly helping him gather elf women." "Oh, really? Really? I swear. I swear." Greenwood shouted desperately, seeing a glimmer of hope to survive. 2 years ago, in the Munster province, Sam's group also captured another elf woman, who was sent to the second prince. Greenwood seemed to reveal a secret to boost his credibility. "Does anyone else know about this? Can anyone prove what you're saying?" Ryan's eyes flickered. In that moment, he realized something. Yes. Our family butler Owen knows," Greenwood said happily, quickly. He thought his life was now safe. At this moment, even others believed the same. "All right. See you later." Rain spoke calmly. "Goodbye." What does goodbye mean? While Greenwood was still thinking about what Rain's words meant, suddenly, he felt the sky turn dark. Boom. A huge deep hole appeared on the ground, shaped like a giant dragon claw. Greenwood, along with the metal cage, was instantly crushed into meat paste by the giant claw. At this moment, Rain finally canceled his Dragon King form and returned to his human body. You actually killed him." He was the most promising direct descendant of the Drum family. Mia exclaimed in shock as she watched this scene. "Do you know that the Drum family is a protector family? The other side." "So what?" Rain looked at Mia and said. Chandler then sat on the ground, trembling with fear. Because Rain dared to kill Greenwood directly, he naturally dared to kill Chandler too. "Lord Rain, please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." The Drum family that Greenwood belongs to is closely related to General Donald, a high-ranking officer among the sword-bearers. Your mission this time was also a trick by the other side. Oh, anything else? Rain looked calmly at Chandler. Yes. Let me think. Forget it. I don't want to hear any more nonsense from a petty person, Rain said, shaking his head. He raised his right hand, lips slightly moving. Multi-layered web. Suddenly, 3 shining silver giant nets appeared in front of him and rushed toward Chandler's position. No. As a piercing scream echoed, Chandler, with a terrified expression, froze in place. Along with the metal cage, he was instantly cut into tiny pieces by the giant metal net. At this moment, when Claire saw Rain's glance, she tightly grabbed Beyoncé's arm, her head shaking like a rattle, trembling, and saying, Captain, we're not involved in this. Really, we're not involved. Woo-woo. This new captain is too ruthless. She wants to leave the team. Is it still possible to leave now? And what did she just hear? It's about princes and high-ranking officers' secrets. Oh my God, am I going to be silenced? At this moment, Claire realized she was starting to miss her mother. She really wanted to go back to her hometown in the county city. I remember now, this kind of aura and appearance. Are you a royal descendant? At this point, Mia seemed to have an idea. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Ryan. But how could that be possible? According to the intelligence report on Ryan from the Drum family investigation, it clearly stated that he was just a young man from a small town. How did he suddenly become a royal descendant? It's like meeting a grass sandal maker on the road in a past life and discovering he was actually a relative of Emperor Hanlu. What? Royalty? Claire and Beyoncé exchanged surprised looks. Oh, have you heard something? Ryan raised an eyebrow and looked at Mia. What Mia said intrigued him because it was the first time he heard someone mention a situation similar to his dragon-human transformation. Yes, I once saw a competition at the Imperial Royal Academy by chance. One of the participants was a descendant of a certain prince of the Empire with royal blood. But after transformation, his height was about 5 meters, his tail was very short, and he had no wings. Also, his dragon scale color was different from yours, and his horns on the head were different. If we ignore details like dragon scale color, isn't that just a replica of the first form of his dragon-human transformation, the dragon warrior form? Interesting. The Imperial Academy? Clea had studied there before, so she might be able to find out more. Thinking of Clea, Ryan suddenly remembered she had told him that once her father, Count Habsburg, recovered from his injuries, she would return to study at the Imperial Academy. He wasn't sure if Clea had come to Tamriel in the capital city by now, but after returning to headquarters, he could ask around. Can I survive? Mia finally couldn't bear the pressure and asked this question. Unfortunately, Mia, since you chose to attack me back then, you should have known the outcome, Ryan said calmly. I believe you've heard the saying that kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. So, I don't want to die like this. Can I die a beautiful death? Mia gave a bitter smile and pointed to Chandler, who was cut into pieces. All right, Captain Ryan, you directly killed these 3 people. I'm afraid that after you go back, there might be trouble. Beyoncé hesitated to speak. Technically, these 3 ambushed you first. You could have taken them to a military court, and then they would have come out smoothly. Ryan shook his head and said. Beyoncé immediately understood Ryan's meaning and sighed, saying nothing more. Because of her experiences in the imperial capital over the past 2 years, she knew Ryan was not joking. The Dragon Empire had lasted over 2,000 years, with a rigid class system. Many places were corrupt and decayed. The top noble families in the imperial capital had deep connections, like the roots of ancient trees, embedded in the very fabric of the empire. Also, if you're worried about revenge from the Draman family, we are waiting for them, Ryan said with a slight smile. At this moment, the Lianjian squad members, Wrangle and the others, who had been stunned for a long time, finally snapped out of their shock. They immediately ran over and asked, Lord Ryan, are you all right? I'm fine. Sorry to have scared you this time, Ryan replied. I'm fine, Lord Ryan. Your strength is even greater than before. By the way, what should we do with these? Wrangle swallowed hard and pointed at the bodies on the ground. Ryan looked at the ground. The body of the Ripper, Greg, was relatively easy to handle, just torn in half, which was manageable. But the Killer King from the Black Blade organization had been cut into pieces. Bringing him back as evidence would be quite troublesome. Lord Ryan, maybe we can use a bucket to put these pieces in, Flay suggested nearby. If it's inconvenient for you to take them back to the headquarters, you can store them at the branch. We will take good care of them, he added. That works, Ryan nodded. While Wrangle and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, Ryan went alone to the edge of the square to carefully feel the sensation of his third transformation form, the Dragon King. At this moment, he rarely felt his body was a bit sore and weak. Clearly, the third form consumed more stamina than the second form, the Dragon General. However, the increase in combat power was much greater. Just after he defeated Greg, he felt like he had only used less than half his strength. Even so, he easily tore apart the so-called legendary peak, Lich Reaper. Thinking back to the feeling of breaking free from the shackles inside his body, Ryan was sure that in his third form, his fighting power had definitely reached an epic level. Additionally, after flapping his flesh wings, his speed improved much more than he expected. Unfortunately, Ryan had never seen a battle involving an epic-level expert with his own eyes, nor had he fought one directly. The only comparison he had was the fight between the Red Queen, Dragon Knight Menia, and the three-headed sea dragon with a magic tail. At that time, he was over 100 miles away, and based on the energy fluctuations, even in his third form, he seemed to be somewhat behind the two. But the problem was, Her Royal Highness, Red Queen Menia, was not a weak epic-level fighter. He shook his head slightly, deciding not to think about these things for now. Instead, he checked the previous battle notifications. Congratulations, you have defeated a strong enemy and gained 31 gold skill points. Congratulations, your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level has increased. After killing the Venom Dragon, the King of Killers, and Greg the Lich Reaper, his King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level successfully reached level 13, granting Ryan 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Now, he had a total of 13 remaining attribute points and 6 skill points. As for the gold skill points, after spending 8 last time, he had 46 left. This time, he gained 31 more, bringing the total to 77, an all-time high. However, since Ryan already knew that gold skill points could be used to develop advanced magic techniques, he didn't think they were ever enough. After all, he had spent 28 points on developing a second-level magic technique, so he could imagine how much it would cost for a third-level one. That day, after returning to Norn City and having dinner with the Blade team to catch up, Ryan took Claire and Beyoncé back to the Sword-Bearer headquarters. Although it was only a single battle, both women were extremely impressed with Ryan. 1.5 days later, after directly arriving at the Sword-Bearer's headquarters by airship, Ryan naturally needed to submit his mission report and explain the reasons for the deaths of his 2 team members. Although it was an enemy sneak attack, since people had died, the proper procedures still needed to be followed. As soon as he entered the mission hall, Ryan headed straight to Anthony's office. Seeing someone enter without knocking, Anthony was about to scold him, but in the next second, his eyes widened in shock as he looked at the visitor and said, "Lord Ryan, you're back?" "Haha, Lord Anthony, shouldn't I be back?" Ryan smiled warmly at the chubby man. "No, I mean, have you completed your mission?" Anthony asked. "Are you referring to killing the poison dragon?" "Of course, I also took out a few people who tried to kill me." "Killed people? Someone dared to try to kill you?" Anthony's face paled, looking a bit panicked. "Yes, I'm also curious why my mission location and target were so clear. It seems someone at the Sword-Bearer's headquarters leaked my mission details." Ryan said this while staring intently at Anthony. Anthony's face turned pale quickly, and he took out a handkerchief, wiping the sweat from his forehead nervously. "This probably isn't the case, probably not. By the way, I also killed 2 people who attacked me, Chandler, a magic iron-level sword-bearer, and Mia, a mithril-level sword-bearer." "What? Lord Ryan, did you really kill 2 of your own team members?" Hearing this, Anthony suddenly gasped and fell from his chair to the ground, clearly frightened. His gaze at Ryan had changed completely. The young man who looked harmless when smiling was actually a formidable person. He had directly killed people. Remember, Chandler was not just any ordinary person. He was the second son of a powerful marquis in the capital. Yes, as the captain of the Sword-Bearers, I believe I have that right, don't I? But, even so, you shouldn't have killed them directly. Both of them attacked you secretly, and the headquarters will surely investigate. Lord Ryan, you're too reckless. Additionally, normally, your strength is above theirs, so you could easily imprison them and have the headquarters and military court judge them. I haven't finished speaking yet. At that time, there were others attacking me, so, as you know, I accidentally killed them all in the chaos. Others? Anthony looked shocked and asked, Sir Anthony, please report this. This matter is beyond your ability to handle, said Ryan, waving his hand. Because he realized that dealing with someone like Anthony was not worth the trouble. Well, my authority is indeed limited. Please wait a moment, I will report this, said Anthony, whose round body quickly ran out of the office. Ryan naturally considered whether to give Greenwood, Mia, and Chandler a more decent explanation, such as saying they died fighting the venomous flying dragon. That way, they might still save some face. But after thinking about it, Ryan decided against this idea. After all, this world has mysterious professions like diviners and star readers. If he told a small lie to save their reputation, it might backfire on him. Instead, he decided to reveal the truth and tear off the last piece of cover-up. Half an hour later, Ryan was called into a meeting room. This time, there were more people. Anthony wasn't even allowed to attend. Leading the group was a stern, dignified old man with gold leaves and 4 suns on his shoulder insignia, indicating he was a general of the Dragon Empire, with a rank above lieutenant general. If Ryan remembered correctly, he was probably General Augustus, who oversees the Soreholder headquarters' daily work, second only to Marshal Alfred. He was a very important figure even within the entire empire. Next to him were 2 imperial generals, and 2 brigadier generals holding notebooks, seemingly reduced to clerks. Clearly, Ryan's incident had alarmed the highest levels of the Soreholder headquarters. Sir Ryan, this is General Augustus. This is Lieutenant General Donald. And this is... Now, you can describe what happened at that time, said the capable young female brigadier sitting at the far end. All right. Rain nodded, then began to explain the full story. A few minutes later, a male major general sitting at the edge suddenly interrupted Rain's story and said in a serious tone, Wait, Lord Rain. You just mentioned that the silver-level sword wielder Mia and the magic iron-level sword wielder Chandler suddenly used magic to attack you during your fight with the venom-flying dragon? Do you have any evidence to support this? Yes, my 2 other team members can confirm it, and the Blade Squad from the Nam-Province Sword Wielders Division can also verify it, Rain replied, glancing at him. Please continue, Lord Rain. About 10 minutes later, when Rain described how he was suddenly ambushed by the Black Blade Organization's King of Assassins, everyone except General Augustus looked surprised. Augustus remained calm. Lord Rain, you said that the person who tried to kill you was part of the Black Blade Organization's King of Assassins? The female major general asked with doubt. Yes. His body and weapons are now kept in the Sword Wielders Division in Nam Province. I think headquarters can easily investigate his identity, Rain answered. If there are bodies and special weapons, it shouldn't be hard, the female major general nodded. When Rain talked about Greenwood ordering Greg to attack him and how he fought back, General Donald couldn't hold back and said, You said you first killed the venom-flying dragon, then the Black Blade Organization's King of Assassins, and finally this cutter, Greg. Remember, 2 of these 3 are legendary experts, and dealing with the King of Assassins wouldn't be much easier than facing a legendary expert. It's strange that you could defeat all 3 in a row. Also, if you really managed to kill these 3, Greenwood's strength must be very different from yours. It's unlikely you couldn't hold back. I think you need a more detailed and reasonable explanation, Donald said seriously. Aha, no choice. My new sword wielder's first assigned task was to kill the venom-flying dragon, Rain said with a shrug and a smile. At the time, I was so excited that I accidentally used too much force and killed Greenwood, he added. Regarding the General Donald, who likely assigned tasks secretly, Ryan naturally has no good feelings toward him. Clearly, General Donald was very unhappy with Ryan's attitude, especially since Ryan's words seemed to imply something, which made Donald suddenly have a bad feeling. Could it be that this proud young man knows something? All right, Donald, Augustus, the general, lightly tapped the table and said decisively, Ryan, for now, your actions are considered self-defense. Of course, the headquarters still needs to investigate the details. So, for the next 2 weeks, you cannot leave the capital city, Tamriel. Is that okay? Of course, I will cooperate with the headquarters investigation, Ryan replied with a smile. Good. By the way, Ryan, you just completed the mission to defeat the poisonous liquid dragon when you arrived at headquarters. You performed well. Until the investigation results are out, your mission reward will be processed normally and won't be affected. Thank you, General Augustus. Ryan slightly bowed in gratitude. Clearly, this General Augustus seemed to favor him a little, as his words showed a slight shift from criticism to praise. Although Ryan didn't know the specific reason, it didn't affect the reward settlement or the exchange of special items, which was naturally very good. 10 minutes later, Ryan left the conference room. He first went to the mission hall to settle the poisonous liquid dragon task, then headed toward the exclusive residential area prepared for gold-level sword holders. It wasn't quite a villa, as there was almost no yard. In fact, in the land-scarce Tamriel capital, it was already quite rare for the swordholder headquarters to allocate a section for individual houses for gold-level swordholders. Moreover, this condition was far superior to the treatment of star-level swordholders at the Minster branch. Ryan naturally had no complaints. The first floor was a training room, the second floor was a lounge and dining area, and the third floor was a study and bedroom. The training room was on the first floor, considering that some gold-level sword holders follow the knight's path, with physical strength so strong that even if the floor was reinforced, the second and third floors could still be easily damaged. Knock, knock. Just as Ryan entered his private dormitory, there was a knock on the door. Your Lordship Ryan, General Augustus asked me to tell you to pay attention to some family movements, said a young female general who had been in the meeting, smiling at Ryan as she spoke. All right. Please thank General Augustus for his concern. Ryan nodded. Although Ryan didn't understand why this new acquaintance, General Augustus, wanted to help him, he wasn't curious. He believed he would find out the reason soon enough. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious residence in the inner circle of the imperial capital, Butler Owen hurried down a carpeted corridor, looking somewhat worried. Servants on both sides bowed to him, but he ignored them until he reached the study door, where he slowed his steps. He adjusted his collar, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Come in, came the deep voice of Duke Delam. Owen entered the study and saw Duke Delam reviewing documents behind a large redwood desk. He whispered, My lord, the mission has failed. Was it the king of assassins from the Black Blade organization who arrived late? Or was there a problem with the liquid flying dragon mission? Duke Delam didn't think Ryan could beat 3, so he naturally assumed there was some issue with the cooperation. Neither. The king of assassins from the Black Blade organization arrived on time, but Ryan killed everyone, including the liquid flying dragon. Hearing this, Duke Delam's pen froze in his hand. He was momentarily stunned, but then realized that the mission failure Owen mentioned was not what he had initially thought. He asked anxiously, And Greenwood? Well, young Master Greenwood also died at Ryan's hands. What? Duke Delam suddenly stood up, showing shock. And what about Greg the Shattered Corpse? As a family advisor, did he manage to escape alone? Advisor Greg also died in battle, Owen replied, his eyes still showing a trace of shock. When he received the news just now, his shock was greater than that of Duke Delam himself. For a long time, the entire study fell into silence. After a while, Duke Delam sat back into his large chair, seeming to slump even more. He slowly asked, Tell me everything in detail. Yes, Your Grace, the butler Owen replied. Immediately, Owen carefully recounted all the information he had received to Duke Delam without missing a word. Duke Delam thought for a moment and then asked, So, Marquis Ully, the second son Chandler, and Mia from the Jenkins family, all died at the hands of this Ryan? Yes, Your Grace, Owen nodded. Contact Marquis Ully and Marquis Jenkins. This Ryan is too bold and reckless. I want him to pay a heavy price, the Duke said with a fierce fire of anger burning inside him. Understood, Your Grace. Owen naturally understood what Duke Delam meant. The Ully and Jenkins families are both quite powerful, old noble families in the imperial capital, with legendary-level advisors. Their influence in the city is deeply rooted. Plus, with the Delam family joining forces, as long as Ryan isn't backed by a powerful background, he's doomed. Several hours later, Owen returned to the Duke's study and reported, Your Grace, according to the message from the Sword-Bearers' headquarters, Ryan has both witnesses and physical evidence. Currently, it's likely he will be found not guilty. At present, General Augustus has decided to restrict Ryan's freedom, preventing him from leaving the city of Tamriel for 2 weeks. Additionally, According to Major General Donald's judgment, it seems that General Augustus and Marshal Alfred outside the city both admire Ryan. Relying on him alone will be difficult to change the outcome of this case. At this moment, Duke Dram had returned to his usual calm and emotionless expression. His face was peaceful, and you couldn't tell he had just suffered the pain of losing his child. After carefully listening to Owen's report, he thought for a moment and then said, "You just mentioned witnesses?" "Yes, there are 5 people in total, including 3 members of the Sword team from Nam Province and 2 others accompanying the Sword headquarters. Contact Nam Province and arrange for the Sword team you mentioned to carry out the mission. Also, get in touch with the Black Blade organization and ask them to handle it cleanly, preferably making it look like an accident. Tell them that due to their previous mistake, the Drame family suffered heavy losses. We hope there won't be any more problems this time," Duke Drame said in a serious tone. "Understood, Your Grace. And what about the 2 people from the headquarters? Because no one in the Imperial City dared to act rashly, the recent Imperial City battle had made the defenses there extremely strong, with at least 2 epic-level experts stationed. Investigate their family backgrounds. If they are not from the Imperial City, find their family members and contact them to leave the city. Then, deal with them while they are on the road." "Got it, Your Grace. That way, there will be no witnesses," Steward Owen said with a bright look in his eyes. "Yes. And what about the physical evidence?" Duke Drame asked. "The body and weapons of the Black Blade organization's King of Assassins, as well as the body of the family advisor Grim Reaper Greg," Steward Owen replied respectfully. "What is the connection between the Black Blade organization's assassins and Greenwood? Without witnesses, a single body is meaningless. And where is Greg's body now? Is it at the Sword headquarters in the Imperial City?" Duke Drame frowned slightly. "No, Greg's body is still stored at the Sword Division in Nam Province. However, it will likely be sent to the Sword headquarters in the Imperial City soon. Then there's no problem. Arrange for someone to handle it midway," Duke Drame said, waving his hand. "Without witnesses or physical evidence, we regain the initiative. Rain's biggest problem is his official status, being a gold-level sword holder. Without that, he has nothing to rely on. Alfred's admiration for him won't help either," Duke Drame said with a slightly better expression. "Your Grace, I will take care of it immediately," Steward Owen said happily. At this point, Owen had roughly understood Duke Drame's plan. All evidence unfavorable to us was erased, then Ryan falsely accused of killing his team members. Once the other side is seen as at fault, there is much more room for manipulation. I heard Ryan's family is in Munster. Duke, should we send someone? No, that wouldn't help. It might even make them angry and do something reckless. If they are desperate enough to try to kill me directly, are you prepared to stop them? Sorry, Duke. I overlooked that, said Steward Owen, bowing deeply. By the way, Duke, we found out that Ryan has close ties to the Bavaria family. Currently, he is staying at their estate. That makes sense. Munster's Duke has such talent within his own province. He must want to bring them closer. I'll talk to the Bavaria family about this. Also, about Ryan's strength. Owen hesitated, still feeling fear about Ryan's power, and warned him. With Ancestor Pandoskak here, they can't make much trouble. Of course. Hearing this name, Owen shivered. He is the guardian of the Empire, an epic-level powerhouse. Because of him, the Drame family is considered a noble family of the Empire. I didn't expect we would need to disturb such a great person this time. Good. Ryan truly deserves to be eliminated. He's ruthless, merciless, and reckless. Such a person should be completely removed. Headquarters of the Sword Bearers. Inside the training building, Ryan arrived at the service desk and asked, "Is there a room for magical power testing? Also, I want a private room." "Yes, sir, but there is an extra fee." "That's fine." Ryan nodded and handed over his gold insignia. The young female clerk looked surprised, her mouth slightly open, and she respectfully took it. "Your Grace, please follow me." Soon, Ryan followed the girl to the 3rd floor. She said, "Sir, these rooms are all level 2 magic testing rooms, and the last 2 are level 3. Let's go to the level 3 testing rooms." "Understood, sir." The girl knew that Rain was a gold-level sword holder, so she naturally didn't think it was inappropriate for the adult in front of her to go to the 3rd-level magic test room. As she opened the door, Rain saw that the room was at least 400 or 500 square meters. There were several devices inside that he recognized, but they looked more refined. For example, there was a device shaped like a Gatling gun with multiple barrels, There were 4 of these, and Rain knew they were used to test defensive magic. There was also a large, cylindrical metal ingot coated with demonic mithril, used to test offensive magic. It was much bigger than the one at the Minster branch, probably weighing at least several dozen tons. "Sir, this is probably your first time here. Would you like me to introduce the place?" "No need," Rain waved his hand and said. He was already familiar with most of these devices. After thinking for a moment, Rain decided to test the attack power first. He walked to the large cylindrical metal ingot on the sliding track, casually waved his hand, and a huge silver net appeared out of nowhere, shooting toward the smooth surface of the metal ingot. Shoo! The net, formed by a second-level magic called cutting web, embedded itself deeply into the metal ingot. At the same time, the heavy metal block, weighing tens of tons, slightly shifted along the track. This wasn't because Rain's magic was weak. Rather, the nature of the cutting web spell meant its power was highly concentrated and not outwardly released. If he used a spell like Fireball, which has a strong outward effect, the metal block would be violently moved. Next to him, a black magic stone tablet displayed a large number, 118. Thanks to his exceptional affinity for metal elements and the advanced meditation technique Steelheart, Rain's simple second-level magic attack was close to the lower limit of third-level magic. Typically, third-level magic has a power ranging roughly from 120 to 200. And this didn't include Rain's special attack spell, Multiple Webs. He then began testing the damage of his ultimate attack. Metal Shaping, Cutting Web, Sharpness Technique, Magic Attack, Multiple Webs. As Rain's lips moved slightly, 3 tightly packed metal webs suddenly appeared in front of him, rapidly rushing toward the test metal block. Shoo! 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 This time, the heavy metal block weighing dozens of tons shook violently along the rails, moving back and forth. The movement was not large, but the frequency was very high. Suddenly, Ryan looked surprised. On a nearby stone slab, a shocking number appeared, 185. During the last test, I hadn't yet mastered the second level of the advanced Iron Heart meditation technique, and the attack power of the magic spell was about 143. But now, its power almost exceeds 80% of a third-level magic spell, Ryan thought. Superb affinity for metal elements, combined with the special effects of the advanced Iron Heart meditation technique, creates a huge boost. I should focus on collecting metal-based magic spells. Maybe I can combine them to create new spells. The headquarters only has one remaining third-level spell, Thorn Iron Ball. It seems I need to pay more attention to the school side later. 10 minutes later. Sword Bearer's Headquarters Exchange Hall. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" A young, pretty female clerk saw Ryan approaching, stood up, bowed politely, and smiled sweetly. "I want to exchange for a magic spell," Ryan said, handing over his refined gold badge. "All right, sir. Please wait a moment." The female clerk looked surprised upon seeing the refined gold badge, immediately respectfully took it with both hands, and placed it into the card slot. "Please help me exchange for the third-level spell Thorn Iron Ball." Hearing it was a third-level spell, the girl was even more shocked. That spell could only be practiced by third-level crystallized mages, and even among sword bearers, third-level crystallized mages were rare. "Yes, sir." The exchange costs 3 refined gold medals and 27,000 merit points. "Are you sure you want to proceed?" "Yes." After completing the mission to kill the venom-flying dragon, Ryan obtained 2 refined gold medals and a large number of merit points. After allocating some to Claire and Beyoncé, and combining it with his remaining resources, he had enough to exchange for this third-level spell. Since leaving the testing room, Ryan had thought it over and decided to secure his gains first. Because Greenwood was not an unknown figure at the Sword Bearers headquarters, and since Mia and Chandler also died, the news spread quickly like a whirlwind throughout the entire headquarters. "Hey, have you heard? Greenwood and a few others have died." A young man who seemed to have just heard the news whispered to his companions nearby. "Really? The Greenwood from the Dram family?" One of his friends exclaimed immediately. "What mission were they on?" Another companion asked, naturally assuming they died during a mission. "It was the venom-flying dragon mission." "No, they were killed by someone." "Which cult is responsible?" "It's not a cult, and it's not others. It's one of our headquarters' elite sword wielders." "What? No way. Wow, that's intense." "Yeah, who dares to do that? Don't they know the Dram family are protectors?" The speaker, a sword wielder born and raised in Tamriel City, knew very well the power of the Dram family. At this moment, everyone looked at the first young man. hoping to hear more secrets. You must know, recently, the number of missions from the Sword Wielders' headquarters has increased a lot, and the difficulty is much higher than before. So many Sword Wielder teams go out and suffer casualties. Therefore, if Greenwood and the others died because of a failed mission, even though the death toll is a bit high, it wouldn't cause such a big fuss. But no one expected that these three were actually killed by someone from their own headquarters. This reveals many hidden truths. Quick, tell us what really happened? I only heard a rough version. You should find someone to get the details later. The young Iron Magic level sword wielder thought for a moment and then started explaining. Hey, did you hear? Greenwood and a few others were killed, said a noble descendant familiar with Greenwood. They were similar to Greenwood in his group, all from powerful noble families in Tameril City, so they naturally knew Greenwood. What? Is that true? Absolutely. The one who killed them was a fellow elite sword wielder from our headquarters named Raynor. Can the Dram family just sit back and do nothing? Even an elite sword wielder can't handle that. This scene was happening repeatedly inside the sword wielder's headquarters. When Raynor returned to the Bavaria family estate, he saw an old friend from the Man province, Chimera Knight Luther. You see the other person talking with Harlow and another individual. Lord Ryan, we meet again, Luther said with a slight surprise, smiling. Lord Luther, you arrived at the capital faster than I expected, Ryan replied with a welcoming smile. Haha, has Lord Ryan forgotten? Tomorrow is the registration day for the Dragon Knight Reserve training. Really? Ryan suddenly remembered that he had always thought the assessment day was on the first Sunday of the harvest month, but he had forgotten about the registration day. Luther's arrival made the Bavaria family estate more lively. As the host, Harlow arranged a grand dinner, and Ryan and Anna both attended. That night, Ryan did not mention anything about clues regarding Anna's mother. He planned to clarify things first. The next morning, Ryan and his two companions rode flying mounts and arrived early at a tall building northeast of Tamriel, outside the Sixth Ring. In front of them stood a tall, old-fashioned circular building, similar in shape to the ancient Roman Colosseum Ryan remembered from his past life. It had 3 levels, each with Doric-style stone columns and arch-shaped roofs. At the spacious main gate, 8 armored guards with swords and shields stood. At the fountain outside the gate, there was a towering sculpture of 10 meters high, featuring 5 different dragons in various poses, some soaring, some diving, lifelike and vivid. There were no signs or words on the gate. The 5 dragon images seemed to say everything. Seeing Ryan and his companions slowly land their flying mounts, the guards appeared calm, as if they had seen many such visitors. One stepped forward and asked, "Are you here to register for the Dragon Knight Reserve training?" "Yes," Luther nodded and showed his letter. "Please go inside directly. Someone will assist you." Soon, after entering, Ryan finally saw the full scene inside. It was at least 3 or 4 football fields in size, but it didn't seem very spacious because dozens of flying mounts were already present, of various sizes. Ryan saw several species of flying creatures, even some larger than Luther's chimera. Predatory species each have their own territory awareness. If 2 come too close, and the owner is absent, they may fight. Only if one is much weaker will it usually retreat or submit. Therefore, a large open space is needed to accommodate these big flying mounts. At this moment, Ryan glanced around and saw many people dressed in fine knight armor or wizard robes. Based on their aura, most of them are quite strong, mostly seasoned legends, with very few near-legendary levels. Lord Ryan, aren't you surprised? Outside, it's rare to see 3rd-level crystallized wizards, but here there are 7 or 8. The knights also gather in groups, Luther said with a smile, noticing Ryan's surprised expression. Yes, these candidates for the Dragon Knight Reserve are stronger than I expected, Ryan nodded. Most of these people are the best or backbone of the Empire's young generation. It makes sense. If they don't have legendary strength, even if they gain the favor of a dragon later, it would be nearly impossible to fight alongside the dragon and form a complete epic-level force. That is Prince Kelly's second son, Evan Kelly, aged 42, a knight with a title. And that is Jerry Moore from the Moore Guardians, aged 53, one of the youngest crystallized wizards in the imperial capital. Luther, having some experience, recognized some familiar faces and briefly explained to Ryan and Harlow. Huh? 53? At 42, Ryan can understand being young, but 53 seems a bit old. However, thinking about it, for a 3rd-level crystallized wizard, 53 is quite young. Even the dean of Winter Fortress Academy, Batterlove, is over 100 years old and also at the crystallized wizard level. I heard that 3 official Dragon Knights are selected this time, so more legendary experts are participating than in previous years. But we don't need to worry too much. Just making it into the top 30 is enough. In the end, it depends on whether the dragons will choose you. Luther shrugged and said, the final selection of Dragon Knights isn't about humans choosing dragons, but rather dragons choosing humans. This reserve selection is a preliminary filter where the strongest candidates are presented for the dragons to pick. The fact that there are many people and few dragons is very clear. You and Rain don't need to worry, but I feel anxious. The registration lasts 3 days, and today is only the first day. I think the number of applicants will exceed 100. I want to make it into the top 30, which is very difficult, Harlowin sighed. Harlowin is much younger than Luther. Although he is also a titled knight, his fighting strength is slightly weaker. 3 spots? Rain was interested in the number of spots Luther just mentioned. He didn't know if that was many or few. Yes, the Dragon Knight selection happens every 5 years. In the past, there were at most 2 spots, and most of the time only 1, Luther explained. Indeed, this time is more than usual. Dragons live a long time. Although they are powerful, it's hard for them to reproduce. Growing up takes a long time compared to humans. It's very slow. It can take decades just to reach adolescence, Harlowin nodded and said. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a registration point while chatting. They saw several women in standard white robes busy at a counter. Judging by their aura, they all seemed to have the strength of 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Some of the fierce creatures had very wild auras, and as for dragons, just seeing them would make ordinary people tremble and be unable to work normally. Are you 3 here to register? A young woman in a white robe bowed slightly and asked politely. Yes, Luther nodded and handed her an official letter. All right, please wait a moment while I register you, she said respectfully and quickly started recording. Done. Here is your proof of registration for the Dragon Rider Reserve Camp. Please keep it safe. The woman handed Rain and the others a small grayish-white scale, about the size of a palm. After registering, the training is not closed off. If you have other duties, you can leave at any time or choose to participate in the parts you are interested in, she added. But you need to carry this proof. Otherwise, you cannot enter the camp, she warned. Okay. Thank you. Luther nodded, took the scale, and prepared to leave with Rain and Harlowin. Is that all? Rain asked, glancing at the proof Luther handed him. It looked like a dragon scale, but probably not from a dragon. If you need, you can come to the Dragon Rider Reserve Camp anytime to practice flying skills. One of the assessment topics is about flying skills. The others are general lessons about dragon creatures, which are optional to listen to. Luther was very familiar with this and said so confidently. Understood, Ryan nodded. Soon, the 3 of them headed back home. However, as Ryan reached the gate of his residence, he received a message from his mentor, Magaro. Ryan said goodbye to Luther and Harlow and went to Craig's winery. As a ripple passed through the cellar, he arrived again at the base of the Bishio Construction School. Inside Magaro's office. Knock, knock, knock. Mentor, Ryan entered and saw Magaro staring at a piece of metal arm debris on the desk, lost in thought. Ryan, I studied the metal arm you gave me recently. The puppet technique level in the Federation is even higher than in the Empire. Magaro, a master who had practiced puppet art for most of his life, sighed. Hearing Magaro's words and glancing at the metal arm debris on the desk, Ryan immediately understood what he meant. The object on the desk was the metal arm debris of Iron Man from the Blood Op mercenary group. Ryan had given it to Magaro some time ago, hoping he could help analyze it. According to intelligence, this metal arm was crafted by a top puppet master from the Eagle Federation. Although Ryan had joined the Bishio Construction School, he had only read 1 book about puppet principles. After studying the debris for a while, he still couldn't understand many parts, so he brought it to Magaro for help. Mentor, can you be more specific? Ryan asked. Although the manufacturing principle isn't complicated, there are 2 key points. First, the overall precision is very high, with joints and gears fitting almost perfectly. Even I, using metal deformation magic, would struggle to produce similar parts with such accuracy. Ryan looked at it and nodded. The metal arm was complex, with many parts about the size of tiny Swiss watch components. If the precision of iron puppet construction was at the millimeter level, This metal arm's precision was at least dozens of times higher, reaching about 0.01 millimeters. However, he didn't quite agree with Magaro's latter point. He had already experimented with it himself at the time. Using his innate metal transformation magic, which he considered a natural talent, it was not difficult for him to make such precise parts. It just took more time. This was likely related to his exceptional affinity for metal elements and the fact that he had uniquely solidified his metal transformation magic into a natural talent. For other metal element mages, even those at level 2 or 3, such as liquefaction or crystallization mages, who are more advanced than Magaro, it might not be possible to create such high-precision parts using just metal transformation magic. Secondly, the other person also used some kind of flesh puppet-making technique to connect the human nerves with this metal arm. I'm not very skilled in that part of the technology, he added. Rain, that's also why I called you here. I want to ask if you're willing to hand over this to the guild, Magaro said. After you submit it, the flesh puppet research team can also study your device. If they make any progress, you, as the submitter, can share the research results for free. Of course, submitting your work to the guild will also earn you a good number of contribution points, Magaro added. The flesh puppet technology? No wonder Magaro wanted him to come over. If it involves making flesh puppets, that area of skill is beyond what Magaro is familiar with. In simple terms, studying this metal arm requires cooperation across different departments. After thinking for a moment, Rain nodded and said, "Of course, I agree." He believed that researching such things needed collective wisdom, especially since his own research abilities were still quite limited. He also wanted to visit the guild's item exchange to see if there were any magic tools suitable for him, but exchanging them would require a significant number of contribution points. 3,700 contribution points? Rain thought to himself. That's more than I expected. He was holding a crystal card that recorded his contribution points. He had just submitted the metal arm remnants from the Iron Man of the Blood-Top mercenary group. The damage at the connection point was severe, which lowered the exchange value. Otherwise, it could have been worth even more. Just as Rain was about to go to the guild's exchange office, the golden level badge on his chest vibrated. After some thought, Rain decided to return to the headquarters immediately. When Ryan arrived at the headquarters of the Sword Bearers, suddenly he heard the sound of hooves behind him. He turned his head and saw two luxurious carriages slowly appearing. The first carriage had a familiar figure jumping out, Oriana from the Munster Sword Bearers branch. She was dressed in a small suit jacket and a black pleated skirt, looking sharp and capable. Ryan raised an eyebrow and quickly stepped forward. "Your Excellency, Oriana, what brings you to the Imperial capital?" "Lord Ryan, long time no see," the capable young woman said with a gentle smile. "However, it's not that I don't want to catch up, but there are two other important people waiting for you behind me," Oriana whispered softly, leaning closer to Ryan's ear. All right. Ryan guessed something was going on. Sure enough, when he got into the second carriage, he saw inside the carriage General Edward from the Munster branch and the female Brigadier General he had met twice before at the headquarters. "General Edward, what are you doing here?" Ryan's eyes lit up in surprise. "Ryan, I didn't expect you to come to the Imperial capital and do something so big. It really surprised me," Edward said warmly, patting Ryan on the shoulder with a smile. Ryan naturally understood what Edward was talking about. He smiled but didn't say anything. "Sit down. This is Brigadier General Tadia. You should have met her before." Edward pointed to the woman beside him. "Hello, Lord Ryan." "Hello, Brigadier General Tadia." Seeing this, Ryan began to sense that something was going on. It seemed that Edward and General Augustus were likely connected, but he wasn't sure what kind of connection it was, maybe supporters of the Emperor or a prince, or perhaps a political faction. "Let Brigadier General Tadia explain the details," Edward said. "All right, General Edward," Ryan nodded and sat across from them. "Lord Ryan, your recent actions have really stirred up the conservative noble faction, especially the Drum family. They haven't suffered such a big loss in a long time. We received accurate intelligence that intercepted an attack by the Non-Province Blade Squad and the theft of evidence. The current situation is that the other side might target you directly." "The conservative faction?" Reen frowned slightly, quickly catching the meaning of a word. Since arriving in the imperial capital of Tamriel, he had been focused on improving his strength and paid little attention to politics. Although he didn't know much about the current political factions within the empire, His knowledge of the 5,000-year-old culture of the great nation in his past life helped him guess a lot from the word conservative. Where there are conservatives, there are also reformers or innovators. Exactly. The conservative faction, mainly represented by some old noble families of the empire, strongly resists everything coming from the Federation. Lord Reen, you probably also heard that the Federation's cannons shoot farther than ours. Their navy ships are now covered in iron plating, and they even use a device called steam power for their airships. And these new technologies are all opposed by the conservatives, who believe that spreading and using such tech will threaten their interests. However, within the empire, especially in the military, many generals are worried. The empire's regular forces are clearly falling behind the Federation. Especially in the past 2 years, the situation has become more unstable. If the gods were to revive and choose a human nation to target, would they pick the weak empire or the powerful Federation? At this point, Reen basically understood what was happening. The Dragoon Empire had a history of over 2,000 years. Despite rigid social classes, widespread corruption, and competing interest groups, there were still many wise people within, especially in the military. Reen looked at General Edward beside him, who was likely a member of the reformist faction. Of course, in the eyes of the conservatives, he was also seen as a reformer. Honestly, having read many history textbooks in his past life about the struggles between reformers and conservatives, Reen wasn't very interested in this debate and didn't want to be used as a. But since the so-called conservatives wanted to target him, he had no choice but to side with the reformers. However, Reen knew very well that this was a world of extraordinary powers, and the Dragoon Empire was an imperial system. Changing anything would be far more difficult than the 100 Days Reform. A great man in his previous life once said, "Power comes from the barrel of a gun." Reen understood this as meaning, only those with top combat strength have a say. That's why he was so dedicated to improving his fighting ability. Lord Rain, you may not know, but your recent incident accidentally touched a sensitive point for the other side. Now, higher-ups have sent me to ask about your next plan. Oh? They want my opinion? I think they already have a rough decision. Does my opinion matter? Rain raised an eyebrow. Hee, Lord Rain, you are so young and already have extraordinary strength. Therefore, the higher-ups fully respect your opinion. If you want to step back, they will transfer you to a remote military post. There, the conservative faction's influence won't reach as far. Your family will also be well taken care of, and your safety can be assured. If you want to confront these families, we will fully support you. Rest assured, we will be your strong backing. Understood, Rain nodded, his eyes flickering as he quickly thought. Should I hide in a remote area? Although it keeps me away from the chaos, it also distances me from the resource centers, which will greatly slow down my progress. More importantly, I can only gain many system rewards through fighting. So, unless absolutely necessary, I won't choose that option. Do you have a specific plan if I choose the latter? Rain asked. We plan to lift your restrictions in a few days. According to reliable information, once you leave the territory of Tamriel Empire, you'll be attacked. We hope you can give the conservative faction a strong lesson. They have gathered a number of legendary fighters, the most notable being the so-called strongest legend, the Carver Herald. The strongest legend? So he's still at the legendary level? Hearing this, Rain couldn't help but look strange and asked, Major Tadia, are you sure they won't send an epic-level fighter? Hee, you can rest assured. Epic fighters are valuable assets of the Empire. If they interfere in private disputes casually, they will be severely punished by the Imperial Royal Family. However, according to the plan, you need to withstand their attack for 2 or 3 minutes. The personnel around you will then complete the full encirclement. Also, to avoid detection, it's best to bring only Claire and Beyoncé. When she said this, Major Tadia's face also looked serious. After all, it is not easy to hold on for 2 minutes among a group of legendary strong fighters. This decision was made only after carefully evaluating Lord Ryan's combat strength. Although the Swordholders' headquarters could assign 5 or more legendary fighters to Ryan, it would be useless for the plan and too obvious, risking alerting the enemy. I have no problem on my side, Ryan thought for a moment and nodded. Without an epic-level fighter, even 10 legendary fighters could probably only last 2 minutes. Lord Ryan, you are confident, which is great, but please be very careful. Harold is not someone to take lightly. Oh? Do you have detailed information about Harold? Of course. The Carver Herald, a peak 3rd-level crystallized wizard, comes from the large wizard school, the Isodra school. He specializes in earth magic, a kind of mutated earth element, similar to ice and water magic. Tadia explained slowly. Harold has many notable achievements, but the most impressive was during the Imperial City War. He survived a strike from a divine saint who had descended, which earned him the title of the strongest legendary. Survived a divine saint's descent with one hit? Ryan's expression became serious. He knew very well that a divine saint's descent was several times more powerful than a typical projection. Of course, the conditions for a saint's descent are very strict. To achieve it, one needs certain prerequisites, such as finding a person with a special physique called the divine blessing body in this world. Then, a descent ritual must be performed. It can be simply understood as providing a vessel for the divine, which naturally enhances the divine's power compared to a projection without a container. Different gods favor different physiques. Exactly. So, Lord Ryan, please do not underestimate the enemy, Tadia said seriously. Understood. Then, Lord Ryan, get ready. The time should be within these 2 days. Ryan, do you need anything else? Edward, the general, asked as he saw Tadia had explained the situation thoroughly. Not for now, thank you, General Edward. When Ryan returned to his room and closed the door, he sat alone in deep thought. Clearly, because of Anna's fairy identity, he gradually became involved in an increasingly large whirlpool. This was very different from his original plan when he first came to the imperial capital, Tamriel. Originally, he thought he would have time to study magic carefully within the School of Construction, but now, due to constant provocations from the Drum family and the conservative faction, things kept escalating. Looks like I need to teach them a lesson this time, Ryan said with a serious face. A famous person from his past said that fighting for peace keeps peace alive, but compromising for peace can lead to its end. Ryan is not afraid of fighting, especially since his system gains experience through battles. Since epic-level fighters are like strategic nuclear weapons or powerful imperial tools from my past, I shouldn't worry too much about using them. But I also can't relax too much. After all, there are many high-level magic, divine scrolls, and powerful magical devices. Some of these artifacts are extremely dangerous. If I'm not careful, even gods could fall, let alone myself. While Ryan was organizing his thoughts, a group of people stepped out of the Drum family estate in a luxurious carriage. This time, Duke Drum greeted them at the gate with a big smile. This scene surprised the servants of the estate. Even in the imperial capital, only the royal family holds a higher status than Duke Drum. There aren't many. 3 middle-aged people dressed in yellowish wizard robes approached. They consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The leader, a middle-aged man, held a short staff made of twisted wood, topped with a fist-sized yellowish sphere. Even servants who knew little about magic could sense that inside the yellow sphere, there seemed to be some kind of solid, powerful energy surging, making them feel uneasy. Duke Drum's eyes quickly flicked to the staff in their leader's hand. He knew that the yellow sphere on the staff was filled with a large amount of earth element essence. Gathering earth element essence is very difficult, and making a crystal sphere is not easy either. Overall, this is a rare treasure that can significantly boost the power of earth magic. It is also the staff of the legendary carver, Harold, who is known as the strongest. The male wizard on Harold's left, although about the same age as Harold, seemed less powerful in aura. His strength was roughly at the peak of a second-level wizard. While outside, he would be considered a nearly legendary-level expert, but next to Harold, he appeared somewhat weaker. The female wizard looked to be in her late 30s or early 40s, the most charming age for a woman, but in reality, she was over 50. As a wizard, her aging process was slower than that of ordinary people, and she maintained good care of herself, so her face still looked quite attractive. However, her thin, slightly upturned lips carried a hint of pride and sharpness, giving an impression that she was not easy to get along with. Sir Harold, welcome. Duke Dram stepped forward warmly. Thank you, Duke, Harold replied with a slight bow and a smile. Although Harold also wore a smile, it seemed to stem from his own strong power and confidence, which made others feel somewhat distant. Soon, the group sat down in the luxurious reception hall of the Dram family. Duke, I heard about Greenwood. Please accept my condolences, Harold said. Thank you, the Duke replied. After some polite conversation, Duke Dram asked the butler Owen to hand Harold a stack of papers. Sir Harold, these are some of their previous achievements and intelligence reports, Owen said. Harold took the papers and initially looked at them casually. But as he quickly flipped to the last pages, he let out a soft "huh," and a flicker of emotion appeared in his eyes. "Huh, they killed the venomous flying dragon and Greg the Ripper," Harold noted. The last entries showed the most recent achievements, reflecting the opponent's current strength. Harold was only slightly moved by this. If the venomous flying dragon could avoid or resist the opponent's poison attacks, defeating it would be much easier. This would mean the dragon's strength had dropped from legendary peak to late legendary stage. However, the fact that they managed to kill Greg the Ripper made Harold pay more attention. As a wizard, he was very familiar with bloodlines. He knew Greg had giant bloodline, and when he activated his bloodline talent, Giant Rock Body, his defense was comparable to that of a stone giant. If this rain is waiting for Greg to exhaust his stamina and forcibly leave the giant rock battle body before killing him, then naturally, he doesn't need to worry. But if the opponent kills Greg when he activates his battle body, then it becomes a serious concern. "Sir, is the opponent very strong?" Caroline, the witch, asked, looking at Harold with admiration and surprise. She became curious about Rain. "Yes, quite strong. You can see for yourself," Harold said, handing her information about Rain. "What is Duke Dlam planning to do?" Harold asked the Duke. Although Harold believed he could handle Rain easily, at his level, he wouldn't kill someone recklessly just for money or a valuable item, like top assassins from the Black Blade organization might. Especially since Rain has a clear official identity, an Imperial Gold-level sword bearer, and a noble officially recognized by the Empire. So, Harold needs a good reason, or at least a plausible excuse to act. "Well, Lord Harold, I've contacted some women's families who were harmed by Rain, including Greenwood's mother, and they plan to go to the noble court in the capital to complain," the Duke explained. "Although, according to our intelligence, the sword-bearer headquarters will likely classify this as self-defense, and the noble court probably won't accept the case. We will make the old, weak, and women emotionally appeal to the judges. Additionally, we will use our contacts to persuade the judges logically. The main goal is to have the noble court summon Rain and understand the situation. Even if Duke Dlam calls him in, with the sword-bearer headquarters ruling, you will probably lose this case," Darren, another male wizard, said with a frown, interrupting. He was a level 2 liquid wizard with a fiery temper and didn't understand Dlam's plan at first. "Haha, Lord Darren, we know we can't win this case," Dlam replied, "but we only need the court to summon Rain through official channels. According to the rules, everyone must cooperate and explain their situation when summoned. At this moment, if this Ryan refuses to cooperate, Lord Harold and everyone else can openly take action." Seeing this, Duke Drom's face shows a hint of satisfaction. "I see." Darren nods at Duke Drom and secretly thinks he's a clever fox. These old noble families are truly shrewd. Even if he doesn't know them well, there are always people in their families familiar with the Empire's rules and regulations, and they manage to find such a good opportunity. However, these actions must wait until the sword-bearer headquarters makes an official decision. It should take about 2 to 3 days. Once the decision is made, we will arrange a meeting with Ryan outside the Imperial City for negotiations. During the negotiations, court officials will arrive at the scene, and Ryan will resist cooperating. "What if the other side chooses to cooperate?" Caroline asked curiously. Most of the court officials sent to summon him are our people. If they cooperate, they will end up resisting," Duke Drom smiled. Although both of these two are second-level liquid mages, in his eyes, they are as pure as the white ice on the polar ice cap when it comes to schemes and tactics. "All right, since the Duke already has a solid plan, we will wait for the notice," Harold said as he stood up. "Thank you, Lord Harold. By the way, regarding the Mountain Heart, my people have found some clues. I believe after this matter, it can be resolved," Duke Drom casually mentioned as he was leaving. Harold looked at Duke Drom and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Duke." He knew very well that the Mountain Heart was actually kept by the Drom family. Before the matter was settled, any information about the Mountain Heart from Drom would always stay at the level of having some clues. But that was fine, at least the other side had agreed. Once he kills Ryan, the Mountain Heart will be handed over. Harold is close to breaking through to the 4th level of the Dawn Mage. He needs a large amount of rare resources to help him advance. Some of these resources are extremely hard to find. Even if he wants to gather them all, it will take a lot of time and effort. If he can get help from the Empire's noble families, collecting these items will be much easier and more efficient. Especially the Duke of Dram in front of him. Harold knew that he was a shareholder of the Axon Auction House, the largest auction house in the Dragon Empire. He also held significant shares and branches across many provinces. This gave him natural advantages in gathering resources. He also learned through a secret channel that the Dram family secretly owned a Heart of the Mountain, which he urgently needed. The Heart of the Mountain is a rare and precious earth element treasure, only formed inside the corpses of mountain giants. These epic-level creatures have not appeared within the Empire for at least hundreds of years. Since mountain giants are much stronger than him, even if one appeared, it would be killed by the Empire's epic-level guardians, so he wouldn't have a chance. Therefore, he still needed to play along with the old noble families for now. However, once he advances to the 4th level as a Dawn Mage, he won't have to worry about these complicated matters anymore. Meanwhile, at the Bavaria residence, Reen had just come back to his senses from his thoughts. His restriction period was about to end in 3 days. After thinking for a moment, he went to the exchange office at the Academy's base again. He saw a rare girl at the counter. She seemed to have either half-elf or dwarf blood. She was about 1.2 meters tall, with a balanced figure and proportional limbs, not deformed. "Hello, could you check which metal element spells I can exchange?" Reen asked. He handed her his Academy ID and a crystal-like object that looked like a memory crystal. "All right, Lord Reen. According to your permissions, you can view and exchange all 2nd level or lower spells within the Academy," the dwarf girl replied, taking his crystal and inserting it into a slot. She quickly added, "Would you like to see 3rd level spells?" Reen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, what about 3rd level spells?" He had expected this. Just like at the Soreholder headquarters, the level of items you could exchange depended on your permissions. If you want to view 3rd level spells, the Academy requires you to have more than 10,000 historical contribution points, she explained. Historical contribution points? Yes, it's the total contribution you've made to the Academy, including all the points you've earned or spent, which must exceed 10,000. Simply put, when you include the contribution points from past activities and your current points, the total exceeds 10,000. The dwarf girl explained. Understood, Rain nodded. By the way, Lord Rain, the metal-type magic you are looking for includes 4 spells at level 2 or below. I've already displayed them on the magic stone tablet for you to see. Rain raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised, but after looking at them, most of his excitement faded. Among the 4 metal-type spells, he has already mastered Sharpness, Metal Transformation, and Metal Barrier. The only one he hasn't mastered is the level 2 spell Iron Armor. From its name, it's easy to guess that it's a defensive spell, which is a bit different from what Rain initially thought, a level 2 spell that might be more offensive. The lowest price for exchange is 3,500 contribution points, and Rain just has enough, having previously submitted a metal arm fragment to the guild and earned 3,700 points. But with only this many contribution points, he still needs to check the spell's description first. After some thought, Rain asked, "Can you show me the detailed description of the spell?" "Of course, Lord Rain." After the dwarf girl finished speaking, she skillfully operated the magic stone tablet, and the content updated again on the black stone in front of Rain. Iron Armor, level 2 spell, consumes a certain amount of mental energy. Uses a specific magic model to activate surrounding metal particles, forming an iron armor over the target's body. Rain nodded slightly and said, "Help me exchange for this iron armor." "Yes, sir." Soon, Rain happily left the guild exchange, holding a parchment glowing with magical light. Not long after, Rain returned to Bavaria's residence. He closed the study door, calmed his mind, and began to carefully study this new spell. Previously, the level 1 defensive spell Metal Barrier had been strengthened in many ways by Rain, making its defense comparable to a level 2 spell. Rain believed that if he could quickly develop the Iron Armor spell into a combat-ready level 2 defensive spell, its defensive power might be similar to that of a level 3 spell. No one would complain about having thick armor. And if he had mastered the Iron Armor technique before fighting the projection of Hela, the sea goddess of the underworld, the entire battle would have gone much more smoothly. 1 hour later, as Ryan recited the spell, 3 seconds later, a thick, gray-black, metallic-looking water film covered his body. It seemed that because of his strong affinity for metal elements and the enhancement from the advanced meditation method Steel Heart, the current level 2 spell Iron Armor was more powerful than described in the old scroll. It was thicker than half a finger, nearly 1/3 more. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. "You have learned the Iron Armor technique. Your understanding has improved." You have gained a new skill, Iron Armor Technique. Your Iron Armor Technique skill has been upgraded, experience +4. At the same time, a new icon appeared below the legendary Warhammer Wizard panel. The icon shows a wizard covered in a smooth, gray-black, metallic-looking layer, with a shiny surface that is not mistaken for armor. After all, armor has joints, but the covering here does not. Below the icon, the small text reads, Iron Armor Technique LV1, 1/100, LV1 effect of Iron Armor Technique. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate a specific spell model that draws metal energy particles from the surroundings, covering the target's body with iron armor. Note: casting time is 3 seconds. Ryan practiced for a while and decided to add some points, because a 3-second casting time is hard to fit into his current fighting style. Additionally, increasing proficiency in level 2 spells is quite difficult, several times harder than level 1 spells. Next, he would face threats from the conservative faction, so quickly boosting his combat ability was the best choice. But the problem was, he didn't have enough skill points. He currently only had 6 skill points left, and to reach level 12, he needed 5 more. So, for the next few days, Ryan stayed at the Bavarian residence, making high-grade clothing, which left Beyoncé and Claire stunned. Both of them had bloodshot eyes, clearly not having rested well. Ryan. Captain Ryan, why are you still making clothes? Things are becoming urgent. After you defeated Greenwood, a big stir erupted throughout the Sword Holder headquarters, Claire hurriedly said. Oh, has the decision been made? Rain still carefully worked on his pearl-embellished waistcoat. Yes, it was announced just this morning. Many support you, but some think your actions were too harsh, Claire nodded quickly. All right, that's enough. Let's go back to headquarters and pick up a mission, Rain said with a smile, putting down his coat. Recently, Rain finally found a high-level clothing design that gave good experience points, and he pushed the Tailor Master from level 4 all the way up. Now, his skill points are ready. Without hesitation, Rain invested 11 skill points and 8 gold skill points into the level 2 spell, Iron Armor Technique. Suddenly, the level 2 metal magic, Iron Armor Technique, jumped from level 1 to level 20. Immediately, a flood of powerful memories about the level 2 metal spell, Iron Armor Technique, flooded into Rain's mind. It felt as if he entered a mysterious space, practicing the spell for over 100 years. Various insights on speeding up spellcasting floated through his mind like a revolving lantern. Taking on a mission? Claire and Beyoncé looked at each other again, realizing they couldn't quite follow their captain's train of thought. Captain. Outside, things were getting noisy. The old noble families clearly planned to target you. And you still want to go out on a mission? Well, actually, Rain had known since yesterday that the headquarters would announce the decision today. Yesterday, Major General Tatia visited him secretly again. Moreover, Tatia conveyed the higher-ups' message, hoping Rain could act quickly because once he left the capital, his enemies wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. In a way, this meant they held the initiative, choosing the time and place for action. Meanwhile, outside the noble court of Tameril in the capital, things suddenly became lively. Several luxurious carriages with noble emblems arrived, and soon, many elegantly dressed elderly, women, and children stepped down from the carriages. Faced with the elderly, weak women and children from either the Duke's or Marquis's family, the guards at the court entrance were naturally quite cautious. Soon, these people were led inside to the mediation room. Your Honor, my child Greenwood has been very obedient since he was young, but he was cruelly killed by his sword-wielding colleague, Rain. Yes, Your Honor, my child Chandler. One after another, they spoke with deep emotion and tears, which made the young male judge, who didn't know the full truth, feel quite indignant. Has the Empire's sword-bearers' headquarters made a ruling on this matter? The young judge asked after some thought. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to contact the sword-bearers' headquarters immediately to find out what was going on. Sir, although Rain is young, he is quite powerful and highly appreciated by the upper ranks of the sword-bearers. That's why the headquarters' handling of this matter seems unfair. Your Honor, in that case, the response from the sword-bearers' headquarters isn't very important anymore. It might be better to have Rain come to the noble court for an interview in person, suggested some court officials nearby, exchanging glances before beginning to persuade the young judge. Under their influence, the judge fell into thought. Although the headquarters of the sword-bearers seemed to have already made a decision that having the involved parties come to court for questioning was within his authority, and also to calm the public anger, soon a letter was issued summoning Rain to the court for questioning. That afternoon, Rain received a task at the Sword Bearers' headquarters and left the imperial capital, Tamriel, with Claire and Biots. This news was quickly known to some people, and after deliberate misinformation, Rain's actions were interpreted as an attempt to escape. When Rain stopped at a small town called Taflin, about 100 miles outside the imperial capital, a group of officials in court uniforms blocked his path and that of Claire and Biots. "Lord Rain, sorry to bother you, but according to the letter from the noble court in the capital, you need to come back with us for questioning." "Oh, the noble court?" Rain looked at the team in front of him, which included at least one knight and a third-level crystallization mage, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. When did the strength of the noble court's enforcement team become so powerful? One enforcement squad actually has 2 legendary-level experts. Seeing this, the 2 women felt nervous. Claire even had her hand on a second-level defensive magic scroll. The scroll was provided by the young female General Tatiana and given to the women through Ryan. It's important to note that higher-level magic scrolls are much harder to make, making them very valuable and rare. "All right, let's go," Ryan said with a smile. "Huh?" At this point, many members of the court enforcement team looked at each other in surprise. Wasn't Ryan known for relying on his strength and being quite rebellious? How come? "Such a pity, Lord Ryan, your cooperation is a bit late." A middle-aged man in uniform shook his head. Then he looked serious and loudly announced, "Everyone pay attention. Ryan refuses to obey the court's summons. We will now enforce the order forcibly." Meanwhile, 3 middle-aged men in yellow wizard robes happened to pass through the town, smiling as they watched this scene. "Oh, are these your backup? Good. I like your way of turning black into white." Ryan glanced at the 3 in the distance and smiled. "Wait, is your name Ryan? Actually, we don't need to go this far. If you're willing to turn over a new leaf, we can talk nicely," Harold said with a smile, walking forward with 2 others. "I know what I mean by turning over a new leaf. I can guarantee your safety and offer you better treatment than before. My name is Harold. If you've heard of me, you should know I'm not joking." Harold spoke these words for a reason. He sensed that Ryan, who was about to reach the level of a 4th-tier Dawn wizard, also seemed to have a certain confidence or backing. It's not that he was afraid, but Harold felt that Ryan must have some support. If they fought, it would probably take some effort. So, if he could complete the task more easily, why not? While the opponent is actually the Carver Herald. Behind Rain, Claire's beautiful eyes suddenly widened in shock when she heard the name. She took a deep breath. She didn't expect the Drum family to be able to summon the legendary strongest figure to deal with their captain, Rain. Although he became famous only a few months ago during the great battle in the imperial capital, Claire, who was also a wizard, had long heard of the deeds of the Carver Herald. It is said that Harold likes to defeat his opponents and turn them into stone sculptures using a 3rd-level petrification spell, then place them in his home. When he has free time, Harold enjoys admiring these permanently petrified opponents while carving something into them with a chisel. This is how the nickname Carver came about. "That strongest legend, Harold?" Beyoncé, usually calm, now looked equally shocked. However, Rain just chuckled silently. He thought they believed he was just a young man in his 20s, playing such petty tricks. Many elementary students in his previous life knew the 36 stratagems. Did they really think he was a 3-year-old? To join the conservative faction? Based on the current situation, some members of the conservative faction would never accept him, and he would become an enemy of the reformists. "Haha, I have 3 words for you," Rain said, looking at Harold and his 2 companions. "Huh." At first, Darren, a 2nd-level liquefaction wizard standing beside Harold, frowned because he didn't understand Rain's words. But once he realized, he couldn't help but become furious. This was the first time he encountered someone so disrespectful to Lord Harold. At this moment, Harold's expression also darkened. His lips moved quickly. He raised his hand and pointed at Rain. A dense, yellowish energy surged from his short wooden staff, like a yellow lightning bolt, rushing toward Rain. In an instant, the energy struck Rain. Visibly, Rain's body began to turn to stone from his feet upward. The thick, yellow energy spread like climbing vines, quickly reaching his ankles, then his calves, knees, and continuing upward. "3rd-level wizardry, petrification," Beyoncé exclaimed. "Captain, be careful. This is the petrification spell," Claire shouted anxiously. "This is a 3rd-level spell, and the opponent managed to cast it almost in a second. It's truly terrifying." The 2 women are now a bit panicked and confused. After seeing this, Darren couldn't help but sneer and say, "Ha, I thought you were so powerful. Turns out you can't even withstand Lord Harold's move. How dare you boast just now? It's a complete joke. Let me teach you a lesson. Darren quickly stepped forward, planning to slap Ryan a few times. Just now, he had noticed that Ryan looked very annoyed. To everyone else, including Darren, it seemed Ryan was about to be completely overwhelmed by the petrification spell and had no chance to resist. The surrounding execution team also looked on with smiles, whispering among themselves. Many of them relaxed immediately, and a few looked confident, as if they already saw victory. However, Harold suddenly sensed something. He narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Darren, come back quickly." But it was too late. Ryan quickly raised his hand, pointing at Darren not far away. Suddenly, a huge metal net appeared out of nowhere, shimmering with silver light, rushing straight toward Darren. Faced with this sudden change, Darren's eyes widened in shock. But he was an experienced second-level liquidation wizard, and he reacted quickly, activating his innate magic. Stone Skin. A mass of earth rose from the ground like water, quickly covering Darren's entire body. But in the next second, a silver giant net pierced through him. Shoo! Darren, protected by the stone skin, looked stunned, frozen in place. Then, like a shattered statue, Darren and his stone skin were cut into uniform blocks by Ryan's cutting net. Meanwhile, Ryan was surrounded by a thick gray-black glow. This glow rapidly suppressed the yellowish energy, pushing downward quickly. Soon, Ryan's calves, ankles, and feet returned to normal. Everyone present was stunned by this scene, especially the members of the court enforcement team, whose faces turned pale. Most of them had the same thought as Darren, whether they should step forward to do something to Ryan, considering it a form of leverage. But the brutal scene before them made these people suddenly realize that the young man in front of them was not an ordinary person, but a fierce figure who had killed Greenwood and others. Darren. Caroline, standing next to Harold, looked at the tragic scene with a shocked expression and exclaimed. Then she trembled with anger and stared at Ryan, saying, "You're doomed. You actually killed Darren." Darren and she both came from the Isodra School of Magic, and because they followed Harold together, their relationship was very close. They never expected that Darren would suddenly die this way. At this moment, Harold also began to take Ryan seriously. He looked him up and down again, his eyes flickering. Because the magic he just used was too fast and powerful, based on his initial perception of his strength, it seemed that Ryan was not yet a third-level crystal mage. But how could that be explained? The rare metal-type magic he just performed was almost at the level of a third-level spell. Could it be that Ryan had a special magic tool that amplified the power of metal magic? But at this point, Harold couldn't think too much. Darren's death had already drawn everyone's attention to him. Harold quickly took out a bag of white powder and sprinkled it, then began to recite his spell rapidly. In the next second, he pointed his short staff at the ground. Suddenly, the ground trembled, then quickly bulged and rose as if a huge object was about to break through the earth. Summon a giant sandworm. A giant centipede, 2 or 3 stories tall and enlarged 100 times, burst out of the ground, raising a lot of dust and rushing fiercely toward Ryan. But it didn't end there. Next, 2 more giant sandworms emerged from the ground, one on the left and one on the right. Their fierce mouths quickly crossed and focused their attention on Ryan. This is too strong. A legendary giant sandworm, summoning 3 at once. Claire had already torn open a second-level defensive spell scroll as Ryan had instructed earlier. She and Beyoncé were now protected by a transparent, upside-down giant bowl. Faced with this scene, Ryan remained calm. However, his lips moved quickly, and a deep voice came out. Metal transformation spell. Cutting net. Sharp skill. Dark magic attack. Multiple cutting nets. 3 large silver nets suddenly appeared in front of Ryan. Swish. As he reached out and swung his hand forward, the 3 silver nets rapidly flew toward the approaching giant sandworm. Whoosh. In an instant, a scene almost identical to the one when Darren was just defeated appeared again. The giant sandworm, which was nearly 10 meters tall, was instantly shattered into pieces, with chunks of flesh falling like rain. Soon, it turned into a pile of broken meat, with lots of fluids and red-white substances spilling everywhere. The other 2 giant sandworms, seeing their companion being instantly killed, froze in place and dared not attack. Huh, is this a liquefying attack? Is this your secret move? Harold, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel surprised. But at this moment, he was even more pleased, because he believed he had forced Ryan to reveal his secret weapon, which must be what he relied on to defeat many strong enemies. Haha, you have good talent and strength. If I had more time to see you grow, maybe one day I wouldn't be your match. But unfortunately, today you will fall here. Ryan, do you know why the major schools are called major schools? Besides the fact that their head is a level 4 Dawn Mage, the main reason is that major schools have a more complete inheritance. Just now, you used a metal-based liquefying attack, right? Do you know that there are also crystallizing attacks beyond liquefying ones? Suddenly, Harold, inside his earth element shield, loudly recited a spell. Level 1 Mage spell, Earthquake. Immediately, the ground within several hundred meters trembled. Many people struggled to stand and hurried to avoid, causing some buildings on the edge of PART11 town to collapse. Level 2 Mage spell, Falling Stones. Suddenly, dense round stones about the size of a human head rained down from the sky. Level 3 Mage spell, Sandstorm. As a towering sandstorm rose dozens of meters high, most of PART11 town seemed to enter a doomsday scene. The sky was filled with dust and sand, blocking out the sun and making everything dark. It was so thick that opening your eyes was pointless. If your protection wasn't strong enough, the fast-moving gravel could hit you and cause serious injury. Crystallized attack, Earthquake. As Harold finished his last word, 3 spells combined in a very clever way, instantly increasing their power. The ground shook even more violently. Even the great knight nearly lost his balance, and the falling stones grew from the size of a person's head to the size of a millstone. These 3 spells, especially the weaker first and second level spells, became much more powerful when combined with the crystallized attack. Everyone watching saw a disaster-like spell that made their faces turn pale with fear. Only Ryan remained calm and steady, his gaze peaceful. At this moment, Ryan's body was covered with a layer of dark gray metal. Around him, a shield made of hardened gold formed a kite shape. When a few large stones, about the size of millstones, flew toward him, he casually raised his hand and shattered them easily. Behind him, the 2 women looked pale and shaky. If Ryan hadn't blocked the attack and used a second-level protective spell scroll called Whirling Air Shield, the 2 women would have been killed by Harold's crystallized attack. Do you think I was caught off guard this time? Sand and dust flew everywhere, but Ryan's voice was like a loud bell ringing in the morning, cutting through the sandstorm and reaching almost everyone's ears. Most people's faces showed surprise and doubt. It's not really the case. Unfortunately, you came with too few people this time. Harold looked confused. He didn't think Ryan, under his crystallized attack, still had any chance to turn the tide. But why did Ryan say that? There are spells and divine scrolls above the 3rd level, but they are very rare, mostly passed down from ancient times. Harold didn't believe Ryan had such powerful items. Self-destructing magic devices? Or did Ryan find strong allies? Harold couldn't figure it out. As the dust and smoke covered Ryan's position completely, suddenly Harold faintly saw a huge shadow flashing through the dust storm, like a giant moving quickly. Huh, is that my giant sandworm? Harold quickly sensed and rejected this answer because both giant sandworms were clearly not in that position. He immediately mentally commanded the 2 giant sandworms to go check. But in the next second, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and his face changed dramatically. He clearly sensed that his connection with one of the summoned giant sandworms had suddenly been cut off. It was a sudden break, like someone walking on the road and suddenly having their neck twisted, without any warning. Before dying, the giant sandworm gave no feedback. This situation was extremely rare and abnormal. But how could that be possible? The giant sandworm was a legendary species. In the next moment, Harold trembled all over and looked into the dust storm with a serious expression for the first time. Because even his connection with the last giant sandworm had strangely been severed. Caroline, standing beside Harold, noticed the unusual expression on her master's face and asked, "Master, could the other side withstand your crystallization attack?" At this moment, everyone else heard the sound of drums or heavy objects hitting the ground within the dust storm, rhythmically. Then, even louder booms followed. Due to the large area affected by Harold's crystallization attack, Earthquake Mountain shake, even the court enforcement team members couldn't see clearly because of the dust storm. Suddenly, someone felt a huge shadow above their head. Just as they tried to dodge, they realized the shadow was speeding up and then disappeared. A large claw mark was left on the ground, and the body of the enforcement team member was pressed tightly against the earth. Faint blood and flesh marks seemed to prove that someone had been here. Over the next 10 seconds, this scene repeated. At this moment, the swirling dust storm became the best cover for Raynor and his Dragon King form to attack. The giant stones, about the size of millstones, thrown by the storm hit Raynor's thick armor-covered body. But after passing through layers of dragon scales and muscles, their power was no different from being hit by snowflakes. Raynor felt a little pain, but that was all. At this moment, Harold's magic attack was gradually coming to an end, and the dust storm before him was also starting to weaken. Suddenly, a humanoid creature taller than a giant sandworm, with a fierce face, appeared before Harold and Caroline. Is this? Caroline's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she pointed tremblingly at Ryan in his Dragonkin King form. A Dragonkin? How can a Dragonkin have this form? Is Ryan of royal blood? Harold, usually calm, also couldn't help but gasp. By then, Ryan had already defeated all the enemies around him, including 2 legendary members of the execution team, turning them into meat. 40 seconds have passed. We need to act quickly. His deep voice sounded from his throat. While the two were wondering what Ryan meant, suddenly, the wings behind the opponent flapped sharply, and the figure vanished instantly. Oh, gravity shield, Harold shouted. A thick, earthy yellow energy instantly surrounded him. Ryan's huge claw, descending from the sky, was aimed at Harold, but as it approached, it seemed to be diverted by some special force, sliding aside. It just barely missed Caroline, who hadn't reacted yet. In an instant, this attractive second-level liquid mage was turned into a pile of meat, without even a scream. Harold didn't have time to mourn Caroline's death. His face hardened as he crushed the sphere at the tip of his short wand. Immediately, a surge of earth element essence spread out, and he quickly began casting spells. Level 1 Earth Wall, Level 2 Earth Element Shield, Level 3 Gravity Barrier. These spells, based on his self-destructing staff, had their power greatly enhanced. But Harold's heart was still tense, and he planned to retreat immediately. Huh? Is this the move that can withstand a Divine Saint strike? Interesting. Ryan suddenly charged at Harold with full force, unleashing the power of his Dragonkin King form for the first time. From the perspectives of the two women, at this moment, a giant dragon man about 13 or 14 meters tall, with bulging muscles, was using its incredibly sharp claws to tear open a yellow semicircular energy shield on the ground. The energy shield was being torn apart at a visible speed, even though powerful earth elements kept emerging from underground to repair it. Still, they couldn't keep up with the tearing speed. Epic. You are an epic-level fighter. Harold's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted in fear. You. Suddenly, a large shadow flashed by, and Harold's entire head disappeared, embedded into his chest. It was Rain's dragon tail that launched the sudden attack. It's over, 59 seconds. Rain remembered that Tatya told him to hold on for 2 minutes. In Rain's understanding, this meant Tatya and the others needed 2 minutes to arrive, so he had 1 minute left to finish the fight. Huh, what's that? Many miles away from Taflin Town, a group of people dressed in combat gear was rushing toward the town. In the sky, 2 teams of griffin riders were flying toward the town, where magical waves were clearly felt. Suddenly, the sky flickered with a ripple, and the griffins all avoided it, emitting sharp cries filled with fear and unease. In midair, a huge green dragon suddenly appeared. Its long body and shiny scales made people marvel at the creator's favor and preference for dragons. That's the green dragon Hazaz, said the rugged man at the front of the griffin squad, his expression changing. Dragon Knight Panto Skork. Lady General Tatya's face also changed dramatically. She didn't expect the conservative faction to dare take such a risk, involving an Imperial Guardian to intervene. But it seemed the other side was also cautious, not actively attacking Rain, but coming here to block their actions. However, the effect was the same. Although Tatya greatly admired Rain's strength, at this moment, Rain was facing the so-called strongest legendary carver Harold. Every second of delay increased the danger for Rain. Lord Panto Skork. All the Griffin Knights and the elite ground fighters bowed and saluted each other. The Empire's protectors, represented by the Dragon Knights, are the foundation of the Dragoon Empire. Wait 2 more minutes before you go, came a clear, loud voice from Hazaras, the Green Dragon. The speaker was naturally the Dragon Knight, Penaskork. Then, the Green Dragon released a faint green breath, and instantly, a high-concentration acid spray burned into the ground, forming a deep line like a trench. Everyone understood what this meant. Crossing the line meant death. The high-concentration acid continued to dissolve rocks in the soil, emitting a strong, sharp smell. Lord Penniscork, without a royal order, you shouldn't have left Tamriel City. An old man with white hair and beard stepped out from the back of the team. Lord Duin, aren't you the same? Penniscork replied calmly. I have a mission to go to the Savar province, Duin said quietly. Savar province? Penniscork immediately understood why Duin was so confident. Because heading to Savar province would pass through this area, which shows Duin planned to cause trouble here. I was patrolling near the city and sensed some magic energy fluctuations here, so I came to check, Penniscork said, his tone softening. Suddenly, both he and Duin looked toward Tavlin town. Penniscork's face lit up with joy as he said to Duin, Since you're here too, I feel relieved. He patted Hazars on the neck, and in an instant, the dragon knight known as Storm Cloud disappeared from everyone's sight. Penniscork's departure was partly to avoid conflict with Duin, another protector of the Empire, and partly because he sensed energy fluctuations in Tavlin town and stopped. In his view, this was a sign that the matter was handled. He knew Harold, the Carver, was very powerful, and in legends, he believed no one was stronger than Harold. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to stay any longer. After all, his appearance here was somewhat inappropriate. Staying longer and causing trouble would be hard to explain. The recent fight lasted about a minute. I heard the other side has strong fighters this time. It seems Harold has improved his skills again, thought Pantiskirk as he flew toward the imperial capital. At this moment, Lady General Tatiana looked anxious and shouted to the people nearby, Quick! What are you all waiting for? Quick! Speed up! In the sky, 24 Griffin Knights from 2 teams suddenly swooped toward the southeast corner of Taflin town. On the ground, more personnel were rushing forward. As they approached the town quickly, they split into 2 teams, forming a large pincer to surround the nearby battle area. Judging by their efficiency, this team was undoubtedly elite. The first to notice the situation was surprisingly the Griffin Knights in the air, who had a good view. They saw that the designated area ahead was a mess. There were many large and small craters, scattered huge rocks, and more than 10 houses on the town's edge were just ruins. On the ground, the dense bushes and grass had been completely destroyed. From the air, it looked like a large green area suddenly turned into a sandy desert, like a patch of baldness and a thick head of hair. A short battle had transformed the environment from lush greenery into a desert-like landscape. It was easy to imagine how fierce the fight must have been in just 1 minute. It seems the enemy has already fled. One Griffin Knight glanced around and whispered, as he saw no figures wearing court enforcement uniforms. No, wait, there might be someone over there. Another pointed at a deep ground crater. The rugged man commanding the Griffin Knights squinted and looked over. He nodded and said, Go. 1 team with me to land, the other 2 teams to check the surroundings and keep watch. Understood, Lord Edwards. Then, the rugged man controlled his griffin and led a team of Griffin Knights to land. At this moment, Ryan had naturally returned to his human form. He was holding a bulging pouch, examining it with a look of great joy. Before coming here, he never thought he would encounter such a good item again. Inside the pouch was a pure green, thumb-sized crystal with a faint black line running through it. From its aura, Ryan felt a familiar sensation, like he had seen this somewhere before. After a moment of thought, he suddenly realized this aura was very similar to the one he sensed after killing the flesh and blood tree spirit from a small light golden sapling he had obtained. Could this be a crystal of divine power from an ancient goddess worshipped by the Mother Tree cult? And how did Harold get this? Ryan then remembered the rumor about Harold, guessing that Harold might have found it during the great battle in the Imperial City. In fact, Ryan's guess was quite close to the truth. Harold wanted to keep this divine crystal to absorb and use after reaching level 4 as a Dawn Mage. Normally, if a person's strength isn't at an epic level, they wouldn't be able to resist the divine residual mark left in the crystal during absorption. Forcibly absorbing it would only be affected by the divine aura. Resisting it could make someone become foolish, and weak-willed individuals might even be turned into followers. The chance of safely absorbing it was very low. Thanks to the system helping him remove the divine mark, Ryan was able to absorb the divine crystal at the second liquidization stage. Absorbing divine crystals at this stage was extremely effective. Considering the support from Major Tatiana, which might arrive soon, Ryan decided to grasp the green crystal and absorb it before anyone else arrived. At this moment, The system's prompt sounded, ding. Detected a divine crystal that can improve the liquidization of mental power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can remove impurities and complete the process in one go. Ryan immediately chose yes. Since the system's absorption could purify and remove impurities, he wasn't worried about any side effects. In an instant, the green crystal disappeared from his hand, and a faint green smoke with black threads rose from his palm. At the same time, Ryan seemed to hear a distant, piercing scream that was very penetrating. However, based on his previous experience absorbing the goddess Hela's divine power crystal, Ryan was not too surprised. Just like last time, within a very short period, Ryan felt the faint silver mist in his mental sea begin to decrease rapidly, while the silver liquid increased quickly. By the time the transformation was complete, the faint silver mist in his mental sea was much less, and the silver liquid had overtaken it, occupying most of the space. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 88. Liquefied, 72%. Before it was 43%, now it's 72%. That's a 29% increase. Ryan knew it would improve a lot, but he was still amazed by the strong effect of the divine crystal. During this time, because of the second layer of the advanced meditation method Steelheart, his progress increased by 1%, from 42% to 43%. But unexpectedly, today he suddenly advanced into the late second stage of Liquefied Wizard. Such a level of progress was extraordinary. Even the most talented wizard would take years to reach this stage, and ordinary second-stage wizards would measure their progress in decades. Yet Ryan was improving almost weekly. In just over a month, he had completed more than two-thirds of the liquefaction process. If each point of liquefaction increased the power of his magic by 1 point, his current spells were nearly 30% stronger than before his improvement. When Tataya arrived at the scene, she saw Ryan standing far away and immediately felt relieved. But then a wave of doubt arose. Since Lord Ryan was safe, what about the Carver Herald and the others? Did they retreat early for some reason? It was likely. They probably received news of their side's movements, so Harold and the others didn't stay to fight. Seeing they couldn't defeat Lord Ryan quickly, they quickly withdrew. This was the most likely scenario. Lord Ryan, I'm so glad to see you're safe. Tataya hurried forward with a happy expression. She quickly looked Ryan over, as if checking for injuries, while also glancing around to assess how intense the battle had been. Undoubtedly, based on the level of destruction around, the short 1-minute fight was extremely fierce. This also confirms the strong magical energy fluctuations that Tatya felt several miles away. Major Tatya, hello. Rain nodded in greeting. Well, Lord Rain, your fighting ability is truly beyond our expectations. You managed to stay unharmed even when Harold fought with all his strength, Tatya praised. As soon as she finished speaking, Claire and Beyoncé, standing behind Rain, turned their heads and looked at Tatya with strange expressions. Their gazes made Tatya pause in surprise. What does this mean? Is it because she arrived too late, and they are upset? Or did she say something wrong? By the way, Lord Rain, which direction did Harold and the others run? Tatya asked quickly, her face serious. If they didn't run far, they could still pursue them. Even if Lord Duwin couldn't fight directly, they should be able to catch everyone except Harold. Before Rain could answer, Claire couldn't hold back anymore. She pointed at the headless corpse on the ground and said, Here, it's this one. Huh? Tatya's face showed confusion, like a question mark. Miss Claire, what did you just say? Tatya asked again. The corpse on the ground is Harold the Carver, Claire repeated, pointing at the ground. What? Tatya exclaimed in shock. Immediately, she instinctively wanted to question this. How could that be possible? But then she seemed to realize something. She quickly looked at Rain, who nodded, and she swallowed all her doubts. She knew Rain wouldn't joke about such things. Since it wasn't a joke, the answer was clear. She took a step forward, not caring about the bloodstains, and personally examined the body. The elite fighters nearby also looked over with curiosity. Several leaders stepped forward and crouched beside Major Tatya to help examine. By the way, Harold's head is still inside, right? Beyoncé asked after seeing the others seem to be identifying the body. Inside? Major Tatya suddenly realized she was starting to dislike these two team members of Lord Rain. Talking as always. How can I say this? It's hard to understand at once. Can't people speak properly? What does it mean to say the brain is still inside? But soon, Tatya understood what it meant to have the brain inside the body. She saw a soldier, seemingly understanding Beyoncé's hidden meaning, forcefully pull out a head from the corpse's abdomen. So the brain was pushed into the chest cavity. Tataya was a bit stunned. How did Lord Rain manage to defeat the so-called strongest legend, the Carver Herald, like this? Not only Tataya, but also Edwards, the captain of the Griffin Knights, and the elite fighters nearby were shocked and couldn't figure it out. And what about the noble court's enforcers? Tataya suddenly had a bad feeling and asked again. It seemed that the whole development of this matter was completely beyond her expectations. Probably 1 or 2 in each pit. Claire thought for a moment, uncertain. After all, in the dust storm, she hadn't seen everything clearly, only a few unlucky ones in uniform, beaten into the ground by their captain's claws. At this moment, Rain suddenly sensed something and quickly turned around to look behind him. An old man with white hair, wearing a simple gray wizard robe, was walking over with a gentle smile. Seeing this old man approaching, the young female General Tataya quickly stood up, came beside Rain, and solemnly introduced, Lord Rain, I forgot to introduce you. This is the Empire Guardian, Lord Duin of the Amber Seal. Lord Duin has urgent matters to go to the Sava province, and happened to pass by here and meet us, Tataya added. Her somewhat unnecessary words almost made Rain stifle a laugh. Hello, Lord Duin, Rain said with a slight bow. He quickly looked him over. The old man's aura was vast and deep like the ocean. Judging by the title Amber Seal, he should be a rare level 4 Dawn Mage. So, this was the backup plan arranged by their side. Indeed, to completely suppress the so-called strongest legend, Harold the Carver, only a legendary level powerhouse could do it. Actually, if it weren't for Ryan transforming and reaching epic level strength, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the sculptor. You're Ryan, young man. Your strength is surprising, Duan said with a slightly surprised look, examining Ryan and then looking at Harold's body lying on the ground, smiling. Ryan, if I am not mistaken, you are a rare metal-type wizard, Duan asked again. Yes, Lord Duan, Ryan nodded. Are you interested in joining the tattoo school? Duan asked with interest. Lord Ryan, the Amber Seal Duan is the head of the large wizard school, the tattoo school, the young female General Talia softly introduced. From Talia's attitude, Ryan could easily tell that this Lord Duan was probably among the strongest epic-level beings, possibly quite powerful. Also, such invitations or offers of alliance are rare. However, Ryan had his own considerations. He has a system with him, and no matter which school he joins, he believes he will be honored by that school, even if it is a large one. Moreover, after transforming, he is now at epic strength. Additionally, his mentor, Muguro, from the Baishio Construction School, has always been good to him, even though Muguro's strength is far below Duan's. But Ryan values his mentor, who is second in strength and good in character. Lord Duan, thank you for your interest, but I am already a student of the Baishio Construction School, Ryan replied politely, appreciating the kind gesture. That's a shame. The Baishio Construction School? That suits you well. Their metal specialization is unique, and they are good at making large combat puppets. Duan nodded with a hint of regret. Yes, Lord Duan, your knowledge is impressive. Suddenly, a complex pattern on Duan's robe flickered faintly on his right chest. Then, Duan seemed to listen to something, and he turned his head to Ryan and said, Young man, I have to go now. However, I believe we will meet again very soon. Lord Duan, it is an honor to meet you. Ryan bowed politely in farewell. Duan nodded with a smile. At that moment, he seemed to remember something and said to Tataya nearby, by the way, Tataya, you might face some small trouble soon. Harold's death is not a minor matter. Oh no. Tataya's face changed, and she exclaimed in surprise. This is bad. I need to report the situation immediately to higher authorities, she said, then hurried to the side. Before leaving, she said to Rain, although we had prepared several backup plans before, we didn't expect this kind of situation. Harold and the others were completely defeated by your excellency, Rain. Rain nodded, showing a hint of realization. From what we currently understand, he could roughly guess their original plan. It was probably that after resisting the attack bravely, the team led by Duan would arrive quickly and take control of the enemies, using them as bargaining chips to negotiate with the conservative faction. Rain didn't know the exact details of the negotiations, but the plan was likely along these lines. However, now that he had killed all the opponents, it completely surprised the organization. After a while, the young female General Tataya, looking both happy and tired, hurried over again and said, "Your Excellency Rain, this time." Sigh, we need to be clear and consistent in our statements. Harold was known as the strongest legend, not only famous throughout the imperial capital Tamriel, but also highly valued by the upper class, as he was a legendary reserve and a potential protector of the empire. His death would cause serious trouble if not handled carefully. Rain, who had killed Harold, was also someone the organization wanted to protect. So, Tataya felt both a sense of relief and frustration, happy but troubled. "All right," Rain nodded. "By the way, the two women behind you are also involved," Tataya pointed to Claire and Beyoncé. A few minutes later, "Your Excellency Rain, why didn't you accept Lord Duan's invitation?" Tataya asked curiously after finishing her work. "I am already a member of the Baisho Construction School," Rain replied. "But don't you know? After paying a certain price, a contract can be dissolved. The main difference between the medium and large schools is the integrity of their inheritance. With your strength, I believe you will definitely reach higher levels in the future, if only because of the inheritance." Tadia didn't continue speaking, but Ryan naturally understood her meaning. "Is it about the integrity of the inheritance?" Ryan looked thoughtful. It seems that after returning to Tamriel, he needs to ask Minter Mogaro about the situation. Meanwhile, on the road from Taflin Town to the imperial capital Tamriel, several capable people were hiding. At this moment, they all looked anxious. Why haven't we heard any news yet? Could something have gone wrong? Since the strong magic waves ended a few minutes ago, the dust storm was gradually calming down. Normally, their team should have quickly retreated and passed through here. But so far, they hadn't seen a single person. It probably won't happen. After all, the most powerful legend, Lord Harold, was involved, said another companion, also looking puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he dismissed the idea of an accident. In his view, the chance of Harold having an accident was almost zero. The group was made up of conservative noble families, with observation and communication teams stationed nearby. There were several other squads of observers in different nearby locations. "Look, that's a Griffin Knight," one person exclaimed after peering through a copper monocular. They hadn't arranged for Griffin Knights, and now there were 2 full squads of Griffin Knights in sight. Soon, they contacted other teams, and after some investigation, they quickly understood the situation. Shocked, they immediately reported the news. Since Taflin Town wasn't far from Tamriel, within just a few hours, many important figures interested in this matter received the news. At the Sword-Bearers' headquarters, inside Marshal Alfred's bright and tidy office, Augustus General looked at the message from Tadia twice. First, he was very happy. Then he frowned. He stood up and sighed, saying, "Marshal, this Ryan is truly impressive. Do you think, how did he manage to defeat the Carver Herald?" Augustus could never quite understand how Rain managed to kill Harold. It's important to remember that Harold was the strongest legend, who survived a direct hit from a divine saint's descent. This isn't the main issue we should focus on right now. As long as the other person isn't possessed by an evil god, the stronger Rain is, the better it is for us and the Empire, said an old man with silver hair and a beard, speaking in a serious tone. Besides, handling this will be very complicated, he added. Augustus, don't forget that Harold has been famous for many years. Besides the conservative nobles behind him, he's also a member of the Isidre School of Wizards, one of the most likely candidates to become the protector of the Empire. This matter will probably attract the attention of the royal family. We should think carefully about how to handle it, he concluded. Inside the inner circle of the imperial capital, in the drawing room of Duke Dlam's mansion, a group of noble representatives from the conservative faction of the Empire sat comfortably, drinking tea and chatting casually. Suddenly, the butler Owen appeared, pale and running down the corridor. When the guards saw him, they immediately opened the door to the drawing room. Owen's report caused an immediate commotion in the room. "Oh my, the Carver Herald is dead?" exclaimed a marquis. "This is the strongest legend, and he died just like that. How strong must Rain be?" "Impossible. Do you think it's possible that Rain was possessed by a god? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful at such a young age?" "Exactly. I suggest we contact the Judgment Office of the Goddess Church right away to examine Rain," said Duke Dlam, nodding after the shock. "I agree. Me too. Also, we need to inform the Isidre School of Wizards immediately," someone added. "By the way, what do you think we should do next?" As this question was asked, the luxurious drawing room suddenly fell silent. The conservative noble representatives either frowned, silently sipped their tea, or heavily inhaled their pipes. No one spoke, since even the strongest legend, Lord Harold the Carver, was killed by the enemy. The Empire Guardians cannot directly intervene. On the surface, their options are very limited. As time passed, the nobles present left one after another. At this moment, the visibly upset Duke Dram waved to the butler Owen. Duke, Owen respectfully bowed. Disclose the specific achievements of Rain in defeating the Black Flame cult, the Sea God cult, and the Hidden Serpent cult through some secret channels. Understood, my lord. Owen's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded in reply. He quickly understood what his duke meant. Since they have no way to deal with the enemy openly, they can only use some covert methods. Because the tasks and actions of the sword-bearer are kept secret, the cults know that their high priest or grand priest was killed by the sword-bearer, but they don't know exactly who did it. If the cults find out who was responsible, they will act like sharks smelling blood or angry wasps swarming after being stung, rushing toward Rain. Of course, this is not their concern. Meanwhile, on the way back, the young female General Tatya and Rain continued their conversation. This time, the conservative faction dared to attack you mainly because, although you are very strong, you have only been in the imperial capital for a short time, and your fame is mostly limited to the sword-bearer headquarters. Considering possible future developments, Lord Rain, I suggest you immediately bring your family from Munster to the imperial capital. What do you think? Thank you. I have no objections, but about the residence. Is it the residence? The headquarters will take care of that. You can rest assured, Tatya said with a slight smile. Then thank you, Rain replied with a smile. Oh, Lord Rain, I also suggest you avoid taking on any missions or leaving Tamriel, the imperial capital, until this matter is resolved. Would that be okay? All right, Rain nodded. When Rain returned to the Bavaria family estate, he saw Harlow and Luther waiting in the hall with serious expressions. Apparently, they had heard something. Luther saw Ryan and looked a little relieved. He stepped forward and asked, Sir Ryan, is that news true? Yes, Ryan nodded, but then thought for a moment and didn't explain further. Luther and Harlow exchanged a surprised look, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Sir Ryan, just now I received a letter from my father. Yesterday, the Drum family sent a representative to Monster to discuss your matter, Harlow said. Oh, are they pressuring us? Ryan immediately guessed their intention. Yes, they want our Bavarian family to distance itself from you, and maybe do something more if possible. Harlow didn't say everything directly. Sorry for causing trouble for you and the Duke, Ryan said with regret. Sir Ryan, my father refused their suggestion. He said you made great contributions to Monster. He might not be able to help much, but he definitely won't betray you. Please tell Duke Munster I am very grateful for his support, Ryan said seriously, staring at Harlow. Sir Harlow, I will move out later. Sir Ryan. Harlow looked worried and wanted to say something, but Ryan waved his hand to stop him. Harlow, I understand what you want to say, but the other side is a huge force. Our Bavarian family doesn't need to get too involved. Also, the Sword-Bearer's headquarters has arranged a residence for me. Although Ryan didn't know if the other side's support was influenced by the Reformers or if General Edward and Duke Munster had discussed it, he believed that as a regional official, Duke Munster wouldn't want to clash directly with the Conservatives, as it would be too costly. Sometimes, the strength of his side was hidden beneath the surface, and that might be more helpful. That afternoon, Ryan and Anna took a carriage to the new residence arranged for him by the Sword-Bearer's headquarters. Although it was in the second ring of the imperial capital, it was still a noble district, surrounded by marquises and counts, so safety was not a concern. Moreover, this house didn't officially belong to Ryan, but in practice, he could use it whenever he wanted. Princess Tatiana, the young female general, was waiting early at the main gate of the new residence for Rain. When she saw the two of them, she began to introduce it. Lord Rain, this mansion originally belonged to a count. Please take a look and see if you're satisfied. The size and layout of this mansion were very similar to Rain's residence in Munster. After walking around, Rain quickly decided that this would be the place. The next morning, suddenly, a loud noise came from the front gate of the new mansion. Rain looked out the window of his study and saw his sister Mint, his mother Emma, and his father Old Rain getting out of a luxurious carriage. Wow, so soon? Rain raised an eyebrow, feeling surprised. Considering the 1.5 days of travel by airship, It seemed that after Tatiana spoke to him yesterday, she had already started arranging this. Big brother, the imperial capital is so huge. Is this our new home? Mint ran over excitedly and threw herself into Rain's arms, asking curiously. Throughout the journey, her eyes never stopped moving. The imperial city, Tamriel, was full of new and exciting things, almost overwhelming her. Yes, this is our new home, Rain said with a smile as he patted Mint's head. Anna. At this moment, Anna also came over from the side. Mint immediately let go of her brother Rain and ran to Anna. The beautiful woman Jennifer was busy handling matters at the Axe and Auction House and the Merchant Guild, so she couldn't come over for now. Additionally, Ragel and the Ice Clawbear mercenary group had just arrived in Munster and were currently with Jennifer. The next morning, Rain put on a high-level magical item called the Cloak of Concealment and headed confidently to his mentor Magaro's office. Seeing Rain, Magaro looked unexpectedly excited. He immediately stood up and asked, Rain, I heard you. You defeated the Carver, Hadro? Yes. Rain nodded after considering Magaro's hopeful expression. Ha ha ha. I never thought that in my lifetime I would have a disciple like you. Magaro exclaimed excitedly, laughing loudly. Rain was a bit confused about why Magaro was so excited. According to reason, as a member of the Baishio Construction School, he shouldn't be worried about revenge after killing a stronger member of the Isodra School. Why is he still so excited? However, Ryan's main purpose for coming today wasn't that. He wasn't interested in gossip about this either. After some polite greetings, Ryan straightforwardly asked, Teacher, I heard that as a medium-sized school, some key traditions are missing? You're talking about the inheritance, right? I was planning to discuss this with you when you reached the 3rd level of crystallization wizardry. But since you asked, I'll tell you the situation, Magaro said seriously. To some extent, there's no real problem with the outside rumors. The Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method inside the school really only has 3 layers, which can only help you reach the peak of the 3rd level of crystallization wizardry. But it's undeniable that this is the best advanced meditation method suitable for metal element wizards across the entire empire. Ryan nodded, agreeing with the last point. Improving control over the metal element might seem not very impressive at first, but when combined with his top-level affinity for metal, the power becomes quite terrifying. His 1st-level magic has already reached the threshold of 2nd-level magic. If others heard that, they might find it hard to believe. But the problem is, if he can only practice up to the peak of the 3rd level of crystallization wizardry, what will he do when he wants to advance to become a Dawnlight wizard? Teacher, if I reach the peak of the 3rd level of crystallization wizardry and want to become a Dawnlight wizard, what should I do? There are 2 ways. One is to extend the current 3-layer Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method to a 4th layer through deduction. But this requires many high-level wizards to participate, takes a long time, and success is not guaranteed. Deduction? Ryan looked thoughtful. The system also has this kind of deduction, but it seems to be based on some foundation. He doesn't know if it can successfully deduce an advanced meditation method in the end. Teacher, what about the 2nd way? Ryan asked eagerly. The 2nd way is naturally to find the subsequent 4th layer, which is the best solution, Magaro said with a smile. Rain couldn't help but be speechless. However, Rain, you don't need to worry too much. Regarding the upcoming 4th level, our school, especially the Metal Magic branch, has been searching for clues. We've already made some progress. Oh? Rain raised an eyebrow, understanding why Professor Magaro had mentioned it earlier. So there are already clues. Of course, the exploration involves dangerous ruins. I think you've heard that exploring ruins often comes with unpredictable risks. Our school's metal mages mainly specialize in puppet magic, so, hearing this, Rain thought for a moment and said, Professor, if possible, you can include me in the exploration. Don't forget, besides being your disciple, I am also a sword-bearer of the Empire. Fighting is quite familiar to me. Haha, I almost forgot you're now also part of the metal branch, Magaro replied happily. Since you have this idea, I have no problem with it. Once we get more information later, I'll talk to you again. You can decide whether to join or not. All right, Professor, Rain nodded with a smile. If there's a chance to find the original version of the advanced meditation method for the Steel Heart, that would be even better. For several days, Rain lived a rare routine of going back and forth between 2 places. Before, he was mostly busy with the tasks of the sword bearer, often traveling outside. But recently, He spent most of his time in the school library. He studied a lot of basic knowledge about mages to improve himself. At the same time, he gradually integrated into Audrey's small group of friends. In the metal workshop of the Baisho Construction School, inside the crafting hall, Rain, Audrey, and a few others were working on a new batch of giant sword combat puppets. Of course, Rain slowed down significantly when using metal transformation magic, but even so, his speed was several times faster than Audrey and the others. Hey, have you heard? Something big happened in the imperial capital recently. Alicia, a mature and beautiful woman, whispered to Rain, Joseph, and Audrey. Huh? What happened? Joseph asked curiously. I heard that the strongest legend, the carver Harold, was killed. What? Is that the Isodra School's expert? Harold, the peak level of the third-grade crystallization wizard? Joseph's eyes widened in surprise, and he gasped. He had heard of the other person's famous name. Moreover, this was a top-tier powerhouse comparable to the leader of their own school. In fact, in terms of fame, he might even surpass their school's leader. Yes, I heard the person I defeated is called Reen, Alicia said, glancing at Reen with her beautiful eyes. However, I also heard that the opponent might be a strong fighter from the Empire's sword bearers. Hearing this, Audrey's eyes widened in shock, and her face turned pale instantly. Her hands, which were transforming metal, also trembled. Clang! She dropped a puppet part onto the ground. Oh no! Audrey, how could you be so careless? You almost hit me. Alicia was startled. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Audrey hurriedly tried to hide her panic. Seeing Audrey's pale face, the mature and beautiful Alicia didn't dwell on it. Instead, she threw a flirtatious glance at Reen and continued. Reen, my junior, your name is the same as his. When you have that kind of strength, I'll tell everyone your name, and no one will dare to bully me. Haha, Alicia chuckled softly. Her ample chest trembled enticingly, causing Joseph to stare in awe. Alicia liked the new junior, Reen. That afternoon, he built dozens of parts for battle puppets, shocking the entire metal department. Later, she learned from her mentor Maguro that her junior, Reen, had extremely high metal affinity and was specialized in metal transformation magic. That's why he performed so extraordinarily. Unfortunately, her junior Reen, despite such talent, didn't focus on offensive metal magic, but instead on manufacturing metal transformation techniques. But Alicia thought it was normal. After all, metal mages were rare, and complete inheritance was even scarcer. Offensive metal magic was rarely passed down outside. Even within their school, offensive metal magic was uncommon. Hiki, Reen smiled, neither denying nor confirming. Junior Ryan, the senior here still has some parts, and we might not have enough time. Could you please help us? Alicia proactively approached Ryan and asked. Although Alicia's ideal partner is a powerful mage, preferably from a noble imperial family, she is not naive. She recognizes that Ryan, with his incredible talent, is worth forming a good relationship with, even if he isn't her partner. At least, if Ryan helps with the crafting tasks within their school, they can finish them easily and quickly. Seeing this, Audrey looked at Alicia with a feeling of helplessness. She wondered if Alicia knew what she was doing. Asking Ryan, who defeated the top expert Harold the sculptor, to help make puppet parts? Oh my. When she finds out the truth someday, she might wish she could disappear. Senior Alicia, it's just a small favor. Ryan nodded with a smile and agreed. Great. Junior Ryan, I'll treat you to lunch at noon, Alicia said flirtatiously, subtly brushing her ample chest against Ryan's arm. It's not that Ryan was playing some trick, but he couldn't leave the imperial capital for now. Plus, he still needed contribution points for the school. He wanted to upgrade the third level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, which requires 2,000 contribution points. Also, to check and exchange for third-level magic, the gnome girl at the last exchange station said he needed a total of 10,000 historical contribution points. Since he couldn't go on outside missions, Ryan decided to make puppet parts to earn contribution points and learn different puppet-making techniques. This was a good plan. During his free time, he could also study basic wizard knowledge and learn about some wizard schools within the Empire. Over the past few days, Ryan learned two important things. First, about metal puppets, advanced combat puppets. When controlling them, besides activating them with the spell, there's an even more important part, the control core. When Ryan first saw a basic control core, he thought of circuit boards, like the game cartridge slots from 1990s consoles. This technology is quite difficult to make and requires very high precision. Currently, the Repair Construction School represents the highest skill level in the Empire, but it can only produce basic control cores. The development of intermediate and advanced control cores is still in progress. This is also why Ryan was able to exchange 3,700 contribution points for the metal arm wreckage from Iron Man. According to Minter Magaro, the Eagle Federation is ahead of the Empire in manufacturing precision. It's possible they found an important ancient site of the Gnome Empire and absorbed related technology. There is also a secret about the Mage School. The Empire's Mage School was responsible for guarding mysterious realms. To Ryan, these so-called realms seem more like passages or seals. For example, the Repair Construction School works with the Sandel School, a medium-sized mage school, to guard a realm called Angry Flame Gorge. Have you heard? The rotation at Angry Flame Gorge is coming up in half a year, and Senior Trevor will be back soon, Joseph suddenly said. This time, I don't think our metal department can send anyone. You can't go, Audrey and I can't, and Ryan just arrived, so he definitely can't. Well, I wonder how the Minter will arrange it, Joseph sighed. Really? Can you tell me more? Ryan asked with interest. Deep inside Angry Flame Gorge, there's a that's been there since ancient times. Sometimes, strange things come out of it onto the surface. The most common is something called Evil Fire Element, which is very violent. If your strength isn't at the peak of a level 1 mage and you're not skilled in magic combat, you can't resist it, Joseph explained. Exactly. So, the minimum requirement to guard at Angry Flame Gorge is being at the peak of a level 1 mage, Alicia said seriously. The school usually assigns one person from our metal department each time. And if no one is available, what happens? Ryan asked curiously. There are two situations. One is that Minter Magaro personally oversees the task, and the other is that if other departments have extra capacity, our metallurgy department will let them help after deducting a large portion of research funds. I see, Ryan nodded. However, this method is actually worse because the reduction in funds makes it more difficult for the metallurgy department to train wizard apprentices, putting them in a tricky position and making it harder for any wizard to stand out. This is actually a vicious cycle. Speaking of combat, Ryan, you've been here for a while. Let's go to the training room and let my sister see how well you control the combat puppet. Alicia suddenly brightened her eyes and looked at Ryan. Yes, Ryan, let's go. You can't just master puppet making. Combat is a very important part for a wizard, Joseph agreed. Maybe we don't need to do that, Ryan hesitated. But Alicia and Joseph thought Ryan was afraid of losing. Young people are very proud, after all. However, Audrey understood clearly. Seeing Ryan look a bit uncomfortable, she immediately said, Ryan, if you don't want to, then forget it. Let's go. Don't be afraid of losing. You've helped me several times, and I can guide you in puppet control too. Hee. Alicia patted her full chest and giggled. By the way, Ryan, you haven't obtained an intermediate combat puppet yet, have you? Alicia suddenly blinked her beautiful eyes, seeming to remember something. I think I only have an iron combat puppet right now, Ryan thought for a moment and nodded. In the past few days, Ryan mostly stayed in the academy library. He had some understanding of the differences between basic and intermediate combat puppets. Besides being larger and heavier, an intermediate combat puppet has an important addition, a small energy device. With this device, the intermediate puppet can, under a wizard's control, suddenly unleash an attack with power similar to a mid-level or high-level ultimate spell during battle. No wonder you hesitated just now, Ryan. It turns out you don't have an intermediate combat puppet yet, Alicia chuckled. Audrey, Joseph, let's work together. First, help Junior Ryan make a mid-level combat puppet, Alicia said as she turned to the two of them. Joseph looked hesitant, seeming to want to refuse, but Audrey immediately agreed and said, of course, it's what senior students should do. For Audrey, who secretly knew Ryan's true identity, she would be happy to help make the puppet or even just give Ryan her own mid-level combat puppet. But the question was, would a mid-level combat puppet really be useful for Lord Ryan? Audrey couldn't help but glance at Ryan. When Alicia spoke, Audrey quickly agreed again. Joseph reluctantly nodded, muttering under his breath, when I came here, I didn't get such good treatment. By the way, Junior Ryan, which mid-level combat puppet do you want to choose? Alicia asked warmly. Just as Ryan was about to refuse, Joseph's face lit up with excitement, as if he had an idea, and suggested, why not choose the Rage Hammer combat puppet? It can perform a special attack called Rage Hammer Strike, which is quite powerful. We made 2 finished ones in the warehouse recently and just need to add a small energy device. Clearly, Joseph was trying to take a shortcut. Alicia rolled her eyes and said, "Ugh. Joseph, what kind of suggestion is that? Right now, Ryan can probably only control one mid-level combat puppet. The Rage Hammer puppet has good attack power, but its defense is much weaker. It's not suitable for a newcomer like Ryan. Ryan, listen to your sister. Wait until you can control 2 mid-level combat puppets, then consider the Rage Hammer. Or you could choose the Sword Shield Guardian, which has balanced attack and defense and no major weaknesses." Joseph, after Alicia's rebuke, didn't dare to argue and mumbled, "Ryan probably comes from a knight background, so his movement and evasion should be quick. Controlling the Rage Hammer puppet might give him a surprise advantage. Let's go with the Rage Hammer combat puppet," Ryan said after a moment of thought. Since there was a ready-made option, it was naturally the best choice. For him, the specific type of mid-level combat puppet didn't matter much. Additionally, he had been working on the Rage Hammer puppet these past few days and was quite familiar with it. Soon, the group of 4 arrived at the metal department's warehouse. Inside, there were many unfinished combat puppets scattered around, mostly parts and components. The recently completed Rage Hammer combat puppet was placed near the warehouse door. The Rage Hammer puppet is about 3 meters tall, which is taller than the 2-meter-tall steel combat puppet. Although it is only about 1 meter taller, it gives a very different feeling of intimidation. In the previous life, Xiaoxi was short, but his height difference with the Yao is less than a meter. However, when playing basketball, facing Xiaoxi and facing the Yao, the sense of pressure was completely different. "Junior brother Ryan, I happen to have an extra small energy device here. You can use it first," Audrey said, pulling out a rectangular object about the size of a brick but much thinner, and handed it to Ryan. "Just insert it into the slot on the puppet's back." The energy device mainly contains a crystal, which is cultivated within the elemental energy pool at the sect's base. Of course, there is another source of higher quality crystals. When elemental creatures reach an extraordinary level, their bodies naturally produce this crystal. The stronger the elemental creature, the more powerful the energy contained in the crystal, and different elemental creatures produce crystals with different attributes. While the higher quality crystals are more powerful and have greater potential, their prices increase exponentially. All right, thank you." Ryan thought for a moment and accepted the small energy device Audrey handed him. "You're welcome, junior brother," Audrey said with her eyes lowered, but she was quite excited inside. She seemed to realize that this renowned junior brother was not as difficult to get along with as she had thought. "Huh? Audrey, this small energy device isn't cheap. It costs 100 contribution points to exchange for one. Why are you so generous this time?" Joseph asked curiously, glancing at her. Ryan is my junior brother, so as a senior, I should show some courtesy," Audrey replied with a quick blush. Audrey's expression caught Alicia's eye, which meant something more. Alicia's beautiful eyes subtly glanced at the two of them, thinking to herself, "It seems that this young and pretty junior sister of mine quite likes the new junior brother Ryan. But maybe sister won't let you, huh?" After Ryan inserted the small energy device into the slot on the back of the puppet, he began to cast the activation spell. Activation spell. Ryan deliberately controlled the spell at level 4 speed. As he softly recited the incantation and pointed his finger, the tall battle puppet with a hammer slightly moved, but since Ryan hadn't given specific commands, the puppet remained still. However, Ryan was somewhat surprised. If the mental energy cost for activating the metal was 1 unit, then this intermediate combat puppet's energy consumption suddenly increased to about 10 units. Previously, the basic iron puppet had a mental energy cost of around 3 units for activation. No wonder, Ryan thought. The note on the activation spell mentioned that the casting time and mental energy consumption depend on the complexity and size of the target. It seems that for a first-level fog-tier wizard, even in the later stages, the number of intermediate combat puppets they can control at once won't be too many, probably 3 or 4 at most, Ryan mused silently. Additionally, Ryan noticed that the connection between his mental C and the battle puppet with a hammer was more complex than with the basic puppet. It was like having an extra game controller in his mind. Before, there was only one button, but now, besides the large button for the hammer puppet, Ryan could also feel a small button beside it. Ryan knew this small button was connected to the miniature energy device on the puppet, which could be used to release skills for attack. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. You have completed learning the full process of creating the hammer battle puppet, and your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill, hammer battle puppet. Your skill hammer battle puppet has been upgraded, experience +3. Ryan was initially a bit stunned, but then he understood. In the past few days, he had been working on creating the hammer battle puppet. Today, it was like he was putting the final piece in place, and he naturally mastered the related skills. Junior Ryan, your activation spell is very skilled. Since you're done, let's go to the training room, Alicia praised Ryan. While passing through the corridor, Audrey, Alicia, and the others returned to the office and moved their intermediate combat puppets out for action. Alicia, the strongest among them, controlled 2 intermediate combat puppets, a sword shield guard puppet and a heavy sword combat puppet. The heavy sword puppet, like the hammer puppet, is attack-focused, while the sword shield guard puppet is more defensive. Audrey and Joseph each had 1 sword shield guard puppet and an armored metal puppet equipped with a shield. Of course, Ryan could easily control more puppets like Audrey, but currently he is wearing a cloak of concealment, which limits his visible strength to a beginner level of a first-tier wizard. Controlling 1 intermediate puppet is already near his limit. Thud, thud, thud. Several puppets moved under everyone's control into the open training hall. Ryan, Jr., let's start first, Alicia said with a smile. Maybe let me and Ryan go first? Joseph suddenly interrupted. He thought that Alicia was clearly the strongest, and Audrey's strength had been gradually surpassing his for some time. If Alicia and Ryan fought, he would only have to compete with Audrey, which didn't feel good, especially losing to the newcomer. But he believed he could still beat Ryan. That's fine. Alicia thought for a moment and agreed that Joseph should go first. Since Joseph was the weakest among the 3, it wouldn't make Ryan feel too far behind or discouraged. Ryan and Joseph each controlled their puppets and stood in the center of the arena. Joseph, smiling, said, Junior Ryan, let's begin. If you can't, you can admit defeat immediately. Hearing Joseph, Audrey rolled her eyes silently. She didn't know how Ryan would win, but she was sure he wouldn't lose. Okay, Ryan nodded with a smile. Thud, thud. As Joseph's mind moved slightly, the sword and shield puppet guard quickly charged forward toward Ryan. At the same time, the metal combat puppet beside him curved around and attacked from Ryan's side and rear. Because of the detour, the metal puppet wouldn't reach Ryan quickly, but Joseph's simultaneous control of both puppets clearly revealed his plan. He was taking advantage of Ryan's weakness, only having 1 combat puppet, and trying to attack from both sides. Alicia saw this and immediately understood Joseph's intention. She thought, Joseph is so sneaky. He's clearly trying to take advantage of Ryan. Faced with this situation, Ryan quickly controlled his angry hammer puppet and charged straight at Joseph's sword and shield puppet. At the same time, he held a heavy hammer with both hands, ready to strike. Huh? That's not a good way to respond. If the only puppet gets caught, Ryan will be at a disadvantage. Alicia shook her head and sighed. It's a shame. If Ryan loses, as the controller, we should prioritize protecting ourselves when we only have 1 puppet, she realized. She saw that although Ryan had great talent, his puppet control skills were still very inexperienced. However, Audrey said nothing and kept her beautiful eyes fixed on the center of the arena. Clang. When the angry hammer puppet swung its heavy hammer, Joseph controlled his sword and shield puppet to quickly raise its shield to block. The shield held. Joseph's face lit up with joy. Just as he planned to entangle his opponent with the sword and shield puppet, he suddenly saw that his puppet was knocked back several steps by a hammer strike. Huh? Had the angry hammer puppet activated its skill, Heavy Hammer Strike? That shouldn't be. He didn't feel any energy fluctuation from the opponent. Joseph quickly thought. This was because Ryan's activation technique level was high, plus his mastery of close combat skills. That allowed him to control the angry hammer puppet and make it perform at its best. In simple terms, most wizards could only make their intermediate-level puppets fight at about 60 to 70% of their full strength. But Ryan could push it to over 90%. It's like in his past life, only Takumi, driving the AE-86, could nearly unlock the full potential of the car. Other racers generally couldn't do that. This scene naturally left the 2 women staring in surprise. It seems that junior brother Ryan is very skilled in close combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seized the opportunity so well. Alicia frowned slightly and thought for a moment before speaking. Yes, I think so, Audrey replied somewhat casually. At this moment, Joseph regained his senses, clearly unable to accept this outcome. When he saw the angry hammer battle puppet controlled by Ryan rush toward him quickly, Joseph immediately decided to use the special skill of his sword shield puppet. Charge. With a flicker of energy from a small device, a 3-meter-tall sword shield puppet quickly stepped forward, chasing after the angry hammer puppet. Seeing this, Joseph's confidence returned. Because if the sword shield puppet could catch up and hold the opponent, victory would still be his. He saw that the ironclad battle puppet he had previously arranged had already reached less than 20 meters behind Ryan. At this moment, Ryan smiled slightly and then ordered his angry hammer puppet to activate a skill. Heavy Hammer Strike. The 3-meter-tall puppet swung its huge double-handed hammer with great force, accelerating suddenly, and a black arc flashed across. Boom. A deafening clash of metal rang out. The sword shield puppet, which had just launched a charge from behind and caught up, tried to block with its shield but was still struck by the heavy hammer, flying backward and crashing heavily about 7 or 8 meters away. Before Joseph could control the sword shield puppet to get up again, he saw the angry hammer puppet had already rushed a few meters in front of him, while his ironclad puppet was still about 7 or 8 meters away from Ryan. Junior brother Ryan, I give up. Joseph's face turned pale as he shouted immediately. He had no intention of trying to withstand that from the angry hammer puppet. Huh? Not fighting anymore? Ryan looked a bit surprised. In his understanding, even if the puppet got close, the wizard still had many ways to respond. The fight was far from over, such as using innate magic or applying spells that restrict movement. The battle could continue. Junior brother Ryan, generally speaking, if you let a mid-level battle puppet get close, you've basically lost, Alicia said as she approached Ryan slowly, explaining. Is this a common tactic? This is not enough for real combat. Well, Junior Ryan, I didn't expect your puppet control skills to be so strong. Come on, let me try you this time, Alicia said with a charming smile. After a fierce battle, Ryan reluctantly lost to avoid showing off too much, but the intense fight still shocked Alicia. She didn't expect that even two puppets fighting one would nearly defeat him. Junior Ryan, once you reach the mid-level of the first-grade wizard, I definitely won't be your match. By the way, Audrey, wouldn't you like to try a fight with Junior Ryan? Me. I think I'll pass. Audrey immediately shook her head and said. Over several days, Ryan became more skilled at controlling the angry hammer combat puppet, and his understanding of puppet fighting deepened. In fact, a mid-level combat puppet strength is roughly equal to a top-tier knight who has mastered basic secrets. Of course, it has more power and better defense, but is slightly less flexible. Even without transforming, Ryan can easily defeat such puppets. He hasn't yet encountered a high-level combat puppet, but he believes it would be similar. This means that unless he's making war golems, improving his combat power in this way isn't very meaningful. However, in the library, there is plenty of basic knowledge about puppets, but much less about war golems. Still, when it comes to golems, Ryan can't help but think of the giant axe golem guard he defeated earlier in Wales County. As a captured item, the related blueprints were later given to him by Olena. Ryan also remembers his mentor Magaro, and the puppet masters from the clay and rock schools who came to Munster to study the structure of the giant axe golem guard for a while. In Magaro's office, Ryan asked his mentor about some details of the giant axe golem. Oh, you mean that replica giant axe golem guard? Magaro certainly remembered it. After thinking for a moment, he said, well, although it's a replica based on the blueprints, after evaluating and referencing ancient records, we estimate that this replica's fighting ability is about 60% of the original. 60%? Reen looked confused and asked, To put it simply, the energy core of the imitation, no, more accurately, the energy device, differs greatly from the original. Energy core? Yes, the other side uses a large energy device instead of hellfire crystals for power. But with this change, the magic attack of the giant axe golem can't be used. Also, the difference in power means the cult's creators had to make the outer shell smaller. If not, according to ancient records, the giant axe golem guarding the Black Flame Temple in ancient times was about 8 meters tall, much taller than the roughly 5-meter imitation. I see, Reen nodded. Just as Reen was about to leave, Magaro suddenly called out to him. By the way, Reen, you. But Magaro hesitated and waved his hand, saying, I'm getting old, my memory isn't so good. Reen looked at Magaro with a faint guess, and said, Mentor, if there's anything difficult, you can tell me directly. Yes, I will. Thank you. That night, at Reen's new residence, Lady Major Tia visited secretly again. Reen, you are now free to plan your schedule, including leaving the imperial capital. However, the headquarters is currently clearing out some internal traitors, so it's not recommended to take on any missions there right now, as it might risk exposure. Of course, this process won't take too long. The cleanup should be done in about 2 weeks, Tatia said. Oh, is it because of the last incident being exposed? Reen raised an eyebrow, and several figures flashed through his mind. Tatia nodded with a smile. Yes, some haven't been sent to military court directly due to lack of concrete evidence, but they have been reassigned. Actually, we should thank you for bringing many of them out this time. The next evening, in the metal training room of the Bichu Mechanical School, Reen, Audrey, and 3 others discussed their experiences with puppet control again. But your recent tactics were still a bit too aggressive. When controlling puppets in battle, the most important thing is not to let the enemy get close. If you only have one combat puppet, it's best to choose a sword shield guard. It can protect you and also has decent attack power. Seeing Alicia's serious expression, Ryan smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." Although Ryan didn't fully agree, he didn't argue because he could tell Alicia was speaking from her senior perspective, genuinely caring for him. Something's wrong. At this moment, a male apprentice mage with a metal element suddenly ran in, panicked, and said, "Lady Alicia, everyone, something's wrong. We just received news that Lord Trevor, who is stationed at the Flame Mountain Gorge, has had an accident. What exactly happened?" Audrey was the first to calm down and asked. Senior Trevor and most of the other mages guarding our school were heavily injured or killed. Only a few managed to escape. The reason is that suddenly, multiple Hellfire Rock Giants appeared in the Flame Mountain Gorge. The third-level apprentice mage took a deep breath to steady himself and explained slowly. Hellfire Rock Giants? Usually, it's just some scattered evil fire elements that emerge. How could there suddenly be multiple Hellfire Rock Giants? Alicia looked shocked, no longer showing her usual charm. Lady Alicia, I don't know the specific reason. Our school should send a team to investigate immediately. The apprentice mage shook his head and said. Then Alicia and Joseph asked several more questions. Since Ryan wasn't familiar with the details, he listened quietly from the side without speaking or asking questions. However, when he heard about the Hellfire Rock Giants, his eyes lit up slightly, because he suddenly remembered the Hellfire Crystal Stone that Maguro mentioned earlier, which seemed to be growing inside the giants. According to his mentor, these Hellfire Rock Giants are extremely rare because they are not native to this world. The related Hellfire Crystal Stones are naturally very hard to find. This is also why the Black Flame cult had to use large energy devices to replace the Hellfire Crystal Stones when copying the Giant Axe Golem guards, greatly reducing their power and making it impossible to use magic attacks. Where's the mentor? Does Maguro know about this? Audrey asked. The mentor has just been informed, but he is probably already called away to a meeting by Lord Bradley, 1 day earlier. Inside the Rage Flame Canyon, the once flat ground is now covered with signs of battle, long and short scars, numerous craters of different sizes. Many of these craters still emit faint black smoke. If you look closely, you'll see fist-sized stones, glowing red like heated coal, releasing high heat and black smoke from within. Unlike coal, these stones are a strange pale green color. Looking along the winding canyon toward the entrance, you see several piles of these green stones, much larger than those in the craters, about millstone-sized or even as big as a water jar. Next to each pile are many bodies dressed in wizard robes. The robes seem to belong to wizards from the Repair Construction School, more distinguished than others. Nearby, there are more puppet parts and broken puppet bodies, showing how fierce the fight was. It appears that several wizards fought together against a fiery stone creature, the Hellfire Rock Giant. Suddenly, a group of people in black robes appeared in the Rage Flame Canyon. They quickly moved to the piles of green stones, beginning to search carefully. Master, Abyss Fire Crystals are really useful. We attracted 6 Hellfire Rock Giants this time. With the fire crystals, we can directly create golem guards, said a black-robed mage happily. Since discovering an Abyss Fire Crystal in an ancient ruin earlier, some clever people in the sect came up with this idea. They plan to use higher-grade Abyss Fire Crystals to lure the Hellfire Rock Giants, so they can obtain stable fire crystals to make golems. But there are many difficulties to making this plan work, especially the challenge of finding a passage. Unexpectedly, they actually found a leading to the Bardo. Yes, and we don't even need to kill the Hellfire Rock Giants ourselves. Those wizards from the sect are so foolish, they fought hard to kill the giants. But we ended up getting the advantage, another said with a smile. Yes, speed up the collection. It won't be long before someone comes back to check the situation, said Gregor, the high priest, with a smile that couldn't be hidden. This time, they finally found a passage connecting to Barto and discovered the trace of the giant of Hellfire Rocks. In terms of action, they were very discreet and did not attack directly. Even if the two wizard schools stationed there sent people to investigate, they would likely think it was caused by a passage riot. You. So it was. You. Causing trouble? At this moment, a male wizard lying on the ground, mostly scorched, seemed to wake up after hearing the voices. He struggled to lift his head and said, "Huh? There's actually another survivor here." A black flame mage looked surprised and a bit mocking as he stepped forward. "Sorry about that. Goodbye." With a blast of black fireball, the newly awakened wizard was engulfed in flames. "All right, High Priest Gregor, we collected 5 pieces of Hellfire crystals. One of the giant Hellfire rock bodies has not yet fully developed," reported a black flame mage. Gregor looked at the special stone box. Inside, there were 5 irregular oval-shaped crystals. Within the crystals, flowing green water-like flames moved mysteriously. Gregor couldn't help but show a satisfied expression, nodded, and said, "Good. Once things settle down, we can come back for another round." As Gregor turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and stopped to add, "By the way, check the bodies. If anyone isn't fully dead, make sure to finish them off." Understood, High Priest Gregor. At the Baishio Mechanical School base. After a meeting, Muguro returned to his office. A few minutes later, Ryan also entered his office. "Ryan, I need your help," Muguro said with a frown, looking at Ryan seriously. "Master, is this about the Flame Gorge?" "Yes, it seems you've heard. Trevor is dead, and I need to go there." This time, the school decided to send both a team for investigation and personnel for stationing, all heading together. Although the surviving wizard reported that the situation was unexpected, similar to an elemental creature uprising, I personally think it might be more complicated. Since the head of the school is absent, the investigation team will be led by Deputy Head Bradley, and I will also participate. As for the station team, other departments do not have enough personnel to cover the task. So, Ryan, I'd like you to help by bringing Alicia and Audrey along. Maguro looked at Ryan with a hint of hope in his eyes. If the situation stays stable, you can return at any time. As for Alicia and Audrey, they can fight at the level of top-tier mages. Master, I'm fine with that. I'll prepare a bit and be ready to leave when needed. Ryan nodded and agreed. Since the Sword-Bearer headquarters is currently cleaning up internal spies, Ryan has no other tasks at the moment. Moreover, Maguro has always been kind to him. Since the metal department is in trouble, Ryan feels that if he can help in any way, he should. The departure is scheduled for tomorrow morning, so there's half a day to prepare, Maguro said, feeling relieved when Ryan agreed. He knows Ryan's combat strength well. Having Ryan with them makes the whole trip much safer. All right, that's enough time, Ryan nodded. By the way, regarding the mission rewards this time, the school has decided to double them, from 1,000 points per station member to 2,000 points. If there are any additional discoveries or situations during the stationing, there will be further rewards. Oh, that's good news. Ryan's eyes lit up with a smile. It seems that if luck is on his side, he can quickly gather enough contribution points for the 3rd level of the Iron Heart meditation technique. Half an hour later, when Maguro mentioned going to the Flame Gorge for investigation, Audrey and the others weren't surprised. Because Trevor, as one of Maguro's proud disciples, would likely go personally if something suddenly went wrong. For the stationing, Alicia and Audrey will go with us. Ryan, you'll join as well, Maguro said. Huh? Joseph's face darkened upon hearing this. Why isn't his name mentioned? Could it be that the mentor also heard about the recent victory of junior brother Ryan in puppet control? Otherwise, why did he bring Ryan to see the sights this time, but not him? Sure enough, teachers favor their good students. Alicia's beautiful eyes also looked at Ryan with surprise. Is the mentor's favoritism so obvious? Audrey naturally knew what was going on. When she heard Ryan was going along, her first feeling was a sense of safety. Joseph, I'll leave some matters in the department to you. Maguro turned and said seriously to Joseph. Yes, mentor, you can rest assured, Joseph quickly nodded. The next morning, after a brief talk with Anna and her family, Ryan arrived at the academy's base. Soon, Magaro led Ryan and the others to the Academy's airship dock. This area is like an underground launch pit, with a large airship parked in the center. Wow, what a grand scene. Alicia couldn't help but whisper. Although she had been at the Beaky Construct School for 5 or 6 years, this was her first time going to a secret realm. Before, she had traveled with Magaro and seen some of the world, but never with so many people. Because of the special nature of the Beaky Construct School, each wizard behind them carried one or more puppets. Some were special rock puppets, others were metal puppets, some quite large. So it looked quite spectacular. The spacious airship deck was now packed. Impressive, right? There are some clay-type puppets and even larger golems in the cargo hold, Alicia said while observing Ryan's interest. Yes, it's rare to see such things, Ryan nodded with a smile. Most of the people here are at the peak of level 1 wizardry, with 4 second-level liquefied wizards, specializing in clay, rock, and flesh puppets as leaders and experts. Compared to them, Ryan's metal affinity seems a bit weak, mostly women or newcomers like him. As for Magaro, although very experienced, his strength is stuck at the peak of level 1 wizardry, and compared to the leaders of other departments, he's somewhat lacking. The leader of this operation is the gray-robed wizard at the front of the team, Vice Sect Leader Bradley, a level 3 crystallization novice. Yes, this is the first time I've seen so many members of the school working together, Audrey said, watching intently and nodding. Ah, it seems our metal affinity is the weakest, Alicia whispered to Audrey after looking around. Maybe not, Audrey glanced at Ryan beside her. Although she said that, deep down she believed that with Ryan here, their metal team was undoubtedly the strongest. However, judging by the Vice Sect Leader's expression, it seemed he didn't know the exact identity of Lord Ryan. Could it be that only the mentor and the sect leader knew? Audrey, look. That's Paul Nixon from the Clay Affinity. He's a direct descendant of the Nixon noble family. Alicia's eyes lit up as she excitedly tugged on Audrey's sleeve. Ryan looked up and saw a young man dressed in a yellowish-brown wizard robe, slightly slim and handsome. Aside from that, his appearance was top-notch. Ugh, how can I talk to him? If I approach too eagerly. That might be bad, Audrey said nervously. Well, Alicia, don't you think the other person isn't as handsome as Ryan? My junior? Ryan is handsome too. But sister, you're about to get married. Handsomeness doesn't fill your stomach. You should find someone with strength and a good background. Hey, Audrey, you're still young and might not understand this. Alicia and Audrey whispered to each other. But Ryan's perception easily caught their words, making him smile quietly. As everyone gathered, the gear at the top of the launch tower started turning, and suddenly, the sky above opened slowly. The airship began to rise smoothly. After half a day, the airship reached above the Flame Rage Gorge. From the sky, all they saw was a vast, lush forest. There was no sign of a canyon. Where's the Flame Rage Gorge? Because there's a huge illusion array set up by ancient wizards here. I think this junior is from the Metal Affinity. I've seen her a few times in the school. At this moment, a young man with a noble bearing stepped out of the cabin and smiled. Ah, Lord Paul. Hello, I am Alicia. Compared to the calm-faced Audrey, Alicia was more excited and spoke up eagerly. Hello, Lord Paul. I am Audrey. Audrey slightly bowed and spoke calmly. Female mages are quite rare, and both Audrey and Alicia are very beautiful, among the top in the entire Baishu Construction School. Especially Audrey, with her pure appearance, had already caught Paul's attention when they boarded the airship. As for Ryan standing nearby, Paul's gaze swept past him and ignored him completely. Judging by his perception, Ryan was only at the early first level and seemed to be a new member just joining the school. He probably had a good relationship with his mentor and was brought along to see the world. However, in the next few minutes, things didn't go as Paul, a talented clay-type mage, expected. He didn't get to talk much with Audrey. Instead, Alicia kept interrupting. Ryan didn't care about Paul's attitude at all, just a kid. Right now, he was thinking about what Paul had just said, lost in thought. A illusion array? Could such a terrain like the canyon be completely concealed? Sure enough, with a faint fluctuation of magic, the huge airship seemed to enter an invisible bubble, and the scene before their eyes suddenly changed. The lush forest directly transformed into a long, dark red canyon. Deep inside the canyon, wisps of black smoke and a faint sulfur smell were emanating. Ryan estimated that the canyon was about 10 or more kilometers long, but to hide it entirely with a magic array would require a large-scale effort, probably beyond the ability of a level 4 Dawn mage. As the airship slowly descended, the battle scars on the ground gradually came into view. Many young mages exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, the scene of destruction was far worse than they had expected. Alicia and the others fell silent. As soon as the airship landed, everyone felt a wave of heat hit them. Deep inside the flame canyon, flames burned year-round. Even though they were still some distance from the core area, the temperature was already quite hot. The defense of the canyon is managed by the Bishio Construction School at the southern exit, while the Sandel School is responsible for the northern exit. Reen was very interested in the remains of the Hellfire Rock Giant. While the senior leaders of the various schools, including his mentor Maguro, examined the scene nearby, he watched with curiosity. The fallen school wizard shows no signs of other magic traces. They either died from burns caused by the hellfire or suffered severe injuries to vital parts of their body. Based on the battle marks, this seems accurate. This situation appears to be an accident, said one second-level liquefaction wizard. After wandering around, Reen stopped at a certain spot, frowning slightly. He sensed a familiar aura. It was faint but real. It seemed this matter might not be as simple as many in the school think. When he returned to Maguro's side, the investigation team was still discussing. One strange thing is that, according to ancient records, Hellfire Rock Giants usually contain a core of Hellfire crystal inside their bodies. Maguro said, but these giants' crystal cores are all missing. Not every Hellfire Rock Giant has a crystal core, but there are at least 6 remains at the scene. If none of them have cores, that's very strange. Could it be that the records in the ancient texts are wrong? Another second-level wizard pondered after a moment. After all, these alien creatures like Hellfire Rock Giants are not fully understood by ancient wizards. Some details might just be guesses. Is it possible that other Hellfire Rock Giants took their cores when they left? Someone else suggested this. Maguro wanted to refute the first idea but hesitated when he heard the second. He didn't know much about these alien creatures, only what was recorded in ancient texts. He wasn't sure if other giants would take their cores when they left. We'll stay here for 2 more days and observe the situation deep in the Fury Flame Gorge. I will discuss with the Sandel School to send more people and increase everyone's vigilance, Vice Leader Bradley declared firmly. Soon after, the investigation team and the replacement personnel settled at the base. For 3 consecutive days, nothing unusual happened. As before, only rarely would a few evil fire elementals emerge from deep within the canyon. Since these are beings that a top-tier wizard can handle, it seemed wasteful for so many high-level members of the school to waste time here. Soon, mentors like Maguro began to return, but Vice Leader Bradley stayed behind. Due to the special environment and conditions inside the Flame Gorge, many high-temperature loving herbs, such as rare flame mushrooms and fire flowers, grow there. Many station wizards would team up or search alone for herbs during their rest. Audrey, how about we explore the area together? I heard that the Blood Flesh group found several flame mushrooms for 2 days straight. Paul from the Clay School recently started to make a move on Audrey. He often invites Audrey to do something together. However, Audrey usually declines, while Alicia tends to be more proactive. Sure, Lord Paul, Audrey, let's go take a look, Alicia said with bright eyes. The prices of these herbs are quite high, and submitting them to the school can earn a lot of contribution points. At this moment, Audrey's beautiful eyes subtly looked at Ryan, as if asking for his opinion. Ryan thought for a moment and nodded slightly. All right, let's go together. Ryan, you join us too, Audrey said. Although the number of people was far less than Paul expected, he thought that since Audrey agreed, it was a kind of progress. After a short while, the 4 of them headed into the depths of the fiery flame gorge. Along the way, they didn't find any flame mushrooms, but did discover 2 fire flowers, which made Alicia very happy. Suddenly, at a bend in the canyon, the group felt a wave of heat hit them. A creature about 2.5 meters tall, burning with pale green flames and shaped like a large green balloon, appeared suddenly about 30 meters away. It's an evil fire elemental. Everyone be careful. Alicia shouted. Don't worry, leave it to me, Paul said with a confident smile. He was worried there was nowhere to show his strength, but unexpectedly, a fire element came to him willingly. He quickly reached into his pocket and took out a crystal glowing with yellowish magic light, then recited a spell. Soon, the crystal shone brightly and projected a faint green inverted pentagram formation onto the ground. Summon. Clay monster. Suddenly, the ground beneath the projection flickered with yellow light and shook violently, forming lumps. Crash! Dirt splattered everywhere. Two large clay hands stretched out from the ground, one on each side, forcefully tearing apart the glowing yellow ground. Suddenly, a huge creature with a human upper body and a cylindrical lower body burst out of the ground. It was about 3.5 meters tall, with a brownish-yellow appearance like a black obsidian giant, but it lacked complete lower limbs, looking more like a half-finished element giant. Reen watched the creature's magic method with interest. Clearly, this clay magic was not just simple puppet magic. Or rather, it was quite different from metal puppet magic, seeming to combine some kind of summoning magic. As soon as the clay monster appeared, it quickly charged toward the fire element. This clay monster, with combat power comparable to high-level battle puppets. Lord Paul, you are truly amazing. Alicia's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Normally, summoning mud monsters at Paul's level wouldn't be surprising, but summoning a clay monster was quite impressive. At this moment, Paul nodded politely and said slowly, "Yes, Alicia, it's a clay monster. In terms of fighting power, with the enhancement of my Earth Element Summoning Crystal, it surpasses even your high-level battle puppets." Although his tone was calm, his pride and the fleeting sparkle in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Earth Element Summoning Crystal? Alicia gasped softly. That crystal, which can boost the power of Earth Element summons by about 20%. Isn't that the magic tool once used by Master Scott for his clay magic? Actually, this Earth Element Summoning Crystal also has another function. It reduces the difficulty of summoning. It is a well-known magical tool within the school and was once the signature item of the Level 2 Liquidation Wizard, Scott. A magical tool, even the simplest one, can only be made by a Level 2 Liquidation Wizard. Unexpectedly, Master Scott gave this to Paul, who had just recently joined the school, showing how much he valued him. Yes, the Minner was worried about my safety this time, so he specially gifted me this magical tool, Paul said, glancing at Audrey. But he was a bit disappointed because the innocent-looking girl in front of him didn't seem very surprised and remained quite calm. No wonder, Alicia nodded thoughtfully. The clay monster summoned by Lord Paul is taller and bigger than usual. At this moment, Ryan suddenly said, "I think, to be safe, we should retreat to the camp first." Huh? This? New Junior? Do you not trust my clay monster's fighting ability? Ryan's words naturally made Paul quite annoyed. That's true. With your strength, you probably don't even know how powerful my clay monster really is. If you're scared, you can retreat first. He was just about to show off his fighting skills in front of Audrey, and now he wants to retreat? That's a joke. Besides, over these past few days, he had begun to notice something. It seemed that Audrey was paying special attention to this junior. Could it be because he was younger and more handsome than Ryan? This made Paul even less fond of Ryan. Since Junior Ryan thinks it's not safe, let's retreat, Audrey said without much thought when she saw Ryan's suggestion, and she agreed immediately. However, by this time, the clay monster was already fighting the fire elemental. Boom. Faced with a larger clay monster, the fire elemental immediately released a ring of evil fire impact. A hot, circular wave of energy surged outward, instantly scorching the surface of the approaching clay monster. But Paul wasn't bluffing. The strength of his clay monster was indeed stronger than an ordinary one. The hardened clay shell, scorched and cracked, crumbled, and then the monster launched a mud spray. Ch. A large stream of mud shot out from the clay monster's mouth like a high-pressure water gun, immediately splashing onto the fire elemental's burning body, causing a cloud of gray mist to rise. As the evil fire element was affected, its body, made of dark flames, visibly shrank a little. Did you see that? Paul's face showed a proud smile, and his chin slightly lifted. Just as Alicia was about to say something, Ryan pointed to the distant jagged rocks and asked, "What about the two on the left and right?" They were in an open space, but since it was a canyon, the area was in a depression surrounded by many falling rocks, some very large, blocking the view. Hearing Ryan's words, the three of them were all startled and looked up. A few dozen meters away, two more evil fire elements appeared, as if they had noticed the battle and emerged. More seriously, this signified something important. Paul's face turned pale. How can there be so many? Oh, could it be that the passage has been disturbed? Paul quickly thought to himself and said, "There are too many. Audrey, let's split up and go. Staying here is just a dead end." Then, Paul looked panicked and ran without looking back. The clay monster followed closely, blocking almost the entire narrow corner, ignoring Alicia, Audrey, and Ryan. Paul, you. Alicia thought Paul wouldn't abandon them and would at least fight together. She never expected him to leave them behind so suddenly. All her efforts to be friendly earlier seemed wasted. It really shows that you can know someone's face, but not their heart. Alicia, Ryan, Audrey, let's have the battle puppets hold the line. We'll retreat to the camp from the left side. Alicia gritted her teeth and said. They couldn't hold them back, but they had to try their best. No need. Leave it to me now. Ryan casually took off a high-level magic item called the Cloak of Concealment and handed it to Audrey. It wasn't that Ryan was worried about the evil fire elements damaging the cloak, but he sensed that something behind them was continuously emerging. Seeing Ryan take off his clothes and give the cloak to Audrey, Alicia was confused. What was he doing? Shouldn't he run away? Just as Alicia was anxious and worried, in the next second, she froze in place. Meanwhile, unexpected events also occurred inside the camp. Oh, the passage has rebelled again. A wizard on the camp's watchtower immediately sensed something was wrong deep in the flame gorge and whispered urgently. Next to him, another wizard who had been dozing suddenly woke up. He quickly cast Eagle Eye to observe, and after a few seconds, his face turned pale with shock. Oh my gosh, it's even worse than last time. There are over 100 evil fire elementals. Suddenly, urgent alarm sounds echoed throughout the camp. Several wizards who had been resting rushed out, many quickly using Eagle Eye to look into the distance. That many evil fire elementals. Not good. There's more behind. These are Hellfire Rock Giants. 5, 6, 7. So many. Even Lord Bradley can't handle this many Hellfire Rock Giants. One person said with a trembling voice. Don't panic. A wizard in a gray robe, Vice Leader Bradley, stepped out of a room with a serious look and scolded. Since the last incident, even though it was initially judged as an accident, the school naturally prepared for such events. Everyone, immediately take the ice spell scrolls. A wizard beside Bradley began distributing precious ice spell scrolls. These are the school's strategic reserves, only used in emergencies. Most of them are expensive exchanges with other wizard schools, as they are mostly level 1 ice spells like Ice Blade and Ice Arrow. Ice attacks are most effective against fire elemental creatures. The slowing magic arrays and swamp magic arrays in front of the camp are activated. These had been set up earlier to slow down the evil fire elementals trying to break into the camp, making it easier for the defenders to attack. Ulysses, open the warehouse. I will activate the Obsidian War Golem. With Vice Leader Bradley giving commands, the defending wizards saw that the school had prepared in advance. Their panic quickly eased, and they began actively preparing according to the orders. On the other side, suddenly, the aura coming from Ryan became powerful and deep, as if he had completely changed into a different person. Not even Alicia, who had seen a second-level liquidation wizard, could match this presence. Bang! The hard ground suddenly cracked open, and Ryan's figure vanished in front of Alicia and Audrey. The next moment, after the two women regained their senses, they saw Ryan appear right in front of the original evil fire element. Ryan seemed unaffected by the scorching heat of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees, and he directly plunged his hand into the core of the creature. Then, he quickly pulled out a light green object. This move didn't look like an attack at all. It was so easy, like casually grabbing a glass of water from a table. Suddenly, the evil fire element deflated like a leaky balloon. The bright green, blazing flames instantly went out. This. Alicia was completely stunned. Reaching out, she tried to grab the core of the fiery evil element, which was at a temperature of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. Is this even human? Alicia didn't know if a title knight could do this, but she knew even the top knights wouldn't dare, because it would be dangerous, most likely burning their hands. Actually, just now, Ryan used a metal shaping spell to cover his hand with a piece of enchanted silver. Although grabbing it directly might not burn him, there was no need to take that risk, especially since he hadn't transformed and his defenses were still different. Seeing this, the two weaker but extremely aggressive evil fire elements didn't retreat but charged forward, flames rising all over their bodies. They also raised their hands, throwing two blazing, light green fireballs. Be careful, Alicia shouted. Although Ryan had just shown great strength, high combat power didn't mean he had strong defenses. But in the next second, a large black metallic-looking shield appeared over Ryan. The fireballs hit it and exploded loudly. However, Ryan's black shield remained completely intact, with not a single. Ryan suddenly appeared in front of the second evil fire element and quickly reached out like a venomous snake. Then, it was the third one. 1 second per attack. In just 3 seconds, Ryan defeated 3 of them. Alicia thought only a few people could barely handle these fire elements. Seeing how clean and quick Ryan's actions were, Alicia was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and couldn't react for a long time. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at Ryan, as if trying to understand this junior, and her expression showed shock, surprise, and disbelief. When Audrey saw Ryan reveal his strength openly, she slightly bowed and asked, "Lord Ryan, what should we do next?" "Audrey, what? What did you just call him?" "Lord Ryan?" Alicia finally came back to her senses after hearing Audrey's words. But when she heard Audrey's title, she immediately realized that Audrey seemed to have known her mysterious junior's identity for a long time. You've known Lord Ryan's identity all along?" Alicia asked in surprise, using respectful language. "Yes, but Alicia Sr., I'm sorry. According to our mentor and the head of the faction, Lord Ryan's identity is a secret." Audrey raised her delicate chin slightly, showing her long, white neck like a white swan. It was as if she was saying, "Only 3 people in the school know Lord Ryan's identity, and I am one of them." Alicia was silent after hearing this. So, she had been ignoring the fact that the big figure in front of her was Ryan, and she kept trying to talk to Paul. How blind could she be? But then she thought, wait a minute. Although she just learned Ryan's true identity now, she hadn't offended him before. She only called herself his sister, and she usually was friendly and caring. There was no reason to worry. The next moment, Alicia suddenly smiled charmingly and quickly walked to Ryan's side, saying, "Lord Ryan, I'm sorry for not knowing your identity earlier. And I'm glad you exposed Paul, that hypocrite. Otherwise, Audrey and I would have been fooled." Alicia's words stunned Audrey. Who was fooled? Clearly, it was you. Why did you bring me along? However, Audrey did not dwell on this point. Instead, she asked Ryan, "By the way, Lord Ryan, should we go back and support now?" "Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer. The Academy isn't as unprepared as you think. Also, the person behind the scenes hasn't appeared yet. If we go out too early, we might scare them away," Ryan said with a slight smile. His words made the 2 women beside him exchange surprised looks. Scare them away? That sounds so confident. Who exactly is this mysterious junior of ours? Alicia's heart was fluttering, as if a cat's claws were gently scratching inside. Are you saying the channel eruption wasn't accidental, but someone is secretly controlling it?" Audrey exclaimed. "Yes, I don't know exactly how they are doing it, but it's clear someone is behind it," Ryan nodded. "By the way, let's hide first." After speaking, Ryan led the way to the edge of an open space. He bypassed a pile of jagged rocks and transformed the hardened fine gold into a large sword. He quickly carved out a hollow in the dark brown, hard canyon wall for the 3 of them to hide in. Once inside, he transformed the gold again, sealing the entrance like a door. A gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance, and Alicia's full figure subtly leaned toward Ryan without anyone noticing. Through the breathing holes left in the hardened gold, the 3 heard heavy footsteps approaching outside. Thud, thud, thud. "Is that?" Alicia's face showed shock as she whispered. "It's a firestone golem from," Audrey said seriously, nodding. They saw a 5-meter-tall rock giant, glowing with pale green flames, striding toward the Academy camp. With each step, its massive body, weighing several tons, left a clear, deep black footprint in the ground, several inches deep, followed closely by 4 more, and from the sounds, more were coming. "Wow, so many. Is this more than last time?" Alicia's eyes widened in surprise as she whispered. She had thought the recent channel eruption would be similar to the last, but judging by the number of firestone golems now, it was already more than before, almost twice as many. "Lord Rain, do you think the camp can hold out?" Audrey frowned and asked. With Rain nearby, Audrey was not worried about her own safety. As a member of the school, she didn't want to see too many casualties. "It's not a big problem. The camp is prepared. We'll go over soon," Rain reassured her. A few minutes later, the rumbling of the Hellfire rock giants began to slow down. Rain then stored his hardened mithril and quickly led the 2 women toward the camp. After passing several bends, the camp came into clear view. They saw that the area around the camp was shaking with giant rocks, green flames, and magical lights flickering everywhere. It was clear that the school had prepared well for the sudden attack through the passage. The battle was intense. The most noticeable figure was a huge black magic golem fighting fiercely against 3 Hellfire rock giants. Obsidian were golem. This should be Lord Bradley's golem. The enemy is a level 3 early-stage crystal mage. Only he can control such a golem in the entire camp, Alicia said. Rain nodded slightly. The Obsidian War Golem was very powerful, over 7 meters tall. The 3 Hellfire Rock giants fighting it were only as tall as its shoulders. The golem would glow with magical light every now and then, covering itself with a layer of stone skin for defense. This matched what Mentor Maguro had said earlier. If the golem's energy source was compatible, it could cast spells for attack or defense at the same time. But the overall situation for the school was still very bad. Even though the school's mages fought hard, the lack of high-level fighters meant that several Hellfire Rock giants couldn't be stopped. They were ravaging the camp. In just a few minutes, the enemy would break through the magical defenses around the camp. Once that happened, relying on just one Obsidian War Golem wouldn't change the outcome. The camp would be destroyed, and the school's mages would surely be defeated. As part of their school, Rain couldn't just watch his team be wiped out. "Stay here too. I'll go ahead," he said. Then Rain covered himself with a layer of demonic mithril, which not only concealed his face but also made him look like a dark silver metal puppet. "Lord Rain, be careful." "Yes, Lord Rain, watch out." The strength of the Hellfire Rock Golem is several times that of the evil fire elemental, the two women warned anxiously. Rain nodded. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, Rain was behind a Hellfire Rock Golem. He lightly tiptoed, quickly jumped up, and reached a higher position behind the creature. Smack! Rain instantly swung his fist, smashing through the golem's thick rocky back, then pulled out a green crystal with flames flowing inside. Suddenly, the Hellfire Rock Golem trembled violently as if it had a sudden illness. Then, like a snake whose spine had been pulled out, it began to collapse completely. This scene left the two women and several nearby wizard scholars stunned. The women were shocked to see that Rain's method of killing both the Hellfire Rock Golem and the evil fire elemental was exactly the same. It seemed that, in Rain's eyes, there was no real difference between the two. The nearby wizard scholars stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw. What is this? One strike to kill a Hellfire Rock Golem? Shining with a silver glow? Could it be a secret weapon of the guild? The few of them were suddenly overwhelmed with thoughts. Soon after, with Rain's help, the battlefield turned in their favor in less than half a minute. At this point, all the guild wizards present, along with Paul who had just escaped back, saw Rain, the Metal Man. As the last Hellfire Rock Golem fell with a loud crash, only a few evil fire elements remained. "Lord Rain, we..." Deputy Guild Leader Bradley stepped forward respectfully and quietly spoke beside Rain. Originally, Bradley didn't know that his own team had such a powerful figure like Rain until Muguro told him before leaving. That's why, even though the battle was going poorly, Bradley never ordered a retreat. Others were farther away, but Paul nearby faintly heard the name Rain. Suddenly, as a duke's heir, his eyes widened sharply, as if he remembered something. He trembled all over, his face turning deathly pale. It was him. It was really him. "The situation is not over yet. You should take the others and hide for now," said Rain, waving his hand. He sensed that someone had quietly entered the illusion array. "Understood, Lord Rain," Bradley agreed naturally. Because there was a large magic array outside the secret realm, it was impossible to observe directly. So, after the estimated time, the members of the Black Flame cult began to enter. "Wow, this is better than the Shio construction school. They managed to kill so many Hellfire Rock giants," said a Black Flame cult mage who had just entered, seeing several piles of giant stones still burning with green flames. "That many?" Another Black Flame cult mage was surprised, then cheered happily. The number was almost double what they had expected. But when the High Priest Gregory entered, he frowned and said, "Something's wrong. There are no bodies of the school mages, and some are still alive. Of course, you're causing trouble." Suddenly, a young voice sounded behind them. "Who are you?" High Priest Gregory narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. He looked at Rain and saw that his aura was only that of a level 2 liquidation mage, which eased his mind a little. Clearly, the situation was a bit beyond his expectations. He had hoped to see the school mages defending the area and fighting the Hellfire Rock giants to a standstill, but that scene did not appear. Judging by the battle traces at the scene, the defending mages were quite powerful this time. The other Black Flame cult mages all became alert and surrounded Rain. "Are you using this thing to attract the Hellfire Rock giants to attack?" Rain did not answer. His sharp senses immediately caught sight of a black-robed mage beside the leader, holding a special box. It seemed this box had some kind of isolating effect, but Rain could still faintly feel the heat radiating from it. At this moment, Bradley, the deputy leader, led some of the most elite mages of the school to appear on the other side of the black flames. The movement of the huge obsidian war golem immediately drew Gregory's attention. Oh, a war golem and a mage in the early crystallization stage? Compared to the Bishio construction school, it's really interesting. I remember you guys are just a medium-sized school, right? Is that your confidence? Gregory saw this scene and smirked. He finally understood why the young man in front of him was so calm. It turned out there was a level 3 crystal mage and a war golem hiding here. But, to him, this was quite funny. Perhaps the other side hadn't realized that even among level 3 crystal mages, the gap is huge. Black Flame Cult. Bradley's face darkened as he whispered. He sensed the origin of the black-robed group from their clothing and aura. They were from the Black Flame Cult, one of the evil god's churches. The leader in black robes had a deep, powerful aura, clearly stronger than him. This made Bradley feel very threatened. Remember, during the previous Imperial City battle, a clone of the hunt god Loon, worshipped by the Black Flame Cult, was present. Although it was driven back, it still killed an Imperial Dragon Knight on the spot. Now, inside a hidden room in the camp, the school mages saw what was happening and started whispering. Turns out someone is secretly causing trouble. Actually, it's those guys from the Black Flame Cult. I didn't expect them to find this secret place. I thought Rachel died by accident last time, but now it seems she was indirectly killed by these people. A male mage, who had lost his partner in the last attack, glared angrily at the black-robed mages, seeming ready to fight. Don't be impulsive. Their strength is very high, especially the leader, who seems to be a late-stage level 3 crystal mage. I doubt Lord Bradley can even match him. Hearing this, Alicia and Audrey exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. A late-stage level 3 crystal mage? While that's top tier in any school or church, in front of Lord Rain, it probably isn't enough. But they sensed that Rain didn't want to reveal his identity to everyone. So, the two of them could only think quietly, unable to speak words of reassurance. Meanwhile, Paul couldn't hold back and muttered, "With him here, you can rest assured. Man, it's just me having trouble." A wizard nearby, seeming to overhear Paul's muttering, asked in surprise, "Huh? Paul, do you know this mysterious gentleman?" While asking, he thought to himself, as expected of a direct descendant of the Duke family of the imperial capital, they have deep roots. Just as Paul was about to speak, he suddenly saw the two women's gazes, his face turning pale. He quickly said to the wizard, "I don't know him, but he must be an important figure arranged by the faction. He can probably handle these black flame cultivators. Don't worry." Although the wizard couldn't understand why Paul didn't recognize him, but still sounded so confident, he nodded after hearing this. After all, Paul wouldn't speak nonsense about such matters. At this moment, Paul, like a student who had made a mistake, voluntarily approached the two women, showing no arrogance of a genius of the faction. He lowered his voice and said, "Senior Alicia, Audrey, please talk to Lord Ryan. I really didn't mean to offend earlier. After all, so many evil fire elements appeared suddenly. I instinctively thought I couldn't fight them and had to run." Seeing Paul so humble, Audrey was fine with it, but Alicia felt quite pleased inside. At the camp center, "Hand over what's inside that box and surrender, and maybe I won't kill you." Ryan waved his hand, interrupting Gregor's speech. This naturally caused many black flame cultivators to glare at Ryan angrily. But seeing Ryan so calm, Gregor somehow felt a bad premonition in his heart. "Who exactly are you?" Gregor narrowed his eyes and asked again. "My name might be unfamiliar to you, but I am also an old friend of your Black Flame cult," Ryan said with a smile, thinking for a moment. "Let me think. The High Priest Ixter from the Munster province and the High Priest Eriksson from the main province. I've sent them back into the arms of your hunting god." "What? I know you now, you are." "Ryan." One Black Flame cultivator's eyes widened in shock, looking at Ryan as if he had seen a ghost, trembling as he spoke. Because he had just transferred from the Main province, he naturally knew how his superior's superior had died, and Gregory's heart felt as if 10,000 wild horses had galloped through it. This is really frustrating. He was only on a sudden whim to lead a small team to collect some Hellfire crystals, and he never expected to encounter Ryan. As a high-ranking member of the Grand Priest level, Gregory was very aware of Ryan's achievements. Besides his own church, he had also heard that recently Ryan had conflicts with the Sea God Church, reportedly killing many well-known Sea God Church experts. Seeing Ryan in front of him, Gregory felt stuck, unsure whether to fight or retreat. He was completely at a loss. Fighting probably meant losing. Not fighting would ruin the team's morale, which was also a loss. But Gregory, being a senior at the Black Flame Cult's Grand Priest level and a crystallized wizard, hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage to take a bold step. He shouted angrily, "Everyone, attack!" Following Gregory's command, the surrounding Black Flame cultists raised their hands and launched Black Flame fireballs at Ryan. In an instant, a dense rain of black fireballs rained down on Ryan like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of continuous explosions, a figure with a shiny metallic glow, completely intact, suddenly emerged from the dust cloud. It was Ryan, who had cast the Level 2 Iron Armor technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a Level 2 evil spellcaster who had just regained his senses. With a lightning-fast punch, Ryan struck before the opponent could cast stronger spells or activate other defenses. The opponent instinctively released his innate spell, Shadow Shield. As a black shield appeared on his body, Ryan's heavy fist also struck. Snick. The innate spell Shadow Shield shattered. The black energy shield, like a bubble, was instantly broken by Ryan. Immediately, Ryan's fist drove straight into the soft abdomen of the opponent. Bang! In an instant, the Level 2 evil spellcaster's back bulged into a large bump about the size of a bowl. His eyes widened like a goldfish's water bubble, almost popping out of his skull. He was knocked flying like a wild bull, flying 20 or 30 meters away. Boom! The opponent crashed into the side of the Firestorm Gorge's rocky wall. At this moment, a large spiderweb-like appeared on the hard rock surface, centered around the opponent's body. Ugh, the opponent vomited blood several times, unable to speak, and after a couple of lip movements, they passed away. The power of a single punch was terrifying. It directly caused a second-tier evil sorcerer to die. But this was only the beginning. While the other Black Flame mages felt like they had fallen into an icy pit, they saw Orion's figure like a silver lightning bolt moving back and forth across the field, drawing one silver line after another. Each silver line represented the death of a Black Flame mage. Slow technique, weakening technique, binding technique. A barrage of negative energy spells was hurled at Ryan. Everyone knew that if Ryan's speed wasn't restricted, they wouldn't be able to resist him. Apart from innate magic and granted evil spells, most powerful spells require chanting time. Given Ryan's incredible speed, a 2 or 3 second chant could be deadly multiple times. Gravity Field. With Gregor's furious shout, a dark gray energy ball instantly radiated outward from him. Within a radius of about 50 meters, gravity was greatly distorted, affecting everyone, including Ryan, the Obsidian War Golem, and others. Ryan's speed slowed from a rapid escape to a slow crawl. This gave the 4 or 5 surviving Black Flame mages a big sigh of relief, secretly glad that their main ritual's signature spell, the Gravity Field, was still very effective. The third-level Earth Magic Gravity Field was quite difficult to learn, requiring a lot of time, effort, and innate talent. But once mastered, its power was astonishing, capable of influencing the outcome of small local battles. Attack quickly! Gregor shouted loudly. This prompted the surviving Black Flame mages to react immediately, hurriedly beginning to chant spells. Oh, do you think I am restricted in movement? Ryan thought briefly and decided not to transform to counteract the gravity field. Then I will use magic to solve this, Ryan said with a slight smile. He quickly moved his lips, and a deep voice came out. Metal transformation technique. Cutting net. Sharp skill. Dark magic attack. Multiple cutting nets. 3 large silver nets suddenly appeared in front of him. Swish. As he waved his hand forward, the 3 silver nets shot toward the 3 Black Flame mages gathered together. Since these mages were casting spells, stopping halfway would cause serious magical backlash. So when faced with Ryan's nearly instant magical attack, they paused briefly. But in that short moment, the 3 silver nets passed right through them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 Black Flame mages, still standing and casting spells, showed expressions of shock and disbelief. Soon, their pale faces were streaked with crossing bloodlines. Crash! In an instant, they turned into piles of bloody, rotten flesh. Gregory's eyes twitched at the sight. Close combat was tough enough, but the speed and power of these magical attacks were also shocking. Knowing the situation was hopeless, Gregory hurriedly told his assistant, who was holding a wooden box, "Quick, let's split up and run." But before his assistant could reply, a metal cage suddenly appeared and immediately enclosed him. Then, 3 more silver nets flashed away. His assistant and the metal cage were instantly shattered into pieces. Gregory felt a cold chill in his heart. He knew he was facing the greatest danger of his life. If he didn't handle it well, he might end up like the high priest of Minster and Man Province. "It looks like I have no choice but to use this move." He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the fallen wooden box from his subordinate, and opened it swiftly. Inside, he pulled out a bright red crystal about the size of a baby's head, clutching it tightly. As soon as the crystal was exposed to the air, a burning sensation spread throughout the scene. When Bradley, the deputy mage, saw the red crystal, his face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Is that a deep abyss fire crystal? You actually have such a thing. No wonder you could summon those giant fire rock monsters from the underworld." But before Bradley could finish speaking, Gregory's aura suddenly surged. He stretched out both hands, and a large ball of black flame energy flowed from his palms, rapidly injecting into the red crystal. In an instant, the crimson crystal, like a living creature, began to float in midair. Then it was as if the first atom triggered a nuclear fission. Several red fire snakes suddenly burst out from the crystal and quickly grew larger. One by one, the fire snakes, initially as thick as a bowl, instantly expanded to be thicker than a waist, shot into the air, then curved like a knot, and returned to the crystal. A few seconds later, more and more fire snakes appeared, forming a giant flame figure several meters tall, which appeared before everyone's eyes. Who awakened? The Great Infernus. A rough, deep voice sounded. At the same time, a powerful pressure swept through the scene. The school mages, who had not yet reached the second-level liquefaction stage, felt trembling from the bottom of their hearts. What exactly did the opponent summon? Oh no. The opponent is reviving the Abyss Fire Rock Golem. Bradley suddenly remembered a description from an ancient book when he saw this scene and quickly understood what was happening. Hurry, stop him. The Abyss Fire Rock Golem. Ryan watched this scene, his eyes flickering. The mages from the school used various spells to attack the newly appeared Abyss Fire Rock Golem, but most spells were vaporized by the evil fire energy before reaching 3 meters of its body. Only Bradley, the crystallized mage, managed to cast spells that could slightly touch its surface, but they were like tickling and didn't cause much real damage. It's too late now. Gregory, hunched and with a withered face, saw this and smirked proudly. Although he had just used almost all his energy and some of his life force to awaken the Abyss Fire Crystal, the effort was clearly worth it. The power of the Abyss Fire Rock Golem was even stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, the Abyss Fire Giant, who had just claimed to be Infernus, seemed to regain more consciousness. It looked down at itself, then around, and said in a deep voice, "My body is not complete." It raised a hand, and several light green stones, as if pulled by a special gravity, flew rapidly toward it. Around the scene, piles of pale green hellfire rocks and the remains of giant stone creatures began to shake. In just a few seconds, hundreds of pale green boulders gathered like moss flying toward it. Soon, a huge stone giant over 12 meters tall, burning with bright red flames, appeared before everyone. What kind of monster is this? This is the Abyss Fire Stone Giant, the leader of the Hellfire Stone Giants. It's also an epic-level abyss creature, but since its body is pieced together from hellfire remains, its strength is probably greatly reduced. Still, it should have peak legendary power. Bradley looked very worried as he spoke. The Obsidian War Golem was also pushed to its limit by Bradley. The core inside the golem started to operate at full capacity, its dark surface covered with a thick layer of yellow magic glow stone skin. Then it strode quickly toward the Abyss Fire Giant named Infernus. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. Shockwave strike. Bradley shouted loudly. Bang, bang, bang. The Obsidian War Golem swung its 2 giant hammer-like fists fiercely, delivering more than 10 quick, heavy punches toward Infernus. For a moment, debris from the Abyss Fire's body scattered everywhere. But in the next second, a huge stone fist struck the Obsidian War Golem, knocking it flying immediately. The size difference was clear, over 7 meters versus over 12 meters, like a monkey facing Tyson. The spot where the Obsidian War Golem was hit showed obvious cracks and blackened marks. This clearly indicated that it couldn't withstand the repeated heavy blows from the abyss fire. Everyone, including Bradley and the school mages, looked at Ryan with hopeful eyes. The two women also started to worry for the first time, as the opponent seemed to be stronger than the legendary Carver Herald and tougher in body. Could Lord Ryan defeat this enemy? It was still uncertain. Haha, even if you're Ryan, this time you can only run away. Gregory, after paying a huge price, believed he had gained the upper hand and laughed wildly, looking almost crazy. Ryan? It seems I have heard this name before. Many scholars wizards looked confused, feeling like they had heard it somewhere. Seeing his identity being exposed by the high priest of the Dark Flame cult, Ryan sighed. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide his transformation anymore. Suddenly, Ryan's body expanded rapidly like a balloon, his skin turning dark gray, and dragon scales appeared all over. His back skin suddenly burst open, and from it grew a pair of fleshy wings. A few seconds later, a huge creature appeared before everyone's eyes. It had 3 curved, towering horns on its head, a thick, strong tail at the end of its spine, and was taller than the Abyss Fire Rock Giant. Seeing this scene, everyone, including Bradley, was stunned. But before they could react, Ryan, in his Dragon Man form, suddenly charged at the Abyss Fire. At the same time, Ryan activated the core skill weak point control of his epic class King of Blades. Instantly, a 3-dimensional defense strength image, marked with blue, yellow, and red dots, appeared on the Abyss Fire's body. The large red area was clearly the crystal located at its chest center. Roar! Facing Ryan's attack, the Abyss Fire angrily swung a heavy rock fist. But Ryan suddenly accelerated, his giant dragon claw like a venomous snake, stabbing into the center of the opponent's chest and pulling out a red crystal that was still beating like a heart. At this moment, the Abyss Fire's heavy fist was half a meter away from Ryan. No, Great Infernus has just awakened. With a deep, unwilling voice, the assembled Abyss Fire collapsed like a fallen building. This. Gregory stared blankly at the scene, unsure of what to say. He had spent so much to summon his trump card, only to find it so helpless before Ryan. Meanwhile, the scholars present, including Alicia, Audrey, and even Paul hiding in the room, were all stunned by what they saw. After all, hearing about it was nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Too strong, too powerful, Paul muttered to himself. This strength explains why he was able to defeat the so-called strongest legend, the Carver Herald. At the center of the arena, Ryan had returned to his human form. Right now, he was feeling very happy as he weighed the newly acquired Crimson Gemstone, the Abyss Fire Crystal. Originally, he planned to visit the Flame Gorge to help his mentor Magaro solve some problems and to find a few Hellfire crystals. Unexpectedly, not only did he gather more Hellfire crystals than expected, but he also obtained an Abyss Fire crystal. From the powerful energy the opponent released just now, this crystal was comparable to a creature from the Dawn Wizard Bardus, an epic-level interdimensional creature crystal. It was enough for him to study golems, and there was still plenty left. Seeing the camp reduced to ruins, Bradley sighed beside a slightly older school wizard. Don't sigh, Lloyd. Think about it. Despite being attacked by over 10 Hellfire Rock golems and ambushed by the Black Flame cult, we managed to wipe out the enemy. The only loss was 1 camp. This is already the best possible outcome, said Deputy Leader Bradley in a deep voice. Hearing this, all the wizards present looked toward the young man in the center of the field. It was because of him that they had won. Gregory, the high priest of the Black Flame cult, had suffered severe damage due to overloading Abyss Fire, nearly losing consciousness. But because of this, Ryan was able to capture a live prisoner. Immediately, Gregory was placed under close guard. At this moment, a young voice filled with fear came from beside Ryan. Lord Ryan, please forgive my earlier mistake. A dejected school genius named Paul bowed deeply to Ryan. Meanwhile, Audrey and Alicia also approached from afar, watching this scene. Oh, a mistake? Ryan looked at him with a half-smile. He was in a good mood now, so he didn't plan to pursue the matter. After all, compared to him, Paul's level was very low, a first-level wizard. Whether he was respectful or disrespectful, it wouldn't affect Ryan's mood, especially since Paul didn't know much. Yes, Lord Ryan. Paul's head drooped even lower, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Compared to other young wizards in the school, he knew very well the strength of the person in front of him, as a member of the Duke Nixon family. You left Audrey and Alicia behind this time. I will punish you. From now on, when they go on missions, you must stay nearby to protect them and ensure their safety. Do you understand? Huh. Of course, no problem. Paul was surprised at first, but then quickly agreed. Before arriving, many ideas of how Ryan might punish him flashed through his mind, but he didn't expect to feel a slight lift of the whip and then a gentle lowering. Lord Ryan, please rest assured. I swear I will do this. Paul felt relieved and promised again. Ryan nodded slightly, waved his hand, and signaled that Paul could leave. Ryan brought this up mainly because he couldn't stay in the school all the time. As for the metal element, besides the Mintermaguro, most others still have a decent fighting ability, but they are far from being able to handle things alone. Paul, aside from being somewhat cowardly, has good talent and strength and comes from the Nixon family. If he steps forward, it is usually enough. When the two women heard Ryan's words, they were slightly stunned but then looked at Ryan with even more gratitude. They naturally knew that this mysterious junior in front of them wouldn't stay in the school for long. His recent actions were to arrange protection for them. As everyone began to pack up and clean the battlefield, Ryan checked the previous battle prompts. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and gained 26 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, legendary, profession level has increased. Although Ryan killed the Abyss Fire Rock Giant this time, the King of Blades, epic, profession level reached level 13. Since leveling up requires a huge amount of experience, he couldn't level up again. However, thanks to Ryan using multiple spell attacks during the fight, the level of his Warhammer Wizard, legendary, which hadn't increased in a long time, advanced from level 10 to level 11, granting him some attribute points and skill points. At the same time, this situation also made Ryan think about the promotion of his other professions. Currently, I am still some way from becoming a crystallized wizard. If I follow the usual steps, it will take some more time. In the next few days, I can start planning to promote other professions. For example, I can work on becoming a master tailor. In the Imperial capital, I should be able to find a way. There are also two other advanced professions, Deadly Poison Master and Great Armorer, which haven't been upgraded for a long time. Especially the former. I might need to visit the Royal Alchemist Association. Since the Imperial capital is the headquarters of the Royal Alchemist Association, there's a good chance I can find clues about the Deadly Poison Master career change there. Additionally, Ryan currently has 14 attribute points and 1 skill point remaining. This is because he used them all when upgrading the level 2 magic skill Iron Armor technique last time. As for the golden skill points, after spending 8 last time, he still has 69 left. This time, he gained 26 more, bringing the total to 95, close to triple digits. However, considering the missing 4th layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, Ryan doesn't think he has too many golden skill points for deduction now. He only thinks he has too few. At this moment, Ryan suddenly remembered something. He approached Bradley and said, Lord Bradley, actually, if the guild is stationed here, it might be good to buy more ice magic scrolls. The effect should be quite beneficial. As for the golden skill points, however, ice magic scrolls are expensive, and given the guild's finances, purchasing them might be a bit difficult. Lord Bradley, has the guild considered buying from the Wizard Guild in the Northern Lands? I have some contacts there, but I wouldn't say we're very familiar. I see. In a few days, I will contact Winterford Academy. The prices there should be more favorable. That's great. Most of Winterford Academy's wizards specialize in ice magic. Their ice scrolls are of good quality, but they're in high demand and hard to buy. If you could help us make arrangements, that would be wonderful. The next afternoon, the guild's large airship arrived once again at the Fiery Gorge. This time, the airship brought materials needed to repair the camp and several war golems. Also on board were personnel from the Swordholder headquarters. Since signs of a cult have appeared here, the actual defense difficulty has exceeded what a medium-sized faction can handle alone. Therefore, yesterday, Ryan sent a message to the Sword Bearers headquarters. As the captured Black Flame cult High Priest Gregory was escorted away by the Sword Bearers, Ryan suddenly realized that this time, he might not only earn contribution points for his faction, but also receive a commendation from the Sword Bearers headquarters. Lord Ryan, support from the faction has arrived. You can return to the Imperial capital at any time. Additionally, since you are from the Metal Department, We have agreed that the metal department personnel can take turns resting this time, said Deputy Leader Bradley politely to Ryan. Oh, great. Then I'll leave the defense of the flame gorge to you, Bradley. Don't worry, Lord Ryan. Although we currently don't know if the cult still has abyss fire crystals, ancient records suggest that they probably don't have many. Furthermore, with a team of gold-level sword bearers here to assist, even if they attack again, we have the strength to resist. When Audrey and Alicia heard this news, they were momentarily stunned but quickly became very happy. They didn't expect the trip to Flame Gorge to end so quickly. It was like riding Ryan's coattails to success. That night, the three of them took a flying ship back to the faction's base. Ryan first went to see Master Magaro's office. Ryan, as you suspected, there is indeed someone behind this. However, I didn't expect it to be the Black Flame cult. If you weren't here, even if we detected it, it would have been hard to resist, Magaro said with a smile, stroking his long red beard. He was increasingly pleased with his disciple. Master, this is what I should do, Ryan said with a slight smile. Yes, for your heroic effort in Flame Gorge, the faction has just decided, after discussion, to reward you with 15,000 contribution points. Thank you, Master, Ryan said with a slight bow. Although he had expected a contribution point reward, he was surprised that the faction was so generous and gave such a large amount. Perhaps this is related to his identity as a sword bearer and his assistance in contacting Winter Fortress Academy to purchase ice magic scrolls. Ryan, what are your plans next? Are you going back to the sword bearer's headquarters? Mugaro asked with concern. Not yet. By the way, Minter, I want to ask about the high-level magic item you gave me last time, the concealing cloak. Did you make it yourself? Ryan inquired. Because of the headquarters cleanup efforts, which involved some secrets within the sword bearers, Ryan naturally couldn't say much. Coincidentally, he also had a question about how the concealing cloak was made, as it might affect his future path as a master tailor. It wasn't me who made it. It was Master Jacqueline from the school, Mugaro replied. Why? Was it damaged in battle? No, it's not that. I just want to learn how to make the concealing cloak, Ryan said, shaking his head. Huh? You want to learn rune tailoring? Mugaro's eyes widened in surprise, looking at Ryan with a very shocked expression. Rune tailoring? Ryan frowned slightly, feeling a bit confused. It was the first time he heard that term. Are you sure you want to learn? Yes. Ryan nodded. All right, I'll take you there. Although I've known Jacqueline for many years, she's not very easy to get along with, Mugaro said after thinking for a moment, seeming hesitant, then stood up. Great. Thank you, Minter. Mugaro took Ryan to an office located in the school's flesh magic department. After knocking on the door, an elderly woman with gray hair, appearing quite old, opened it. Huh? Mugaro, what wind blew you here? The woman said coldly. Cough. Ryan, let me introduce you. This is Master Jacqueline, Mugaro said with a hint of awkwardness. Jacqueline, this is Ryan, Mugaro continued. Ryan? I think I've heard that name before. Are you the Ryan? Jacqueline, initially indifferent, suddenly remembered something, her eyes brightening as she looked at Ryan. Yes, I am that Ryan, Mugaro stroked his beard proudly. But with Ryan's strength, what does it have to do with you? What are you so proud of? Tell me, why are you here to see me this time? Jacqueline immediately started questioning Mugaro several times. Why you? Jacqueline's words made Magaro blush immediately, but she seemed to remember the purpose of this visit. She quickly calmed her mind and followed Jacqueline into the office. What? Lord Rain, you want to learn the art of magical embroidery? Jacqueline looked surprised and asked. Yes, Master Jacqueline, Rain nodded and replied. All right, with your status, coming to me to learn magical embroidery, I have no reason to refuse. Okay, Magaro, you can leave now, Jacqueline nodded and agreed. But suddenly, she turned her words and told Magaro to leave. At this moment, Rain also realized that there was probably a story between Jacqueline and her mentor Magaro. Additionally, it's not that Jacqueline has a bad temper. To be precise, Jacqueline's bad temper is directed at her mentor Magaro. Lord Rain, do you know what magical embroidery is? Jacqueline asked politely. Not very clear. By the way, Master Jacqueline, you can just call me Rain, Rain said, showing respect to Jacqueline, who was older and had taught him skills. Good. Magical embroidery is actually a special kind of inscription, or you can think of it as sewing magical lines onto fabric to create special patterns, which produce effects similar to inscriptions, Jacqueline explained with a smile. Magical lines sewn in? Rain repeated her words and thought about them carefully, beginning to understand. Yes, Rain. Come over and watch. I will demonstrate making a basic low-level magical tool called Apprentice's Robe, Jacqueline said as she led Rain to a nearby workshop. She picked up a green thread glowing faintly with magical energy, threaded it through a needle, and started sewing onto a finished white silk robe. Despite being over 100 years old, Jacqueline's sewing speed was not slow. As her fingers moved swiftly, she quickly sewed magical lines onto the cuffs, collar, and most importantly, the lining of the robe. Rain could clearly sense that the patterns formed by these magical lines resembled inscriptions. It wasn't that the patterns were exactly the same, but their core had a similar essence. This apprentice robe has only one function. Every 3 days, it automatically releases a level 0 spell called Dust Removal, keeping the robe clean and tidy. It is also the standard uniform given to wizard apprentices by the school, Jacqueline explained while working. Ryan glanced at the apprentice robe and realized why it felt so familiar. It turns out that most wizard apprentices within the school wear this type of robe. In less than 10 minutes, Jacqueline finished sewing the apprentice robe and smiled as she handed it to Ryan. Here, Ryan, take a good look. If you understand it, that's basically the first step. Thank you, Master Jacqueline. Ryan carefully examined the robe after receiving it. The patterns made of magical thread emitted a faint magical glow. The designs on different parts of the robe resembled the basic defense runes he had learned before. It was like carving a fierce tiger on a bronze cauldron surface or embroidering a phoenix on silk. Different techniques and craftsmanship, but the core idea was the same. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Ryan's mind. Ding. Host has understood the magical patterns, triggering the follow-up class change to Master Weaver of Magical Patterns, Exceptional. Prerequisites for upgrading to Master Weaver of Magical Patterns. 1. Weaver Master Level 5 or above. 2. Strength over 10, Constitution over 12, Spirit over 18. 3. Independently craft 10 qualified magical pattern products. Current conditions not met. Promotion failed. Seeing the system message, Ryan couldn't help but smile. He hadn't learned much from the School of Mechanical Construction, but he had already mastered magical pattern weaving. And from the requirements for promotion, he only needed to meet Condition 3. Achieving this was not difficult. By the way, Master Jacqueline, are there any special requirements for the fabric? Can I use ordinary linen or silk cloth? Ryan asked. Yes and no, Jacqueline replied after a moment of thought. If you're only making cloth armor for basic magical tools, silk as the material is generally fine. But for higher levels, such as magical devices, you will need special fabrics. For example, the shadow robe of the witchcraft tools requires demon cloth as its material. This is a special fabric soaked in demon blood, and its making involves a special ritual. The sewing process is also very complex and difficult. Jacqueline said this with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Clearly, due to limited talent, Master Jacqueline and Mentor Magaro have been stuck at the peak of the first-level wizard for many years. According to what Ryan knew before, the lowest level of witchcraft tools can only be made by a second-level liquefied wizard. This means that Master Jacqueline probably has not yet been able to craft a witchcraft-level magical garment. Ryan then asked, what about this rune thread? He picked up the green thread used by Jacqueline during sewing. He found it was very stiff, like steel wire, which was very different from Jacqueline's light and delicate movements. Also, this rune thread is actually transparent. It seems to have been soaked in a special liquid, which gives it a glowing green color. Jacqueline explained, this is spider silk soaked in a hardening liquid. It softens only after being infused with mental energy. She added, if you understand alchemy and can make the hardening liquid yourself, you can try to make it. But the easiest way is to buy it at the school's material exchange using contribution points. Ryan nodded in understanding. Even though this apprentice robe is a basic magical item, its making involves many aspects of rune tailoring. No wonder Master Jacqueline let him watch the process. Ryan asked, Master Jacqueline, can I try to make one? Jacqueline asked, do you understand it now? Ryan replied, almost. Jacqueline said, all right, give it a try. I don't have any spare silk robes right now. She moved to the side, seemingly ready to make one for Ryan on the spot. Ryan looked at the workbench, which had almost all the materials ready, and said confidently, it's okay, Master Jacqueline. I can make it myself. Jacqueline looked surprised, seeming to doubt that Ryan could sew a silk robe. Sewing and rune tailoring are very different skills. As Ryan skillfully crafted the silk robe, Jacqueline's face showed increasing surprise. Your sewing skills are very solid. It's hard to believe. I didn't expect that. As a man, your tailoring talent is so outstanding. However, this is perfect for your study of magical embroidery. Next, Ryan began sewing the magical embroidery under Jacqueline's guidance. After several failures and adjustments, he quickly made his first apprentice robe. Then, a system notification sounded. You have crafted a beginner-level magical item, apprentice robe, which improves related understanding. You have learned a new skill, apprentice robe. Your skill for making the apprentice robe has increased. Experience +7. You successfully crafted a beginner-level magical item, apprentice robe. Your master tailoring experience increased by 283. Seeing that Ryan had only spent less than 2 hours to make the robe, Jacqueline's gaze at Ryan was almost identical to Muguru's. Wow, Ryan, if I hadn't heard about your achievements and knew your talent with magical embroidery, I would definitely take you as my disciple. Muguru is really missing out, Jacqueline said angrily. Although she had taught Ryan some skills related to magical embroidery, given Ryan's current strength and status, it was no longer possible for her to take him as a disciple. Ryan didn't know what to say for a moment. Since magical embroidery threads are quite expensive, Ryan didn't plan to keep taking advantage of the situation. He intended to return to his office to practice. Of course, he needed to visit the school's resource exchange first, as he must purchase some magical embroidery threads. Additionally, according to his mentor Muguru, his contribution points should now have reached 10,000, meaning he could now access third-level metal magic. Soon, Ryan arrived at the exchange. He saw a cute-looking dwarf girl sitting idly at the counter, casually flipping through something. "Hello, please check for me the third-level metal magic," Ryan said, handing her his school identification token. The dwarf girl remembered Ryan and, with a slight suspicion, took his crystal token, then inserted it into the slot to check. Next, her sparkling eyes suddenly widened, as if she couldn't believe that Ryan had already accumulated 10,000 contribution points so quickly. "All right, Lord Ryan, the level 3 metal-type witchcraft you are looking for is now displayed on the wisdom tablet for you to review in detail." The dwarf girl immediately began searching for information after the shock. Ryan raised an eyebrow, clearly quite surprised. On the wisdom tablet, the information showed, Steel armor technique, level 3 witchcraft, consumes a certain amount of mental energy, using a specific witchcraft model to activate special energy particles within the earth, causing the target's surface to be covered with a steel armor. Exchange price, 12,000 contribution points. Steel armor technique? It activates specific energy particles within the earth. It seems related to ironclad technique. Could these two form a combined witchcraft, reaching a power similar to a deadly attack? Ryan wondered. For defensive witchcraft like this, even if they could be combined, wizards usually don't call them attack moves, but rather combined witchcraft. Attack moves are naturally offensive witchcraft combinations. Unfortunately, metal-type witchcraft is already rare, and clear records of combined witchcraft are even more scarce and difficult to find. Ryan sighed softly, shaking his head. He had spent some time in the school library reviewing related metal-type witchcraft materials. Compared to the sword and armor school, the records here were slightly more abundant than those at the sword-bearer headquarters. Most of these were autobiographies of metal-type wizards, describing a lost witchcraft used in a battle or ancient discoveries of old metal-type witchcraft in ruins. Others detailed how a school gathered dozens of metal-type wizards to improve certain witchcraft based on previous work. In other words, these records mostly listed the names and effects of witchcraft, but the specific models were often missing, lost in the long river of history. But Ryan was not discouraged. Fortunately, I have a system that can simulate and deduce. As long as I can find some internal connection between a few metal-based spells, I can combine them through systematic deduction to create new combined spells or powerful attack moves. Next, there is a level 3 attack spell. Steel Fist. Level 3 spell consumes a certain amount of mental energy, uses a specific spell model to activate metal energy particles, forming a giant steel fist that strikes the target multiple times. Exchange cost, 14,000 contribution points. Are those the only two? At this point, Ryan realized that there are only these 2 level 3 metal spells within the school. Yes, Lord Ryan, the dwarf girl seemed to confirm, nodding after a few seconds. This made Ryan feel a bit disappointed. After all, this was quite different from what he had expected. However, After thinking for a moment, although Ryan's current contribution points were enough to exchange for any of the 2 level 3 spells, he didn't plan to exchange them now, because he had already exchanged a level 3 metal spell, Thorn Iron Ball, at the Soreholder headquarters. Even with limited skill points, he managed to get it, which showed he was trying to take on too much at once. Oh, do you have soul energy crystals? Ryan suddenly remembered. Although his liquefaction speed was quite fast now, the only unmet prerequisite for his job change to Dragon Vein Mage was to become a crystallized mage. Once he became a crystallized mage, he could not only learn the level 3 metal spell Thorn Iron Ball he exchanged at the Swordholder headquarters, but also, more importantly, change his profession to Dragon Vein Mage, gaining a significant boost in strength. Yes, we have, Lord Ryan. What's the exchange price? 1 soul energy crystal costs 1,000 contribution points. 1,000? Ryan knew that although this seemed cheaper than the exchange price at the Swordholder headquarters, in reality, it was because the difficulty of obtaining school contribution points was higher than that of merit points. After a moment of thought, Ryan said, "Exchange me 100 spell threads." He didn't choose to exchange immediately because he still needed to use his contribution points to get level 3 spells in the 3rd volume of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. Once the reward from the Sword Bearer headquarters is issued, I can exchange for soul energy crystals there. Currently, the headquarters doesn't need anything special from him, except some rare metals. Oh, okay, Lord Rain. The dwarf girl was clearly surprised, seeming not to understand what Rain said. She paused for 2 seconds before reacting. She didn't expect that Lord Rain, who asked so many questions, didn't want to exchange for level 3 magic or soul energy crystals now, but instead wanted to trade for magic rune threads. Lord, each batch of magic rune threads costs 5 contribution points, totaling 500 points. All right. Each bundle of magic rune threads is 1 unit. 100 bundles make 100 magic rune thread balls. The dwarf girl filled a large bag with them and handed it to Rain with some effort. "Thank you," Rain said with a smile. "It's my pleasure to serve you, Lord Rain," the dwarf girl replied with a sweet smile, showing her dimples. Rain nodded happily, carrying the large bag of magic rune balls back to his office at the academy. Since it was late at night, he decided to return home and practice making the apprentice's robe tomorrow. When Rain arrived home, he found that Anna was not in the bedroom. However, with a quick perception, he sensed that his sister Mint and someone else were sleeping soundly in Mint's room. Apparently, Mint had pulled Anna to sleep together. Rain couldn't help but smile slightly and shook his head. The next morning, after having breakfast with Anna and his family, Rain planned to go to the Academy's base to continue working on his magic rune tailoring job that he hadn't finished yesterday. Just as he was about to leave his desk, a familiar voice came from the door. "Lord Rain." Rain looked up and saw Elena, a professional-looking woman in a black pleated short skirt and a white princess sleeve blouse, smiling warmly at the door. "Huh? Lady Elena, what brings you to the Imperial capital? Is General Edward here in the Imperial City?" Rain asked, slightly surprised. "No, Lord Rain," Elena, the capable woman, chuckled softly with her hand over her mouth. 3 days ago, I received a dispatch from the headquarters. I've come from the Munster branch to the Sword Bearer headquarters. My current role is Deputy Director of the headquarters reception and your dedicated liaison. Great. Welcome, Lady Olena. With you here, things become much easier. Rain immediately smiled and gestured for Olena to sit down. Soon, the two sat face to face in the study. Thanks to you, Lord Rain. You've gained quite a reputation in the Imperial capital this time. It was Major General Tadia from the headquarters who contacted me directly, asking me to come help at the headquarters. Rain nodded in understanding. He knew Olena had wanted to come to the Soreholder headquarters in the Imperial capital before, but as an administrative staff member, it was difficult to transfer, so the matter had been delayed. Recently, the higher-ups at the headquarters asked General Edward how he managed to train such a strong and young warrior like you, Olena. General Edward was quite proud of himself. Olena smiled as she recounted some recent events. By the way, Lord Rain, the day before yesterday, you captured the High Priest of the Black Flame cult in the Flame Gorge Secret Realm. The headquarters has rewarded you. Because you personally captured the opponent, your reward has been increased to a pure gold medal, along with 20,000 merit points. As Olena spoke, she looked at Rain and couldn't help but marvel at how quickly he was growing. Oh, that's good. With 20,000 merit points, Lady Olena, Could you help me exchange them for 10 soul energy crystals? After a moment of thought, Rain said. Last time, he exchanged for soul energy crystals at a price of 2,000 merit points each, plus a star medal of evaluation. Although the pure gold medal could be exchanged down to 27 star medals through a 3-for-1 system, he didn't have enough merit points to get all 27. Of course, Elena nodded without hesitation. Most sword holders need to bring their sword holder badge to the exchange hall to trade for items. But not for someone like Rain. As a top-tier pure gold sword holder, Rain had this privilege. Her main task was to serve Lord Rain well. An hour and a half later, Elena returned with a specially made wooden box and handed it to Rain. Lord Rain, here are your 10 soul energy crystals. Thank you. Serving you is my duty. Is there anything else I can do for you? Elena asked with a gentle smile. Please help me gather information on missions within the headquarters related to defeating dragon-type or dragon-blooded creatures. Prioritize the strongest dragons, the more powerful the better, Rain said thoughtfully. Currently, he didn't have enough merit points, but if there were suitable dragon-killing missions, he could undertake them. During these missions, he would not only earn a good amount of merit points, but also, more importantly, absorb dragon gene fragments to increase his bloodline concentration again. Understood, Lord Rain. I will handle it immediately, Elena replied. There's no rush. Until the headquarters finishes its cleanup, just send me the summary. Rain waved his hand and said, Oh, and one more thing, please recruit 2 team members for me, or you can have Claire and Beyoncé start scouting for suitable candidates, he added. Yes, my lord. I will contact the 2 of them right away, Elena nodded. After Elena left, Rain opened the wooden box directly. Inside, he saw 10 neatly arranged soul energy crystals. Thinking for a moment, Rain grabbed all 10 crystals. System prompt. Detected a soul energy crystal that can enhance the liquefaction of mental power. Would you like to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Yes. Instantly, Rain felt the silver mist in his mind begin to decrease, while the silver liquid increased. The process lasted only a few seconds before the transformation stopped. Clearly, in the later stages of mental power liquefaction, the effect of soul energy crystals becomes weaker. Rain glanced at the system panel. Mental power, 93, liquefaction 82%. 10 soul energy crystals only increased my mental power by 9%? Rain raised an eyebrow and thought to himself. Recently, thanks to the second layer of the advanced meditation method of the Steel Heart, his liquefaction level increased by 1%, from 72% to 73%. After using 10 crystals, it only went up to 82%. In other words, 10 crystals only boosted his mental power by 9%. Although reaching 90% liquefaction allows him to attempt crystallization breakthrough, he prefers to solidify his foundation as much as possible, just like with the fog layer before, and aim for 100% liquefaction before trying to break through. Based on this calculation, if he wants to quickly reach the 3rd level of crystallized wizard, he will need at least 25 or more soul energy crystals. In the imperial capital, Tameril. Within the innermost core area, just one street away from the palace, there is a luxurious mansion. This is the residence of Princess Lanila, the eldest daughter of Emperor Dragon of the Dragon Empire. A female housekeeper, dressed in black trousers and a white frilled shirt, respectfully reports something to Lanila. Your Highness, this sword wielder, Ryan, is rising very quickly. We believe he has great potential and recommend establishing contact and forming an alliance early. The information also doesn't reveal how Ryan defeated the Carver, Harold, Princess Lanila, wearing a purple off-shoulder dress, casually reviews Ryan's data and asks. It is said that Harold used his signature magic attack, Earthquake, which caused a sandstorm that made it hard to see. The 2 women sword wielders present also couldn't clearly explain how Ryan defeated Harold. However, from the scene investigation, it seems Ryan has some kind of bloodline transformation ability. While the housekeeper is speaking confidently, a maid quickly approaches, whispers a few words in her ear, and hands her a thin piece of paper. Your Highness, just received the latest news. Ryan captured a high priest of the Black Flame cult alive inside the secret realm Flame Gorge. Oh, captured alive? That's rare. Lanila's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, showing some surprise. Yes, the legendary strongman of the cult, with extremely firm willpower. Usually, even if they die in battle, they won't be captured alive. It's very rare. Moreover, Many witnesses saw the fight. Ryan's bloodline transformation ability is basically confirmed. However, from the descriptions of those present, his transformation seems what? Seeing her housekeeper's expression, Lanila becomes curious. From his post-transformation posture, it appears to be some kind of mutated dragon bloodline. Huh? Hearing this, Lanila is momentarily stunned. She finally understands why her housekeeper hesitated so much. The royal bloodline of the Dragon Empire is the blood of dragons. However, during the Empire's over 2,000-year history, there have been several major conflicts and upheavals within the royal family, causing some bloodlines to be lost outside. Therefore, it is likely that Ryan is somehow distantly related to her through a remote bloodline. Of course, another possibility is a reversion to primitive human traits, but this is almost negligible, with a very low probability. Regardless, if Ryan's bloodline is a mutated dragon lineage, then he needs further observation. "Let's keep watching," he said. "Yes, Your Highness," she replied. Meanwhile, Ryan arrived at the academy's base and resumed practicing making the apprentice robes. Soon, after successfully making the 5th apprentice robe, the system prompted a message in Ryan's mind. Ding. Host has understood the pattern of magic runes, triggering the follow-up class change to Master Weaver, Rune Weaver, Exceptional. The prerequisites for upgrading from Master Weaver to Rune Weaver, Exceptional, are 1. Master Weaver level 5 or above, 2. Strength over 10, Constitution over 12, Spirit over 18. 3. Independently craft 10 qualified rune weaving products. Are the current conditions met? Yes/no. Note. After changing to Rune Weaver, Exceptional, the original Master Weaver panel will merge into the Rune Weaver, Exceptional panel. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Ding. Successfully promoted to Rune Weaver, Exceptional. Agility +3, Spirit +5. The core skill of Master Weaver, Dexterous Hands, has upgraded to the core skill of Rune Weaver, Exceptional, Focus. Focus? Ryan couldn't help but focus his gaze on the new core skill Focus, which was described as follows. Core skill, Focus Active. Effect of Focus active when activated, increases concentration and improves body coordination. Note, the duration of this skill is proportional to the host's constitution and spirit. Improved body coordination? Ryan pondered. He remembered clearly that the original core skill of Master Weaver, Dexterous Hands, was about increasing hand speed. But this focus skill seems to expand the simple hands to include the body as a whole. Out of curiosity and to confirm her guesses, Rain quietly activated the new core skill called Focus. In an instant, the sounds of insects and birds in the garden around the mansion, the whispered conversations of guards and maids, and other unrelated noises quickly faded away. It felt as if only he, the magical rune lines, and his silk robe remained in the world. In just over a minute, Rain finished sewing the apprentice's robe, which normally would have taken several minutes with great care. Moreover, the quality of the rune stitching was better than that of the previous robes. Just using it for rune tailoring seems similar to my previous skill of dexterity. I can't see much difference, Rain thought to himself. After a moment of thought, Rain went to the training room. He flipped over a 1-minute timer and then started doing sprints, normal attacks, and special skill attacks. After many tests, Rain roughly understood how this new core skill worked. When focusing, the speed increase was very small. In contrast, attacks involving coordination of different body parts or special skill attacks showed a more noticeable improvement, about a 10% boost. Don't underestimate this small increase. For Rain's current close combat strength, each point of improvement is very valuable. At the same time, such a level of enhancement and effect was already quite impressive for a professional at the extraordinary level. At the Sword-Bearers' headquarters, Oriana quickly found Claire and Beyoncé. "Lady Oriana, are you saying Captain Rain plans to recruit 2 new team members?" Claire first looked at the confident and charming young woman she was meeting for the first time, then glanced at Beyoncé beside her, and confirmed again with Oriana. Since they returned from Tavlin Town to the headquarters, they hadn't seen Captain Rain again. However, during this time, they heard discussions about their captain almost every day. Besides, many people had come to ask about the fight scene between Rain and the Carver Herald, investigators from the Sword-Bearers' headquarters, officials from other departments under official banners, and even several noble families of the Empire. As for the other sword-bearers inside the headquarters, they had almost worn out the threshold of their dormitory doors. Fortunately, they were well prepared and all responded with "It's because of the sandstorm. Can't see clearly." "Yes, Miss Claire." Olenna smiled slightly and nodded. Looking at the two young, attractive women in front of her, Olenna couldn't help but think that although Lord Rain's strength was improving rapidly, the standards for recruiting team members remained the same. Any female team member had to be young, beautiful, and have her own unique traits. Are you sure you want us both to handle this? If Captain Rain spreads the news about recruiting, I'm afraid more than 50, even over 100 people, will sign up. And what are the standards for recruitment? Beyoncé suddenly asked. After all, if so many people signed up, they needed some criteria to filter them. Huh? Is it that exaggerated? Olenna looked surprised. But then she thought, that makes sense. The problem was Lord Rain hadn't given detailed recruitment standards at that time. If it's male team members, reliability should be the main factor. It's best if you know their background, and they should have a calm personality, Olenna said after some thought. The few from Minster, like Nero, Angus, and Vieri, all had calm personalities. As for female team members, just young, beautiful, and distinctive. Shouldn't we look for strong fighters? Claire's eyes widened, seeming quite surprised by this standard. Yeah, or maybe from the perspective of working well with Captain Rain in battle. Beyoncé frowned slightly, puzzled. Do you think your strength is good enough? Olenna clearly understood what they meant and replied after a moment of thought. Olenna's words immediately made the two recall the battle in Tavlin Town. After using a level 2 magic shield scroll, they both started to act like quails. Claire and Beyoncé were momentarily speechless. In the following days, Rain mostly immersed himself in rune tailoring. Meanwhile, Audrey and Alicia, though curious about why Rain suddenly became obsessed with rune tailoring, dared not disturb him and kept their questions to themselves. As the experience points for making the apprentice's robe started to decrease, Ryan initially planned to visit Jacqueline again to ask if she had more advanced wizard tailoring blueprints. However, after some thought, he felt it wasn't a good idea. After all, his progress was growing too quickly. Soon, he might even go to her to get the blueprints directly. Instead, he decided to check the supply exchange station. Sure enough, Ryan spent 100 contribution points and exchanged for a new wizard tailoring blueprint, the Pure Robe. Compared to the previous apprentice's robe, this Pure Robe is harder to make but of higher quality, reaching the level of mid-tier magical items. The ranking of magical items depends on several factors: the number, usefulness, and power of level 0 spells, as well as the difficulty of making them and the rarity of materials. It's quite complex. Overall, this ranking is similar to the 5-dimensional chart Ryan saw in his past life. Additionally, Ryan discovered that after gaining the new core skill Focus, using it when learning new wizard tailoring blueprints made a big difference. When he activated Focus, his thoughts became very clear, and he worked on sewing as if guided by a divine hand. Things he previously needed others to explain, he could now figure out on his own with just a little thought. After several attempts, the system notifications also appeared. You have crafted the mid-tier magical item Pure Robe, increasing related insights. You have learned a new skill Pure Robe. Your skill for making the Pure Robe has improved. Experience plus 10. You successfully crafted the mid-tier magical item Pure Robe, gaining 103 profession experience points in wizard tailoring. In Ryan's new residence. Anna, try this, Ryan said, handing her a white wizard robe. Anna's pretty face lit up with happiness as she looked at Ryan with big, beautiful eyes and asked, Ryan, is this for me? Yes, this is the first mid-tier magical item I've made, the Pure Robe, Ryan said with a smile. Just a little mental energy infused into it, and it will activate 2 level 0 spells, dust removal and stain removal, keeping the robe clean and tidy at all times. After Anna changed into it, she found that not only were the 2 0-level spells on the robe very useful, but the entire clean robe also fit her very well. Hey, Ryan, how do you know my size? Well, I measured it, of course, Ryan said, spreading his hands. His words immediately made Anna blush deeply. She gently tapped his chest. Then the two of them playfully teased each other for a while. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the study. Ryan sensed who was outside and said, Come in. This time, along with Olenna, came Tataya, dressed in a tall, neat general's uniform. They first looked at Anna's flushed face, then at the faint wrinkles on Tataya's white robe, and both blushed slightly. This Lord Ryan is really something else. In broad daylight, inside the study, it was quiet. Ryan, you should get back to your work. Anna quickly nodded and excused herself, leaving the room swiftly. Excuse me. Ladies, please sit down. Ryan cleared his throat, trying to hide his awkwardness. Lord Ryan, we came to discuss a situation, Elena said. The Drom family has stated that their previous harmful actions towards you were entirely the personal decision of Greenwood. Now, even the steward Owen has been dismissed. They are willing to compensate for the losses you suffered last time. The headquarters wants to ask for your opinion on this matter. Headquarters' opinion is my opinion, Ryan replied after some thought, saying something politically correct. From what he had learned over time, he knew that the situation was very complicated, involving conservative and reformist factions, the demands of various imperial noble families, and other deep reasons. Even the Drom family had an imperial guardian backing them. Of course, this didn't mean the matter was simply settled. It was just a matter of timing. From another perspective, even if Ryan wanted to confront them directly now, he would need the strength to surpass the guardian known as Stormcloud, or it would just be foolish pride. And there are conditions that must be met before the imperial guardian can intervene. You have insulted someone's family, which naturally is seen as a provocation to the Empire Guardian. It is reasonable for the Guardian to take action against you. Additionally, from Ryan's point of view, he might not only be dealing with the Dlam family. Because they are connected through a complex network of powerful families that have lasted for hundreds of years, Ryan needs to consider their allies and connections. Now, he is seen as part of the Empire Reformers and the Sword-Bearers' headquarters, meaning his decisions could have a wider impact. Therefore, he must respect General Augustus and Marshal Alfred's opinions. Lord Ryan, thank you for understanding and supporting the headquarters. We will try to get you as many benefits as possible, Tadia said with a smile. She clearly understood what Ryan meant. It was obvious that this strong and capable Lord Ryan had a clear understanding of the situation. Although this time, the Conservatives had to make many concessions, it wouldn't cause serious damage. By the way, Lady Tadia, I want to ask how the Dlam family explains why they attacked me? And about the butler Owen, since he was expelled from the Dlam family, can we find him? Tadia, the young general, looked at Ryan with a somewhat special expression and said, According to their story, Greenwood thought your companion was very beautiful, so he had a conflict with you. Hearing this, Ryan was slightly surprised, then he smiled quietly. Sure enough, the Dlam family wouldn't tell the truth. They kept quiet about Anna being an elf. Does this mean they haven't given up? Or is there another reason, like not wanting to involve others? As for the butler Owen, we investigated him these past few days. It seems he disappeared after leaving the Dlam estate. We suspect he might no longer be in this world, Ryan said. He nodded. Indeed, it's hard to find obvious flaws in such powerful noble families. By the way, what about the noble court and the Isolde Ray Academy where Harold is? Ryan asked after thinking for a moment. The noble court has already handled the matter. The young judge involved was misled by some people and has now been demoted. As for the Isolde school, the headquarters has sent an inquiry. Their response is that Harold was also misled and is a victim. He is also a victim? Rain raised an eyebrow and asked. Well, as a large school, the Isolde school has limited influence from the headquarters. Even if they use high-level connections to suppress, as long as the other side doesn't betray the Empire, logically, they won't suffer much loss. Moreover, if they do that, the other side might resent Lord Rain more and could use secret methods against him. Of course, our current approach can't guarantee they won't use secret methods, but the chances are lower. For you, if you go out recently, you should be more careful. If you're in the Imperial capital, you probably don't need to worry much. Rain nodded, showing he understood. Large schools have a complete inheritance of wizards, with strong overall strength, including epic-level protectors within the school. Since the other side still operates efficiently within the Empire, even if he were the Emperor himself, he wouldn't target them over minor issues. But from another perspective, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. When he becomes strong enough someday, he could personally visit their school to exchange ideas. Then, Lord Rain, if there's nothing else, I will return first to negotiate compensation with the Dlam family. All right, Lady Tadia. Rain nodded with a smile. You're welcome, Lord Rain. After nodding to Elena, the young female General Tadia left first. Meanwhile, the Cyrodiil Plateau, the Isolde school's base in Nilheim. As a large wizard school, the influence of the Isolde school in Nilheim extends everywhere. It can be said that the city of Nilheim was basically built to serve the Isodra school. In the center of Nilheim, inside a grand hall with imposing architecture, several wizards dressed in ochre robes are reporting to an elder surrounded by multiple earth element shields. The elder looks serious and listens carefully. Next to them, on the ground, lies a corpse that has been prepared for burial. If Ryan were here, he would recognize immediately that this is Harold, the carver, whom he killed. Master, Harold has died tragically. As one of the most promising members of our Isoldir school, who could have become a legendary hero, do we just ignore this? One wizard, who was close to Harold, passionately argues. Yes, Master. This is a serious to our reputation. We can't just let this go. Another wizard agrees. Enough. Harold's death was his own fault. As the protector of the Empire, I cannot attack a fellow sword-bearer of the Empire. Besides, do any of you think someone in our school can definitely win a fight? If there is such a person, I am willing to agree to your request. In the name of the Isoldir school, I will send someone to duel this young man named Ryan, the elder says quietly. The group looks at each other, unsure of what to say. Clearly, none of them are stronger than Harold, who was considered the strongest legend, and Harold himself was no match for Ryan. If they challenged Ryan, they would lose and damage the reputation of their school even more. Master, are we just going to accept this? One wizard asks, feeling unwilling. I will handle this. The elder waves his hand, signaling them to leave. After they depart, the elder thinks for a long time, then sighs heavily. He turns to a male wizard nearby and says, Malcolm, contact the Tutkash school. We might need their help this time. Hearing the name Tutkash, Malcolm feels a chill and quickly replies, Yes, Master. Not all wizard schools within the Empire follow its orders. Some secretive schools, groups, and organizations have always existed. The Tutkash school, mainly focused on necromancy, is one of them. They are also located on the Ceratal Plateau, but their main area of activity is on the western edge of the plateau, near the westernmost territories of the Empire. Over the past 1,000 years, it seems that the opposing side has been influenced by an evil deity. Besides normal studies of undead magic, many schools of wizards have reportedly shifted towards worshipping this evil deity. The imperial capital, Tamriel. In the following days, Lord Ryan's residents occasionally received invitations to banquets or dance parties from dukes or marquis families. Many of these invitations were from conservative noble families, but there were also more from reformist noble houses. Their goal was clear, to establish good relations with this rising new noble. However, Ryan thought it over and politely declined all invitations. If the beautiful Lady Jennifer were here, she could attend as his representative, but for Ryan himself, participating in these social events would take up too much time and energy. At this critical moment, it would be more harmful than helpful. His current status is based entirely on his own strength. That is his true foundation, not anything else. Perhaps once he reaches the 3rd level of crystallized wizardry and transitions to becoming a dragon vein wizard, Ryan might consider attending some banquets for socializing. At this moment, Ryan has already upgraded his magical tailoring extraordinary from level 1 to level 7, gaining 6 attribute points and 6 skill points. This leaves him with 20 remaining attribute points and 7 skill points. His golden skill points remain at 95. 7 skill points, just 5 points short of 12. If I want to learn 2 level 3 spells at once and quickly turn them into combat power, I'll need 24 skill points. Right now, even though I can craft the new high-level magic item Breeze Cloak, it's difficult to push my magical tailoring beyond level 10. The gap to 24 skill points is too large. Considering this, I should have Elena arrange through official channels for me to visit the Royal Alchemist Association, Ryan thought. In the evening, when Ryan returned home, he found Anna chatting with a familiar face he hadn't seen in a long time. Miss Alyosha? Lord Ryan, it's so good to see you again. Lord Ryan, if I hadn't heard that a genius defeated the carver, Harold, at the Sword Bearers' headquarters, I wouldn't even know you're in the Imperial capital. And, since you've come to the Imperial capital, why haven't you contacted me? Seeing Ryan appear, Alyosha's beautiful eyes lit up, and she asked him 3 quick questions with a hint of playful annoyance. By the way, Lord Ryan, where did you find such a lovely girl? Miss Anna is truly very charming, Alyosha said, holding Anna's hand. Anna didn't seem shy. The two appeared to get along very well. Sorry, Miss Alyosha, I've been quite busy lately. It was my oversight, Ryan smiled and replied. When he saw Alyosha, Ryan suddenly realized that there was no need for Alina to contact anyone through official channels because Alyosha was already a formal researcher at the Royal Alchemist Academy. After some polite conversation, Ryan learned that Alyosha's Stoa family was also a noble family in the imperial capital. Wow, Lord Ryan, are you also interested in potion making? With your gold-level swordsmanship, I can take you directly to the headquarters of the Royal Alchemist Association. Alyosha readily agreed to Ryan's request. How about tomorrow? In the afternoon, I'll take you to see the association headquarters. In the evening, you can bring Miss Anna and come to my place for dinner. How does that sound? I think my father would be very happy to see you, Alyosha invited. Thank you, Miss Alyosha. All right, then. It's a bit of trouble, but I haven't seen Envoy Javel for a long time. I should visit him. Ryan nodded with a smile after a moment's thought. The next afternoon, Ryan followed Alyosha to the headquarters of the Royal Alchemist Association, located on the second ring of the imperial capital. After checking his sword holder's credentials, they passed through heavy oak doors. Ryan's eyes were immediately drawn to over 10 stone sculptures of human figures, each more than 3 meters tall. Lord Ryan, these are famous alchemist masters in the association's history, Alyosha explained. Over there is the herbal cultivation room, and over there is the laboratory. She pointed to the two most prominent, old-fashioned multi-story buildings on either side. Lord Ryan, which one would you like to see first? Maybe we should start with the laboratory, Ryan thought for a moment and said. Compared to herbal cultivation, potion making seemed more relevant to his future class change path. All right, Lord Ryan, then let's go see my mentor, Master Kafrila, Alyosha said. Sounds good. Soon, the two arrived at the door of a laboratory on the second floor. The door was slightly open, and through Ryan could clearly see inside, a large laboratory similar to a classroom from his past life. 7 or 8 alchemists in robes worked at long tables, each making something. At the very back of the lab, in a small room separated by transparent glass, an elderly man with a white goat-like beard was carefully holding a dropper and a beaker, focused on creating a special potion. Lord Ryan, it seems the mentor is making an advanced magic potion. Let's go and see, Alicia said excitedly. An advanced magic potion? This made Ryan suddenly remember something. When he entered the extraordinary realm, he took an advanced magic potion. Could it be that Master Kafrila, in front of him, is making that potion? Ryan raised an eyebrow, feeling quite interested. He quickly followed Alicia and stopped a few meters outside the glass wall to observe carefully. Lord Ryan, this is Shadow Panther Potion. The mentor. Alicia whispered beside him. After a few minutes, the system suddenly prompted. Ding. Detected host touching potion making, triggering the follow-up class change from Desperate Alchemist, Extraordinary, to Magic Potion Master, Legendary. Prerequisites for class change to Magic Potion Master, Legendary 1. Alchemy-related profession level 5 or above in the Extraordinary realm, 2. Mental strength of over 30 points, 3. Mastery of at least 3 advanced magic potions. Current conditions not met. Class change to Magic Potion Master, Legendary, failed. Seeing the system prompt, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Finally got the follow-up class change message. That's not easy, he thought to himself. Back in Meister County, he had already changed to Desperate Alchemist, Extraordinary. But it wasn't until he arrived in the imperial capital, Tamriel, that he received the next class change information. However, creating formulas for more than 3 advanced magic potions will probably be difficult. But with the class change prompt, it's not urgent to do it in the next day or two. That night, Ryan brought Anna to the Stoa family estate, where he dined happily with Javel and Alicia. The next morning, Lord Ryan, this is a report of major events that happened across the Empire over the past week. Elena handed him a document. Ryan took it and quickly started reading. Westminster Province, a cult in Wallace County caused a terrible disaster, with nearly 1,000 casualties. Currently, the Westminster Sword Bearers Division is still handling the situation. Sava Province, the Steelmane Boar tribe was deceived and launched attacks on several nearby towns. Moselle Province, the ancient Mother Tree sect has revived, attacking the Empire's secret realm, the Dark Cave, and triggering a large number of ancient ferocious creatures inside. These creatures are now threatening the surrounding towns. Not sure if it was a sign from a deity behind the scenes, Ryan noticed that cult activities were becoming more frequent. At a glance, aside from a few involving different races, most incidents were related to cults. In a short time, major cults caused many tragedies across the Empire's provinces. Could there be spies within the cults working for us? If we only respond after incidents happen, the casualties will be high. Ryan frowned and said, "There are some, but it's very hard to do." Elena thought for a moment and replied, "Because the cult's initiation rituals are very strict, with almost no loopholes. Not to mention, the mind-confusing magic used in the rituals is more than one layer deep, similar to truth serum effects. Plus, there are other restrictions. After participating in prayer ceremonies multiple times, even the strongest-willed spies can gradually lose their minds. If a divine projection appears during a major ritual, it becomes an unstoppable situation." "I see," Ryan nodded. "No wonder the Empire has been slow to respond to most cult activities, or rather, passive. The problem was here. The deep cover method simply wouldn't work against cults. By the way, Lord Ryan, this is what you mentioned last time, your interest in specific missions related to dragons or dragonborn. I've collected and filtered some information over the past few days. These are reports from various provinces about dragon-type creatures that local branches can't handle. You might want to take a look." Elena handed Ryan a thick stack of documents with both hands. "The first on the list is, as you requested, the most powerful dragon-type creature. But I think you might want to consider the second and third on the list," Elena said tactfully. Ryan smiled as he took the information and said, Lava Fire Dragon, Hermados?" At first glance, Ryan saw the top-ranked dragon-killing quest. He immediately understood why Elena suggested he consider the later quests instead of the first-ranked one. Because the words fire dragon have many meanings. A fire dragon is a subtype of red dragon, with very strong control over fire elements. Also, as a dragon subtype, once fully grown, it has combat power second only to the five-colored giant dragon, far surpassing other dragon-blooded creatures. A young dragon, residing in the Sword Edge volcano of Mosul province. Currently, a team of gold-tier sword wielders from headquarters has failed the mission. Reports say the dragon's strength has reached the peak of legendary level. Especially in volcanic environments, its power rivals that of epic creatures. It is quite intelligent, making it hard to lure into traps. Ryan carefully read the details. Seeing that Ryan didn't seem to turn to other pages but instead looked interestedly at the first-ranked Lava Fire Dragon quest, Elena furrowed her brows slightly, thinking, "Did I say something wrong just now, unintentionally provoking Lord Ryan?" After some hesitation, Elena politely added, "Lord Ryan, the fire breath of a fire dragon is extremely powerful. Its very high temperature can melt most metals instantly." "Thank you for your concern," Ryan replied with a slight smile. He knew Elena meant well. She was subtly reminding him that his metal magic might not work well against fire dragons. But for him, he cared more about the concentration of dragon bloodlines, or rather, the purity of the dragons. In this case, fire dragons generally contain higher levels of dragon genes than the corrupted dragons or primordial dragons he had previously fought. In other words, if he succeeds in killing it, his dragon bloodline concentration would increase more significantly. That was why Ryan was basically decided to choose this quest. However, since the sword wielder's headquarters was still cleaning up and the task was not yet finished, Ryan, despite having made a decision, did not plan to accept the quest immediately. "Lady Elena, please let me know when the cleanup is complete. For now, keep these materials here. I will review them slowly." "Understood, Lord Ryan," Elena said, feeling relieved. It seems Lord Rain understood her meaning. In the following days, his routine changed from 2 main activities to 3. He spent time at the mansion, the academy, and the headquarters of the Royal Alchemist Association. Most of his time was dedicated to learning how to make magic potions. Although advanced magic potions are only used by ordinary people when they reach a higher level, their making is quite difficult. No wonder he needed to ask a master from the Royal Alchemist Association for help. Rain still remembers the magic potion he took, which had a label with the name Inigo Ophazen. Through Alyosha, he also learned about this potion master. As he initially guessed, these potion masters are all official wizards, and even Inigo and Alyosha's mentor, Master Kafrila, are second-level liquid wizards, quite powerful. It makes sense because potion making requires very precise measurements. Only those with strong mental strength can do it well and avoid mistakes during long preparation times. Otherwise, each failure would mean losing valuable materials. Right now, Rain was holding a glass beaker with blue liquid, gently swirling it to mix, while pressing a dropper to add clear liquid drop by drop. Lord Rain, your precision in mixing is truly amazing, praised Alyosha, the genius potion girl, watching nearby. Although Rain had already shown impressive potion-making skills a few days ago, Alyosha was still shocked by his quick learning and extraordinary accuracy. After mixing the liquids, Rain slowly poured the mixture onto a semi-transparent, tendon-like object taken from a fierce beast called the Shadow Leopard. Alyosha saw Rain successfully complete the final step and clapped excitedly. "Rain, this Shadow Leopard potion is very well made," said Master Kefrila, who was supervising, smiling as he stroked his goat beard. If it weren't for Rain already being a gold-tier sword wielder in the Empire, Kefrila would have tried to recruit him as a disciple. But now, he could only keep this regret in his heart. Rain also showed a smile. This is his second potion recipe after mastering the Black Water Crocodile Tail. He is only one potion away from mastering 3 different potions. Thanks to Master Kefrila's careful guidance and Miss Alyosha's full support, Rain said with a smile and about to thank them. That afternoon, at the Muguro laboratory of the biotech school, Muguro took Rain to a large metal puppet lying on the ground. He looked proud and said, "Rain, this is a new puppet I modified based on your request. It's a giant axe golem guard from the Black Flame cult, made entirely of metal parts. It's powered by a small furnace driven by hellfire crystal stones, which can release shadow and fire magic. Of course, this requires adding magic inscriptions. Right now, I've only added inscriptions for Shadow Arrow and Fireball." As Muguro explained carefully, Rain nodded repeatedly. He didn't expect that he himself hadn't mastered Fireball magic, but his puppet had already learned it. Since returning from the Flame Gorge secret realm that day, he had been thinking about this. Now that he had 13 Hellfire Crystal Stones, he wondered if he could try to make a giant axe golem guard. But upon closer thought, there were some problems. First, the giant axe golem guard is essentially a large rock-based puppet, made of stone parts, not metal, so it wasn't suitable for his use. The first challenge was how to change all its parts to metal using blueprints. Metal puppets are more compatible with his super-grade metal, which would make them more effective. In the future, he could change the weapons of the war golem at any time or replace specific metal parts of the puppet. From another perspective, metal puppets could also serve as his weapon storage. Second, according to the original blueprints, the giant axe golem guard is about 7 or 8 meters tall. When it moves, it makes a lot of noise. So Rain thought of the metal arm of that Iron Man puppet. He asked his mentor Muguro if it was possible to make the puppet smaller. Because of these 2 requests, Muguro put in a lot of effort. After consulting with a few other rock-type puppet masters and putting aside his pride, he finally completed the current product. Now, after precise processing and proportional reduction, this steel war golem is only 4 meters tall, but its close combat power remains just as strong, comparable to the original 8-meter giant axe golem guard. Thank you, Minner, for your hard work. I slightly bow to Maguro in gratitude. Recently, I haven't had much time or energy, and I couldn't spend valuable skill points to improve the golem, so I entrusted this task to my mentor Maguro from the start. I didn't expect Maguro to be so dedicated. The finished work golem exceeded all my expectations. Mentor, has this new golem been named yet? Not yet. I brought you here to give it a name. That's not appropriate, Minner. You've put so much effort into this. You should be the one to name it. Well, then how about calling it the Hellfire Golem? Its power source, the Hellfire Crystal, is the most precious part. Good. Let's call it the Hellfire Golem. 2 more days passed. Inside the headquarters of the Royal Alchemist Association, after I successfully created the 3rd advanced potion, the Bright Scale Electric Eel Lung, the system notification sounded. Ding. Detected that the host has mastered the creation of 3 advanced potions, triggering the subsequent class change from Deadly Poisoner, Transcendent, to Potion Master, Legend. Prerequisites for the Potion Master, Legend, class change are 1. Level 5 or above in potion-related professions at the Transcendent level. 2. Over 30 points of Spirit. 3. Mastery of 3 or more advanced potions. All conditions are currently met. Do you want to complete the class change to Potion Master, Legend? Note: after changing to Potion Master, Legend, the Deadly Poisoner, Transcendent, profession panel will be replaced. I looked at it and chose yes without hesitation. Ding. Class change successful. Successfully changed to Potion Master, Legend. Constitution +3, Agility +2, Spirit +5. Gain core skill, Potion Control LV1, Passive. Potion Control Level 1. Passive. Due to your years of dedicated research in potion making, your success rate has slightly increased, and all potion effects you prepare are additionally enhanced. Note: if the potion is poison, its difficulty to be neutralized by antidotes or magic spells like Detox is slightly higher. This new core skill, Potion Control, is basically an upgraded version of the previous core skill, Deadly Poison, from the Ultimate Alchemist class, expanding from poisons to all extraordinary potions. Also, the other skill, Poison Resistance, from the Ultimate Alchemist was merged with the Dragon Bloodline, so it hasn't completely disappeared, just transformed. Later that afternoon, when Ryan returned home, he received a small surprise. On his desk was a brown wooden box containing 3 soul energy crystals. They had been delivered by Jennifer, the kind woman who had arranged for them via airship. Seeing the crystals, Ryan felt a deep sense of emotion. Clearly, one reason Jennifer stayed in Munster was to use her connections as a shareholder in the Axon auction house to help him gather rare items, including these crystals. Fortunately, now both Lagree and the Ice Clawbear mercenary group were beside Jennifer, along with Duke Munster and General Edward's protection. While not guaranteeing absolute safety, it provided significant security. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the study, interrupting Ryan's thoughts. "Come in," he called. The door opened, and Olena entered holding a land deed. Smiling, she said, "Lord Ryan, the compensation from the Drum family has arrived. It includes a manor in the suburbs of the imperial capital and 200,000 imperial gold coins." As she spoke, she couldn't help but marvel internally. Just 200,000 coins would take her 273 years of saving without eating or drinking to accumulate, given her salary. And that manor in the suburbs, she had visited it. It covered nearly 20 acres with beautiful scenery. Based on the market value in the imperial capital of Tamriel, it was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. However, Ryan didn't seem very moved by this amount. Instead, he casually flipped through the land deed, deep in thought. "Lady Olena, please list this manor for sale and transfer the 200,000 imperial gold coins along with it to Jennifer." After a moment, Rain spoke. "Understood, Lord Rain. But do you really need to see that estate? It's too far out in the countryside. Even if I dared to stay there, my family's safety wouldn't be guaranteed," Rain replied, shaking his head. "All right, Lord Rain. I'll take care of it right away," Olena said with a look of realization. After Olena left, Rain picked up 3 soul energy crystals and absorbed them using the system. A few seconds later, Rain glanced at the system panel. Mind, 98, liquefied 85%. 3 soul energy crystals increased my mind by 3%. This might be partly because I've been practicing the advanced meditation of the Iron Heart technique, 2nd level, every day during this time. Otherwise, just from the effect of the crystals alone, I doubt I would have gained a 3% boost, Rain thought with a raised eyebrow. Meanwhile, at the western edge of the Cerdal Plateau, in a deep underground cave, many figures dressed in black robes, with skull or spider-shaped symbols on their chests, moved back and forth busily. This is the secret base of the Death Spirit School, the Tutcash faction. Deep inside the cave, in a spacious stone chamber that extended outward, a disheveled black-robed wizard was sewing something on a large table. From afar, a giant, deformed creature was clearly visible on the table. The upper body of this creature was a strong, muscular man, like a giant, while the lower body was a huge scorpion. It seemed as if some dark magic had been used to graft the two together. The muscular man only had his upper body remaining, but he was over 1.5 meters tall. With rugged features and stone-carved muscles, he looked like a legendary warrior from Brighton. At this moment, the black-robed wizard was slightly bent over, holding a large, dark magic-infused sewing needle, moving it up and down to stitch the flesh and skin at the seam. "Lord Stavin, the master of the main lord wants you to come over," said a young apprentice in robes, appearing at the door and bowing. Hearing the messenger, the black-robed wizard named Stavin paid no attention. He continued focusing intently on sewing the creature. The apprentice wizard who delivered the message saw this scene and did not seem surprised. He still stood respectfully at the door. He knew very well that Lord Stavin was a top expert in their school. Decades ago, he was already a peak 3rd-level crystallized wizard. He was especially skilled at creating mutated undead creatures, and he was proficient in curses and shadow magic. Now, his strength was even more mysterious and deep. After about 10 minutes, Staven put down his sewing tools and slowly turned around. Under his messy hair, there was a pair of bloodshot, almost obsessive eyes. It looked like he hadn't rested well for a long time, but the madness and obsession in his eyes showed a strong determination. Let's go. Yes, Lord Staven. The master is waiting for you in the laboratory. Please follow me. Soon, Staven followed the apprentice wizard servant into a grand underground hall over 10 meters high. In the hall, a very tall, bulky figure in a black robe was hunched over, working on experiments at a long table filled with lab tools. When Staven appeared at the door, the figure immediately noticed him. He turned his head, revealing a pale, thin face with no blood under the hood. What was most shocking was his lower body. Although most of it was covered by the black robe, the exposed part, which should have been ankles, showed 4 spider-like limbs. No wonder he looked bulky. His lower body was no longer normal. It had transformed into a spider's abdomen, droplet-shaped. From the strong, evil aura that faintly radiated, it was clear he was an epic-level Dawn Wizard. Staven, it seems your strength has improved again. You might soon have the chance to become a Dawn Wizard, the figure said with a smile after examining him. The experiment still hasn't succeeded. Staven shook his head, seeming to disagree with Graham, the master of the Turtocash faction. It's okay. If it doesn't work, you can choose to follow my path and perform the Spider God prayer ritual for help. That's also a shortcut to becoming a 4th-level Dawn Wizard, Graham said with a pale smile, trying to comfort him. All right. If it doesn't work, I will consider it. Staven looked at the other person, nodded, and spoke. By the way, the reason I called you here is to ask you to eliminate a gold-ranked sword-bearer from the Dragon Empire, Graham said, getting to the point. Recently, I've been busy with experiments. Why not send Cyprian? Staven frowned slightly and asked. There are 2 reasons. First, this request comes from the Isodra Wizard School. You know, since we're both on the Soridal Plateau, they often turn a blind eye to certain matters, making our school's life much easier. The second reason is based on intelligence. This Empire Sword-Bearer has the ability to transform with bloodline powers, and he also killed a legendary fighter from Brighton named the Flesh Ripper Greg. I know you've been working on your experiments lately. Although you obtained the remains of a Brighton legendary fighter, compatibility issues have always troubled you. Since this Empire Sword-Bearer has the strength to kill the Flesh Ripper Greg and is even stronger than the body you currently possess, perhaps his body can help you solve the compatibility problem. Hearing this, Staven's bloodshot eyes immediately lifted, and he stared intently at the leader of the Tutcash school before him. All right, give me a day. After forcing this stitched-together creature to merge with me, I will set out. Staven thought for a moment and agreed. Yes, here are the details about the opponent. It seems their combat power increases significantly after transforming. You can take this vial of Spider God's blood first. Graham handed over a blood-red test tube glowing with mystical energy. I understand. After a brief hesitation, Staven reached out and took the vial of Spider God's blood. He knew very well that once he drank the Spider God's blood, his strength would surge, and he was very likely to become a Dawn Mage he had long awaited. But this also meant choosing a path from which he could not turn back. At that point, he would gradually fall into the embrace of the Spider God Nayu Brecken, just like the leader before him. In his understanding, relying on this method to reach the 4th level of Dawn Mage was not truly becoming a Dawn Mage, but more like ascending to a high priest of a cult. Therefore, over the past decades, he had persisted in trying to fuse 2 or more legendary creatures using special necromantic magic, creating epic-level Stitch monsters. If he succeeds, he will not only gain an epic-level Stitch creature, but also smoothly advance to the level of a 4th-tier Dawn Mage. This has been one of the traditional promotion methods for the Necromancer School of the Tutcash family since ancient times. 3 days later, in the study of the Ryan residence in Tamriel, the imperial capital, Lord Ryan, Major General Tadia asked me to inform you that the cleanup work is finished, and you can take on missions from the headquarters at any time, said Olenna, smiling. Okay, I understand. By the way, Lady Olenna, how's the recruitment of team members going? Ryan asked. I was just about to report that. Lady Claire and Lady Beyonce have also been very busy lately, Olenna replied with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Overall, there are too many people wanting to join your team, and they find it hard to decide who to choose. We've initially selected 4 candidates, but the final decision is up to you. She handed Ryan a stack of documents, which contained information about these 4 candidates. Why are they all women? Ryan asked, glancing over the documents with some surprise. Didn't you tell them it would be better to find 2 male team members? Elena blinked innocently, looking at Ryan with a helpless expression, unsure of what to say. All right, leave 1 spot for a male team member. You and Claire should discuss it. As for the interview schedule, let's set it after I return from my mission, Ryan thought for a moment and said. Since the 4 female candidates had already been selected, it wouldn't be appropriate to completely overturn the list now. They still needed to choose one from among them. Also, the male team members would need time for screening, so the decision would have to wait until Ryan's return. Having only female team members isn't ideal. Imagine after slaying a dragon, he rests nearby. There should be a strong male team member responsible for tasks like skinning and collecting loot. Such work is probably too difficult for most women. Understood, Lord Ryan. I'll notify them right away. By the way, take on this mission to kill the lava fire dragon Hermatos, and also request a small airship from the headquarters to carry out the task. Huh? Lord Ryan, are you sure about choosing this mission? Elena asked in surprise. Until now, she only just realized that the words she spoke a few days ago probably didn't reach Lord Rain. Confirmed, Rain nodded. Understood, Lord Rain, Elena nodded. Although Elena wanted to say more, she clearly understood her role. Since she had already made her suggestions, now she just needed to follow orders instead of continuing to suggest or question her superior's decisions. Based on past achievements, Elena believed that Lord Rain was quite confident in his decision to make the above choice. By the way, Lord Rain, according to the rules, a gold-level sword-bearer squad can call in 1 silver-level squad and 2 iron-level squads to assist during a mission. Do you need to call in reinforcements this time? Rain thought for a moment, then waved his hand. No, just me, Claire, and Beyoncé will do. Since this was their first mission after clearing the area, he didn't want too many people to notice his whereabouts. Also, in the battle against the lava fire dragon, having more lower-level team members wouldn't make much difference. Understood, sir. After Elena left, Rain thought for a moment and then headed to the Academy's base. As soon as he stepped into Magaro's laboratory, he saw Magaro dusting off his hands and gulping down 2 large sips of strong alcohol, as if he had just finished the final modifications on the Hellfire Golem. Next to him, Audrey and Alicia were polishing the last parts of the golem. Minter, have you finished the final modifications? Rain originally came to check on the progress before going out on a mission, but he didn't expect Magaro's progress to be ahead of his expectations. Just finished. You're just in time. Now we can do a test, Magaro said. However, activating it once might consume a lot of mental energy. I probably can't do it alone, Magaro added, seeming to think of something. Understood, Minter. I will be careful, Rain replied. Last time, when Rain checked on the Hellfire Golem, he suggested adding 1 or 2 small furnaces to give the golem a sort of overclocking ability. Because converting the power after overclocking into the action force of a golem involves issues related to the strength and durability of most components. He refers to overclocking here as magical overclocking. This means adding 1 or 2 small furnace devices and increasing the number of magic inscriptions to boost the frequency or power of magic releases. In this way, the entire modification process does not involve adjusting the overall parts. It is relatively easy to modify. Otherwise, it would be a huge project. This is similar to upgrading a vehicle in a previous life, increasing the engine from 2.0 to 4.0 liters and adding a turbo. The body structure and brakes would need to be adjusted accordingly, which is very difficult. But if you just want a louder exhaust sound to be more impressive, it's much easier. Just change the exhaust. Can't do it? Then add 2 more speakers. Lord Rain, Audrey, and Alicia bowed when they saw Rain approaching. Lord Rain. Now, when they see Rain, even Alicia, who is usually bold and lively, shows some restraint and is no longer as reckless as before. After witnessing Rain's strength, any normal person would naturally feel a strong sense of respect. Rain nodded slightly to the 2 women and said, "Thank you for your hard work." With the sound of a spell, Rain lightly pointed his finger, and a yellowish beam of light the thickness of a thumb shone on the Hellfire Golem in front of him. This was a level 4 activation spell. Rain also noticed that powering this Hellfire Golem consumed 5 times the mental energy of a mid-level combat puppet. Using the system's measurement, it was about 50 points of mental energy. Compared to his own 98 points of mental energy, this was nearly half used up. No wonder, Normally, controlling a golem in battle requires reaching level 3 crystallization magic, as golems are comparable to legendary level combat power. Of course, if a mage has at least high-grade metal affinity, even a level 2 liquefaction peak mage can attempt it. For someone like Rain, with super metal affinity, the control threshold is naturally lower, but this is close to the limit. After all, a mage cannot exhaust most of their mental energy just to control a puppet. In battle, they need to keep enough mental energy to respond to enemy attacks and cast other magic. This is also why the wizards of the Baisho construction school cannot rely on a vast army of battle puppets to sweep away their enemies. Because the more puppets there are, the more mental energy they consume. Instead, it's better to use that energy to control more powerful puppets. When the heavy 4-meter-tall Hellfire puppet stood up, a strong wave of energy radiated from its body. Thump, thump, thump. Since the puppet was equipped with an intermediate control core, Ryan only needed to give simple commands, like attack, and the Hellfire puppet would automatically lock onto a target and perform combined attacks. Attack the metal target in front, Ryan ordered. At once, the Hellfire puppet rushed toward the target, apparently judging that this kind of target could be shattered with a single punch. Stop. Use magic attack. Ryan was most eager to see the puppet's magical attack ability. The puppet's thick chest armor suddenly opened, revealing 2 dark barrels. Then, intense magical lights, one red and one black, began to flicker inside the barrels. Boom, boom, boom. Almost one shot every 2 seconds, or one fireball or shadow arrow per second, streaking toward the metal target with dazzling tails. As the smoke cleared, the metal target had turned into a pile of glowing, steaming iron. Wow, such power! Audrey and Alicia beside him exclaimed in amazement. If this had hit them, they probably wouldn't last 3 seconds. They would be just like the target. Defend. After witnessing the Hellfire puppet's magical attack, Ryan issued a defensive command. The surface of the puppet flashed with red lines, and a shield-shaped red energy barrier appeared around it. This is a fire shield, a first-level defensive magic, Muguro explained nearby. By the way, Ryan, you can try the overclocking effect, Muguro said with a mysterious smile. Okay, master. Overclock attack, Ryan ordered. Suddenly, the deep rumble inside the Hellfire puppet sped up sharply, like an old engine suddenly revving into a Ferrari's high-displacement naturally aspirated engine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, the golem's 2 dark barrels on its chest suddenly sped up their attacks. Fireballs and shadow arrows, fired every half a second, intersected and struck the target, like the old-fashioned machine guns from the past. Audrey and Alicia exchanged surprised looks, both amazed by what they saw. Wow, if I had a golem like that, I wouldn't need to find a partner. Alicia's beautiful eyes widened with envy. Alicia, maybe you should talk to Lord Rain about it. Maybe he will give you one, or at least a fire crystal, Audrey teased as she listened to Alicia's murmuring. Sure, Audrey. Why don't you ask Lord Rain yourself? Alicia suddenly started teasing and playfully tugging at Audrey. Mentor, I am very satisfied. Thank you for your hard work. Rain bowed slightly with a smile. He had some other ideas, but they would take a lot of time to redesign, change, and test. Those could wait until after the mission. He also had plans to use higher-level Abyss Fire crystals, but unfortunately, even Mentor Maguro was only a peak level 1 wizard. To make a higher-level golem and carve more advanced inscriptions was beyond his current ability. This time, it was said that Mentor Maguro humbly asked several second-level liquefied wizards from the Academy and the vice-head Bradley, a third-level crystallized wizard, to help out. By the way, I reinforced the critical parts of the golem with the enchanted mithril you provided, which offers strong defense against magic attacks. Overall, the Hellfire golem might struggle against legendary-level opponents, but it's perfect for dealing with weaker enemies, even if they come in large numbers, Maguro summarized. One more thing, I set up a self-destruct device at the Hellfire Crystal Furnace. If a special situation occurs, the 3 small furnaces will explode simultaneously, with incredible power. I think this could be a trump card for you when needed. What do you think? Of course, Mentor. Thank you for your effort. At this moment, Rain felt that choosing Maguro as his mentor was truly the right decision. Although Maguro's strength is not very high, there is no doubt about how to treat his disciple. Master, I will take this Hellfire golem first. I have a task soon, which is a good chance for a real combat test, Ryan said as he prepared to leave. All right, After the combat test, if you need any improvements, be sure to tell me quickly, Maguro replied with a smile. Meanwhile, in a valley on the southeast edge of the imperial capital, Tamriel, it borders a small town called Lilwood, which is at the very edge of the city. Inside a beautiful estate villa, 7 or 8 men in colorful robes are busy around an old man dressed as a wizard. It looks like this is a secret base for some organization. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, after receiving instructions from the old man, walks quickly along a winding cobblestone path on the west side of the estate. About 100 meters ahead, a very hidden cave appears before his eyes. The gray-robed man does not rush to enter, but slightly bows at the cave entrance and speaks loudly. Lord Staven, we have received the latest news. Our target just took on a mission at the Sword-Bearer headquarters. If nothing unexpected happens, they should leave Tamriel very soon. Oh, what kind of mission? Staven, who is meditating with his eyes closed inside the cave, responds calmly. Next to him stands a giant, rock-like man, with the lower body of a huge, strange scorpion. This is Staven's legendary stitched monster, the Scorpion Man. Behind the Scorpion Man are several tall, corpse-smelling ghasts, with large, sharp claws indicating their unusual nature. These are elite undead soldiers under Staven's command, claw ghasts, far stronger than ordinary plague ghasts, and vastly different from those rotten zombies. Staven himself does not need to hide in a cave with a protective magic array, but because this place is close to Tamriel, his undead servants constantly emit special energy fluctuations. That is why he chose to stay inside the cave. The mission they took is to kill the lava dragon Hermatos. The middle-aged man reporting looks serious and says, although his strength is far from that of various dragons, he has heard of fire dragons before. It is said that even compared to a real dragon, their strength is only slightly weaker. Do you have any specific information? In the cave, Staven suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing this news. A piercing light flashed briefly. Originally, the bloodshot veins in his eyes had disappeared, probably because he had been resting well after days of sleepless experiments during his journey. Yes, we are ready, said the middle-aged man carefully, respectfully handing Staven a stack of documents. Then, he glanced fearfully at the terrifying undead creature behind Staven and quickly left the cave. After receiving the documents, Staven examined the mission details about the lava fire dragon, Hermatos, carefully. After a while, he closed his eyes and thought deeply. If the other side took this task, it means they are confident or believe they can kill this lava fire dragon, Hermatos. Even I have less than a 40% chance of winning against this lava fire dragon. There are two possibilities. One, the other side has a special weapon to deal with dragons. The second, your information is wrong. Their strength is actually greater than what you previously reported. After speaking, Staven's sharp gaze fixed on the person in front of him. This caused the messenger, a first-level wizard, to break out in a cold sweat on his forehead instantly. After all, many missions have failed due to missing or incorrect intelligence, and this is often the most criticized by field agents. Lord Staven, please stay calm. I will report immediately. Please wait a moment. As the wizard hurriedly left, within 3 minutes, an elderly man from the estate rushed over. Based on his aura, he was likely a level 3 crystal mage and the person in charge here. Lord Staven, we have repeatedly checked the intelligence about the other side, and it should be accurate. Do you mean that even Lord Carver, the engraver, was unable to make the other side fully unleash their strength? I believe so, Staven nodded. Previously, after reviewing a crystal recording of the battle traces between Rain and Harold in the town of Taflin, Staven concluded that Rain was strong but still no match for him. He judged that if they fought Rain, he had about a 70% chance of winning. Regarding Harold's title as the strongest legend, he considers the praise to be somewhat exaggerated, especially since the opponent belongs to the Isodra school. Don't forget, the Isodra school and the Tutkash school are both located on the Cyrodiil Plateau. He is well aware of the strength of these Earth Element specialist mages. When Harold first became famous, he was just a rising junior mage, not yet a legend. Lord Nastaven, what if I send 2 top assassins from the Black Blade organization to assist you? The old man asked after some thought. That's not enough, and I don't like relying on others. Staven shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. So, what do you mean? The old man asked with a serious look. I need one thing. With it, I have a better chance of winning. What is it? The iron spine and dead breastplate. What? The old man's eyes widened in shock, taking a deep breath. As a 3rd-level crystallized mage, he had heard of this item. But the problem was, The item was sealed inside the Cathedral of Cologne, making it almost impossible to obtain, at least for him. There was no way. I need to use it to strengthen my undead minions. Only then can my success rate exceed 70%. You can consider it yourself. If you can't, don't blame me for the failure of the mission. After speaking, Staven closed his eyes and continued meditating. The old man hesitated in silence. After a while, he said, Lord Staven, I need to contact my superiors immediately. Please continue preparing. I will take my leave now. 1 hour later. The news of Staven's request for the Iron Spine undead breastplate had been reported to a conservative authority figure's desk. It had done. A stern, white-haired elder decided after a moment of thought. But, Your Grace, this Iron Spine undead breastplate is currently sealed inside the Cathedral of Cologne. If we try to steal it, it might take at least half a month, which seems impossible. A middle-aged man dressed in noble hunting attire looked surprised. If we want to get it within half a day, besides mobilizing spies, there's no other way. It might mean that a high-ranking spy at the bishop level will be dismissed. The lost seal item means someone in the church must take responsibility. Now it's too late to change people. And who do you think has a better chance than Vistan? The Duke said quietly. But isn't this loss too big? Another person frowned. After all, placing a bishop-level spy in the goddess church is not easy. It requires many years of careful support. Losing it now is a big, even for them. Everyone, I believe you've all seen Ryan's information. If we don't stop him now, I don't want to see a second Alfred, the Duke said calmly, looking around with a serious face. Hearing this, the room instantly fell silent. After a moment of thinking, the others nodded and agreed. All right, I agree. I agree too. Within half a day, a piece of armor resembling the ancient Spartan warrior's one-piece breastplate was delivered to the cave where Vistan was. The armor was dark-colored, with complicated inscriptions on its surface. As soon as Vistan touched it, the armor began to glow with strong magical light. Good, I need half a day. But, Lord Vistan, the target has already left, said the middle-aged wizard who brought the armor, showing a troubled expression. Prepare the fastest flying mount for me. Vistan waved his hand and said nothing more. Vistan first cast a silent spell, then put the armor on his stitched creature, the Scorpion Man, the iron-spined undead armor, which was originally a bit small, fit perfectly once worn. As a deep spell was spoken, thick shadow energy gathered from all directions toward the Scorpion Man. The Scorpion Man's upper body, with a resolute face and muscles like rocks, Braden the Strong, let out a painful scream. This was the process of the iron-spined undead infusing its unyielding will and surging shadow energy into the Scorpion Man. After it was done, the Scorpion Man's strength could increase by about 30%. That's the value of the iron-spined undead armor. His Scorpion Man is actually a forced fusion of two legendary beings. Although he has reached the peak of legend, the forced nature of the fusion makes it easy to be noticed during battles with top-tier fighters, revealing slight flaws in coordination that can be targeted. But with the iron-spined Dead Spirit breastplate, things are different. With the addition of the iron-spined Dead Spirit's will, his Scorpion Man not only becomes more perfect but also gains greater strength. More importantly, through intense battles, if the three can merge into one perfectly, perhaps he can finally reach the level he's long been aiming for. That afternoon, Ryan returned to the Sword-Bearer headquarters. Lord Ryan, your airship is ready. You can depart at any time. Lord Claire and Bionce are already waiting for you at the airship dock, said Alina quickly as she left her office to report. Thank you, Lady Alina. You've worked hard, Ryan nodded and smiled. The Sword-Bearer headquarters has its own airship dock, which is very convenient. Especially this time, carrying a 10-ton Hellfire Golem, transporting it over a long distance is very easy. Just place it in the bottom hold of the airship. Using a carriage would take at least half a month to reach the Sorfire volcano near Mosul province. The difference in efficiency is huge. It's my honor to serve you, Lord Ryan, Alina said with a soft smile. Soon, the two arrived at the airship dock on the north side of the training ground. Captain Claire, dressed in a blue wizard robe, saw Ryan and smiled happily, saluting him. Captain Ryan. Beside her was a woman in light armor, Bionce. When she saw Ryan, her eyes lit up as she respectfully bowed. As a ranger close to legendary level, Bionce's strength surpasses Claire's. So, She could clearly feel that her Captain Ryan's aura had become even more powerful than before. It's been less than a month. It seems that Captain Ryan's strength has improved significantly again. Is this the growth speed of top geniuses in the Empire? It's truly terrifying. Hello, Claire and Beyonce, Ryan said with a smile and a nod. Ryan looked at the two of them briefly but noticed that Claire, who was originally at the peak of level 1 mage, was becoming more mentally focused and seemed close to breaking through to the second liquefaction level. Hee, Captain, you really have sharp eyes. After this mission with you, I think I will try to break through, Claire said with a smile. Yes, when the time comes, if you're not confident, you can come to me, Ryan nodded. Thank you, Captain. Captain, shall we set out now? Claire naturally asked. Wait, something is coming soon. Oh, it's already here, Ryan said with a smile, looking straight ahead. Huh? The two women first looked around but saw no one approaching them. For a moment, they looked at each other in confusion. Up in the sky, Ryan said with a smile. Huh? That looks like a wizard school's airship, Claire exclaimed when she heard Ryan and looked up immediately. Not far away, indeed, there was an airship flying toward the Sword Bearers' headquarters. It's no wonder they didn't notice it. After all, this is Timir, where the sky is always bustling. Large airship docking points in the east, south, west, and north, plus special organization and top family airship docks, make the sky filled with at least 10 or more airships constantly flying. It's easy to overlook one particular airship among them. However, this also made the two women more curious. After all, what kind of cargo would require an airship for transportation? Soon, as the Academy's airship landed, Elena quickly stepped forward, coordinating efficiently. They saw a huge figure covered with a cloth, being carried by more than 20 strong guards onto the departing Sword Bearers' headquarters airship. Is that a puppet? Claire's eyes widened as she examined the outline and faintly visible parts of the figure. Beyoncé also looked at the scene with surprise. In her view, her captain was already very powerful, but this time, he had even brought along a clearly very strong metal puppet. She remembered the last mission to kill the poison dragon, and they weren't so cautious then. Let's go, Lady Elena. Goodbye. Lord Ryan, goodbye to both of you. Elena slightly bowed with a smile. Ryan chose this time to depart, arriving at the Blades County of Moselle Province around 8 or 9 in the morning the next day. The schedule was perfectly planned. About 3 hours after Ryan left, in a valley estate near the outskirts of Tamriel capital, close to Lewid town, several middle-aged men dressed in robes looked anxious. It's almost evening. Why hasn't Lord Staven finished yet? Yes, sir. If he keeps delaying, we might run out of time, another middle-aged man said, frowning at the old man in the center of the room. Should we go and urge him? No. The old wizard responsible for this place thought for a moment and shook his head. We need someone who can complete the task smoothly and give the other side enough time. As for other difficulties, we will find ways to solve them. Hearing the old man's words, everyone was momentarily stunned, then nodded. That was the right idea. But missing the planned ambush point, coordinating afterward, and preparing again, all of that is troublesome. The ambush point naturally couldn't be near Tamriel capital, and once the airship speeds up, it's very difficult to intercept in the air. So, this time, they arranged the ambush at the foot of the Blades volcano in Moselle province. Usually, ambushes are set when the target has completed their task, is injured, or tired, but Staven insisted on choosing the moment when the opponent just arrived and was at their best mentally. Lord Staven, suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up. He stood up and looked at the door, exclaiming, "We can depart now." Staven's face was calm, and he nodded. Everyone was overjoyed. Soon, Staven, with his considerable number of undead, boarded a specially modified airship. Lord Staven, this airship is called Swallow, equipped with new technology from the Federation, making it very powerful. Its speed is 50% faster than a normal airship. Currently, you should arrive at the target location about 2 hours ahead of schedule. The old man explained. Good, I understand. Soon, the airship quickly disappeared into the distant sky. The next morning, Ryan's airship arrived on time at the Blade City airship dock. At this moment, at the docking point, several fully armed guards were already waiting, along with a small elite team belonging to the Moser Province Sword Bearers Division. Leading the team was a top-tier knight wielding a sword and shield. He saw Rain and the two others step down the gangway and quickly approached, slightly bowing and saying, "Lord Rain, esteemed guests, welcome to Moser Province. I am very pleased to have the chance to accompany you to the Sword Edge volcano. Lord, thank you for your hard work, Rain replied with a smile and a nod. There is also a puppet in the cargo hold at the bottom of the airship. Could you please arrange for someone to move it? Of course, rest assured. I have prepared a reinforced cart, pointed to a large 4-horse-drawn cart nearby. He took the opportunity to quickly observe the 3 distinguished guests from the Imperial headquarters. Apart from the young woman in a blue wizard robe, he could faintly sense her strength limit. Even the female in leather armor seemed beyond his understanding of her true power. As for the one in the middle, she was the famous Golden Grade sword-bearer Captain Rain within the Empire's sword system. Honestly, he wasn't optimistic about the outcome of the mission if it involved other Golden Grade captains, because the Lava Dragon Hermatos was not easy to deal with. But with this one, it was a different story. Soon, Rain and his companions boarded a luxurious carriage with double doors, while the covered Hellfire Demon statue was carried onto a cart by dozens of guards. A group of dozens of people left the city gate, heading toward the direction of Sword Edge volcano. Lord, how's the situation in Moser Province lately? Sigh. Lord Rain, recently, all kinds of cults have appeared like mushrooms after rain, and along with strange incidents popping up everywhere, our Moser Province Sword Bearers Division is overwhelmed. Hearing this, sighed. After some casual chatting, the carriage fell silent again. About 2 hours later, a huge active volcano still billowing black smoke appeared before everyone. The volcano looked grand and steep. In the flat plains, such a tall volcano suddenly stood out, like a sword blade, hence the name Sword Edge Volcano. At this moment, Ryan suddenly opened his eyes and said to the 2 women beside him, Claire, Beyoncé, stay alert. If necessary, tear open the defense scroll to protect yourselves first. His words immediately made the 2 women tense up. Captain, do you mean? Beyoncé's face became serious as she spoke. Knowing that even the legendary Carver Herald, considered the strongest, had died at their captain's hands, who would dare to attack again? Surely not. Be careful, Ryan didn't say it outright. Just now, he felt a faint sense of threat that quickly disappeared. When he used the blood feathers in the sky to observe, he found nothing. Seems like the enemy was hiding very well. Understood, Captain Ryan. The 2 women exchanged a glance and nodded seriously. Meanwhile, thought Ryan was warning them about the upcoming battle with the lava fire dragon. That makes sense. Such young, beautiful women with their own unique features. If he were Lord Ryan, he would also take good care of them. Then, the team moved forward several hundred meters, and Ryan suddenly smiled. There was indeed a problem ahead. Lord, it seems we have guests, Ryan said, secretly observing the slight expression of the Moser Province sword captain in front of him. What? S pupil shrank. He looked at Ryan's expression and knew he wasn't joking. Everyone, stay alert. Quickly jumped down from the carriage. Captain, this. Claire, cautious after the Mia incident, looked at stepping down, hesitating to speak. It's probably not an enemy spy, Ryan shook his head and said. With his near second-level peak sorcerer perception, Ryan could judge from the enemy's blood flow and heartbeat, things ordinary people couldn't see. He was fairly certain that this captain was not an enemy spy. Let's get down too. They can't handle the enemies ahead, Ryan said as he stood up from the carriage. The 2 women naturally followed him down. At this moment, if you looked down from the sky, you would see 7 or 8 gray lines in the dense forest on both sides, converging from all directions toward their current convoy. After a few seconds, the dense forest on both sides of the convoy began to shake violently, and many trees quickly fell as if cut down by a giant blade, like a cutting machine moving along the road. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of sharp blades cutting through the air grew louder and louder. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, tall gray shadows shot out from the forest on both sides of the convoy at high speed, accompanied by the smell of decay. Be careful on both sides, shouted loudly. His team members, acting as guards, quickly set up defenses around Ryan's carriage. At this moment, a warhorse in front of the convoy was seemingly blocking the gray shadow's path and was immediately torn open, sliced into several pieces. Elsewhere, the luck was not so good. Within seconds, the guards were sliced into thin pieces by the long claws of the flesh-eating monsters, nearly half a meter long. Even could only barely hold off one of them, but at least 7 or 8 of these monsters attacked from multiple directions. Everyone present looked anxiously at Ryan and the two others who had just dismounted from the carriage. Clawing flesh-eating monsters. Claire clearly saw the appearance of the enemies during the pause, and as a knowledgeable wizard, she exclaimed in surprise. And there are 6 of them at once. This kind of special flesh-eating monster was very powerful and quite rare. In terms of strength, they were roughly at the level of peak Great Knights. But the problem was, if such monsters existed, it likely meant there was a controller behind them, perhaps a high-level necromancer who specialized in death magic. Captain, these are clawing flesh-eating monsters. The enemy is probably a high-level necromancer, Claire said seriously. Oh, a necromancer? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, Ryan quickly recited a spell. As he lightly pointed, a thick yellowish beam of light the size of a thumb shot toward the Hellfire demon statue covered by a cloth. A deep mechanical humming sound came from within the cloth. The tall Hellfire demon statue began to rise. Huh? This is a golem. Claire, who was casting fire magic, heard the noise from the cart and quickly glanced over. At first, she was puzzled, but after a moment of thought, she was sure that what she was seeing was not an ordinary puppet but a golem. Because the opponent's power device was a small furnace, Claire immediately knew that the huge creature in front of her must be a golem. Golet? Beyoncé, who was shooting, also looked surprised. Although she was not a wizard and couldn't quickly tell if the opponent was a puppet or a golem like Claire, she had heard of golems. These powerful beings comparable to legendary warriors. She didn't expect their team leader to carry such a thing this time. However, she was a bit worried whether this large and somewhat clumsy-looking creature could hit the very fast-moving zombie with claws. Overclock attack. Ryan silently thought. The clawed zombie was quite strong, so Ryan ordered the Hellfire puppet to activate its special move. The Hellfire golem's chest on both sides suddenly opened with a cracking sound, revealing 2 dark holes. Then, it started firing rapidly like a Gatling gun, with red and black lights flashing continuously. Bang! Bang! A dense barrage of red fireballs and shadow arrows, leaving long tails of flame, shot quickly toward one of the clawed zombies in front. Boom! 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 Although each fireball could only damage a small part of the zombie's body, the rapid continuous firing made up for it. The zombie endured for 3 seconds, taking 6 fireballs and shadow arrows before being torn apart at the waist. Watch out, leader, behind you. Seeing a teammate killed, several other clawed zombies launched attacks from behind and to the left of the Hellfire golem, apparently trying to get close and destroy it with melee attacks. Sparks flew. One of the zombies' fierce claw strike only left a half-inch scratch on the Hellfire golem's hardened golden arm. Then, the golem immediately struck back with a heavy punch, sending the zombie flying about 4 or 5 meters into the air. Next, the Hellfire golem unleashed another wave of Gatling-style fireballs and shadow arrows. Boom, boom, boom. This barrage directly exploded the zombie in midair, leaving no chance to dodge. At this moment, the third clawed zombie swiftly leapt onto the Hellfire golem's head but was caught by a large metal hand and thrown forcefully to the ground. Bang! Next, the heavy metal tower's thick legs, weighing several tons, were driven by a small furnace and repeatedly stomped with great force, smashing it into meat pulp. For a moment, the Hellfire golem's power was unmatched. The remaining few zombie-like creatures with sharp claws hesitated and did not dare to attack again immediately. Instead, they quickly circled around and moved away. Wow, so strong! Exclaimed in shock. This is really powerful. Claire, as a wizard, understood well how impressive her team's golem was in combat. Usually, golem strength is comparable to legendary beings, but compared to true legends, golems are less flexible. So, being comparable often means just a little weaker. However, her team's golem, in both magic attack speed and defense, far exceeded Claire's expectations. She believed that even ordinary legendary fighters wouldn't be able to match her golem. Just as the two women relaxed slightly, Ryan's gaze was fixed on a certain direction. Here it comes. Huh? What is coming? As the women looked puzzled, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and the trees in the forest snapped and broke as if some huge beast was rushing toward them. Be careful. Oh my. What a terrifying monster. They saw a creature about 3.5 meters tall, with a muscular, rock-hard upper body of a strong man, and the lower body of a giant scorpion, rushing rapidly toward the golem. A powerful and savage aura immediately filled the scene. Bang! The creature was extremely fast and strong, directly knocking the 10-ton Hellfire Golem into the air. And in the next second, an even more shocking scene happened. The thick metal arm of the Hellfire Golem was tightly grasped by the creature's 2 hands, and with a spin, it was forcibly torn off. "It seems your golem is done for," a deep voice said. A middle-aged wizard, dressed in a black robe with a skull pattern on his chest, stepped out of the forest. "Rumor has it that after transforming, your strength can increase greatly. Maybe that can save your golem," said Stavin, his eyes shining with excitement. "Oh, that's not certain," Ryan replied calmly, looking at the clearly outmatched Hellfire Golem, whose arm had already been torn. Although the test was a bit shorter than expected, it was still completed. "Huh?" Stavin heard Ryan's words and seemed a little confused at first. But before he could understand, suddenly his eyes widened as he looked at the 2 huge creatures fighting each other. The energy from them was. He saw the golem, pressed down by a scorpion man, suddenly had its energy fluctuation increase several times. In the next second, a dazzling green light, 10 times brighter than the sun, flashed across. Then, a semi-spherical, transparent shockwave appeared, spreading very quickly. After 2 seconds, a loud explosion like a weapons depot blast echoed through the air. Although, and the others were hundreds of meters away from the explosion, they were still knocked back by the shockwave, and all the surrounding trees fell like wheat. Even the sturdy carts were mostly knocked over. Although Stavin immediately cast a 3rd-level protective spell to block the shockwave and sound waves, he frowned deeply. It felt like a small knife was stabbing his mind. Because his scorpion man was his most important undead servant, and they shared a mental link. But the sudden death of the scorpion man caused Stavin, who was caught off guard, to suffer a strong mental backlash. Bang! A large chunk of scorched corpse, about the size of a water tank, fell heavily between Ryan and Stavin. On the surface of this half-burned corpse, he could faintly see a dark-colored metal chest armor with intricate patterns. "It seems I don't need to transform after all," Ryan said with a smile as he looked at Stavin. Although this Hellfire Golem cost him a lot of rare metals, now that he used self-destruction to kill a peak-level legendary undead, Ryan didn't feel any regret. He felt the other person cared even more. "Do you know what you've done?" Stavin looked at the scorched corpse, his eyes instantly turning red. His most hoped-for scorpion man, along with the iron-spined undead armor, was destroyed directly by the golem's self-destruction, and with it, his chance to advance to become a Dawn Mage through the proper undead mage path was also gone. If that happened, he had no other options. Meanwhile, several miles away, beneath the volcanic crater of the Sword Edge volcano, about 1,000 meters below, a huge creature was soaking in the hot lava, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, its large, normally closed eyes snapped open. Its twin vertical pupils looked toward the direction of the recent explosion. It seemed to sense something and began to stand upright. Roar! As it spread its massive red-scaled wings, a creature resembling a red dragon that Rain had seen before let out a loud roar. Then, it suddenly flapped its wings and leapt out of the lava, rushing straight toward the volcano's summit. Stavin's eyes reddened as he pulled out a vial emitting a red mist of magical energy from his pocket. Although he hesitated briefly, the next moment he uncorked the bottle, tilted his head back, and drank it down quickly. Just as Rain was about to take the opportunity to attack, he suddenly saw the black-robed man in front of him clutching his head in pain and crying out loudly, "Graham! How could you?" In that instant, Stavin realized he had been tricked. Because the blood of the spider god he drank contained a fragment of the will or spiritual mark of the otherworldly evil god Naburican. The enemy used his body as a vessel to bring about the arrival of a saint. This kind of crossing over event could only happen under specific conditions and was more advanced than a mere projection. He must have become the vessel for the other's arrival. Clearly, Graham, the leader of the Tutkash school, was acting as an accomplice to Naburican. Moreover, the entire event had been carefully planned for a long time. He had been focused on his experiments and hadn't given the enemy any chance. But this time, he had actively taken the potion. Meanwhile, far away on the Ceratal Plateau, inside an empty underground hall of the Tutkash school's base, Graham, a tall figure engaged in an experiment, suddenly trembled. The excess reagent in his hand spilled into a beaker, and instantly, black smoke rose. The experiment failed. Such a basic mistake was impossible for a level 4 Dawn Mage. But this was exactly what happened. However, Graham's expression showed no anger, only a faint smile. because a sudden, distant, intermittent voice appeared in his mind, whispering .container, .consume, .praise. Waiting until now to use it. Your will and talent impress me, but unfortunately, your body is the best container I can find. Staven, this is your fate. Graham's deep voice echoed through the empty hall. Meanwhile, at the foot of the fire mountain, in front of Staven. After a few painful screams, his voice changed drastically from a normal male voice to a deep, dull, inhuman sound. At the same time, a powerful and dark evil aura spread instantly around him. The ordinary guards, who had just survived a huge explosion, were recovering, but in an instant, they felt danger again. It was like an old man stumbling and watching a fast-moving carriage rushing toward him, or like an ordinary person at the beach suddenly facing a towering tsunami. A feeling of helplessness and confusion filled their hearts. Even a top knight seemed to lose most of his courage now. He almost couldn't lift his sword, and his legs, clad in battle boots, felt heavy. This is the breath of the evil god, exclaimed in horror. The evil god has arrived, Beyoncé said seriously. Her morale was low, but when she looked at her calm-faced captain, Rain, a few meters ahead, she barely found the courage to keep fighting. Captain, Claire said, trembling. Everyone could hear her nervous and scared voice. She didn't expect the situation to turn so many times. At first, when she saw the powerful clawed zombie monsters, she thought a tough battle was coming. But her captain Rain's golem gave her hope. However, when the legendary fusion monster appeared, her heart clenched again. To her surprise, the golem had a secret weapon, an unstoppable self-destruct. But now, with the evil god arriving, the situation that had been in their favor suddenly turned around again. And naturally, Ryan understood that Claire was asking if he should quickly retreat before the enemy fully arrived. Stay back a bit. Hold on to the magic scrolls to protect yourselves. Leave this to me, Ryan said without turning around, his gaze fixed on the black-robed figure who was undergoing a strange transformation. The figure seemed to be losing its senses, eyes rolling back, and it floated in the air. Its body was changing dramatically, expanding rapidly like a balloon, with sharp, jointed limbs growing from its lower half, which sank deep into the ground with each movement. As for its upper body, aside from being several times larger, it didn't change much and maintained a humanoid shape. However, its hands had mutated into jagged, saw-like weapons. Ryan noticed that the figure's eyes were gradually clearing, though their expression was now completely different from before. Staven. Not bad. A good vessel, the figure muttered softly. Staven? Ryan wondered. Probably referring to the original owner of the body, he guessed. Looking at the towering figure nearly 10 meters tall and sensing the powerful aura far beyond a legendary level, Ryan sighed softly and whispered, I've always wanted to be a wizard, but close combat is unavoidable. Suddenly, Ryan's form began to change dramatically. He knew that facing this creature was beyond the strength of his current level 2 late-stage wizard capabilities. No matter how talented he was as a wizard, it wouldn't be enough. A few seconds later, a fierce, towering dragon man appeared before everyone, taller than the spider demon that had possessed the evil god, with a terrifying and violent aura that instantly dispersed the evil god's fearsome presence. The surrounding people immediately regained their senses, their faces showing surprise and relief. A feeling of escaping death filled everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, the evil god Nayu Barakan, who had been observing his new body, also noticed Ryan's change from a distance. He hadn't expected that a small creature he once considered insignificant could suddenly become a serious threat. Huh? Interesting, Nayu Barakan said with a smile. Human, I give you a chance to submit to me. Once, even a deity tried to recruit me. You're not the first, Ryan, in his Dragon King form, said calmly. Nayu Barakan instantly understood Ryan's meaning. Very good. Your life will end in pain and death. Swish. The opponent's 4 pairs of limbs slightly bend, moving quickly like a dragonfly skimming the water. Suddenly, the opponent's large figure disappears from the spot. Clang. Sparks fly. When the opponent reappears, they suddenly appear in front of Ryan. With sharp and pointed front limbs, they slash down at Ryan, but his huge dragon claw blocks it firmly. In the next moment, the opponent's left front limb also joins the fight. For a moment, dozens of silver arcs flash. Clang. Clang. The possessed evil god Staven and Ryan and his dragon human fight fiercely. 2 huge, blurry figures crash through the nearby forest, stirring up strong winds. Although the trees are not directly attacked, The powerful gusts cause many to fall over. The ground sounds like it's filled with landmines, with explosions going boom, boom, boom. Soon, various sized craters appear. Clearly, the ground isn't self-destructing. It's because the two move so fast that each landing causes a delayed explosion of force. This intense battle lasts about half a minute. Then suddenly, both giant beasts stop. In their respective forms, Neo Brecken in half-spider demon shape, with jagged front limbs, and Ryan with his hardened golden dragon claws, collide tightly, as if locked in a struggle. Both Stavin's chitinous front limbs and Ryan's dragon claws make tiny deformation sounds as they press against each other. After a few seconds, both seem to exert force simultaneously. Neo Brecken is knocked back more than 10 meters, while Ryan's sturdy lower limbs, in his dragon human form, momentarily sink into the ground about half a meter. That's a pretty good bloodline transformation. But your stamina should be nearly exhausted, right? I've only just finished warming up. Oh, you finished warming up? I've only just begun, Ryan says, adding a bit to his mental energy. Suddenly, a powerful surge of heat flows from his heart, and his tired body immediately recovers to peak condition. Since the last time Ryan fought the undersea goddess Hela, he has found that talking trash is very useful. Of course, the main reason is the high and mighty attitude of the gods. When they see the insults from what they consider mere ants, they often become very angry. And this naturally works in Ryan's favor. Human, your arrogance will lead you to ruin. Niobe Eurekain obviously doesn't believe what Ryan says and instead feels deeply offended. Earth-shattering piercing. It seems Niobe Eurekain knows that close combat won't work against Ryan for now. In his half-spider demon form, he raises his front limbs heavily. Suddenly, the ground in front of him erupts with 3 rows of sharp spikes, about 4 to 5 meters tall, like waves rushing toward Ryan at high speed. Ryan doesn't defend passively. Instead, he spreads his large wings behind him for the first time and then forcefully. Maybe it's you who are doomed. Before he finishes speaking, Ryan suddenly appears in front of Niobe Eurekain, who is in his half-spider demon form. He swings his dragon claw, which is covered with hardened gold. Bang! Caught off guard, Niobe Eurekain tries to block with his front limbs crossed over his chest, but is instantly knocked away by Ryan's powerful claw. However, the opponent in midair quickly adjusts his stance and continues fighting Ryan in close combat. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar echoes from the sky. A huge red flying dragon, about 14 or 15 meters long, descends rapidly from above. Who dares disturb the great Hemados? The deep, majestic voice suddenly stops. Because Ryan, transformed into the Dragon King, and Niobe Eurekain in his half-spider demon form, hear the noise from above and both retreat several dozen meters, looking up at the sky. At this moment, Hemados, the lava fire dragon, finally sees clearly that the two creatures are not the fierce beasts he initially thought they were, let alone suitable for his meal. One of them, a half-spider demon, has cold eyes that now seem to look at him like a small crawling insect. As it approaches, Hemados also senses the powerful energy from both below. Such evil and vast energy this is. This is a divine incarnation. Hemados' pair of vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately began to change direction. He quickly flapped his fleshy wings, intending to take off and leave this place at once. I should have just stayed in the magma. Why did I get involved? At this moment, Hemados felt like giving up on life. There's actually a small fire dragon. As Brecken, in his half-spider demon form, whispered, he suddenly opened his mouth wide toward the fire dragon Hemados. A black, swirling beam of light shot straight from his mouth into the lava dragon in midair. Whoosh! Although Hemados tried to dodge, the black beam still pierced through his right wing, creating a large hole. The wound continued to be corroded by black energy. Almost at the same time, a silver lightning bolt struck Hemados' abdomen. This was the short spear thrown by Line, in his dragon human king form. Seeing that his target was flying overhead, Line naturally didn't hold back and struck hard. After being hit twice in quick succession, Hemados let out a terrible scream. His fear grew even more. He desperately flapped his damaged wings, trying to escape quickly, stumbling toward the sword-edged volcano. It wasn't that he didn't want to fly farther away. The real problem was, if he didn't use the intense heat of the magma to heal his wounds immediately, he wouldn't fly far before falling from the sky. Hemados could feel that the corrosion on his right wing was very powerful. He needed external help to clear it quickly. Otherwise, he didn't want to be marked by an evil god. Nearby, Claire, and Beyoncé were already a bit stunned. What's going on? The lava dragon Hermatos, after briefly appearing like a clown, sped away in flight? What about the dragon's dignity? After this brief interruption, Neoburakan, still in his half-spider demon form, continued fighting Line. The intense battle made Line cast 3 more spells, and Neoburakan's gaze at him changed. He knew that if he didn't use some effective tricks as a deity, he might really have to retreat in disgrace this time. After another heavy clash that pushed them back, Neoburakan said in a deep voice, "Swarm of spiders storm." Suddenly, his abdomen burst open, and thousands of small, black, patterned spiders crawled out, rushing toward Ryan. Chitch. At the same time, these tiny spiders raised their mouthparts and spat out sticky white spider silk. Perhaps Ryan wouldn't care about 1, 10, or even hundreds of them. But when the number reaches this level, caution is needed. The enemy's spider silk spray made the sky look like it was filled with dense, sticky white webs. Iron armor technique. Cutting web. This was the first time Ryan used offensive and defensive magic in his Dragon King form. For a moment, Ryan's legs seemed to sink into a swamp. He could still move, but his speed was greatly reduced. However, the continuous use of cutting web cleared the spiders in front of him. Meanwhile, in his half-spider demon form, Neoburakan quietly approached Ryan from behind and suddenly launched a super-fast piercing attack at Ryan's back. Snap! Neoburakan's sneak attack was interrupted by a powerful strike from Ryan's thick tail. Just as Neoburakan felt things were going badly and planned to give up and retreat, Ryan's dragon tail wrapped around his waist. Pop! His sharp front limbs stabbed into Ryan's tail, but almost simultaneously, a hammer suddenly struck him. Boom! Neoburakan easily blocked Ryan's hammer, looking puzzled. At such close range, swinging a heavy hammer was not easy, and it caused less damage than sharp claws. Neoburakan didn't understand why Ryan did that. Suddenly, Neoburakan trembled all over and let out a painful growl. "You, mortal! You blasphemer!" But at this moment, he was too weak to say more because he could clearly feel that the spiritual brand he had painstakingly transferred was being erased by some mysterious force. That last hammer strike was Ryan's secret weapon, the shattering spirit impact. This true damage was most effective against divine projections or avatars. As Neoburakan's spiritual brand disappeared, a semi-transparent humanoid shadow appeared over the fallen body. "Thank you, Ryan. I was originally here to fight you, but unexpectedly, you saved me. Otherwise, my soul would have been forever bound and controlled by the spider evil god Neoburakan." This scene surprised Ryan. After all, this ghost-like state does not appear after every wizard's death. The last time I saw something like this was a long time ago, during the Agatha Mill quest. Later, Ryan looked up information and learned more about it. One of the main conditions for a physicalized spirit to appear is that the deceased had strong attachments in life. This is very important. Of course, if the dead person was a powerful wizard in spirit, the chance of their spirit appearing after death is higher. My soul will soon dissipate. As a thank you, I have important news for you. Ryan, be careful of the Isodra school on the Sereti Plateau. It's them who asked me to kill you this time. Also, the Tutkash school has fallen. Their leader, Graham, is secretly preparing materials to summon Neoburakan's clone. Before he finished speaking, Staven's spirit began to fade away. Ryan was lost in thought. What Staven said just now was quite a lot to take in. As Staven's soul disappeared, a strange aura started to spread around his spider-like corpse. A small, black crystal the size of a thumb floated above the corpse, radiating an evil, mighty, and grand aura. This crystal looked familiar to Ryan. It resembled the divine crystal he obtained from the sea goddess Hela in the undersea realm. This déjà vu made Ryan feel a little stirred. Could this be the divine crystal of Neoburakan? Since divine crystals are very rare and highly sought after by epic-level powerful beings, Ryan didn't want others to know about it. As Ryan reached out and grasped the dark crystal, a system prompt sounded. Ding! A divine crystal that can enhance the liquefaction of mental power has been detected. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Sure enough, seeing the system prompt, Ryan was overjoyed. Originally, his goal for coming to the Sword Edge volcano was to kill the lava dragon. He never expected to find such an unexpected treasure. After a moment of thought, Ryan decided to absorb it immediately. The longer such good things are kept, the more likely problems become. Delaying could lead to accidents. Harold's divine power crystal was like that. It ended up benefiting him in the end. As for the evil aura attached to it, Ryan was not afraid. A few days ago, after his witchcraft tailoring reached level 7, he found that he still had over 13,000 school contribution points. So, he exchanged them for a level 3 metal-type witchcraft called Steel Armor Technique. Now, he has 2 level 3 metal-type witchcrafts to choose from for his level 3 talent, an attack-oriented one called Thorn Iron Ball and a defense-oriented one called Steel Armor Technique. Without hesitation, Ryan chose yes. His mental sea silver mist began to quickly condense into liquid, gradually increasing in amount. After a few seconds, all the silver mist in his mental sea had turned into silver liquid. Ryan glanced at his system's main attribute panel and saw that his mental attribute was now clearly displayed as 98, liquefied 100%. It seemed that the energy remaining in the divine power crystal was still enough to continue boosting him. Suddenly, the system prompted again, starting promotion. Continuous transformation. In an instant, Ryan felt a drastic change happening to the double-layered crystal in his mental sea. An additional, smaller but more complex three-dimensional structure appeared on top of the original double crystal. This was the crystallized form of the level 3 metal type witchcraft steel armor technique. Yes, the level 3 talent witchcraft he chose was indeed steel armor technique. His battle with Nyaburikan left him battered, though not seriously injured. It was a wake-up call. As he faced increasingly stronger enemies, relying solely on dragon scales and steel body defenses was no longer enough. He needed to further strengthen his defenses. In an instant, the mental crystal seemed to transform from a double-layered cake into a 3-layered cake. Around this new crystal structure, the previously silver liquid grew thicker, and faintly, tiny floating stars could be seen within the liquid. If observed carefully, these specks of star-like light were actually small, crystalline mental power crystals, resembling ice crystals. I think this is probably mental energy crystallization, Ryan thought to himself. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again, detected that the host is breaking through to level 3 wizard. Unlocking the second level talent spell, Cutting Web Modification Restrictions. Would you like to modify this spell? This will cost 28 gold skill points. Note: after modification, the talent spell will be more suitable for the host to use, with improvements in power, attack range, or other aspects. Since there was already an improvement when he advanced to level 2 wizard, upgrading the first level talent spell, Metal Morph, earlier, Ryan was not surprised by this prompt. Without hesitation, he immediately chose yes. Suddenly, a large amount of memory related to the modification of the second level talent spell, Cutting Web, flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, it was as if Ryan had spent nearly 100 years in a mysterious space, refining the Cutting Web spell and fine-tuning its magic model to better suit his own casting habits. Meanwhile, the 3 layers of mental energy crystals in his mind also underwent synchronized fine-tuning. Soon, the system prompt appeared again. Ding. The modification of the second-level talent spell, Cutting Web, mastered by the host is complete. The new spell model has been successfully adjusted. Spell power increased by 13%. Mental energy consumption decreased by 18%. Not bad. Ryan's eyes lit up. Although it costs more gold skill points than when I upgraded Metal Morph, the fact that the spell's power can be further increased makes it worthwhile. The modification of the second-level talent spell was just a small part of this level up. At this moment, the system prompts kept appearing. Host's mental energy has greatly increased. Crystallization initiated. Ding. Successfully advanced to level 3 wizard. Mental plus 25. Gained level 3 talent spell, Steel Armor Technique. When Ryan opened his eyes again, he felt his perception of the world had become clearer and more profound. He could easily distinguish the subtle differences in the footsteps of Claire and Beyoncé, who were walking quickly about dozens of meters behind him. It wasn't just the difference in their voices, but also the rhythm of their steps and the force behind each stride. He didn't even need to turn around to perceive this clearly. Even from over 100 meters away, among the dozens of guards, Ryan could sense and identify the location of the sword-wielding team leader. Additionally, he was attuned to the mysterious energy elements invisible to the eye around him. Although Ryan still couldn't see these energies directly, his perception had become very sensitive. He could notice subtle differences, such as how the energy particles were distributed around him. For example, in his current position, The concentration of metal and shadow energy particles nearby was noticeably stronger. This was likely a result of his recent battle with Ne Barakan, who was in a half-spider demon form. Such fine distinctions were difficult to notice when he was a second-level liquefied wizard, or even very hard to tell apart. But now, he could perceive them easily and clearly. Soon, Ryan focused his attention on the system panel. Since he had advanced to a third-level wizard without changing his class, his Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, profession panel hadn't changed much. His mental strength increased by 25 points, which is a big improvement from when he first advanced to level 2. Not bad. Ryan looked at his attribute panel and saw that his mental attribute was now 123, crystallization at 1%. Finally, I've reached the third-level crystallized wizard stage. Now, with just my magic, I've crossed into the legendary combat power threshold, he thought happily. Next, he focused on the effect of his third-level talent spell, Steel Armor. He quickly scanned the panel and found a new icon at the top of the legendary profession panel. The icon depicted a shiny silver humanoid figure. Unlike the full knight armor, this figure was entirely covered in smooth, metallic protection, like a liquid robot from a sci-fi movie. Below the icon, a small line of text read, Third-level talent spell, Steel Armor, Steel Armor. Third-level talent spell uses a small amount of mental energy to activate a special magic model, mobilizing metallic energy particles from the ground to cover the subject with a thick steel armor. Special metallic energy particles? Thick steel armor? Ryan immediately understood the difference between steel armor and iron armor. However, it was not convenient to use it now, as Claire and Beyoncé had already come behind him. "Captain, are you okay?" Claire looked a bit worried and asked. "Are you okay?" Rain waved his hand and said, "It's fine." "Captain, do you want to wear a cloak first?" Beyoncé's face was slightly red as she handed Rain a black cloak. Thank you," Rain said, looking down and appearing surprised. He immediately took the cloak and put it on. Although recently his wizard tailoring skill level increased quickly, and he was wearing a very stretchy inner garment, the intense battle had turned it into fragments. So now, he was basically only wearing shorts. When the guards arrived beside Rain, the ground around was full of holes and looked like a battlefield after hundreds of meteorites had fallen, making everyone feel dazed. He thought to himself, is this damage really caused by humans? Even the nobles from the imperial capital would find this too exaggerated. "Lord Rain, I've heard of your great reputation, but I see that the rumors still underestimate your strength." Bowed deeply to Rain, showing deep admiration. "Sir, thank you and your companions for your bravery," Rain said with a smile. Meanwhile, on the Cyrodiil Plateau, deep underground at the Tuthcash School's base, as Rain defeated the evil god Neoburkan's avatar, Graham suddenly felt a jolt in his mind, as if something bad was about to happen. His face changed drastically. As a level 4 Dawn Mage, he could faintly hear distant whispers from the divine realm. "Kill him." Although the spider god's words were broken and unclear, the anger in them was obvious. Graham quickly realized that his spider god's avatar was in trouble. How is this possible? Did it fail? If Staven's mission failed, maybe, but my master's avatar did arrive successfully before. Graham, tall and broad, paced back and forth in the underground hall, his sharp limbs scratching the ground with a screech. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't understand why. Could it be that my master's avatar was defeated after arriving? Even the Guardian of the Empire might not be able to defeat my lord's incarnation, right? As a vessel, Staven, my lord's incarnation, must have reached an epic level of strength. To be honest, even if there happens to be an Empire Guardian nearby and they are no match, retreating should always be an option. But from my lord's angry tone just now, it seems the incarnation has been completely destroyed. Graham furrowed his brows. At the foot of the Sword Edge volcano, after witnessing Lord Ryan, also a sword wielder, possess such strong power capable of defeating the invading evil god's incarnation, and other sword wielders from the Mosul province felt proud. After a short rest, they became more confident and headed toward the volcano. Soon, they arrived at the volcano's mouth. A hot gust of air hit them, mixed with a strong smell of sulfur. Looking down from the mouth, they saw dark red lava slowly moving like cracked earth. However, after scanning repeatedly, no sign of a lava dragon was found. "Hey, Last time, before we even reached the cave entrance, that lava dragon sensed our presence and rushed out immediately. This time why? Many guards whispered among themselves. Lord Ryan, I think this lava dragon is probably scared by you and hiding in the lava lake, too afraid to come out. Guessed, thinking this was the closest explanation. Lava dragons value territory highly, and just now, they walked in confidently, but the creature didn't react at all. This was clearly unusual. So, after careful thought, came to a rare but logical conclusion. A dragon was scared and hiding away. TSK, he's over 40, and he's been on at least 100 missions as a sword wielder in Mosul province. This was the first time he'd seen something so unbelievable. Hearing S words, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Although they thought S conclusion was a bit exaggerated, it still seemed quite reasonable. Next to them, Claire was also stunned when she heard. Her beautiful eyes blinked a few times, thinking to herself that she had never heard of such a crazy story before. However, when she quickly glanced at her team leader, she noticed Ryan's brow slightly furrowed, seeming to feel a bit disappointed about not completing the lava fire dragon task. After thinking for a moment, Claire suggested, Captain, maybe I can use the flame eye to check? Flame eye? That's a good idea. Ryan's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded immediately. He had heard of the level 1 fire magic called Flame Eye, which could form a fist-sized eye made of fire elements to observe enemies. As Claire recited the spell, after a few seconds, a semi-transparent fireball appeared in midair in front of her, floating up and down. Claire pointed with her delicate white finger, and the flame eye quickly descended toward the lava lake below. A few minutes later, Claire wiped the small beads of sweat from her forehead, seeming to have stopped the spell, and said apologetically, Sorry, Captain, I couldn't find it. The opponent is probably hiding deep inside the lava lake. Ryan nodded and said, It's okay. He understood that although the volcano's opening didn't seem large, the area below was quite open. The lava lake at the bottom of the Sword Blade volcano was as big as a real lake, and its depth was likely astonishing. Additionally, there might be winding underground tunnels beneath the lava lake. Finding a deliberately hidden lava fire dragon in such a lava lake would naturally be very difficult. Ryan had considered sending Bloodwing to search, but his Bloodwing eagle, although fierce, could easily fly over the lava in a short time, but searching for a long time in the lava lake was impractical. Moreover, it was too dangerous. If Bloodwing was swallowed by the lava fire dragon, the loss would be great. Thinking for a moment, Ryan turned and said, Let's go. I'm afraid the opponent will move somewhere else after healing. That's right. I wonder if this counts as completing the mission, he whispered. The two women looked at each other in surprise after hearing this. Yes. After all, the danger of the lava fire dragon was eliminated, just not by killing it, but by other means. At this moment, Beyoncé waved at and said, Lord, send someone to observe from the mountain for a while. If the lava fire dragon Hemidus leaves, report to me in the headquarters. Yes, Miss Beyoncé. Immediately understood Beyoncé's meaning and looked surprised as he said. For Rain, although he did not kill the lava fire dragon Hemidus this time, he was not feeling down. On the contrary, he felt very good on the way back, because this time he gained much more than expected. He successfully advanced to a 3rd-level crystal mage, which he never thought possible before. He thought it would take him several months to get there. As for the lava fire dragon, whether to kill it or not was not something he paid much attention to. After Rain and his group left for half an hour, several small red firebirds, about the size of fists, suddenly emerged from the lava lake, flew into the sky, and looked around several times. Then, a huge creature slowly poked its head out of the lava lake inside the Sword Edge volcano. It seemed to be cautious, so the lava fire dragon Hemidus quietly flew to the back of the volcano crater, stopped there, and watched Rain and his group leave from afar. Only then did it breathe a long sigh of relief. Humans are really scary. Even the incarnation of a god's descent was defeated by him. It seems we can't stay in this Sword Edge volcano anymore. After my wounds heal, I need to find a new place to live. Hemidus's vertical pupils flickered. Several hours later, on the return airship, Rain was alone in the luxurious cabin, thinking, Now, I have completed 2 of the prerequisites for becoming a dragon vein mage. The last one is the essence of dragon blood. Earlier, Rain had tried to get the blood essence of the ancestor dragon Corylus in the cold wind tundra, but the system did not recognize it. That's why Rain wasn't very concerned about lava fire dragon Hemidus. According to records, Fire dragons are not considered true dragons. Even top-tier subdragons are only subdragons. Thinking carefully, the prerequisites clearly state a complete dragon blood essence, with emphasis on complete and dragon. It's a bit troublesome, but in half a month, the Dragon Knight Reserve selection will be held. Maybe soon, I will get to meet a real dragon. Rain pondered. After all, if he couldn't even get close to a dragon, how could he hope to obtain a complete dragon blood essence? Perfect. I can go to the guild these days to earn some contribution points and exchange for the 3rd level of the Steel Heart. Hopefully, I can also exchange for the 3rd level metal magic, Steel Fist, but 14,000 contribution points is probably not something I can get in a short time. After all, opportunities like the Fire Gorge Secret Realm don't come often. The next afternoon, when Ryan returned to the Sword Bearers' headquarters in Tamriel, the Imperial capital, Elena immediately received a message from the airship dock staff. Lord Ryan, everything with the mission is going smoothly. Soon, Elena, dressed in black straight pants and a white patterned long-sleeve shirt, approached with a smile. However, as she opened her mouth, she swallowed her words. Because, upon a quick glance, Elena noticed that the heavy golem didn't seem to have returned, and she also didn't see any loot from the lava dragon. So, with high emotional intelligence, Elena chose to stay silent. This was the first time she had seen Lord Ryan, the young man before her, fail a mission. When Elena's gaze shifted to Claire, she shook her head and spoke proactively. Lady Elena, although we didn't defeat the lava dragon Hermatos this time, I don't think the mission was a failure. Because Hermatos, the lava dragon, has been hiding from Captain Ryan, lurking deep within the lava lake, and doesn't dare to show itself. Hiding from Lord Ryan? Elena blinked, clearly puzzled. Although she was a civilian staff member, she had worked in the Sword Bearers Department for over 10 years. Elena knew well that all fierce species had a strong territorial instinct, often risking their lives to defend their territory, let alone a fire dragon like Hermatos. Yes. Claire nodded firmly. Lady Elena, your arrival is perfect. Maybe you should contact Major General Tatiana immediately. Ryan, seeing Elena, nodded with a smile and said, we encountered some issues on the way. Although we didn't defeat the lava dragon this time, we did encounter the incarnation of an evil god. What? Elena's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her hand covering her mouth in surprise. Now, that evil god incarnation. Beside her, Beyoncé spoke at the right moment. Lord Rain, I will contact Major General Tatiana immediately. Please wait a moment. Then, Elena quickly walked away, stepping confidently in her high heels. By the way, Lord Rain, there's an important matter. Miss Anna had an emergency yesterday and said she needs to return to Ferdinand Forest first. This is a letter she left for you. Elena suddenly remembered something. She turned back and handed a letter to Rain. Is it so urgent? After just leaving for 2 days, is Anna in such a hurry? Rain's heart sank a little. He immediately opened the letter to read it. Meanwhile, Elena hurried off again to report to Major General Tatiana. At this moment, Claire seemed to notice something. She looked up at Elena walking away, her gaze lingering on the curvy line of Elena's tight skirt. She thought to herself, our captain's part-time liaison officer is quite charming. By the way, Beyoncé, do you know? This person used to be Captain Rain's dedicated liaison in Munster. Claire whispered to her companion Beyoncé, giving a small nod towards Elena. Beyoncé glanced at Elena's graceful figure and then looked at Claire. She immediately understood her friend's meaning and shook her head. Surely not. With the captain's strength and status, there's no need to look for anyone special. That's not necessarily true. Many nobles have unique preferences, Claire said, crossing her arms and puffing out her chest in defiance. Beyoncé, think about it from a different angle. Do you know how difficult it is to transfer a civilian woman from the Sword Bearers Division in the southern provinces to the Imperial capital headquarters? You should understand this, right? Beyoncé fell silent for a moment. Indeed, this difficulty was quite high. It would probably require the division leader of the Sword Bearers to personally coordinate. Moreover, if our captain only needs a liaison, the headquarters already has dozens of young female secretaries waiting for him to choose from. Why go through all this trouble to transfer someone from the division? Could it be that our captain doesn't like young women and prefers mature women instead? But if he can put in a lot of effort to transfer someone from a lower division, it shows that his own team leader is quite dedicated. At this moment, Rain, who was nearby, didn't have time to pay attention to his two teammates' gossip. He carefully read the letter. Dear Rain, Aunt Delina was seriously injured while on a mission by followers of the ancient Mother Tree cult. I must return immediately. Once Aunt heals, I will come back to the imperial capital. Seeing this, Rain felt a bit relieved. So, Ms. Delina is hurt. No wonder. However, the Mother Tree cult? Rain immediately remembered the time he and Rudolph, the leader of the goddess church, fought together against a flesh tree spirit. That place seemed to be an ancient temple of the Mother Tree cult. It looks like the situation is getting worse. Even the Ferdinand Forest, where the elves live, has been attacked by evil cults. But later, Lena can look up information about the Mother Tree cult. After the Dragon Knight Reserve selection, I might consider going to Ferdinand Forest myself, Rain thought silently. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Lena returned with a new female major general named Tataya. Lord Rain, welcome back. General Augustus is waiting for you in the meeting room, Tataya said with a slight smile. She also nodded to Claire and the other two women. All right, let's go, Rain nodded. Sure enough, the headquarters of the sword-bearers placed great importance on news about the gods. Soon, the three of them were led into a small, highly secure meeting room with strict protection measures. Rain noticed that the corridor, floor, and corners of the room had runes drawn on them, likely similar to the secret chamber he saw in the Man province before. But this headquarters room's runes looked more complex. Lord Rain, this room is protected by multiple runes to prevent eavesdropping and spying. You can mention the true names of some gods appropriately, Tataya explained at the right moment. Rain nodded to show he understood. At this time, General Augustus, whom Rain had seen twice before, was sitting on one side of the room, smiling warmly at him. Lord Rain, we meet again, Augustus said kindly. This time, his words were different from their first meeting. Even though he is a general and the second in command at the sword-bearers' headquarters, he used the respectful term Lord when addressing Rain. Perhaps, the young people Claire and Beyoncé didn't notice this small change in how he called Rain. But Tataya, Alina, and others saw it clearly, and their eyes sparkled. It was obvious that, in the eyes of the high leaders at the sword-bearers' headquarters, young Lord Rain's status had risen. General Augustus, good day, Rain said with a slight smile. Claire and Beyoncé, being new to such important people, felt a bit nervous and quickly bowed to greet him along with their captain. Please, don't be so formal. Sit down, everyone, Augustus said kindly. After everyone sat down, Alina quietly left the small meeting room because her rank didn't allow her to listen to such an important discussion. Lord Rain, please tell us in detail about the unexpected events during your mission, Tataya asked with a smile. All right. At the foot of the Sword Edge volcano, we were attacked by a wizard from the Tutkash school. Claw ghouls. Golem's self-destruction. Legendary stitching monster. Rain explained. Everyone in the meeting room, including General Augustus, listened carefully. Only Rain's voice and the scratching of notes could be heard. It seems the enemy's spirit was badly hurt by the stitching monster's death. They took the blood of the evil god, occupied the body, transformed into an avatar. Hearing this, Tataya looked up in surprise and asked, Lord Rain, are you talking about an avatar? Not a projection? Yes, I am sure it's an avatar, Rain nodded. At that moment, a middle-aged man next to General Augustus, with a badge showing a pair of golden leaves and 2 suns, coughed and said, Cough. Lord Rain, you might not know this clearly. When gods want to descend as avatars, they have very special requirements for the human hosts. Finding a suitable container for such a divine avatar isn't easy. Also, dealing with divine avatars can be quite difficult, even for the Empire's guardians. The other person politely added a comment. However, Claire, who was already convinced by her captain's strength, couldn't help but feel a bit amused when she heard this. After all, their captain's direct confrontation hadn't helped much. So, during this investigation at the headquarters, they needed to do something. Claire couldn't hold back and interrupted. Sir, the general, my captain has made it very clear. We were all present at the time and saw clearly. The opponent was definitely a divine incarnation, not just a projection. Yes, I can also testify to that. Beyoncé nodded in agreement. Calm down, ladies. This isn't a hearing, just a record of the situation, the general said with a helpless smile. After thinking for a moment, Ryan nodded and said, I think the wizard from the Tutkash school, who was possessed, is quite special. The opponent's name is Staven. He is quite powerful. Perhaps Major General Tadia can look into it later. I believe the headquarters should have records about him. Staven? General Augustus suddenly looked serious. Yes, sir, Ryan nodded. No need to look it up. If it's him, then it's definitely a divine incarnation. Augustus waved his hand and said, I know Staven. 30 years ago, he was already a peak third-level crystal mage. Also, he's a rare shadow-type genius mage, fully qualified to serve as a vessel for a divine being. But after saying this, Augustus carefully examined Ryan, seeming surprised that Ryan could handle a divine incarnation. At this moment, Taya suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, Lord Ryan, do you know the true name of that divine being? Before the soul dissipated, Staven told me that this evil god is called the spider god Nyo-Barakan. I think those words are part of his true name. A divine being's true name is usually very long, and it is also a kind of secret. What? The spider demon god Nyo-Barakan? General Augustus, who usually kept a calm face, suddenly lost his composure. The others present, including Ryan, were surprised by Augustus's rare outburst. After all, within the Empire's borders, heretical cults are blooming like mushrooms, and many evil gods' projections and incarnations have appeared. Several months ago, a demon god's clone descended and directly interrupted the Emperor's half-god ascension. As the second-in-command of the Empire's sword-bearers, General Augustus should be used to such things. Could it be that this spider demon god is different from other evil gods? Sorry, I lost my composure a bit, Augustus said after a moment of reflection, as if recalling something. After a short pause, he continued, Thousands of years ago, on the Cyrodiil Plateau, there was a very brutal and savage spider demon empire. Its origins are now unknown, but they worshipped the spider demon god Nyo-Barakan. Later, after being defeated by a coalition of several human kingdoms, the empire retreated underground. To prevent too many casualties, the human coalition did not continue the attack. Instead, they gathered a large group of mages led by 3 level 5 full moon sorcerers, who used a magical artifact called the Blazing Light Staff to completely seal the territory underground. So, I am worried that the appearance of this evil god might mean the underground seal has been compromised, or that the enemy plans to break the seal. Lord Rain, thank you for reporting such important information. Thank you, General Augustus. As the Empire's sword-bearer, this is my duty, Rain replied with a slight smile. Lord Rain, do you have anything else to add? Tetya paused her writing and asked with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Rain said again, Before Stavens' soul dissipated, he told me that the assassination attempt on me was actually orchestrated by the Isodra school. Of course, this is just Stavens' personal opinion, and I currently have no evidence. I'm just suspicious about whether the Isodra school on the Cyrodiil Plateau has fulfilled its duty of supervision. Also, the Tuthcash school's leader, Graham, is probably already fallen. That's all. Thank you, Lord Rain. The headquarters will evaluate this intelligence and assign appropriate points soon, Tatya quickly recorded. Tatya, please also send a copy of Lord Rain's report to Grand Mage Dalian later, Augustus said seriously. Understood, sir. When the meeting ended, Ryan met Elena, who was waiting at the door of the conference room. Something occurred to him, and he said, Lady Elena, I have something to discuss. Lord Ryan, please go ahead, Elena replied, pulling out a small notebook and a feather pen, ready to take notes. Please contact the regional branches of Ferdinand Forest. I want to learn about the latest news and important information regarding the cult of the Mother Tree. Also, find out if there are any sword-bearers at the headquarters who, for special reasons, are sent to the elf territory on missions. If so, understand the specific procedures. Due to past conflicts, elves remain very cautious of humans. Apart from maintaining the only embassy in the imperial capital, Tamriel, as a communication point with humans, elves are mostly isolated from the outside world. Therefore, even if Ryan wanted to go to Ferdinand Forest to help Anna, it wouldn't be simple and would depend on the elves' attitude. Additionally, as a race with a much longer history than humans, many elves have long lifespans and are very powerful. Ryan didn't believe that a single Mother Tree cult could cause significant harm to the elves. In general, Anna probably wouldn't face serious safety issues. Understood, Lord Ryan. I will contact them immediately, Elena replied. When Ryan returned home, his sister Mint quickly found him, looking sad. Big brother, Anna has left again. Do you know when she'll come back? Don't worry. Anna should be back soon, Ryan said gently, kneeling down and smiling as he ruffled Mint's hair to comfort her. Last time, you said the same, but Anna only came back after more than half a year. If Anna doesn't return within a month, I'll go find her myself, okay? Ryan continued, seeing Mint still unhappy. Mint smiled at her brother's promise, her big eyes curving like crescent moons. The next morning, Ryan went to the Bichu Mechanical School. Inside Professor Magaro's office. Hey, Ryan, you completed your mission so quickly this time? Magaro was quite surprised that Ryan returned to the imperial capital after only 3 days. Normally, sword-bearers taking on missions would be considered fast if they returned within a week. There was a small unexpected event, so I came back first. By the way, Minter, I tested the Hellfire Golem in battle, and it works very well. Haha, good to hear. Mogwaro was pleased with his proud disciple's words and stroked his red beard. By the way, did you bring back the golem this time? Is there anything that needs improvement? Tell me. Mogwaro was very excited when talking about the golem. It's self-destructed, replied Ryan somewhat embarrassed. After all, his Hellfire Golem took a lot of time and effort from Mogwaro, his Minter, and Audrey and Alicia also helped a lot, which is why it was finished so quickly. What exactly happened? Mogwaro stood up in surprise and asked. Well, when Ryan explained that the Hellfire Golem's self-destruction directly killed a peak legendary Stitch creature, Mogwaro's face showed no more regret, but instead he burst out laughing. Great. That's wonderful. I never thought that a golem I made could defeat a peak legendary Stitched monster in just 1 day. Mogwaro's face flushed with excitement as he paced around the room. He then took a bottle of Bordeaux wine from a nearby closet, uncorked it, and drank straight from the bottle without pouring. Mogwaro drank half the bottle in one go before remembering something and said, Ryan, do you want a sip? Hick. Thanks, Minter, but no need, Ryan replied with a faint smile and shook his head. Since it's self-destructed, let's make another one. By the way, after this battle, do you think the golem needs any improvements? Mogwaro asked, calming his excitement. Ryan had already thought about this before coming. In the fight against the Stitched creature, the golem was clearly at a disadvantage. Ryan had considered improving the magic level, upgrading from level 1 to level 2, but that would significantly increase the difficulty of inscriptions. For a minor like Mogwaro, who was only a peak level 1 wizard, that was too difficult. The simplest way to increase the golem's power was to make it thicker, taller, and larger. As for the magic, they could consider adding more shooting parts. Minter, could we add 2 more barrels on the shoulders of the Hellfire Golem to fire spell balls and shadow arrows? If so, should we consider adding a small furnace device for this purpose? Magaro thought for a moment and looked at Ryan, saying, That's possible, but doing so will make the golem much larger, probably over 6 meters tall. It might be very hard for you to control. Minter, I have no problem with that, Ryan replied with a slight smile. One of the main reasons he wanted to keep the golem small was because he was only a late-stage, second-level liquidator wizard. Although he had a strong affinity for metal elements, controlling a golem was still quite difficult. Ryan remembered that controlling the Hellfire Golem once used nearly 50 points of his mental power, which was almost all he had, as he only had about 90 points then. But now, things are different. His mental power has increased to 123, and crystallized mental power is even better than liquidized, making it much easier to control the golem. Magaro looked at Ryan with suspicion and then showed a shocked expression, saying, You wouldn't happen to. Although Magaro could no longer see through Ryan's current strength, especially since Ryan was wearing the cloak of concealment, the calm smile on Ryan's face hinted at something Magaro guessed. Ryan smiled slightly and nodded, saying, Minter, I'll leave this matter to you. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, inside a luxurious residence on the left side of the palace, a middle-aged nobleman with a mustache stood respectfully beside a young man with soft features and blonde hair. The blonde young man sat in a chair, casually flipping through a stack of documents. Buchanan, so now we can confirm that this young man named Ryan probably has some unknown dragon bloodline? Your Highness, based on the data, that seems to be the case. Buchanan, the middle-aged noble, bowed and replied, Very well. Go and invite him to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, Prince Everton said with a faint, mysterious smile, closing the documents. Understood, Your Highness, Buchanan said, slowly leaving the room. Although Duke Drum had approached him before, hoping to influence the second prince and remove Rain, it now seems that the second prince is more interested in this young man with dragon blood. The Dragon Scale Brotherhood is a secret society led by the second prince aimed at non-royal members who possess various dragon bloodlines. After returning home, Rain went straight to the training room to study the second-level magic iron armor and the third-level magic steel armor. Before learning steel armor, he saw its description at the exchange office of the magic school and sensed there might be a connection between the two spells. After practicing multiple times, Rain was increasingly convinced that these two magic techniques were somehow related internally. However, he also felt that something seemed to be missing. Rain repeatedly cast these two spells in his room. Second-level magic, iron armor. Third-level innate magic, steel armor. A layer of dark iron armor appeared, covered by a thicker layer of silver metal. Its defense seemed to stack, but Rain knew this was only superficial and didn't significantly increase power like a special attack would. After many repetitions, Rain felt that something was not quite right. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly had an insight and decided to add the first-level innate magic metal shaping into the mix. After 2 attempts, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, it must be metal shaping. At the same time, the system prompted, "Ding. The host has grasped the prototype of a combined magic. Do you want to spend 42 gold skill points to refine and perfect it?" "Exactly what I needed," Rain exclaimed, punching the air excitedly. Without hesitation, he chose yes. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical training memories flooded into Rain's mind, as if he had practiced these 3 spells for over 100 years in a mysterious space. When Rain opened his eyes again, he felt that his understanding of these 3 spells had broken through a certain limit, and he now knew how to combine them into one. Ding! Successful deduction. The host has mastered the third-level metal magic combination, steel armor. Steel armor? Rain's face lit up with joy. Level 1 gifted witchcraft, metal transformation, Level 2 witchcraft, iron armor, and Level 3 gifted witchcraft, steel armor, are cast consecutively to form a combined spell, steel armor. Just as Ryan was about to test it out, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Lord Ryan, Count Buchanan is here to see you. He says he's the steward for the second prince," the small man Mateo said hurriedly. The steward for the second prince? Ryan raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. No wonder Mateo came to bother him. "Please meet him in the reception hall," Ryan said after a moment of thought. A few minutes later, in the reception hall. "Lord Ryan, I am here because I heard that you also possess rare dragon bloodline. I was sent by the second prince to invite you to join the Dragonscale Brotherhood," Buchanan said with a smile, straightforwardly. "This is a small gift from the second prince. This is a special potion developed by the Dragonscale Brotherhood, designed to help those with dragon bloodline. The second prince named it Dragon Vein Evolution Potion." As he spoke, Buchanan took out a brown wooden box, opened it, and handed it to Ryan. This. Ryan clearly saw inside a dark red bottle glowing with a blood-colored magic light. Because of Anna's mother, Ryan had already thought about how to deal with the second prince. However, he didn't expect the other to come directly and invite him to join such an organization he had never heard of. Seeing Ryan lost in thought, Buchanan's face lit up with a smile and continued, "Lord Ryan, the purpose of the second prince establishing this Dragonscale Brotherhood is to provide a platform for those who unexpectedly awaken their dragon bloodline. A chance for further growth. For example, imagine a group of like-minded people studying how to develop their dragon abilities further, researching related special potions, and so on. Additionally, this is a purely secret society. It won't affect your current role as a swordsman, nor will there be any mandatory tasks." It must be said, Buchanan's eloquence and tactics were very good. If most people were in his place, they would definitely be tempted. However, Ryan was different. At this moment, he was quickly weighing the pros and cons. First, based on his previous understanding of the second prince, it was unlikely that the Dragonscale Brotherhood was a purely secret training organization, as the brother in front of him claimed. Ryan himself is a wizard and alchemist. With a little thought, he could see the key issue clearly. If he studies and develops his own dragon bloodline, how should he do it? Researching bloodlines would require extracting fresh blood, and possibly a small amount of tissue, to find any useful results. Furthermore, if his bloodline truly develops something special, that could be even more dangerous. Ryan also knew well that his bloodline improved through the system by systematically killing dragon creatures, which allowed him to continuously refine and enhance his mutated dragon bloodline. As for Anna's mother's whereabouts, he could seek other methods. "Sorry, Lord Buchanan, please convey to the second prince my thanks for his kindness. But as a sword-bearer, I currently have no plans to join any secret organization," Ryan said politely after some thought. He also made it clear he wouldn't join any secret group, showing he had no bias against the second prince. Haha, Lord Ryan, you might not know how many people outside are eager to join the second prince's Dragonscale Brotherhood, Buchanan said with a smile. Especially those with tainted or degraded bloodlines, even willing to pay a high price to join. Buchanan didn't seem upset by Ryan's refusal, and he continued talking casually. Oh, I heard you recently participated in the Dragon Rider Reserve selection? Yes, Ryan replied. You should join the Dragonscale Brotherhood. Here's a little secret. The second prince himself is one of the examiners, Buchanan said with a meaningful smile, preparing to leave. It's about time. I'll take my leave, Lord Ryan, he added, smiling thoughtfully. I understand. I need some time to think about it, Ryan said as he stood up. Of course. If you decide to join, you can contact me anytime in the next few days. Ryan first thought about what Buchanan had just said. If he didn't have the system, Buchanan's suggestion would be very tempting, almost making it impossible for him to refuse joining the Dragonscale Brotherhood. Imagine, the so-called Dragonscale Brotherhood mentioned by the other side has probably recruited many people with dragon bloodlines. Although the chances of anyone outside the royal family having dragon blood are extremely low, even if it's just 1 in 10,000 or 1 in a million, considering the vast territory and large population of the empire. The number could be hundreds or even thousands. I'm afraid that number is quite large. Is the main goal of the second prince in establishing this secret society really to provide a platform for those with dragon blood to communicate and improve? Also, what do the terms bloodline contaminators and shattered ones mentioned earlier mean? It seems they are very eager to join the Dragonscale Brotherhood. It looks like I need to look up some related information. Ryan looked thoughtful for a moment, quickly thinking of several questions. However, he knew he had very little information at hand and couldn't make a clear judgment. After a brief pause, Ryan shifted his attention to the red potion in the wooden box on the coffee table. He sensed it carefully and picked up the so-called Dragon Vein Evolution Potion, examining it closely. The potion emitted a faint, shimmering red magic aura and looked especially beautiful in the sunlight. But for some reason, Ryan felt like he was looking at a blooming poppy flower. Beneath its extreme beauty, there was a hint of something sinister. His body seemed to have a strong desire for the potion, but the feeling was not intense. More strangely, when Ryan had just thought about trying it, he sensed a warning sign of danger rising in his mind. Interesting, it seems to promote my mutated dragon bloodline to some extent, but the benefit might not be significant. And there might be some hidden, unknown dangers. Ryan stared at the red potion and thought silently. If I get the chance, I should find out how this potion is made. If I can eliminate the potential dangers and only keep the positive effects, that would be good. He considered it for a moment. Although his system might be able to remove the risks, Ryan decided not to drink it. Instead, he carefully put it back into the wooden box. Because the iron armor test had just been interrupted by Buchanan's arrival, Ryan now returned to the training room to test a new combination of magic. However, Ryan accidentally glanced at the attribute panel below and was surprised to see that he still had 64 remaining gold skill points. He remembered that he previously had 95 gold skill points, but he had spent them twice. First, during his promotion, he used 28 points to upgrade to level 2 talent cutting web, and then 42 points on the combined sorcery steel armor, totaling 70 points spent. Soon, he realized why he still had so many points left. He hadn't checked the battle records with Staven and the evil god avatar earlier. Ryan quickly looked through the records. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and gained 39 gold skill points. Congratulations, your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, legendary, profession level has increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level has increased. Wow, both professions have leveled up. Nice. Although the King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession was already at level 13, requiring a lot of experience to level up. Ryan's previous kill of the Abyss Fire Rock Golem and the fierce battle with the evil god Nayubu Raken had finally allowed him to level up. The King of Thousand Blades, epic, reached level 14. Additionally, thanks to Ryan using sorcery multiple times in battle, including controlling Hellfire Golems with activation magic, the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, profession level also increased from 11 to 12. Together, these gains gave Ryan 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Recently, Ryan had been practicing alchemy intensively, reaching level 6 in the alchemy master profession with 25 attribute points. After deducting 5 points used in battle and adding the 2 points gained now, he had 22 attribute points remaining. As for skill points, he had 12 before, plus 2 more now, totaling 14. Although he had used 2 gold skill points for sorcery combination deductions, the battle also earned him 39 gold skill points, so he still had 64 left. Looks like once I master the combined sorcery steel armor, I can learn the level 3 metal sorcery thorn iron ball. With enough skill points, I can upgrade it quickly and strengthen my combat ability. After some thought, Ryan made a decision about his next plan to learn new sorcery. Level 1 talent sorcery metal transformation. Level 2 magic, iron armor. Level 3 talent magic, steel armor. Combined magic, armor of steel. With Ryan's swift triple spell cast, a thick armor shimmering with dark silver magic light covered his entire body. It actually looks like armor? Ryan glanced at the mirror in the training room and was a bit surprised by his reflection. Previously, whether it was level 2 magic iron armor, level 3 magic steel armor, or water-based protective magic like water shield, they all resembled a membrane or close-fitting shield. But now, his combined magic steel armor has a shape very similar to a knight's armor. This was the first time Ryan saw protective magic with such an effect. Also, although the shape looks like knight's armor, the defensive power is vastly different. First, the magic's defense effect. Ryan, covered in steel armor, radiates a strong metallic magic aura, clearly offering excellent protection against both melee and magical attacks. Of course, the actual defense level needs to be tested to know for sure. Second, flexibility. Ordinary metal armor, regardless of material, tends to feel heavy and inconvenient. Due to joint hinge issues, even if made from soft top-layer leather, the defense is reduced, and it's not very flexible. But Ryan's steel armor, shining with a dark silver glow, has metal at the joints that flows like mercury, greatly increasing agility. Ryan's mind moved slightly, and the hardened gold ingot in his hand quickly transformed into a large two-handed sword. Now, Ryan, wearing the steel armor, ran swiftly across the field, slashed, stabbed, and finally unleashed a special move. After testing, Ryan found that, aside from the difference in defense, the agility of this armor was at least 1 level higher than when he wore the demonic mithril armor. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ryan's mind. He looked up at the height of the training room and then activated his transformation. This time, Ryan only entered his first form, the Dragon Warrior transformation. His size instantly grew to over 5 meters. Next, he cast the combined magic steel armor. Soon, the strong figure of the Dragon Warrior form was covered with a thick set of shining knight armor infused with magical light. Nice. It doesn't affect agility at all, Ryan said happily as he looked down. Now, enemies will have to break through this steel armor created by combined magic first, then overcome my dragon scale defenses, Ryan thought to himself, gripping his dragon claw, which felt like wearing a pot. Both agile and thick, my close combat ability is even stronger now. This seems a bit off. I enhanced my magical power, but in the end, my combat strength seems to have become more about physical fighting. Ryan quickly realized a problem. After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Forget which side is stronger for now. Improving strength is the most important thing. After testing several times, Ryan returned to his study. Just as he took out a parchment scroll of the 3rd level metal magic, thorn iron ball, to study, he suddenly remembered something else. Ryan concentrated and activated the 2nd layer of the Steel Heart meditation. Indeed, after crystallization, the effect of the advanced Steel Heart meditation's 2nd layer has greatly decreased, and its ability to promote the continued crystallization of mental power is minimal. This result was expected. Soon, Ryan focused his attention back on the parchment scroll recording Thorn Iron Ball. Meanwhile, Buchanan, after leaving Ryan's residence, immediately boarded a luxurious carriage waiting outside. The carriage quickly arrived at the residence of the 2nd prince, Efton. In the study, Efton was flipping through some intelligence when he looked up and saw Buchanan returning. He casually asked, "Buchanan, how are the Mother Tree sect's actions in Ferdinand Forest going?" Buchanan responded promptly, realizing that the 2nd prince must have seen the intelligence from Ferdinand Forest. After a brief thought, he answered, "Your Highness, they launched a surprise attack based on the intelligence about our elven outposts, and they gained quite a bit. Now, They have sent a letter saying they will bring over more than 10 captured elven women to the Dragonscale nest. Excellent. With these captured elves, the raw material issue should be resolved in a short time. The second prince, with a gentle face, showed a satisfied smile and said, "By the way, inform Linduin and Jean Good to speed up the development of the potion." "Yes, Your Highness. I will contact these two master alchemists immediately." However, before Buchanan could leave, the second prince, Everton, asked again, "By the way, the person you met today with the bloodline of the dragon. His name is Rain, right? How is he?" He's quite young, strong, but very cautious. When I mentioned the invitation to join the Dragonscale Brotherhood, he initially politely refused. Until I told him you are the examiner for the Dragon Rider Reserve, his attitude softened. Buchanan reported in detail. It's okay. Whether we have more or fewer people with the dragon bloodline doesn't matter much to the Dragonscale Brotherhood. Our main focus now is on the experiment." Clearly, Everton was not very concerned that Rain was not eager to join. After all, in the entire Empire, there are quite a few people with the dragon bloodline. "By the way, Your Highness, this is a replica of his dragon aura." At this moment, Buchanan seemed to remember something. He took out an object like a pocket watch from his pocket and respectfully handed it to the second prince, Everton. This pocket watch-shaped magical device has only one function, recording the dragon aura of nearby people. With it, the second prince, Everton, can quickly understand the approximate bloodline origin and concentration of the person. When Everton took it, he initially looked indifferent. But after sensing it for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered, This kind of dragon aura. Your Highness?" Buchanan looked at his prince with curiosity. Could it be that Rain's dragon bloodline is unusual? The person's dragon bloodline aura is very strong. Although not as strong as mine and Renala's, it's comparable to that of ordinary royal children. Moreover, what's more rare is, this aura doesn't seem to come from common black or red dragons, but rather, it's a bit like the aura of the long-lost metallic dragons. Metallic dragons? Buchanan became more puzzled. Yes, there's a faint metallic particle smell. Forget it. The more I say, the less you'll understand. The second prince, Everton, shook his head and said, "Set Rain's attention level to level 1. Also, go investigate his social connections and find a way to break through. Make sure to bring Rain into the Dragonscale Brotherhood. His bloodline might be very useful." "Understood, Your Highness." Buchanan immediately bowed respectfully. Just as Buchanan left the second Prince Everton's study and entered the front garden, a guard quickly approached and whispered, "Sir, Duke Dlam has arrived. He's waiting in his carriage near the gate." "Should I?" Buchanan thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I will go out and meet him myself." He naturally knew the reason for Duke Dlam's visit. However, this time, the outcome might not be what the other side hopes for. A few minutes later, inside the carriage, Sir Buchanan, "About Rain, His Highness," Duke Dlam said, with a hint of hope in his eyes. "Sorry to disappoint you, Duke. His Highness is very interested in Rain and even sent me to invite him to join the Dragonscale Brotherhood." "So, what?" Duke Dlam's face darkened. Since receiving first-hand news from the base about the failed assassination of Staven, Duke Dlam had been uneasy. It wasn't that he worried Rain would discover their plans. In fact, he and his companions only played a minor role in stirring things up. The main responsibility lay with the Isolde Ray School. But what troubled him was that Rain was growing too fast. Even Staven, a veteran wizard with decades of fame and wielding the top undead magic device, the Iron Spine Undead Breastplate, was no match for Rain. Looking at it this way, Rain's talent suggested he would likely become a protector of the Empire in the near future. And if Rain still remembered the previous conflicts with the Dlam family, he could become a major threat to the family. By then, even with Ancestor Paniskirk, they might not be able to suppress him. Did he agree? Duke Dlam asked after some thought. "Not yet, but if Rain is wise enough, he probably will." "Understood. Thank you, Lord Buchanan." Hearing this, Duke Drum's face returned to calm. After a moment of thought, he bid farewell to Buchanan. Back at the Drum family estate, the Duke sat alone in his study, lost in thought. "Come in, Your Grace." A young new butler immediately entered the study and bowed. Clearly, this new butler was chosen to replace the former butler, Owen. "Has the news about Ryan spread?" Duke Drum asked. "It has. According to Lord Owen's report a few days ago, the information about Ryan killing several high-ranking members of different evil cults has been shared with those cults. Good, the Duke nodded. Although the Drum family supports the second prince, it doesn't mean they must obey blindly. As a noble family of the Empire and Guardians, they have their own interests within the larger framework. That is perfectly normal. Even if Ryan joined the Dragonscale Brotherhood, if he were to be eliminated by an evil cult, it would just mean he lacked strength, and it wouldn't really involve the Drum family. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the Imperial capital's third ring, at Ryan's residence. After about 2 hours of studying, Ryan, who believed he had a basic grasp of the new magic, first went to the training room. Just as he was about to use the Thorn Iron Ball, he suddenly stopped. The power of a third-level spell is still a bit too strong. Maybe I should go to the magic testing room at the headquarters instead. After all, Ryan didn't want to accidentally destroy his new residence with a failed spell. Soon, Ryan took a carriage to the Sword Bearer's headquarters. Guided by a young female staff member, Ryan quickly arrived at the third-level spell testing room. Lord Ryan, if you need anything, just ring the bell to call me. Okay, thank you, Ryan nodded. It's my honor to serve you. The young female staff smiled and bowed slightly. After she left, Ryan approached the large cylindrical metal block on the track and began to recite a spell. Soon, a solid iron ball, 2 meters in diameter, appeared out of nowhere, spinning rapidly. Zzzzz. On the surface of the iron ball, dense, sharp spikes of varying lengths rubbed against the ground, sparks flying. As Ryan waved his right hand, there was a sharp sound, whoosh, accompanied by a burst of powerful energy. A giant iron ball streaked through the air, rapidly smashing into the smooth surface of the metal ingot. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the room. The massive cylindrical metal block on the track was almost knocked over by the strike. Even the floor slightly trembled. Ryan looked closely and saw that the pointed iron ball formed by the third-level spell Thorn Iron Ball had embedded itself deep into the large metal ingot. Clang clang. Meanwhile, the metal block weighing dozens of tons oscillated back and forth on the track. Next to it, on a black magic stone tablet, a large number displayed clearly, 191. Such power. Ryan's eyes lit up. This Thorn Iron Ball may be a bit simple in attack style, but its power is truly impressive. Normally, the strength of a third-level spell is around 120 to 200. Now, thanks to the super metal affinity and the special effects of the advanced meditation method Steelheart, Ryan's third-level spell's destructive power nearly reached the upper limit of third-level spells. According to the description in the scroll, the normal diameter of a Thorn Iron Ball should be about 1.5 meters. But the iron ball Ryan just cast, ignoring the length of the spikes, had a diameter of about 2 meters. At this moment, the system prompt appeared. You have learned the Thorn Iron Ball spell, and your understanding has improved. You have gained a new skill. Thorn Iron Ball. Your Thorn Iron Ball skill has been upgraded. Experience +5. At the same time, a new icon appeared below the Legend of Warhammer Mage panel. The icon depicted a huge, spiky metal ball. Below the icon, small text read, Thorn Iron Ball LV1, 1/100. Thorn Iron Ball LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate a specific spell model, drawing metal energy particles from the surroundings to form a giant Thorn Iron Ball, which charges straight ahead to crush and attack all targets in a line. Note: casting time 3 seconds. All targets in a straight line. Ryan immediately grasped a key feature of this new spell. Although improving proficiency in level 3 magic is much more difficult than level 2 magic, Ryan was well prepared. Without hesitation, he immediately invested 11 skill points and 8 gold skill points into the level 3 spell Thorn Iron Ball. As the spell advanced from level 1 to level 20, a powerful memory of the magic Thorn Iron Ball flooded into Rain's mind. For a moment, Rain felt as if he had entered a mysterious space, practicing the spell tirelessly for 100 or 200 years, compressing the pronunciation to perfection, making casting almost instinctive. The next morning, at the inner ring of the Imperial capital Tamriel, outside the Snyder family mansion where the Chimera Knight Luther was, a carriage slowly stopped. When Rain stepped down, 2 tall, distinguished knights waiting at the gate quickly approached. Lord Rain, long time no see. Your recent achievements are truly astonishing. Luther greeted warmly upon seeing Rain. Yes, Lord Rain, the news of your killing the strongest legend, the Carver Herald, has spread throughout the noble circles in the Imperial capital, Harlowin added with a smile. Lord Luther, Lord Harlowin, long time no see. Both of you have improved your skills again. Congratulations, Rain said with a smile. He sensed that both Luther and Harlowen had made some progress recently. Clearly, they had not been idle and were likely preparing for the Dragon Knight Reserve selection. After some small talk, the three went inside the reception hall to sit down. Rain then asked directly, "Lord Luther, I want to ask about the specific method for next week's Dragon Knight Reserve selection." Since he planned to refuse the second prince's invitation, Rain knew he had to be prepared. Especially with the selection happening next week, Rain was sure the other side would ask for his final decision beforehand. Although he could get information through the sword holder channel, Rain was unsure how effective their cleanup efforts had been. Since Luther had participated in the last selection, he should know more about the process. Regarding Ryan's question, Luther was first surprised, then he smiled and said, "Lord Ryan, I believe with your strength, you don't need to worry about this assessment. But since you asked, I will give a brief explanation. First, the first part of the test is a flying combat assessment, focusing on 2 points, flying and combat. Flying means the candidate must ride a flying mount. The goal is to observe flying skills, which is why candidates need a flying mount. In general, if a candidate can control a flying mount to pass through obstacles or perform sharp turns and dives in the air, it shows they will have similar abilities when controlling a dragon in the future. As for combat, it tests whether the candidate and their flying mount can work well together to defeat enemies. Since many people can fly well, and dragon knights are not circus animal trainers, they need to show enough fighting power. Luther added, seemingly to help Ryan and Harlow understand better. So, the first part is the combat test. What about the second part? Hearing this, Harlow looked confused. Usually, if a test has multiple parts, the difficulty increases from easy to hard. For example, the first part might test physical skills or techniques, and the second part would be the combat assessment. Luther frowned slightly and said, "As for the second part, Lord Ryan, Lord Harlow, everyone participating has signed a high-level confidentiality agreement with the royal family, so I cannot reveal details. But I heard that Lord Ryan recently visited the Flame Gorge." Luther seemed to remember something, emphasizing Flame Gorge, then stopped and looked at Ryan with a smile. Ryan thought for a moment, then also smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Lord Luther. I understand." He understood Luther's meaning. The second part of the test probably takes place in a secret realm similar to the Flame Gorge. The exact details are unknown, but it's likely to involve a few scenarios, such as defeating more difficult enemies within this special realm or encountering dragon-like or dragon-blooded creatures. At this moment, Harlow, after a moment of deep thought, also looked enlightened. After learning about the assessment of the Dragon Knight Reserve, Ryan said goodbye and arranged to go to the camp tomorrow to practice flying skills. Since riding Bloodwing, opportunities for aerial combat have been rare. In contrast, Luther and Harlow have much more experience in this area. Of course, Ryan was not worried about teamwork. As someone with the Beast Priest, Legendary, Profession panel, his coordination with Bloodwing would be fine. His main goal was just to get familiar with the field and exchange ideas with Luther and Harlow on how to handle different enemies. Just as Ryan was about to get into the carriage to go to the Academy's base, he suddenly noticed Elena waiting nearby. "Hey, Lady Elena, is something urgent?" Ryan saw Elena's serious expression and guessed something bad might have happened. "Lord Ryan, we have something to discuss on the carriage." "All right." After they sat in the carriage, Ryan cast a soundproofing spell. Only then did Elena begin to report. "Just now, Major General Tatiana sent an urgent message. During the cleanup after the elimination work, someone found signs of a leak in the task details you carried out within the Sword Bearer Records Department." I suspected that," Ryan nodded calmly. He had actually expected this situation. In previous assassination attempts against him, the timing and location were almost perfect. It was almost impossible that no one leaked his information. Hearing Ryan's words, Elena was quite surprised. However, she could sense a confidence from Ryan's calm face and tone, which made her admire him even more. Additionally, there's another piece of news. Yesterday, internal inspectors within the Sword Bearer organization learned from some detainees that your personal mission records seem to have been deliberately leaked to the cult organization. "Oh?" Ryan raised an eyebrow and said, "This is quite interesting." After thinking for a moment, Ryan understood and guessed the general situation. Based on analysis, it's likely that the conservative faction leaked your mission records. Elena's words confirmed Ryan's suspicions. "Does that mean the other side is trying to use a cult to eliminate me?" "Yes, Lord Rain. Seeing the smile on Rain's face, Elena felt her nervousness ease significantly. At first, she was very anxious when she learned about this situation because even a highly skilled sword wielder, like a gold-ranked fighter, would be in great danger if targeted by one or more cult organizations. That is why the tasks sword wielders undertake are kept secret. Major General Tatiana said she will assign someone to encrypt your future missions and seal them after completion to prevent similar incidents. She also warned you to be careful when going out on missions recently. Additionally, she suggested that your family stay in the imperial capital unless there's a special reason to leave. Cult organizations are not like the conservative noble families. They might directly retaliate against your family, Elena added. Understood, Rain nodded. Fortunately, he had already brought his family to the imperial capital. With the city's defenses, unless another divine avatar like last time appears, it should be relatively safe. Just as Elena was about to leave, Rain thought of something and said, "By the way, Elena, could you check the library at the headquarters for information on bloodline taint and shattering beings?" Bloodline taint and shattering beings? Sure, Lord Rain. At the Baishu Mechanical School headquarters, after about 2 hours, Rain quickly earned 550 contribution points by helping to craft puppet components. Adding this to his remaining 1,463 points, he soon accumulated 2,000 points and exchanged for the 3rd level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Technique. This was also the final level available at the school. In other words, if he wanted to practice the original version of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Technique's 4th level, he might need to explore the ancient wizard school ruins that Maguro, his mentor, mentioned last time. But for now, I should focus on mastering the 3rd level. After saying farewell to Maguro, Rain quickly returned to his residence. In his study, Rain took out the memory crystal recording the 3rd level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Technique. As a special memory appeared in his mind, Ryan began to read, understand, and reflect on it carefully. Advanced meditation method of the Steel Heart, 3rd layer, extremely difficult to practice. But once successful, it can not only further refine mental strength and promote mental crystallization, but also increase the power of metal-type magic by about 60%. 60%? I remember that in the 2nd layer, the increase was only 40%, which was already impressive. It allowed my level 2 metal magic to nearly reach the level 3 threshold. Now, it's actually 60%. Seeing this, Ryan's eyes brightened. This made him even more eager to master the 3rd layer. Calming his mind, Ryan immediately focused and began to try practicing according to the requirements of the 3rd layer of the meditation method. Unlike the 2nd layer, which had a 6-pointed star-shaped model with 6 dual symbols, the 3rd layer's model is more complex. According to the difficulty table in the crystal, the wording is extremely high. If one's talent isn't good enough and mental strength isn't strong enough, just looking at this 3D pattern can cause nausea and dizziness, making it impossible to persist. Ryan carefully counted. The 3rd layer's model actually consists of exactly 108 will symbols. This is nearly double the number of the already very difficult 2nd layer. It's easy to imagine how hard it is to visualize this 3rd layer 3D pattern all at once in the mind. But my mental strength is at 123 points, so I should grasp it faster. Also, Ryan glanced at his attribute panel. The remaining 22 attribute points are a strong guarantee for him to quickly master the 3rd layer. Before long, Ryan began to visualize the 3rd layer 3D model in his mind. 2 hours later, after dozens of attempts, Ryan can now successfully visualize a pattern made of 96 will symbols, still 12 short of the full 108. That's a significant difference. According to many records in the memory crystal, his progress far exceeds that of most wizards just entering the 3rd crystallization stage. Most 3rd layer crystallization wizards only manage to sketch around 90 will symbols after the 3rd month. However, Ryan was still not very satisfied with his progress. Previously, when he practiced the 2nd level, he was almost out of mental energy but was only 5 will runes away from completing it. Now, he was 12 away. Indeed, this level is very difficult, Ryan muttered, massaging his aching temples. Then, let's start adding points. Without much hesitation, Ryan added 1 point to his mental attribute. As his mental strength increased from 123 to 124, he instantly felt a cool sensation in his brain, like a clear mountain spring flowing through, washing away all mental fatigue. Now at his peak, Ryan smiled and once again visualized the complex three-dimensional model of the third level in his mind. 2 hours passed. The first will rune. The 30th. The 99th will rune. After this, Ryan felt a throbbing pain in his temples again. Used up 1 attribute point and gained 3 will runes. This is really tough, but I expected it. Only 9 more left now. Faced with potential threats, Ryan needed to improve his strength quickly. The special effect of the third level of the Steel Heart meditation increases the power of metal-type magic by 60%. This was very meaningful for Ryan. So, he added 1 more point to his mental attribute. After fully recovering his state, he repeated the previous process. This time, his mental strength reached 102. Again, as Ryan increased his mental power, he continued to visualize the third level's three-dimensional pattern. Again, he kept going until dawn, when the sky was just beginning to lighten. Ryan suddenly looked happy, clenched his fists, and gave a strong punch. After nearly a whole night and 6 rounds of adding points, Ryan finally succeeded in visualizing the third level of the Steel Heart meditation in one go. At this moment, his mental strength had increased to 129. In his consciousness, at the bottom of the 3-layer crystal, the original ring-shaped base had doubled in thickness, making it look even more stable. The system then prompted, "You have practiced the third level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique, gaining new insights. Your skill Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique has improved, experience +5. Ryan quickly found the skill icon for Iron Heart on his Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class panel and checked the changes in its description. The new description reads, Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique LV7, January 5000, with special effect Metal Control LV3. Metal Control LV3, passive, effect. Your ability to control metal-based energy particles has significantly increased. Level 3 Metal Control's description changed from slightly increased to greatly increased. The third level of the meditation technique corresponds to levels 7 through 9. Thanks to his experience from the second level, Ryan thought for a moment and invested 2 more skill points into the LV7 Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique. As the skill advanced from LV7 to LV9, a wave of memories related to practicing the third level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique flooded into Ryan's mind. In an instant, Ryan felt as if he had spent over 100 years meditating in a mysterious space, enduring the hardships of the third level. A few minutes later, when Ryan tried to sketch the third level meditation model again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the time needed for visualization had been reduced by nearly 2/3. Looking at the only remaining point of skill points, Ryan knew that he had probably reached the limit for the meditation technique. Still, he wanted to confirm. He added the point, and as expected, the system displayed a failure message. Point allocation failed. You have reached the current limit for the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique. Not bad. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Ryan's face. Level 9 is the maximum for the third level. Then, Ryan looked at his attribute panel again and noticed a significant change in his mental strength, mental, 120, crystallization 2%. Previously, after adding points, his mental strength was 129, but now it was only 120, a decrease of 9 points. However, the crystallization progress had increased by 1%, from 1% to 2%. Based on previous experience with liquefaction, Ryan was not too surprised this time, though the large reduction was somewhat unexpected. It should be the effect of advanced meditation methods refining and purifying the mind. After all, they concentrate on the essence. After a night of practicing meditation techniques, perhaps due to the joy of success or some restorative effect, Ryan did not feel tired. Instead, he felt eager to try again. At this moment, a ray of morning light streamed through the window, gently shining on Ryan's back. For a moment, the lively young boy and the dawn's first light seemed to blend perfectly. Headquarters of the Sword Holders. In Tataya's office, people came and went every few minutes to report. Lady Tataya, we just received news that last night, several provinces, Vaz, Moser, Nam, and Man, were attacked by the cult. The enemy sent high-level fighters, very strong, even including epic-level experts comparable to the Empire's Guardians. The Sword Holders divisions in these provinces have requested support from headquarters. Enemies involving epic-level experts should be reviewed by General Augustus. Others should be assigned as missions through the task hall. Tataya quickly processed the reports. Because coordinating epic-level enemies requires General Augustus to personally intervene, Tatiya was only responsible for internal coordination among the sword holders. Additionally, over the past week, Tatiya had clearly noticed increased activity by the cult within the Empire's territory, with several epic-level experts appearing multiple times. As a result, nearly 10 Empire Guardians had to leave the imperial capital, Tamriel, to handle the situation. At this moment, a female staff member approached Major Tatiya and whispered, "Lady Tatiya, we found that the twin serpent, Art and Alida, from the cult of the serpent, appeared 3 days ago in the province of Vale. But yesterday, they reappeared in the province of Fui, and based on the route analysis from the intelligence hall, their likely destination is heading toward the imperial capital." Hearing this, Tatiya's expression changed slightly. The twin serpents are the third ranked among the cult's 12 serpent messengers, far stronger than those ranked lower. It is said they are sisters and possess a special telepathic connection. It is easy to imagine how challenging it is for two top-tier legendary fighters to work together in battle with near-perfect coordination. This is also reflected in their records. Not to mention, their repeated escapes from the Empire's Guardians prove their strength. Considering their destructive power and difficulty to handle, the twin serpents Erida and Alida sisters have always been key targets for the Empire's sword-bearers. Any updates from the intelligence office? Lady Tatiya, here are the details from the intelligence office, said the young female clerk, opening a record and presenting it to Tatiya. A 70% chance. That's quite high. Tatiya narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. The report read, considering the leak incident. A 70% chance. The attack target is Lord Rain. Tatiya knew well that Rain had a deep connection with the cult of the serpent during his time at the Munster branch. He had previously killed 2 of the cult's lower-ranked messengers, Ice Serpent, Edmondo, and Mad Serpent, Icosala. Therefore, she agreed with the intelligence office's judgment. The leaked mission record suggests that the enemy is seeking revenge. However, in the imperial capital Tamriel, they wouldn't dare enter easily. They are likely waiting nearby for an opportunity. Immediately inform Deputy Director Olena and have her alert Lord Rain. Also, send the detailed intelligence on the twin serpents to Lord Rain as well. Understood, Lady Tatiya. I'll go right away. After saluting, the young clerk quickly left. Meanwhile, over 100 miles outside the imperial capital, in a remote part of Taflin Town, in a manor, a regular carriage stopped at the manor entrance, but the 2 people stepping out in gray robes were anything but ordinary. The 2 figures beneath the robes were graceful and slender, and remarkably similar. From their posture, they were undoubtedly beautiful women, but both wore hoods, making it hard to tell them apart. Lady Erida, Lady Alida, welcome back from your journey. A distinguished old man in a black robe slightly bows to the 2 people and speaks. If you pay close attention, you will notice that this old man is also a level 3 crystal mage. Yes, luck is on our side. The journey has gone smoothly, one of the women says clearly. By the way, Lord Aurelian, how many days until the Dragon Rider Reserve selection? Has the time for the Dragon Valley Secret Realm opening been confirmed by the Empire? Lady Erida, there are 5 days left before the selection. As for the Secret Realm opening, we cannot confirm the exact date yet, but usually it opens 3 to 5 days after the first assessment ends, the old man named Aurelian respectfully replies. All right, we'll wait for your news. Also, you should know how important this mission is. Don't take it lightly, Lord Aurelian, Erida says. By the way, do we also need to deal with someone? Sister, what was her name? The one who killed the ice snake and the mad snake, Alida suddenly asks. The black-robed old man speaks proactively. Lady Alida, that person's name is Rain. We have confirmed that he also participated in the Dragon Rider Reserve selection. Hee, interesting. Sister, it seems we only need 1 trip now. No need to go twice, Alida laughs. As Erida and Alida enter the villa, they quickly arrive in a large hall. The floor is decorated with intricate lines that shimmer with a faint green glow. Clearly, some kind of magic array is set up in this hall. Any news on other factions? Erida lifts her hood, revealing a beautiful face. If not for the red snake-shaped mark on her forehead, anyone seeing her outside would think she's an innocent, beautiful girl. According to the plan, the Disembodied Hand Sect, Black Flame Sect, Sea God Sect, Plague Sect, and others will send people to the vicinity of the imperial capital one after another, waiting for action. but I don't know the specific personnel or locations, the old man named Aurelian says respectfully. Although it's a joint operation, each sect is wary of the others and cannot cooperate sincerely. It's only because the Empire is currently their common enemy. Imperial capital Tamriel, the second floor of the Ryan residence. Suddenly, Ryan looked out the window and saw a tall, attractive girl in leather armor appearing at the gate. She wore only enough armor to cover her vital areas, revealing her thin skin and defined abs. She carried a large shield on her back and a single-edged battle axe hanging at her waist, clearly Lagri. The guards at the gate were about to ask who Lagri was looking for when they saw their master, Ryan, smiling happily as he appeared in front of her. Lagri. Ryan approached quickly, smiling warmly as he embraced her. Ryan, don't. Lagri initially responded warmly, but suddenly, her beautiful eyes glanced at the second-floor window of the villa. Her face turned red, and she pushed Ryan away. Ryan was a bit confused. Could she be shy because the guards were nearby? Upstairs, Lagri whispered softly. Actually, for the cheerful and confident Lagri, being hugged or kissed by Ryan wasn't embarrassing. She had already accepted her feelings for him. But the problem was, at that moment, Ryan's mother, Emma, was watching them from the second-floor window with a warm, ant-like smile, which made Lagri feel a bit awkward. And there were more of Ryan's relatives watching. From another room's window on the second floor, Mint, with an innocent face, was also smiling happily at the scene. Following Lagri's gaze, Ryan immediately understood and smiled, saying, "Let's go inside first." Okay. Once inside the villa, Mint happily ran down from the second floor and blocked their way. "Big Sister Lagri, why did it take so long for you to come see me?" Mint said with a sweet smile, then ran up to hug Lagri. She then took her hand and held it tightly. "Mint, long time no see," Lagri said, gently kissing Mint's soft cheek. At this moment, Ryan's mother, Emma, also came down from the second floor with a warm smile. "Hello." And Emma, Lagri respectfully greeted her with a ladylike bow. Ryan, nearby, watched this with a smile in his heart. He could tell that Lagri was still a little nervous when seeing his mother. It seemed that even with her wild bloodline, the role of daughter-in-law still held a strong influence over her. Additionally, this was in the case where Emma, the mother, was just an ordinary person, and Lagri was a fierce warrior. "Lagri, it seems you've grown taller again," Emma gestured and said in amazement. Since Ryan's height was increasing faster himself, he didn't notice this. Now, with Emma's reminder, Ryan realized that Lagri's height was probably a bit taller because she had become a fierce warrior, from about 178 centimeters to over 180 centimeters. After some greetings, Emma saw Mint still holding Lagri's hand and said, "Mint, let Lagri rest well." "Ryan, take Lagri to rest well," Emma added, turning to Ryan. "Okay, mother," Ryan replied. Lagri's pretty face turned red again. She always felt that rest well seemed to have a special meaning. Inside the room, "Why did it take so long for you to come to the capital to find me?" Ryan gently held the girl and asked. Without Emma and Mint watching, Lagri relaxed a lot and leaned naturally on Ryan, smiling softly. "I arrived at Minster not long ago, and Director Batilov's team sent word that your Dragon Soul Potion was finished. So, I and Georgia from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group went back to the tundra." "I see." Ryan looked surprised. "And Georgia?" Ryan suddenly remembered the girl in leather armor with a bow, sister of Van Dale, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. She was a bit arrogant at first, but performed very well later. While speaking, Lagri took a long, rectangular wooden box from her waist pouch and handed it to Ryan. "Here, the Dragon Soul Potion." Ryan took it but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he carefully looked at Lagri. Clearly, this wild girl cared more about his matters than her own safety. "Ryan, won't you open it and take a look? Why are you just staring at me?" Lagri found it a bit strange. Why was Ryan looking at her like that? "Thank you. No need to." Just as Lagri was about to say she didn't need thanks, Ryan suddenly covered her mouth. 100,000 words omitted here. 2 hours later, the two surprisingly energetic people finally rested. Reen also felt what it was like to be an extraordinary barbarian, an aggressive warrior with a firm, visible six-pack and a waist that could be called a deadly weapon. At this moment, Lager comfortably lay on Reen's chest, her golden hair naturally spread out, her delicate face still showing a faint blush. From her appearance alone, Lager did not look like a typical barbarian woman. Only when looking down from her refined face could one see her unusually hot figure, which revealed the wild beauty of a barbarian woman. Unlike the voluptuousness of beautiful woman Jennifer, Lager's well-shaped body gave an immediate impression of vitality and fitness. Seeming to sense Reen's gaze, Lager slightly lifted her head, her deep blue eyes looking at Reen, and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Just as Reen was about to speak, Lager seemed to remember something, blinked, and said, "Oh, Reen, where is Anna? I heard she's also in the Imperial City. Why haven't I seen her? You arrived a few days late. Anna just left a few days ago and returned to Ferdinand Forest." I see. I haven't seen her in a long time, Lager said with a hint of regret. By the way, Reen, do you want to check out the Dragon Soul Potion? Sure. Reen naturally valued the Dragon Soul Potion that Lager had worked hard to bring. When he opened the wooden box, he saw a bottle of deep blue potion inside, emitting a faint magical aura. Seeing Reen open the box, Lager suddenly remembered what Fortress College Dean Batalov had told her, and said, "By the way, Reen, Dean Batalov said that after taking this Dragon Soul Potion, your mental strength will gradually increase, and the effect will last about 3 months." Looking at the cool blue potion in his hand, Reen could feel a sort of longing from his body. He remembered that he had planned to take the Dragon Soul Potion during the later stages of liquefaction. But unexpectedly, because of the Divine Power Crystal, the increase was too rapid. Now, he had already advanced to a 3rd-level crystallized wizard. Fortunately, Reen still remembered what Batalov had said. Even for crystallized wizards, the Dragon Soul Potion has a very strong effect. Of course, the best results are with the first dose. The effects of subsequent doses are significantly reduced. He thought for a moment and opened the bottle cap. A strange fragrance wafted out. He gestured to Lager and expressed his thanks. Then he tilted his head back and drank the Dragon Soul Potion in one gulp. As Ryan drank the potion, he felt a cool liquid flow down his throat into his stomach. Soon, his stomach began to feel warm, and waves of heat spread throughout his body. Especially in his mental sea, it became very active. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected that the host has taken a special potion that can increase the crystallization level of mental power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, the system can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Can the effects, which normally last 3 months and are released slowly, also be absorbed all at once? Obviously, accelerating absorption without side effects and quickly turning it into combat power is a good thing. So, Ryan immediately chose yes. In an instant, Ryan noticed that the silver liquid in his mental sea, with tiny crystals scattered throughout, began to increase noticeably. It was like changing from a sky with few stars to one full of bright stars. After a while, the increase in crystals slowed down. At this point, the proportion of small crystals in the silver liquid was much higher. Meanwhile, Ryan's aura became thicker and deeper. Ryan glanced at his system panel. Mental power, 132, crystallization 13%. Absorbing the 3 months' worth of effects at once increased my mental power by 12 points. More importantly, my crystallization progress has increased by 10%. The Dragon Soul Potion really works well, Ryan thought with a bright look in his eyes. Although Lager nearby was not a wizard, as a fierce warrior, her perception was very sharp. She naturally noticed the change in Ryan's aura, but thought it was due to the special effects of the Dragon Soul Potion. Lager never imagined that this was actually the result of Ryan absorbing what should have taken 3 months all at once. By the way, Ryan, here's a set of inner armor made from Kolaz's soft belly skin. The mages of Winterford Academy added special runes to improve its flexibility and defense. Lager stood up wearing a robe and took out a gray leather armor shimmering with faint magical light from her bag, handing it to Ryan. Is this the dragon leather inner armor I mentioned last time? Ryan took it happily and examined it carefully. The leather armor consists of shorts and a vest, forming a 2-piece set. It feels soft, as if made from tanned calfskin. It's hard to imagine that this is the rough dragon hide worn by Korahas. Although Ryan is not very familiar with making leather armor, since he is already a runecloth tailor, he has a good idea of the difficulty and quality of this armor. Thanks to you, I also managed to get a set, but I used Korahas's thick back leather, Lagree said with a smile, pointing to the armor she had taken off beside her. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A small voice from outside said, "Lord Ryan, Lord Luther, and Lord Harlow are waiting for you in the downstairs reception hall." "Okay, I'll come down now," Ryan replied. At this moment, Ryan remembered that today he had arranged to meet Luther and Harlow at the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp. "Ryan, you go ahead and do your work. I just need to rest a bit," said the young barbarian girl, who had just been nourished and was feeling a little tired. "Resting for a while would be perfect." "All right, if you need anything, just tell the servants," Ryan said. Inside the reception hall, when Luther saw Ryan entering, he sensed something and his eyes widened. "Huh? Lord Ryan, I feel like your strength has improved again?" "Huh?" Harlow, standing nearby, was initially surprised but then quickly mirrored Luther's expression, looking at Ryan with astonishment. "Wow, you guys figured it out just like that?" "Actually, I just took a potion that boosts mental power," Ryan said with a smile, deliberately hiding the truth. Luther and Harlow exchanged glances, both showing a hint of surprise. It seems that Lord Ryan is increasingly valued by the Sword-Bearers' headquarters, as he can even acquire such rare and precious potions. Since their flying mounts had been registered, the three of them quickly mounted their flying mounts and headed to the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp located in the 6th Ring. Upon entering the towering camp, which resembled a coliseum, Ryan noticed that there were more people than the last time he visited. "Come on, Lord Ryan, I'll take you over there to practice first," Luther said confidently. "Okay," Ryan replied. For Ryan, he was the least experienced among the three in visiting the camp. Even Harlow had been there several times recently to review flying combat skills. Suddenly, three strong men dressed in simple grayish-white linen robes walked from the left. They were sturdy men, each carrying a large double-handed sword on their back. The leader was about 2 meters tall, with very prominent leg muscles. "Hey, is this Carl, a disciple of the Tidesword Saint? Do you know him?" Harlow looked at Ryan and Luther with curiosity. At that moment, Carl, with a thick beard and sharp eyes, stared intensely at Ryan and asked, "Are you Lord Ryan?" "Yes, I am," Ryan replied, also observing the other man carefully. He had a feeling about their intentions. If he remembered correctly, Greenwood had once learned swordsmanship from the Tidesword Saint. "I've heard of your achievements, Lord Ryan, and I admire you. Greenwood isn't your match," which makes sense. "But recently, there are rumors that after you defeated Greenwood, you didn't show much respect for my teacher, the Tidesword Saint. So, I want to challenge you." Ryan thought for a moment and understood. Someone was spreading bad rumors behind the scenes, and Carl was being used as a. His expression showed he was deeply misunderstood, and it wouldn't be easy to clear up with just a few words. Still, Ryan decided to clarify his stance. "Lord Carl, what you've heard isn't true. But I haven't said anything, so you probably won't believe me. It's okay. I accept your challenge." Carl was momentarily stunned, not expecting Ryan to deny it. But he quickly responded, "All right, thank you for your guidance, Lord Ryan." Others nearby, seeing a duel about to happen, became excited. At their level, reputation mattered a lot, and they wouldn't usually challenge someone lightly. Luther and Harlow exchanged glances silently, not saying anything. Instead, they looked meaningfully at Carl and quietly stepped back. Ryan's strength had just improved again, and now someone was offering themselves as an opponent. It was awkward to refuse. Soon, a large area was cleared for the duel. "Hey, who is that wizard fighting Carl? I haven't seen him around much," some people wondered. They knew Carl well enough, but Ryan had only appeared at the camp twice, so many were curious and asked around. Carl is the true disciple of the Tidesword Sage, having mastered the secret technique of quick teleportation and slash through intense water training. His skills give him a big advantage against wizards. However, many people have different opinions. He's definitely good against others, but not necessarily against that one. "Oh, who is he? He looks very young. You don't know him?" Harold the sculptor was defeated by him. "What? Is he the gold-level sword wielder, Ryan?" Many people gasp in surprise. As participants in the assessment, their strength and Harold's are at the same level, but this makes it clearer how strong Harold, known as the strongest legend, really is. Some of the people here are actually not weaker than Harold, but defeating Harold, who specializes in earth magic, is not easy for anyone. It looks like the outcome is uncertain. At this moment, an old man in a gray wizard robe, holding a short staff, with a bitter smile, said, "Lord Ryan, Lord Carl, both are pillars of the Empire. It would be bad if someone gets hurt accidentally. Could you please show some respect?" "Lord Nans, the teacher's reputation must not be damaged," Carl slightly bows and replies. The old man named Nans hesitates after hearing Carl mention the Tidesword Sage, unsure how to persuade him. "All right, both of you, please hold back." Nan shakes his head and steps back a few paces. On the field, Ryan glances at Carl, focusing on his muscular legs, lingering for a few seconds, and recalling the words about tides, ocean sword training, and teleportation/mentioned earlier. As a top weapon master, Ryan quickly understands Carl's sword style. Then, Carl slowly takes down the double-handed sword on his back and bows slightly to Ryan. Clang! In the next moment, Carl suddenly stomps his left foot on the ground. It seems this stomp contains a special force, causing the ground several meters ahead to violently, with stones of various sizes flying into the air. Whoosh! Just as the stones reach about 2 meters above the ground, Carl draws his sword. His sword move is so fast that it's almost impossible to see with the eye. Only a faint arc of light flashes as Carl's wrist moves. In an instant, hundreds of stones of various sizes in front of him seem to be energized by electromagnetic propulsion. They almost stopped midair and suddenly transformed into flying projectiles, rushing towards Ryan with a loud whistling sound. For a moment, a cloud of stones and dust blocked Ryan's view, burying him in a sandstorm. Suddenly, Carl moved. He stretched out into a long, curved line. Everywhere along this line, Carl's figure appeared. It looked like a slow-motion animation, with each frame showing the same action repeated in a sequence. Spectators could clearly see Carl's large sword moving from tip to tip, from pointing down to raised high, then leaping up to strike down again. Each movement was broken into dozens of clear, connected images, each one easy to see. But within a second, over 100 images, starting from the last one, seemed to absorb into each other and speed up like a fast-forward. In a flash, Carl dashed into the dust cloud and appeared above Ryan's position, jumping down with a powerful strike. Here it comes. Teleportation slash. Wow, Carl is using the top-secret move right at the start. It seems he's quite wary of Lord Ryan. Yes, after all, Harold was defeated by him. Harlow and Luther also frowned slightly when they saw Carl's attack. Even though they trusted Ryan, they couldn't help but feel a little worried now. The opponent's speed was too fast, and in battles, accidents happen. Sometimes, even someone stronger can lose if they're careless. Suddenly, a loud collision rang out. Wow, that's so powerful! 2 or 3 people in the crowd exclaimed, apparently able to see what was happening through some special magic or ability. Others squinted and looked carefully, trying to see more clearly. Suddenly, the collision caused a transparent, ring-shaped airflow to burst out from the dust cloud, rushing outward in all directions. This also cleared the dust, revealing the scene inside. Ryan was still standing in the same spot, motionless. However, he now wore a strange, thick armor that radiated a strong magical aura. At this moment, Carl was still in the jumping slash stance, wielding a large sword that slashed diagonally at Ryan's shoulder. However, after penetrating 2/3 of the magic armor, the sword could no longer cut in further. Just as Carl looked surprised and prepared to retreat with his sword, Ryan smiled slightly. He raised his hand quickly and grabbed Carl's double-handed sword. In the next second, Carl's sword seemed to melt like a candle, quickly turning into a lump of iron, which Ryan held in his hand. As Ryan's strength advanced to the level of a third-tier crystallized wizard, he could now display some metal magic more easily than before. Although transforming metal was his innate wizard skill, he could instantly change his opponent's metal weapon with a quick spell. To avoid attracting too much attention, he extended the casting time to just over a second. Even so, everyone was amazed. Wow, this is rare metal magic, isn't it? Does anyone know what kind of magic this is? I don't know, but judging by its power, a typical third-tier spell couldn't withstand Carl's quick slash. People discussed excitedly. Carl stared blankly at his remaining sword hilt, then forced a smile. Lord Ryan, I admit defeat. His honest surrender made Ryan feel a bit more favorably toward him. At this moment, another young man nearby, also dressed in a linen robe, blushed and stepped forward, seeming to want to say something but was stopped by Carl's hand. I believe what Lord Ryan just said is true. With Lord Ryan's strength, defeating Greenwood with a single strike is enough. There's no need to say such things to him. Hearing Carl's words, the young man seemed to understand something and nodded slightly. The reasoning was simple. Even Carl, a formal disciple, was defeated with one. Greenwood was no match for Ryan. An elephant doesn't need to bark at an ant. Lord Ryan, but not everyone thinks like me, especially the teacher's eldest disciple, Lambert. As Carl was leaving, he paused briefly, then turned back to remind her. Thank you, Ray nodded, indicating he understood. While Rain was challenged at the Dragon Rider Reserve Camp, Olenna received a message from General Tadia's messenger and immediately went to Rain's mansion. Since Rain was not there, Olenna was received by the short-statured Mateo. Knowing Olenna well, as she had visited many times before, Mateo understood her identity and her close working relationship with Lord Rain. Lady Olenna, Lord Rain left early this morning with Lord Luther and Lord Harlowin for the Dragon Rider Reserve Camp. Mateo told her honestly, not hiding anything. Did Lord Rain say when he would return? Olenna looked slightly worried. Seeing her expression, Mateo immediately understood that something urgent was happening. After thinking for a moment, he said, Lord Rain didn't specify, but I think he'll be back at least by the evening. He will definitely return for dinner. Oh, during dinner time? Yes, because Miss Lagree is here, and Lord Rain will come back for dinner, Mateo replied. At that moment, Lagree, who hadn't gone to sleep yet, overheard her name mentioned downstairs. She immediately got up, looked out from the second-floor window. She saw her familiar short-statured Mateo talking with a capable young woman. She found it strange that Mateo mentioned her name, but soon she heard the word Olenna and remembered that Rain had mentioned her before, apparently as his contact with the sword-bearers. But this news is quite important. I should inform Lord Rain as soon as possible, Olenna decided. I'll go directly to the camp to find Lord Rain. Having just received news about the cult of the serpent, she felt it was best to notify Rain immediately. After Olenna left the mansion and boarded her carriage again, the coachman slowly started driving. Suddenly, two figures in black robes approached quickly from the roadside, one after the other, heading toward Olenna's carriage. One of the black-robed figures in front of the carriage leapt nimbly onto the passenger seat, placing a small dagger at the back of the coachman's neck, forcing him to stop the carriage. This made Alina and the carriage feel a bit strange. She hadn't called for a stop, so why did the coachman stop? Creak, the carriage door opened, and a person in a black robe moved quickly like a squirrel, jumping inside with a swift step. Don't be nervous, Lady Alina. There's no need to shout or resist, or else your beautiful body will have more holes. The black-robed person held a thin sword and pointed it at Alina, smiling. Alina's body stiffened. The other's aura was probably that of a high knight. At this distance, even though she had a magic scroll in her arms, she didn't dare to use it. As a second-level apprentice wizard, within 1 meter, even if she wanted to take out the scroll and activate it, it would take time. She was sure that if she did so, she wouldn't make it in time. This made Alina's heart sink completely. If she were in Munster, she would have arranged guards to accompany her, but here in the imperial capital, with her level, she wasn't yet at the point of having guards from the swordholders' headquarters. She also believed that the safety of the imperial capital was assured, so she didn't ask Ryan for guards. At this moment, not far away, a young woman dressed in noble hunting attire was watching the scene with thoughtful eyes. Besides her striking appearance, her round, long legs were especially eye-catching. This noble young woman was Claire. Actually, she had been back at the Imperial Royal Academy for some time after leaving Munster. But recently, she was in a critical period of strengthening her abilities, so she had been quietly resting in the academy. Now, thanks to her family's bloodline awakening, her strength had advanced rapidly, reaching the level of a peak Grand Knight. In the past few days, even within the Royal Academy, the news of the Carver Herald being killed caused quite a stir. After all, most students at the academy were direct or collateral descendants of noble families, and they were well informed. Some of Claire's friends even asked her if she knew a young man named Ryan from Munster Province. This surprised Claire, but she only replied, I know. So what? When her friends explained the situation to her, Claire was stunned for a while and then said, I'm not sure if he's the person you're talking about. I need to confirm that. However, deep in her heart, Clea was nearly 90% sure that the person her friend mentioned, who defeated the strongest legendary figure Lord Rain, was definitely her Rain. At that time, at the Mayest family estate, Clea saw Rain defeat the cultists and realized that Rain's strength was likely to reach legendary level. She didn't expect it to happen so quickly. In just a few months, Rain had already become a legendary figure, and he seemed to be among the top-tier strong fighters. So today, she came specifically to find Rain, hoping to surprise him, but she didn't expect to witness such a scene. The capable young woman she saw earlier left a strong impression on her. Back when Rain was in Mayest, he introduced her to this woman, who had visited their estate several times. She seemed to be an internal staff member of the Minsider branch, holding a sword. Although she didn't know how this woman appeared in the imperial capital, it was clear she was being kidnapped, and her purpose was obvious. But there were two people involved. If she attacked directly, with her strength, it was uncertain whether she could handle both enemies alone. More importantly, if she attacked openly, Clea couldn't guarantee she would be able to save the woman. After some thought, Clea pretended not to see what was happening and walked straight down the sidewalk, keeping her gaze fixed ahead. Meanwhile, the man in black beside the coachman was looking around nervously, as if on alert or observing the strength of the surrounding pedestrians. When he saw Clea, his gaze briefly lingered on her. Obviously, he sensed that Clea was not weak. But when he saw that Clea appeared relaxed and her hands were not gripping the hilt of her knightly sword at her waist, he quickly looked away and scanned the others around him. Wait. Just as he felt something was wrong, in a flash, Clea's agile and powerful legs suddenly pushed off the ground, and she moved like a sudden predator, slanting toward the carriage. The surprise attack, combined with her innate speed talent, made the black-robed man sitting beside the coachman furious with desire to stop her, but he was too late. As he turned around, he saw a beautiful figure rushing into the back of the carriage. Boom. At that moment, the black-robed man inside also sensed something was wrong. His expression turned fierce as he prepared to stab the capable young woman, Elena, with his knightly sword. Clang. However, another knightly sword blocked his attack. Oriana smiled happily and quickly took out a protective magic scroll. A light blue shield covered her body. As the carriage shattered and fell apart, nearby bystanders screamed loudly. The two black-robed men glanced at Oriana and then sharply looked at Cray. They realized their mission was probably a failure. However, returning empty-handed would surely lead to punishment from their organization. So whether alive or dead, they had to complete the task. Although the noble girl was quite strong, she was only slightly better than them. She was caught off guard just now. The most important thing was, they had two people. If they attacked from both sides, they could quickly defeat her. The two exchanged quick glances and then charged at Cray, one in front and one behind. Cray felt nervous and immediately held her sword in a defensive stance. Just as the two were about to attack her, the front attacker suddenly threw a gray bottle at her. When the bottle shattered, smoke billowed out. Both attackers turned around at the same time and rushed toward Oriana, who was heading to the Rain estate. Cray exclaimed in surprise. She understood that their real target had always been Oriana. The two black-robed assassins were quite skilled. Just as they were about to catch Oriana and look happy, suddenly, a whistling sound came from their left side. When they looked over, their eyes widened in shock. Because what was coming at them was a huge round shield spinning rapidly. The whistling noise was the sound of the shield spinning fast. They didn't dare to face it head-on. They quickly stopped and dodged the shield's attack. But because of this, a strong female warrior with an axe suddenly jumped between them and their target. Another one? They thought, surprised and angry. Had they stumbled into a nest of women? Strong female knights were rare, and female warriors even more so. Now, two appeared at once. This was unbelievable. Time was running out. They could hear the footsteps approaching from all around. This was the capital city, Tamriel. In just a minute or two, the patrol team would arrive. They had to act immediately. Just as they bent their knees to attack, the shield suddenly spun back with a whistling sound, leaving them speechless once again. Bang. One person turned around and kicked his shield into the air from below. However, the battle axe in Lagri's hand swung down directly at him. Meanwhile, another black-robed figure was about to help, but suddenly a strong gust of wind hit from behind. He quickly turned around to block it. Clang. The attacker was clearly Cray, who, although she had never seen Lagri before, recognized that the opponent was rushing out of the Ryan residence, so she was definitely an ally, not an enemy. Now, the situation had turned around. If she could hold off these two black-robed assassins for just a minute or two, the patrol team would surround them. So, Cray immediately adopted a hit-and-run fighting style, pushing the enemies back when they advanced and retreating when they withdrew, making it difficult for them. The commotion here naturally attracted nearby patrol guards. I am the sword-bearer of the Empire. These two black robes are assassins. Elena, who had just relaxed, saw a patrol squad approaching and immediately revealed her identity loudly. Before the guards arrived, they had already glanced at the scene and made a quick judgment. After all, with two beautiful women and two black robes, which one would you think is the enemy? It's easy to tell. Not to mention, the capable young woman now in front of them also declared her identity. Surround them. commanded the knight captain, and the guards immediately moved in. At the same time, the sound of griffin calls echoed in the sky as a team of 3 griffins swooped down toward this area. This was the defense strength of the imperial capital Tamriel. Someone would definitely arrive within 2 minutes. Seeing this, the 2 black-robed figures went berserk, refusing to dodge or evade, and tried to break out. Cray seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful sword strike that pierced one black-robed person's back. Meanwhile, Logri held her large shield and quickly stepped in front of the other black robe, blocking him firmly. The black-robed man looked desperate, as if he had bitten something, and suddenly a black blood flowed from his mouth. He trembled a few times and then fell backward, head tilted. The other black-robed figure, lying on the ground, looked fierce and similarly collapsed. Is this a cult? Cray's eyes sharpened. Only those influenced by fanatic cult teachings would fight to the death like this. Most assassin groups wouldn't be so fearless in the face of death. At this moment, the griffins had already landed, and 3 griffin knights dismounted. Olenna naturally stepped forward quickly from behind and said, "Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I am Olenna, deputy head of the Sword Bearers Headquarters Reception Office. These 2 people in black robes just attacked my coachman. Thanks to their help, I was able to escape danger." Olenna, being part of the Imperial system, quickly explained the situation, sparing the wild girl Regri from having to introduce herself. Huh? From the Sword Bearers Headquarters? The leading Griffin Knight was a strong, middle-aged man with a square beard. Upon hearing Olenna's introduction, his eyes twitched, and he looked her over carefully. Is she a level 2 wizard apprentice? Clearly, she was a civilian staff member, but as deputy head of the reception office, this matter needed serious attention. Deputy Head Olenna, leave this to us. We will investigate this situation thoroughly. I suggest the Sword Bearers take over, because I suspect that although their target was me, it might ultimately be my superior, Lord Rain. Olenna said seriously. Lord Rain? The 3 Griffin Knights looked at each other in surprise. For a deputy head of the reception to mention a superior, he must be an important figure at the Sword Bearers Headquarters. Also, they felt they had heard the name Rain before. Is he the Rain who defeated the Carver Herald? One of the square-bearded Griffin Knights asked with surprise. Yes, sir. Understood, Deputy Head Olenna. Once your team arrives, we will hand over the matter here. Thank you all for your cooperation. Olenna nodded slightly in thanks. Haha, you're welcome. At this moment, Olenna approached Kriya and slightly bowed to thank her. You must be Miss Kriya, right? Thank you for your help this time. Just now, Olenna recognized the young noblewoman who saved her. It was Kriya, whom she had seen several times before, and she knew that Kriya had a close relationship with her superior, Lord Rain, because Rain had asked her to send messages several times, warning about the cult attacks. Also, since Kriya was the legitimate daughter of Count Habsburg and came from the Munster province, she felt a natural kinship. Hello, it's me, Kriya said as she sheathed her knight's sword and moved to Olenna's side. However, after glancing at Olenna, her gaze shifted to the wild girl Regri nearby. The woman's keen intuition told her that the girl and Rain's relationship was probably unusual. Hello, I am Olenna. Thank you for your help. Olenna immediately stepped over to Logri and slightly bowed in thanks. From the Norton tribe, Logri. So, this is the Logri that little Matteo mentioned earlier? Olenna was slightly surprised, quickly sizing up the other girl. She was a wild girl. Exotic style, and her own superior really. However, Olenna's beautiful eyes quickly glanced at both women, feeling something strange. She had a feeling that this wild girl seemed to have a close connection with her boss, Lord Rain. And from the way the 2 looked at each other, it seemed they didn't know each other well. This is getting interesting. But the problem was, Lord Rain was not here now, and Olenna was caught in the middle. She quickly decided to shift their attention. Otherwise, if something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to explain to her boss. Both of you, the other person might be a cultist. Should we send someone to inform Lord Rain immediately? After the attack, Olenna naturally didn't want to go alone to the camp. The 2 women, who had been observing each other, seemed distracted by this question and nodded immediately. Half an hour later, Rain, Luther, and Harlow, who received the message, quickly flew back to the mansion. Before landing, Rain noticed that besides Logri, Kriya, who hadn't been seen in a long time, was also in the courtyard. His heart skipped a beat. Could these 2 be? Cough. Kriya, you're in the capital now. Why didn't you tell me? Rain, who had just dismounted from his griffin, greeted Kriya first. Rain, long time no see. I just arrived in the capital not long ago. I was busy strengthening my skills. I only found out yesterday that you were here too, Kriya said with a slight smile. Miss Kriya, long time no see, Harlow said with a slight bow upon seeing her. As the most promising heir of the Munster Duke family, Harlow was naturally familiar with Kriya, a talented female knight from Munster. Lord Harlow, good day, Kriya responded politely. Thank you, Lagri, Rain said. Yes. With others present, the barbarian girl didn't say much, just nodded. He was worried that Ragri and Cray might not get along. After all, unlike Anna, Ragri and Cray didn't know each other well. And one was a genius female knight, the other a rare female barbarian warrior. If they started competing fiercely, he would be in big trouble, an all-out battlefield. Fortunately, so far, there haven't been any conflicts between them. Lady Orina, are you all right? Ryan came over and comforted her. I'm fine, Lord Ryan. Thanks to the quick help of the two young ladies, otherwise I might have been in real trouble this time. That's my fault. When you came to the Imperial City headquarters, it was hard to speak about some things. Also, I was too confident about the safety here, Ryan said, feeling a bit guilty. Actually, it's not entirely Ryan's fault. The Imperial City of Tamriel has strict checks, including magical detection devices. Unknown wizards are carefully examined, with aura checks and other methods. Because cultists, once they've participated in a prayer ritual for a deity, tend to carry that deity's special aura. Of course, all checks have loopholes. If someone just joined a cult but hasn't undergone any specific rituals and isn't a wizard, it's hard to detect. That's why the two cultists earlier were both knights, and they probably just joined the cult recently, so their aura was still quite pure. Lord Ryan, it was my mistake. Orina quickly waved her hand. Being familiar with internal rules, she wouldn't let her superior take the blame. By the way, Lord Ryan, I came because I received urgent intelligence from Major General Tasia. The Cult of the Serpent has sent the Twin Serpent, among the 12 Serpent Messengers, to infiltrate the Imperial City area. According to the Intelligence Bureau, their target is probably you. Hearing Orina's words, everyone present, including Cray and Harlow, who were chatting, fell silent and looked at Ryan. They didn't know the strength of the Twin Serpent, but since the urgent intelligence came from the Swordholder headquarters, these two must be very powerful. Powerful enough that Ryan also needed to be cautious. Oh, do you have detailed information about them? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Yes, Lord Rain. I have already gathered the information for you, Elena said as she handed him a document. Rain nodded and began to read. He was very satisfied with Elena as his contact. She was experienced and worked well with him. Usually, she could anticipate his ideas and prepare in advance. Suddenly, a young man dressed as a swordsman arrived at the mansion entrance. He bowed slightly to Rain and Olena and said, Lord Rain, Lady Olena, although the two assassins have committed suicide, we have confirmed their identities. They are members of the Black Flame cult. Black Flame cult? Rain frowned slightly. It seemed that the consequences of the conservative noble's previous leak about his mission details within the Sword Bearers were starting to show. Now, two cult organizations had come after him. Soon, others, like the Sea God cult, might also target him. He was not afraid personally, but the safety of his family and friends was a concern. This gave Rain an idea. While his strength was the foundation, it was necessary to build some influence. At least, he could better protect his loved ones. For example, if the cult discovered his connection with Kriya and attacked the Habs family estate far away in Mestis, he couldn't teleport instantly to handle the crisis. This was not the first time Rain had such thoughts. Previously, he believed that a person's energy was limited, and it was impossible to both improve his strength and build influence. Even with Jennifer, the beautiful woman, what she was building was more like a business guild, which was different from the kind of influence Rain was talking about. A guild was just a small part of influence. When Rain thought of Kriya, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. Yes, he could let Kriya take the lead on this matter. He only needed to focus on strengthening his own power. Yes, Lord Rain, the swordsman from the Magic Iron level, nodded affirmatively. Hearing that the opponent was from the Black Flame cult, Kriya looked surprised. After all, the recent battle in Mestis was with this cult. Although Rain's status as a sword-bearer is one reason, it seems that the trouble they are facing this time is also somewhat related to protecting the Habsburg family. Clea felt very sorry and said, Rain, I haven't brought many guards to the imperial capital, and they are not very strong. But I can arrange a few to ensure Lady Olenna's safety. She did not suggest that guards protect Rain's residence. First, because there are not enough people. Second, because she just looked around and saw that, although many guards inside the residence were somewhat injured, they all had sharp eyes and responded calmly to the recent fight at the gate, showing no panic. It seemed they were all elite veterans. At this moment, Luther and Harlow exchanged a glance, both thinking, big trees attract the wind. Just earlier, Rain had been challenged by a disciple of the Tide Sword Saint at the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp. That fight had just ended, and now another incident had occurred. Olenna, a subordinate, was targeted by the Black Flame cult to be kidnapped. Moreover, based on recent intelligence, there seemed to be a formidable expert from the mysterious snake cult near the imperial capital, with the goal also aimed at Rain. This left the two of them at a loss for words. Especially Luther, who knew very well that when Rain was in the tundra, he caused great losses to the sea god cult. In other words, as far as he knew, Rain was a thorn in the side of at least 3 evil cults. However, Luther had already made a decision in his heart. Not only did he personally admire Rain's strength and support him, but the Snyder family and Rain were also partners in gold mine ventures. If he didn't support him, who would? Most importantly, he believed in Rain. If Rain could overcome this difficulty, he would surely step into legend and become a top-tier powerhouse. Lord Rain, if you need more help, our Snyder family's guards in the Imperial capital can send a team to assist. Harlow looked at Luther in surprise at his decisiveness. But Rain's potential, along with the previous letter from his father, Duke Minster, made Harlow quickly decide. He said, Lord Rain, the Bavaria family can also provide some guards. Thank you both for your kindness. That would be very helpful. Rain nodded without refusing. Hearing this, Lagri, who had been silent all along, first looked at Cray, and then turned to Ryan and said, Ryan, the Norton tribe has always been your loyal ally. High Priest Rome and Chief Darius told me before I left that if you need help from the tribe, just let us know. Lagri's words made Cray secretly think. Indeed, she is a female warrior from a barbarian tribe. But when did Ryan establish a relationship with the barbarian tribe far away in the Coldwind Tundra? And it seems they are very close and even allies. It's known that barbarian tribes are usually cautious about the Dragon Empire and maintain a distant but respectful relationship. However, she naturally couldn't ask Ryan about this now. After some discussion, they basically ensured the safety of Ryan's residence and Olenna's, and Cray would also send messages to warn the Habsburg family in Maest. Soon, Harlow and Luther went back to make arrangements, leaving only Ryan, Cray, and Lagri on site. Just when Ryan was starting to feel a bit headache and unsure what to say, his lively sister Mint ran down from upstairs. She curiously looked at Cray and asked, Big brother, who is this sister? Although it was her first time meeting Ryan's sister Mint, Cray had heard about her from Ryan before. She crouched down, took off a gemstone brooch from her top, and handed it to Mint, saying, Is that Mint? I have a small gift for you as a welcome present. No, I can't take it. Big brother told me I shouldn't accept gifts from others unless it's from Sister Anna or Sister Lagri. Hearing this, Ryan's forehead was sweating. Cough. Mint, now with Cray's sister here, you can safely accept her gift. Ryan quickly gave her a subtle signal. Really? That's great. Cray's sister, your legs are so long and beautiful. I really like the gift you gave me, Mint praised enthusiastically. Although Cray had been used to such flattery since childhood and was almost immune to it. Actually, it depends on who is speaking. Little Mint, with her innocent big eyes and cute expression, makes Clara unlikely to suspect she is lying. Big sister Clara, can we go outside to play? Sure. Clara happily agrees to Rain's sister's invitation. She also wants to ask about Anna and Lagri's situations. Soon, they arrive in the front yard to dig and plant flowers. By the way, Mint, what about Anna? I didn't see her earlier, Clara casually asks. She's not here. Anna left, Mint replies. Really? She left? Was it a long time ago? No. Anna left a few days ago. Yesterday, Lagri came instead. Clara glances at Lagri, who is still inside the villa talking to Rain, and thinks, did she come only yesterday? Maybe I was overthinking. Perhaps. The relationship between Rain and her is just that of battle partners. Although the Dragon Empire has a more open attitude towards gender relations, with nobles having many lovers in private, publicly they still follow the monogamous system. Clara is quite accepting of this, but she still feels some thoughts and discomfort inside. After all, which girl in love wouldn't want her partner to be devoted only to her? Similarly, Lagree also has these thoughts, but she is different from Clara, the daughter of the Count. Rain saved her life, and at first, she felt a bit guilty for interfering between Rain and Anna. So, after that close moment in Flash Gold Town, she quietly left and returned to the tundra. She always believed Rain's partner was Anna, but now it seems Rain's love life is more complicated than she thought. Meanwhile, in Marshal Alfred's office, General Augustus frowns as he looks at a report in his hand and says, "Sir Marshal, just as you predicted, although the Empire is disguising the early selection of Dragon Knight reserves from the current movements of the cults across the land, it seems they have already noticed the Empire's plans." The suspicion of an insider was quite high. Marshal Alfred, with silver hair and a beard in the shape of a mouth, nods and says, "That was expected. However, this also means we are narrowing down the list of suspects. Currently, there are only a few possible persons of interest. Of course, the most important thing is that we take this chance to address the hidden dangers inside the Dragon Valley secret realm." Augustus nodded and said, "Yes, Marshal, fixing the issues in Dragon Valley is the top priority. Regarding the people entering the Dragon Valley secret realm, I especially recommend one person, Rain, the one who defeated Harold. It's not that the Sword Bearers' headquarters distrust Rain, but they had already decided on the team for this secret mission 3 months ago. At that time, Rain had not yet arrived in the Imperial City, and his strength was not fully developed. Therefore, Rain was not on the list of candidates." "Oh, him. Did Rain also participate in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection?" Marshal Alfred asked. "Yes. Good. With his strength, he's a very good choice. If he enters the secret realm, he should also be informed about this matter." "Yes, Marshal. That's what I think too. Then I will find a time to talk to Rain about this as soon as possible," Augustus said with a nod. Great. That afternoon, Augustus met Rain in his office. As soon as Rain entered, Augustus looked him over and couldn't help but smile with admiration, saying, "Rain, your rapid progress is truly impressive. I didn't expect that after a short time apart, your strength has improved again." If Rain hadn't already undergone several magic tests, Augustus might have suspected that he was some kind of divine avatar or similar. "Thank you, Marshal Augustus. Your praise motivates me to keep moving forward," Rain said with a smile. "Sit down, let's chat casually." "Sure." Rain nodded. He knew that Augustus's main reason for calling him wasn't just small talk, but he wasn't in a hurry. Sure enough, after some polite conversation, Augustus's face turned serious and said, "I called you here because there's an important matter. I hope you can participate." "I'd like to hear the details," Rain replied. "Regarding the second part of the Dragon Knight Reserve assessment, it takes place in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm." "Rain, how much do you know about the Dragon Valley Secret Realm?" "I'm not entirely sure. I heard that everyone who participates in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm assessment must sign a confidentiality agreement with the Empire," Ryan said, shaking his head. He had asked Luther about this before, but Luther, bound by his oath, couldn't give detailed information. The only clear thing was that Dragon Valley is a special secret realm that the Empire values highly. "Yes, but, Lord Ryan, you are now qualified to learn some of the secrets. Of course, you must not share this information." "I understand." Ryan nodded slightly and sat up straight. Augustus paused for a moment before beginning to explain slowly. Dragon Valley is a large secret realm and one of the most important in the Empire. It is home to nearly all the young and juvenile dragons of the Empire. These dragons live there until they reach maturity. Once they become adult dragons, meaning their strength reaches a legendary level, they are transported out of the secret realm. Seeing Ryan's puzzled expression, Augustus continued before Ryan could ask, "Perhaps you're wondering why the Empire keeps young and juvenile dragons in Dragon Valley. The reason is simple. The environment inside the valley has special energy that speeds up the growth of the dragons. Approximately, it can accelerate their growth rate by about 3 to 4 times. "I see," Ryan said with a raised brow. "No wonder. Even considering various accidents that cause death in battles, the total number of dragons in the Empire is still slowly increasing. This must be the Empire's most important secret realm. Normally, it takes about 200 to 300 years for a dragon to become an adult. With 4 times acceleration, that means the Empire could have a legendary level dragon in just 50 to 60 years. The current problem is that strange phenomena are occurring inside the secret realm. The Grand Archmages, using special magic devices, have observed that some young and juvenile dragons are going berserk and attacking their own kind. And over the past year, the situation has worsened. The initial cause has been identified. The unique spatial structure of the secret realm has allowed monsters called void beasts to invade. These creatures have infected some young and juvenile dragons, causing their temperaments to change drastically and their bodies to mutate. Currently, we refer to these mutated dragons as void dragons. So, what is the mission this time? Reen thought for a moment and asked, first, we need to eliminate the young dragons infected by the void beasts. Currently, there is no way to reverse the infection. Second, we should activate and place the 3 special devices inside the secret realm to strengthen its defenses. One more question. General Augustus, since this matter is so important, why don't we let the Empire Guardians enter the secret realm? Reen asked with confusion. The individuals inside the secret realm, once their strength exceeds the legendary level, will be pushed out by the realm. Also, we have considered ways to hide the strength of epic-level fighters so they can enter, but the cost is too high. I understand, Reen nodded. Let me add one more thing. Every time we open the Dragon Valley secret realm, we need 5 level 4 Dawn Mages to work together to activate the magic array. Additionally, the materials needed to activate the teleportation array are quite valuable. That's why we usually open it once every 5 years. But this time, because we need to stop the Void Beast's invasion quickly, we started the Dragon Knight Reserve selection early, before the scheduled time. One last question. Did the infected young dragons change in strength? Reen asked. According to ancient texts, creatures infected by the Void Beast should become stronger, and some attack methods may become more strange. So, this mission will be very difficult. Reen nodded again. Indeed, he was relatively clear about the strength of the dragons. Most young dragons are at the late legendary or peak legendary level. Plus, with their unique bodies and innate abilities, their combat power is already strong. If they gain some mutated abilities, it becomes even more challenging. That's why ordinary young dragons can't compare to those infected by the Void Beasts. At this moment, Augustus thought for a moment, his expression growing more serious, and said, the more troublesome part is that we found out the cultists seem to have also learned about the strange changes happening inside the secret realm. Right now, they are gathering forces near the imperial capital. We don't know how they are interfering with this operation, but it's clear they will make a move. This is a big problem, Reen said seriously. Our side is in the light, while the enemy is in the dark. The only thing we know is that they will act, but we don't know how. This puts us at a disadvantage in responding. So, we gathered the best of the legendary level, the top members of the Empire for this operation. Not only do we have the sword bearers, but also strong forces from the Empire military headquarters and the Elder Council's guard unit. However, there are some other uncertain factors, some unpredictable elements from within the Empire. Therefore, Lord Rain, please prepare thoroughly, Augustus said, watching Rain. Understood, Lord Augustus. I will prepare accordingly, Rain nodded and replied. This contains information about the secret realm of Dragon Valley, Augustus said, handing Rain a memory crystal. After leaving the sword-bearer's headquarters and getting into the carriage, Rain reviewed the entire situation. Because Augustus's words carried a lot of information, Rain had considered refusing the task, but after a moment of thought, he realized that once he entered the secret realm, he was already involuntarily part of the mission. Furthermore, if the intelligence was correct, and there were many young dragons infected by void creatures inside, he had no reason not to go. In fact, he should go actively and seize the opportunity, because those infected young dragons were the resources he needed for his advancement. Since he decided to go, he would prepare as much as possible to improve his fighting strength. Thinking this over, Rain instructed the coachman to head to the Academy's base. Soon, Rain arrived at Mentor Magaro's laboratory. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed that although less than a week had passed, the Hellfire Golem in the lab was nearly complete. It seemed that the progress was already more than halfway, thanks to previous experience in golem creation. This time, although many improvements were made, most of the structure remained largely unchanged. Magaro, who was lying on the golem, looked up when he saw Rain enter and said, Rain, it should be about 3 more days until it's finished. Mentor, is there anything I can help with? Rain asked proactively. Is the Sword Bearer team so free? Since you have the time, it's a good opportunity. You need to make 2 barrels and carve inscriptions on them. I was planning to ask Lord Bradley for help with this. Taking advantage of the chat, Magaro picked up a bottle of liquor, took 2 sips, and said, "All right, Minner." Regarding Master Magaro's arrangements, Rains naturally accepted gladly. After all, the reason for his busy schedule was for his golem, so it was only right for him to do something in return. "Good day, Lord Rains." Audrey and Alicia immediately saluted him. "Yes, Audrey, Alicia, thank you for your hard work," Rains said with a slight smile. Because Rains had advanced to a 3rd-level crystallized wizard, he could now perform the innate magic of metal deformation with greater precision than before. In just a few minutes, he finished making 2 gun barrels. This caused Magaro to be almost stunned, eyes wide with amazement. It's important to know that gun barrels require very high precision. Although they are made of metal, they are a special alloy steel, and transforming them with metal deformation magic is more than twice as difficult as with ordinary steel. Even Bradley, a 2nd-level crystallized wizard and his assistant, would need a full day to make one. But Rains, his disciple, finished 2 in just a few minutes. Could this be the work of a natural puppet-making saint? "Then, it can be done today," Magaro said. Teacher, if I help, how long would it take to make an improved version of the Hellfire Golem?" Rains asked. "Huh? Do you have a difficult task lately?" Magaro immediately sensed something from his proud disciple's words. "Well, not exactly, but I am taking the reserve test for the Dragon Knight, and I might need it later." Rains thought for a moment but didn't mention the task, only talking about the Dragon Knight exam. "Dragon Knight?" Magaro clicked his tongue and finally shook his head helplessly, sighing. "A Dragon Knight in your 20s. It's been many years since the Empire saw such a genius. However, being too outstanding can sometimes be a bad thing." "Dragon Knight?" Alicia, a curvaceous girl nearby, immediately felt dizzy after hearing this. "Is this the strongest junior in our school, about to become a Dragon Knight?" Even Audrey, upon hearing Rains' words, was momentarily stunned. Remember, although Rains was powerful and had a high status before, in the eyes of the Empire's people, the Sword-Bearer and the Dragon Knight were on completely different levels. The gap was as big as between a Baron and a Duke. With Ryan's involvement, the progress of the improved Hellfire machine accelerated rapidly. By that evening, it was mostly finished. Magaro brushed his hands and said, "Ryan, it's almost done. Now we can test it. However, the mental energy required is greater than before, so you need to be careful." Although this reminder was somewhat unnecessary, Ryan felt a warm feeling inside. "Understood, Minner." At this moment, the improved Hellfire was much taller than the previous version, especially with 2 large black circular barrels on each shoulder. The barrels were not very long because they fired fireballs and shadow arrows, not traditional shells. Due to the larger size, the armor of the improved version was thicker, especially around the joints, where the metal protection was nearly doubled. There were 3 small furnace devices on the back of the golem, providing energy to the 2 barrels, the chest cannon, and the entire body. As the activation spell was spoken, a thick yellowish beam of light, about the thickness of a thumb, shone on the improved Hellfire Golem. Ryan quickly sensed the difference in this activation. The last time he controlled the original Hellfire Golem, it used most of his mental energy. But this time, after reaching the 3rd crystallization stage as a wizard, he only used about a quarter of his mental energy, making control much easier. This showed that at the crystallization stage, mental energy was far more refined than in the liquefaction stage. After a moment of thought, Ryan realized he should slightly reduce his plans. He could barely manage to control 3 improved Hellfire Golems at once. Controlling 2 was manageable and more precise, but 3 would be quite difficult. Because the finer control required to manage 3 simultaneously was much harder than for 2. At this moment, as the 6-meter-tall, increasingly massive and heavy improved Hellfire stood up, a roaring sound similar to a V-12 engine echoed through Magaro's spacious laboratory. "Cast a magic attack on the metal target in front," Ryan said. This time, he did not test a physical attack but directly tested the power of his magic attack. This part is the most important for improvement, and also what he cares about the most. At Reynolds' command, 2 thick chest plates on the golem's left and right sides suddenly slide down, revealing 2 dark gun barrels, along with the 2 on the shoulders, making 4 in total. In an instant, all 4 barrels glow brightly with magical energy. Boom, boom, boom. Overlock. Reynolds continues, directly activating the maximum magic attack mode. At this moment, the buzzing inside the improved golem's body grows louder and becomes a bit more intense. Within 1 second, the 4 dark barrels fire 8 fireballs and shadow arrows. The sturdy iron target in front of them couldn't last 3 seconds and was destroyed. Even the foundation was shattered. If Reynolds hadn't quickly called a stop, the laboratory of Instructor Magaro might have been blown out a big hole. Seeing this power, Reynolds was naturally quite satisfied and smiled. Ha ha ha, with this power, I think even an ordinary legend could be challenged. Magaro stroked his big red beard happily. Last time, Magaro thought the Hellfire Golem was a once-in-a-lifetime creation. But unexpectedly, with the help of his proud disciple, the Hellfire's combat ability was further improved this time. Teacher, thank you. Reynolds slightly bowed in gratitude. Do you still want another one? If so, remember to come help in the next couple of days. Otherwise, with just a few of us, it might be too late, Magaro said cheerfully, waving his hand. Of course, no problem, Reynolds nodded and agreed. He had collected 13 Hellfire crystals and a Deep Abyss Fire crystal last time. The self-destructed Hellfire Golem used 3 of those crystals, leaving him with 11, enough to make 2 improved Hellfire Golems. Reynolds initially wanted to ask about the 4th level of the original Iron Heart meditation technique, but seeing Magaro working so hard, he decided it wasn't urgent. He thought he could ask after the Dragon Knight Reserve selection was over. That could wait. Due to news about the cult, Reynolds was busy until evening before finally having some free time. Since Kreia was a count's daughter, she naturally couldn't stay overnight at Reynolds' residence. After dinner, Legray came over and asked, "Want to take a walk?" "Sure." Reynolds nodded. It is clear that Legray seems to have some worries. "Rain, do you know why I didn't come to see you after I returned last year?" After they arrived at the backyard of the mansion, Legray looked up at the bright stars and spoke. "Is it because of the Tride?" Rain asked, recalling the reason Legray told him last time. Legray shook her head and looked at Rain with her beautiful eyes. "It's not just about the Tride. Do you know what I was thinking when I decided to join the trial?" Instead of directly answering Rain's question, Legray started talking about the Barbarian trial. This made Rain feel a bit confused. But he knew about this trial. It was said to have a 50% death rate, very dangerous. But it was a tradition of the Barbarian tribe and the only way for barbarians to become extraordinary. However, hearing Legray's words, Rain realized there was an aspect he had overlooked all along. Although Legray was the first to have a close relationship with him, upon reflection, perhaps she liked him back then, but it was not to the point of risking everything for him. Most likely, her feelings were more about gratitude, thankfulness for saving her, avenging her brother, and helping her settle things. It was like the saying from his past life, "I have nothing to repay but to give myself." However, after visiting the Northwind Tundra and meeting the Norton tribe, Rain understood clearly that the relationships between spouses and barbarian tribes valued loyalty even more than in the Dragon Empire. Traditionally, a person only has one partner. So why didn't Legray come to find him? He was the man who had her first night. From another perspective, even if Legray faced many difficulties at the time, writing a letter wouldn't have been hard, right? Why would she risk so much to join the trial? Rain suddenly found himself unable to understand or answer her question. But before he could think of what to say, Legray continued, "At that time, I thought if I died in the trial, you wouldn't be alone. Anna would be with you." Legray's words stunned Rain. This was an answer he completely did not expect. If she died, Anna would be with him. What did this imply? Legray always believed she was a third party. Although she had good feelings for herself, in the simple values of the barbarian, she probably thought she shouldn't interfere between herself and Anna. Most of the intimate moments they shared were acts of gratitude, and after leaving, Legray probably hardly thought about returning. This was the first time Ryan realized he had never truly understood the inner world of the wild girl in front of him. Yes, since the day he crossed over, he relied on the system, and his strength has been improving almost every day. Now, he has reached a level he once thought impossible. His strength, influence, and wealth are growing, but he has overlooked the feelings of the people around him, even those close to him. They're all real people, with their own joys, sorrows, thoughts, and beliefs. Today, Miss Kreia, your relationship with him isn't ordinary, is it? Also, Anna probably doesn't know about her. Legray said a few more words, but Ryan naturally understood her meaning. "And you?" Ryan didn't answer Legray's question but asked in return. "Me?" Legray was a bit surprised by Ryan's words. "I don't know. I thought you only had Anna." Lager shook her head and said. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in a noble estate study on the second ring, two middle-aged nobles were discussing something. If Ryan were there, he would instantly recognize that the noble sitting at the large desk was the Viscount Hamadi from Maest. He would also wonder why the other was in the imperial capital. Hamadi, this time you were transferred from Maest to the fourth ring trade zone in the imperial capital as a security officer. Do you know the reason? The noble behind the desk, with slick-back hair, smiled slightly and asked, I don't know, sir. Hamadi looked somewhat nervous in front of Marquis Royce. Not because the other was a higher-ranking noble in the Dragon Empire 2 levels above him, but because he was a senior official of the Federation in the Empire. This Marquis Royce was responsible for intelligence networks across several provinces of the Empire, and Munster Province was one of them. In other words, he was his superior's superior. He suddenly received a secret order the day before yesterday. Today, he was transferred to the imperial capital. After reporting to the security office there, he came here tonight. There are many things he still hasn't had time to understand or get familiar with. Reen, you're familiar with him, right? The other person said a name. Reen? If it's the sword-wielding Reen from Maest, yes, I know him. Hamadi immediately thought of a young man. In that moment, Hamadi's mind seemed to clear like lifting a fog, and he understood why he was transferred to the imperial capital. About 2 months ago, he received news that Reen was transferred to the sword-wielder's headquarters in the capital. Could the other person have done something special? This is some recent information about what they've been doing in the capital. Take a look first, then we'll talk, said Marquis Royce, pointing to a stack of reports on the desk. Hamadi nodded and quickly started to read. But after just one page, Hamadi's heart was stirred with shock. This record of achievements. If he remembered correctly, Reen had only been in the capital for 2 months. But Marquis Royce was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he stood up and poured tea for himself and Hamadi. Half an hour later, Hamadi looked somewhat dazed. If he hadn't turned back to the first page to confirm that it clearly stated Reen Karen was from Maest Shining Gold Town, he really wouldn't have connected the Reen in this report with the Reen he knew. Because the achievements listed were just too exaggerated. It was impossible for a 20-year-old to accomplish such things. Even if it were a top legendary warrior of the Empire, these achievements would be too outstanding. Lord Royce, is there anything I should do? Hamadi asked, calming his shock. The potential of the other party has now risen from 17th to 3rd place in the Federation's talent recruitment list, Royce said with a slight smile. What? Hamadi's eyes widened, and he whispered in surprise. Although he didn't know the exact talent ranking list, especially the top 100, which was highly confidential, he, as someone involved in the work, understood the standards for evaluating talent. To give a simple comparison, Rossby County, next to Maest, governed by Count Elliot, didn't even make it into the top 100. In other words, he did not make it into the top 100 list. It's important to note that this is a key coastal city's governor. And Ryan is ranked 3rd. The value of this ranking is obvious, not only because of his potential, but also because his current strength is already at a level that requires serious attention. Additionally, he has another identity. He is a formal member of the Metal School of the Repair and Construction Guild. Before Hamadi could ask, Royce took the initiative to explain. Is that the Repair and Construction Guild, the wizard school specializing in puppets and golems? Hamadi immediately understood what was happening. No wonder Ryan is so important. Unlike the Dragon Empire, the Federation does not have dragons. The Federation focuses on researching giant war golems, large airships, armored ships, improved cannons, and steam engines to deal with the current or upcoming crises. Exactly, Royce nodded. Also, he recently took the reserve test for the Dragon Knights. If all goes well, in a few years, he might become one of the youngest Dragon Knights in the Dragon Empire. Excluding one, Royce paused and added. This completely unsettled Hamadi. It's like a top talent tailor-made for the Eagle Federation. The Federation has long coveted the Empire's entire Dragon Knight training system. But some key parts have never been fully understood. So, your task is to do your best to recruit this young Lord Ryan. Royce explained the reason for bringing Hamadi here. After thinking for a moment, Hamadi's face grew serious. Marquis, honestly, as long as the Sword-Bearer headquarters isn't foolish, I believe no one would push away talent like Lord Ryan. Royce naturally understood Hamadi's unspoken words. For top talents like him, the Empire's high officials aren't fools. They will definitely pay attention. Moreover, Ryan would also consider the risk of switching sides. To succeed in this recruitment, the challenge is huge. Under normal circumstances, it's indeed very difficult. But the problem is, some people and factions in the Empire don't want Lord Ryan to keep growing. This, in a way, gives us an opportunity. I see. Hamadi's eyes lit up. In that case, this matter might actually be feasible. Bringing the third person from the talent list into the Federation, what a great achievement. Hamadi thought for a moment and realized that completing this single task would be enough for his entire life. Once done, he could return to the Federation and relax completely. Safety, a good life, women, and money. If he spins wisely, he wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. Hamadi, there's still some time for this. No need to rush. Think about which approach would be best, Roy said. This is the latest intelligence. Take a look first, and tell me your thoughts in 2 days, Roy added. Understood, Lord Roy, Hamadi replied. Soon after, Hamadi returned alone to his study at his residence. He first took out a blank sheet of paper and placed it on his desk. Then he picked up a feather pen and wrote the name Rain. Thinking for a moment, he added woman and wizard. Hamadi's first focus was on women. Regarding Rain, his first impression was that he was quite popular with women, as several women around him seemed to have a close relationship with him. For example, Lady Jennifer, the wife of Baron Crawley in Munster Province, had a very close relationship with Rain. However, he knew Jennifer long before he met Rain. There was also the talented female knight of the Habsburg family, Kria. And he had seen 2 women in Shining Gold Town a long time ago, one named Anna, and he couldn't remember the other's name, but she appeared to be a barbarian girl. Investigating them wouldn't be difficult. Additionally, there was Olena, the administrative staff recently transferred to the Imperial Capital's Sorholder headquarters. She was apparently Reen's contact at the Munster branch before. That makes 5 women in total. Clearly, women seem to be some kind of preference of Reen. No, perhaps not necessarily a preference, but at least it showed that Reen was not opposed to attractive women. Furthermore, judging by their ages, ranging from their 20s to around 40, it seemed he didn't mind different age groups. This further supported the idea. Thinking of this, Hamadi's eyes lit up immediately. In other words, if he could find women that Reen was interested in, the task of recruiting would become much easier. After understanding this point, Hamadi focused on the last 2 words, sorcerer. After thinking for a moment and frowning slightly, he added sorcery and mental power after sorcerer. This is probably also a place where one can think carefully. Although metal-based magic is rare, he has the backing of the Federation, so obtaining 1 or 2 metal magic models is not difficult. Additionally, there are potions or special items that can enhance mental power. Currently, these are the main areas he considers. However, he hasn't seen Ryan for a while, so he needs to meet him first and have a chat before deciding what to do next. The next morning, unexpectedly, someone visited Ryan suddenly. In the reception hall, Lord Ryan, long time no see. Viscount Hamadi, long time no see. Ryan smiled politely. He didn't expect the Viscount Hamadi, who was far away in Minster, to come all the way to Tamriel, the imperial capital. Also, Hamadi's identity is quite special. Either a Federation spy or a noble loyal to the Federation. So Ryan pays more attention. Hamadi naturally shows admiration for Ryan. After observing him carefully, he sighs and says, recently, I heard about your achievements since arriving in the imperial capital. I am truly amazed. Thank you, Lord Hamadi, for the compliment, Ryan replies with a slight smile. By the way, when will Envoy Trina return to the Federation? I haven't had a chance to thank her for what she did last time. Seeing Hamadi, Ryan's mind involuntarily recalls the high-ranking, well-built, beautiful woman, Trina, and the 3 soul crystal cores she gave him through Hamadi. Just as Hamadi wants to say something, he suddenly notices that when Ryan mentions Envoy Trina, Ryan's expression is not one of gratitude but of admiration. This instantly makes Hamadi think of something. The beautiful woman, Jennifer, Trina. Hiss, could it be that this young man here has a crush on Envoy Trina? This. Cough. Envoy Trina stayed in the imperial capital for about a week. After finalizing some matters with the Empire, she led the delegation back to the Federation. Although Ryan was a bit surprised that Hamadi suddenly paused, he didn't think much of it. Additionally, Ryan didn't ask about the purpose of the visit, because since the visitor came unannounced, they would likely discuss important matters. Sure enough, after some polite greetings, Hamadi's expression became serious, and he said, Sir Ryan, I have come here specifically to deliver an important message to you. You may not know, but a big event is about to happen in the imperial capital, Tamriel. Perhaps with your strength, your safety isn't at great risk, but if your family still stays in the capital, there is a considerable danger. So, I suggest you consider whether your family should move first to the Eagle Federation. Hearing Hamadi's words, Ryan's first thought was that the intelligence department of the Eagle Federation must also be aware of the cult's movements. Sir Hamadi, is this related to the cult? Ryan asked with a slight smile. It seems you already know. Hamadi's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he didn't deny it. He nodded slightly. He had just learned this top-secret information himself and didn't expect Ryan to already know. It seems the headquarters of the Sword Bearers values this person more than he initially thought. Trying to win him over will be quite difficult. After a moment of thought, Ryan shook his head and politely declined. Sir Hamadi, as an Imperial Sword Bearer, I cannot send my family to the Federation. It's not that Ryan didn't care about his family's safety. This time, he agreed to have people from Luther and Hollowan strengthen his residence's defenses, considering his family. Although there are many internal problems in the Empire, and even the conservatives see him as a thorn in their side, as a sword bearer, he is highly valued. With his status, if Run were to go to the Eagle Federation, it would be considered treason. Most importantly, one of Ryan's personal principles is, the Patriot treats me well, and I will repay him. In other words, if the Empire's sword bearers treat him with the respect and manners due to a patriot, he will return that respect in kind. Furthermore, the conversation with Lager that day also reminded him that even if the situation becomes so dire that he must send his parents to the Eagle Federation, he would first ask for their opinions. After all, for them, leaving their homeland is difficult. Of course, Ryan politely declined, using the phrase not appropriate. Hamadi didn't expect to persuade Ryan all at once. When he heard Ryan say not appropriate, his sharp instincts as an intelligence agent immediately understood what that meant. His eyes flickered briefly. There's a chance. Lord Ryan, there's no need to rush your decision. The situation is constantly changing, isn't it? By the way, I heard you joined the Bisho Construction School. Are you interested in golems? Hamadi asked casually. Yes, Ryan glanced at Hamadi but said nothing more. It seems the Federation's investigation into him is quite thorough, and they already know a lot. Lord Ryan, then you should consider coming to the Federation. Their research on golems is more advanced than ours in the Empire. Oh, Lord Hamadi, could you tell me more? Ryan knew he was being baited, but he was also curious about the Federation. I'm not sure about all the details, but I heard the Federation's Golem Research Institute has successfully created a nearly 30-meter-tall Hills giant golem. After some mutual testing, Hamadi didn't stay long and politely took his leave. As he stepped out of Ryan's residence, a smile appeared on his face. He had achieved most of his goals on this trip. First, he was fairly certain that Ryan didn't dislike the Eagle Federation. At least, he didn't have a strong ideological opposition. Trying to win over an old noble from the Empire would be difficult if their beliefs clashed. Second, regarding personal preferences, this needed to be considered in two ways. On one hand, from Ryan's subtle expression when mentioning Envoy Trailina, it seemed Ryan had a good impression of her. That kind of attraction to the opposite. However, even if Ryan was worth persuading, it wouldn't be appropriate to use a noble Federation woman as bait. Hamadi had already figured this out. It was likely that Ryan was more interested in older, high-status women. This was confirmed by his past interests, his fascination with Lady Jennifer Crawley when he was a deputy town security officer, and his interest in Olena, the head of the swordsmanship department, when he was just an ordinary swordsman. On the other hand, by discussing the Federation's golem research, he learned that Lord Rain was likely already working on creating golems. This revealed many things. Creating golems is generally a task only level 3 crystallized mages can handle. If you're just observing, it's probably impossible to know so much about it. Soon, Hamadi, having thought this through on the carriage, arrived at the residence of his superior, Marquis Royce. He needed the Marquis' support for his upcoming tasks. In the study. You mean Lord Rain particularly likes Envoy Trina? Hearing this, Marquis Royce was initially surprised, then showed a clear understanding. It's very possible. Young people tend to prefer mature personalities. And people like us, who are older, prefer young and energetic ones, Royce said with a smile and nodded. Yes, exactly, Lord Royce. Hamadi also smiled. Clearly, he had gained his superior's agreement on this point, making his subsequent requests easier. So, Lord Royce, I have two plans. Oh, go ahead, Royce said with interest. The first plan is whether you can choose a mature woman with a higher status within the Empire to handle daily contact with Lord Rain. Of course, if she can subtly infiltrate his inner circle, that would be even better. And the second? Royce nodded, his mind flashing with a few figures. The second plan involves starting from what we already have. For example, Jennifer, who currently manages Lord Rain's trade affairs, could be persuaded to lean towards the Federation and then be used to influence him subtly. Good idea, but I see from the intelligence that besides Jennifer, are there other candidates in Munster? Royce's smile grew even brighter. He realized he should have transferred Hamadi to the Imperial capital sooner. The other is the contact from the Sword Bearers' headquarters. Their identity is sensitive, making it hard to approach or turn them. They're not suitable targets, Hamadi shook his head. He had already carefully considered this person before coming. I understand. Did you meet him this time? Any other gains? Royce asked. Yes, I confirmed again through subtle inquiries that the other person's identity as a metal mage is genuine. So, my idea is to find a suitable metal-based magic gift for him soon. Of course, this depends on certain conditions. It must be a unique combination spell exclusive to the Federation, and I should give him one or two of these spells, but never all of them. Royce's eyes lit up, and he quickly understood Hamadi's goal, praising him. Good strategy. However, this person, Lord Rain, specializes in metal magic, and since he wants a combination spell that is also unique to the Federation, such a spell is rare in the Federation. Lord Royce, he is third on the list, so it's worth it, isn't it? Hamadi smiled and said, Haha, indeed it is worth it. Leave this to me. Also, regarding special potions to boost mental strength, it's okay to occasionally give some beneficial items or potions that help crystallization, but not too many. Maintain daily good relations? Yes. Hamadi nodded and smiled. Last time, he gave a soul energy crystal, which helped keep Rain's good impression of the Federation. The next morning, Rain was about to go to the Academy's base when someone he expected arrived. Lord Rain, I heard about the incident where your contact at the Sword Bearers was attacked by a cult. I also heard your family has come to the Imperial capital. Do you need me to arrange anything? Buchanan smiled. Lord Buchanan, thank you for your kindness, but I have already strengthened my home's defenses, Rain politely declined. Buchanan nodded, but his brow furrowed slightly, seeming to sense something. He continued to ask, Lord Rain, what do you think about the last invitation to join the Dragonscale Brotherhood? Rain had already thought about this question. In the past few days, he considered pretending to be interested, but then he felt it was not appropriate. Sorry, Lord Buchanan, after careful consideration, I believe as a sword bearer, it's better not to join any secret organization. Hearing this, Buchanan's expression darkened, clearly surprised that Rain actually refused. This also meant that what he had previously said to the second prince was proven wrong. Lord Rain, your answer is disappointing. Are you really not willing to reconsider? Sorry. I hope Lord Rain won't regret this. After speaking, Buchanan angrily stood up and left. It's not that Buchanan, the second prince's steward, lacks tact. It's that Rain's refusal was unexpected. He thought it was a sure thing. Any normal person would know how to respond to an invitation from an imperial prince. But Rain surprisingly refused. This made it impossible for the second prince's subsequent plans to move forward. Meanwhile, at Duke Dram's residence. Oh, was it unsuccessful? Dram listened to the new steward's report. His face showed little disappointment. Instead, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Although the plan to hijack Rain with the Black Flame cult failed this time, from another perspective, the effect of revealing Rain's achievements was already beginning to show. Next time, it might be the Serpent cult or the Sea God cult, and most likely it will be one after another. Thinking of this, Duke Dram's mood improved. One more thing, sir. According to intelligence, Carl, a disciple of the Tidesword Saint, challenged Rain at the Dragon Knight Reserve camp. But what? Hearing the first part, Duke Dram was somewhat hopeful about the outcome. After all, each official disciple of the Tidesword Saint is quite powerful, far above his illegitimate son, Greenwood. He didn't necessarily think Carl would win, but at least it would pressure Rain. However, hearing the word but, Duke Dram had a bad premonition. Lord Carl was defeated in a single move, the young steward said, lowering his head. What? In one move? Duke Dram's eyes, already lined with wrinkles, twitched sharply upon hearing this news. The worst-case scenario was happening. Rain's strength was improving too quickly. Based on previous records, Rain defeated Harold, the Carver, after a fierce or even grueling battle. But now, he had defeated Carl, whose strength was comparable to Harold's, with just one move? How long had it been? This Rain's strength seems to have improved again. It looks like some things still need to be done, and I shouldn't worry too much. Half an hour later, in the second prince's study. Oh, the other side refused? Second Prince Everton, holding a white pet that looks like a big cat, gently stroked it and spoke calmly. Yes, Your Highness, and Buchanan looked hesitant. Buchanan has been the steward for the second prince for many years, so he knows his master's habits well. His current expression is probably just pretending, because it seems His Highness likes this Rain quite a lot. Maybe because of his age or his achievements. Even though last time it was mentioned that Rain's dragon bloodline is very important, His Highness's strategy is mainly to win him over. But Rain's attitude today made Buchanan a little angry and embarrassed. Of course, there is another reason. Duke Drom has contacted him twice, asking him to give Rain some hints in front of the second prince at the right time. And what else? Everton asked. And it seems that Rain's words and actions don't show much respect for His Highness. Also, he doubts the purpose of the Dragonscale Brotherhood. I'm worried that if we can't bring Rain into our side, as he rises in the Sword Bearers, it might further make the Empire's Sword Bearers wary of the Dragonscale Brotherhood. Buchanan stopped speaking at this point. Everton, hearing this, also stopped stroking the white lynx in his hand, because what Buchanan said is exactly something he cares about. In the past 2 years, Alfred has taken control of the Empire's Sword Bearers. This firm reformer's attitude towards the Dragonscale Brotherhood is not friendly. No, to be precise, they are very cautious. If Rain continues to rise, and if more high-ranking members of the Sword Bearers share Alfred's views, this high level of caution could turn into action. Your Highness, should we let Rain face some setbacks during the initial test of the Dragon Knights? Buchanan cautiously suggested, noticing that the prince hadn't spoken for a long time. No, let him participate in the re-examination. Everton shook his head and said, how many people from the Dragonscale Brotherhood are participating in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection this time? Yes, Your Highness. Tell them that during this secret realm mission, besides extracting the essence of the Void Young Dragon's blood, there is an additional task, to extract the blood essence from Ryan's body. The opponent's bloodline essence is quite unique, so Everton initially planned to have Ryan join the Dragonscale Brotherhood and control him gradually through potions, turning Ryan into a long-term blood bag. But now it seems it can only be treated as a one-time blood bag. Understood, Your Highness, Buchanan bowed and replied, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. At the Baishio Mechanical School headquarters. With Ryan's help, the progress of the second Hellfire modification is nearly halfway after 1 day. At this rate, in 2 days, before the Dragon Knight assessment, the second Hellfire modification will be completed. As night falls, Ryan returns to his residence. In the southeast of the imperial capital, Timriel, the famous Falling Star Lake scenic area, is quietly experiencing some events. As the name suggests, Falling Star Lake got its name because it was formed by a meteorite falling from the sky. This explanation isn't entirely false. Many enthusiasts even measured the lake's depth and found that in some places, it exceeds 1,000 meters deep, which is very rare for an inland lake. Over time, the name Falling Star Lake stuck. Around the lake, there are many lakeside villas scattered like stars. In front of a remote lakeside villa, the water of Falling Star Lake rhythmically crashes against the shore like waves. Under the starry sky, if you look carefully, you'll notice that on one side of the villa, where it connects to the lake, there seems to be a sewer pipe over 2 meters in diameter. Clearly, a sewer pipe of nearly 2 meters is unusual. At this moment, 4 humanoid figures wrapped in bubbles are carrying a crystal coffin from the sewer directly into the villa. Soon, 4 hooded figures in black robes emerge from a pool in the underground wine cellar of the villa. They carefully lift the crystal coffin and place it aside, then respectfully bow to a group of black-robed people with sea creature emblems on their robes, who have been waiting for a while. High Priest Carditis, the divine envoy, has been delivered. Good. Thank you for your effort. The High Priest of the Sea God cult, named Caritas, nodded. At the same time, she focused her attention on the crystal coffin. Inside the coffin, a beautiful woman was sleeping with her hands clasped and resting on her abdomen. If Ryan were here and looked closely at her face, he would feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although she does not look exactly like the sea goddess Hela, the more he looked, the more she seemed to resemble her. The chosen ones, also called divine followers, are special by nature. They are born with unique abilities, although some only awaken after reaching adulthood or becoming extraordinary. Regardless, they all have special powers, which is why they are called divine followers or chosen ones. For all religions, the main role of these chosen ones is to serve as the best vessels for gods to descend into the world. For example, the last time Staven attacked Ryan, his physique was quite close to that of a divine follower, but not quite. If someone truly was a divine follower of the spider god Nayubarakan, their power would increase dramatically when possessed, far beyond what Staven's body could achieve. However, the bodies of divine followers favored by different gods vary greatly. Finding suitable candidates among so many people is extremely difficult, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, the value of this particular divine follower in front of us is obvious. Rhine Province, Tides Bay in a grand hall. A tall figure stood with his back to the door, facing the sea. It was the tidal sword saint, Leon. He was gazing at the increasingly cloudy sky over the ocean, lost in thought. As one of the few protectors who often stayed away from the imperial capital Tamriel, Leon was stationed in the southern Rhine province. His duties included deterring the sea cult and guarding a secret realm called the Tidal Vortex. His responsibilities were very important. Suddenly, the sword Saint Leon spoke. Lambert, come in. At the door, a tall, muscular swordsman with rugged features entered. He carried a large 2-meter-long greatsword on his back. He approached Leon about 10 meters away and bowed. Master, I want to visit the imperial capital. Really? Did the Dlam family summon you? I not only owe a favor to the Drum family, but I also heard that Carl was defeated by the other side. I think that if I fight them, I might have a chance to break through. So, I hope you will agree to let me go, Lambert said, kneeling on one knee. Have you thought it through? Yes, I have. How many shadows? 8. Good. I agree for you to go. 8. Good. I agree for you to go, said Sword Saint Leon, nodding. Thank you, teacher, Lambert said happily, standing up and bowing again. In the imperial capital of Tamriel, inside Ryan's study, Clea found Ryan, looking serious. Ryan, I have a basic understanding of the Dragonscale Brotherhood, she said. Oh, that was quick. You didn't reveal yourself, did you? Ryan immediately stood up and came out from behind his desk, signaling Clea to sit on the long sofa together. This was during their meeting 2 days ago. Ryan asked Clea to gather some information about the Dragonscale. Although Ryan, as a gold-ranked sword wielder, could access the Empire's sword system information at any time, most of it was about external affairs due to his duties. Sensitive information about secret organizations like the Dragonscale Brotherhood, led by the Second Prince, was harder to access through the sword system. Of course, some internal information about the Brotherhood was probably known within the sword wielders, but Ryan didn't want to reveal that he was investigating this. So when Ryan saw Clea, he immediately thought of a plan. He wanted Clea to use her connections at the Royal Academy in the Imperial capital to gather relevant information. Don't underestimate the Royal Academy. It includes the children of reformist nobles, conservative nobles, royal family members, high-ranking nobles, and even some talented lower nobles and commoners. This doesn't even include other social circles, which often overlap. As the daughter of a hereditary count, Clea had access to many circles, making her the most informed. Not really. I just asked around indirectly, chatting casually at banquets and salons with some old friends. Although this method is safe, the information obtained is quite general, said Clea, sitting next to Ryan and brushing her hair away from her forehead. Yes, that's enough, Ryan replied. I found out that several people in the Royal Academy have joined the Dragonscale Brotherhood. Later, I asked some friends to find out more. After they joined, their strength increased very quickly. Such rapid growth, even compared to you, isn't much different, Clea said, looking at Ryan with her beautiful eyes. Is it just about quick strength improvement? Ryan asked. Speedy growth is one part, but another strange thing is that one student with the bloodline of a dragon seems to have experienced a change recently. Oh, what kind of change? Ryan raised an eyebrow, interested. Well, that young man with the blue dragon bloodline, according to my friend, when he first transformed into a dragon human form, his scales were light blue. But during a recent fight, he was surprised to see his scales turn blue-black. Even more strange, his close combat ability seems to have greatly improved, but his control over ice and frost powers hasn't changed much. This is very odd. According to common sense, such a thing shouldn't happen. Usually, children of the blue dragon bloodline, after gaining strength, have scales that get darker when they transform, starting from light blue, then blue, and finally dark blue. At the same time, their control over ice and frost powers also become stronger, Clea continued. Could it be an accidental mutation? Ryan pondered, thinking about his own situation, where the system shows a mutated dragon bloodline. It probably isn't accidental. I checked on 2 others, and they have similar mutations. So, I suspect there's something wrong with the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, Clea said, shaking her head. I see. Ryan nodded. With all 3 showing mutations, the chances are too high. There must be a problem. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Ryan's mind. Could it be due to the potion? It seems that the Dragon Vein Evolution Potion Buchanan gave him last time is indeed suspicious. Reen, if the second prince asks you to join, you should find a reason to refuse, Clea said seriously with a stern face. Yes, I already refused, Reen nodded. That's good. Suddenly, Clea smiled charmingly and said, Reen, it's been a long time since we last competed in Meist. How about a friendly match? Huh? Hearing this, Reen was momentarily surprised, then he smiled and said, of course. Since Clea's bloodline awakened, her strength increased very quickly. But he also heard about Reen's impressive achievements after arriving in the imperial capital. He secretly wanted to see her skills. The 2 quickly arrived at the training room. Reen, I'm about to start, Clea said. Okay. Clea drew her double-handed sword from behind her back and held it at an angle. From her stance, Reen saw that Clea was still using the Arcadia sword technique. Whoosh. As Clea's long, springy legs pushed off the ground slightly, she shot toward Reen like an arrow. Her sword cut through the air with a silver arc, slashing diagonally from top to bottom at a 45-degree angle. Clang. Faced with Clea's swift slash, Reen simply raised his right hand and casually tapped, causing her sword to shift aside. In an instant, Clea's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. She had expected Reen might dodge, retreat, or even cast magic for defense, but she didn't expect that. With her attack at 70% strength, Reen could so easily neutralize it. However, Clea's reaction was quick too. Since her sword was pushed aside, she immediately adjusted her footing and regained her strength. She shifted her attack from a slash to a horizontal sweep, aiming at Reen's waist. And this time, the result surprised Clea even more. Because Reen's right hand moved like a venomous snake, lightning fast, grabbing Clea's sword blade with his bare hand, catching it out of thin air. Of course, Reen showed mercy and didn't use metal manipulation magic to destroy her weapon. Clea, your strength has improved. Not bad, Reen said with a smile. But you probably didn't use your full strength, right? He loosened his grip as he spoke. Clea, your strength. Clea's eyes widened in shock, momentarily lost in thought. Although she had heard before that Ryan's strength seemed to have greatly improved, seeing and hearing are different. Now, after actually fighting, Clea could better feel how terrifying Ryan was. She remembered that during their time in Silver Gold Town, she only needed to use about 2 or 3 parts of her strength to easily defeat Ryan, who had just started practicing breathing techniques. But in the county town, she was no longer Ryan's match. Back then, it was still a close fight, at least between two-handed swords. But now, Ryan could defeat her easily with just his bare hands, and with one hand at that. More importantly, Clea's strength wasn't constant. After her bloodline awakened, her power surged forward rapidly. Yet, surprisingly, the gap between them kept widening. However, Clea was still proud. Even if she couldn't beat Ryan with his bare hands, she wouldn't let him defeat her with just one hand. Ryan, I'm going to use my bloodline talent now, Clea said sharply. Okay. Ryan immediately sensed that, just by using one hand, he had defeated Clea, which seemed to be hard for her to accept. Clea's two-handed sword flashed with a dense white aura of primal energy. At the same time, her long, rounded legs were surrounded by deep blue currents. Whoosh! Clea bent her knees slightly, tiptoed off the ground, and disappeared from her spot. The next moment, she appeared right in front of Ryan. Ryan still fought with one hand, but this time, his right hand was covered with a layer of hardened gold. Clang! Clang! Ding! Ryan stood still, using one hand to block Clea's jumping slashes, strikes, and sweeping attacks from multiple angles. Sparks flew everywhere. Yet, a flash of surprise crossed Ryan's eyes. Clea's speed had increased by 50%, and at this level, she was close to reaching semi-legendary strength. Looking at it this way, Clea's rate of improvement was very fast. Blade Storm. Clea shouted softly, fully unleashing a high-level Arcadia sword technique. Suddenly, several whirlwinds appeared in the arena, and Clea spun like a top, swinging her great sword to send out waves of energy in all directions. Ryan thought for a moment, then smiled and cast a second-level defensive spell on himself. Iron Armor. As Ryan's body was covered with a dark silver metal film, a series of clanging sounds echoed, like the intense hammering in a blacksmith shop. Clea's sword struck the shield, which shone with a strong metallic luster. Not only did it cause no damage, but it also made Clea's wrist tingle from the rebound. This made Clea stop her blade storm, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Ryan and asked, "Is this second-level metal magic? You're already a second-level liquefied mage?" Clea knew Ryan's growth very well. In just over a year, starting from nothing, he became a second-level liquefied mage? Even in the Bard's songbooks, it wouldn't be written like this. Yes, but Clea, your progress is also very fast. You're nearly at the level of a near-legendary mage now, Ryan nodded with a smile. He was intentionally revealing his mage side gradually. Otherwise, showing off the power of a third-level crystallized mage all at once might be too hard for others to accept. Compared to you, I feel like my strength has actually regressed. Clea shook her head and said, "Oh, by the way, Ryan, I have a question. Who is Miss Anna that Mint mentioned?" Huh. Ryan was momentarily stunned. Well. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sword Bearers, in General Augustus's office. How are the movements of the major evil cults right now? General Augustus asked in a deep voice. They are very active, but we believe this is just a surface phenomenon. Their goal is likely to lure the Empire's strongest away from the imperial capital, Major Tadia replied crisply. In recent days, we've noticed that many legendary members of these cults have disappeared from several provinces. We suspect they may have already arrived near the Tamriel capital. Yes, this matches our predictions. Their target is probably the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, General Augustus nodded. Increase personnel checks. Once the preliminary results are out, conduct a second background screening. Although these personnel lists had already been checked twice before the Dragon Knight assessment, Augustus clearly didn't trust them. The damage caused by internal traitors can sometimes be far greater than that of external enemies. Understood, sir. How are the preparations going over at the Starseer platform? Augustus asked again. Sir, everything is arranged. For defensive magic arrays have been reinforced. In the air, the Royal Griffin Guard will deploy 2 full battalions to defend the platform. Additionally, the military has sent a fleet of airships to assist. For ground defense, heavy troops are stationed, including the elite forces from the military headquarters, the internal security troops, and us sword bearers, 3 layers of defense in total. By then, the Starseer platform will have defenses second only to the palace, Tatya reported. Good, Augustus nodded. As the command center for this operation, the defense of the Starseer platform is very important, especially since Marshal Alfred is the overall commander. Are our people ready with the special communication devices inside the secret realm? One is still missing. Since Lord Ryan just joined the operation, his device is still being made and will be finished the day after tomorrow, Tatya said softly. The communication device inside the secret realm is quite special. It is complicated to make, but has 2 main uses. First, it allows the commanders at the Starseer platform to communicate quickly with the operatives inside the secret realm. Of course, this only works after the secret realm is opened. Second, it has a positioning function. Inside the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, the operatives can check whether the 3 have arrived at their designated spots and been activated, which is the main task. If someone carrying a fails in their mission, others can quickly locate them and continue the task. Yes, speed up. After the first test, we will distribute the communication devices, Augustus said with a nod. Understood, sir. By the way, sir, since Lord Ryan is new, should we include him in the? Tatya asked. This operation has 3, each formed by personnel from the Sword Bearers, the Imperial Military, and the internal security troops, responsible for placing the 3 teams correspond to the 3 placements. They are independent of each other, but all report to the Starseer platform's command. The reason for this situation is that the cult and the Federation have deeply infiltrated all departments of the Empire. This time, the three small teams from different departments are not affiliated with each other to avoid putting all eggs in one basket. Otherwise, the best plan would be for all members of the three teams to meet and get familiar with each other in advance, then be assigned tasks based on their strengths. Since the Rift Squad on the sword-wielding side has already fixed its personnel, Tatya asked this question. There's no need. Let Rain be the backup. If something happens, he can step in, Augustus the general said after a moment of thought. Understood, my lord. Rain's residence. In the study, faced with Kriya's half-smile and gaze, Rain felt as if he had been poured with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. The joy of winning the contest easily had already disappeared. Now, he wondered whether to tell the truth or lie. If he lied and Kriya already knew Anna's situation, it would be a deliberate lie. Most likely, it would cause irreparable damage to her in Kriya's eyes. If he told the truth, even among the more open aristocrats of the Empire, which woman doesn't get jealous? After thinking for a moment, Rain decided to tell the truth. Jealousy or not, so be it. Anna is actually a half-elf? Rain said, dropping a heavy bombshell. What? Kriya was surprised. Half-elves are rarer than elves. He didn't expect Anna to be a half-elf girl. I've heard half-elves are very beautiful. Kriya's gaze toward Rain softened slightly. In Silver Gold Town, Anna used to live next door to me. Her mother disappeared. Rain slowly told Kriya Anna's story. Apart from some intimate interactions between him and Anna, he didn't hide much else. I understand, Kriya nodded and said. In fact, over the past few days, Kriya had already learned quite a bit about Miss Anna from Rain's sister, Mint. Although Kriya wasn't sure if Rain and Anna had a romantic relationship, it was clear there was some affection. Of course, even if Ryan knew about this situation, he couldn't blame Mint for the information leak. No matter how smart a little girl is, she couldn't be a match for the talkative skills of Clea. Moreover, as her older brother, he had even said that Mint should graciously accept Clea's gifts, which shows that Clea is trustworthy. In Mint's eyes, this beautiful long-legged older sister speaks kindly and generously. She naturally shares everything she knows. Therefore, any information about Anna that Mint knew, she would tell Clea. Additionally, Mint also told Clea some details about the wild girl logger. This made Clea feel a bit annoyed. Well, in just 1 year, she had already attracted 2 girls. One was a rare, beautiful half-elf. The other was a girl with a delicate face, who didn't seem like a wild girl at all. This was one of the reasons Clea challenged Ryan to a contest, feeling a bit frustrated. At the same time, before coming here, Clea also asked herself a question. Does she really like Ryan? Or, in other words, what does she like about him? First, he must be strong enough. At that time, Ryan had shown great strength when he helped the Habs family and Meister to resist attacks from the Black Flame cult and the mysterious Snake cult. Second, he has great potential. At his age, reaching this level of strength suggests that, without surprise, Ryan is likely to become the protector of the Empire. Finally, during his time in Glitter Gold Town, her first impression of Ryan was that he was simple, kind, and honest. Of course, now honest should be replaced with flirtatious, but everything else remains the same. Now, the question is, after changing to flirtatious, would she still choose Ryan? Thinking carefully, it seems she still would say yes. Actually, it doesn't matter about the last point. Just the first 2 are enough to attract all the girls in the Empire. But as for the flirtatious trait, she feels they need to talk about it with Ryan. It can't continue like this. Ryan, if you go to the orchard, do you see a big, red apple and pick it to put in your pocket? Clea said suggestively. I guess I'd pick and eat a few if I saw them, Ryan replied. Huh. Clea immediately looked annoyed, glaring at Ryan like a sharp blade. She didn't believe that Ryan didn't understand the meaning behind her words. However, the topic couldn't be continued because suddenly the door to the training room opened. Outside, there was a surprised-looking barbarian girl named Ragray. She hadn't expected to see Ryan and the noble girl named Kriya inside when she came to practice her combat skills. Ryan, I have to go now. Be careful with the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, Kriya said as she prepared to leave. Ryan was currently facing many enemies. In that moment, Kriya suddenly realized something. From her point of view, it was best not to dwell on this issue anymore, so Ryan wouldn't be distracted. Okay, Kriya. Thanks for your help, Ryan replied. As she left the training room, Kriya nodded and smiled slightly at Ragray as a way of saying goodbye. Ragray also responded with a small smile. The next day, inside the Baishu construction school base, Ryan was helping his mentor, Maguro, to improve the second version of the Hellfire Golem. With you here, the progress is more than twice as fast. Next time you're free, you must come help again. Maguro looked at the huge machine in front of him, clapped his hands, dusted off, then picked up a flat iron flask, took a few hearty drinks, and sighed happily. No problem, mentor. If you need me to make more golems, just let me know in advance, Ryan said with a smile. With this improved Hellfire Golem, he now had 2 golems. At his request, behind each of the 2 6-meter-tall golems, there was a giant sword and a giant warhammer, each over 4 meters long. Ryan, are these weapons a bit too big? They look a little out of place, Maguro said, wiping some drink from his beard and noticing something. His brow furrowed slightly. Based on Maguro's experience, he could easily see the mismatch. They're a bit long, but close enough, Ryan replied with a smile. Although he didn't explain much, he knew in his heart that these 2 giant weapons were mainly prepared for his dragon-human transformation. The secret realm of the Dragon Valley had an epic level limit for individual strength. If he transformed into the Dragon King form, he might be pushed out of the secret realm, but luckily, Ryan had 3 transformation stages. During the first and second forms of the Dragonan Warrior and Captain, his strength after transformation is close to epic level but does not reach it. With a hammer and a sword, or 2 heavy weapons in hand, Ryan is confident that he can easily defeat opponents at the legendary level using either the first or second form. Remember, Ryan, the King of Thousand Blades, has never fully displayed his power in his Dragonan form. After hearing his proud disciple's words, Maguro naturally had nothing more to say. Ryan, should we move these 2 golems now? Maguro asked. Yes, please arrange a flying ship to transport them to the Sword Holder headquarters. I will assign someone to receive them. All right, Audrey, contact the airship hall and have someone move them immediately. Understood, Master. Audrey nodded and left the laboratory. 2 more days passed, and finally, the initial assessment day arrived. It was the first Sunday of the month of harvest. At the Dragon Knight Reserve camp located in the 6th ring of Tamriel City, dozens of legendary-level strong fighters from the Empire gathered. Ryan, Luther, and Harlow also arrived. Because each of these people exuded a strong presence and rode flying mounts several times larger than horses, even with fewer than 100 people, the camp was packed, filling several football fields. The Empire's territory is vast, with billions of people, but at this moment, this small group of people is second only to the top of the Empire's Guardian Pyramid. These legendary fighters are not beginners, they are at least seasoned legends. That is the second prince, Efton, Luther whispered to Ryan. Ryan looked in the direction Luther indicated and saw a slightly androgynous young man sitting at the central podium, smiling and talking with an older man beside him. At this moment, Ryan clearly felt many subtle gazes focused on him, but most of them quickly looked away after a glance. After all, at their level, they are very sensitive to being watched. However, what annoyed Ryan a little was that several gazes lingered behind him on his right side, and this prolonged staring felt somewhat reckless. Ryan casually looked around and immediately spotted the faces of the people on his right rear side. The leader was a middle-aged man with dreadlocks, riding a fierce beast and bone-crushing vulture, giving off a very intimidating impression. This bone-crushing vulture was several times larger than a normal vulture, with blood-red eyes. Its neck was bald, without any feathers, only thick skin folds. Its small head had an iron beak that looked unusually large. From the name bone-crushing, it's easy to see that this vulture's iron beak was very powerful, capable of easily breaking the bones of the toughest wild animals and eating the marrow. Looking at their flying mounts, it was clear these people weren't alone. 2 others beside the leader, though dressed differently, also rode bone-crushing vultures. It was obvious they were a team. This surprised Ryan a little because he remembered he didn't recognize these 3 people. However, he still remembered their scent. Even though the scene was filled with the smell of wild animals and chaos, Ryan keenly detected a strange, unique aroma. Huh? This seems to be the scent of dragon bloodline. Could they be members of the Dragonscale Brotherhood? Ryan thought to himself. And indeed, as Ryan guessed, although each of them appeared to have official identities as cover, they had secretly joined the Dragonscale Brotherhood. The leader, the dreadlocked man, was named Barnes. The other 2 were Reagan and Blanson. A few days earlier, they received a secret mission from Buchanan, knowing they needed to find a way to obtain the blood essence from Ryan during the Secret Realm trial. As one of the examiners for the second prince's initial assessment as a Dragon Knight, they weren't worried about failing the test. But after learning about Ryan, they all thought he was a tricky opponent and not easy to deal with. It's known that the sculptor Harold was called the strongest legend, and that wasn't just bragging. Even Barnes, the strongest among the three, believed that even if he used his bloodline transformation, he might be able to tie with Harold, but winning would be very difficult. Harold's earth magic defense was too strong. But this young man in front of them had managed to kill Harold, showing his incredible attack power. However, since there are three of them, they still have confidence. At the same time, Buchanan has prepared a set of sensing orbs for use inside the secret realm. Once inside, the three can quickly gather based on the connection of the orbs and then find Ryan. Their main goal this time is to evaluate Ryan's strength again through his performance in the initial test. After a brief opening speech, the preliminary selection for the Dragon Knight Reserve began officially. A strong wave of magic suddenly swept over the area, and a white light screen appeared above the Dragon Knight Reserve camp, which looked like an ancient Roman Colosseum. From above, it looked like a lid covering a bowl or a sealed can. "Now, let's draw lots in order," announced a leader. A servant carried a transparent glass box to the candidates. Everyone could see inside folded pieces of paper, faintly glowing with magic energy, as if to prevent anyone from sensing the numbers written on them in advance using mental power or other senses. The rules are simple. Draw lots to determine the order, then fight. Each fight lasts 3 minutes. When time is up, whether or not the opponent is defeated, the preliminary test ends. Then, 5 judges will score the performance on the spot. The scores are added up, and at the end, the top 30 candidates are selected based on total points. The opponents are chosen randomly using a spinning wheel. There are 7 options: Hurricane Element, Thunderstorm Element, Fire Phoenix Flock, Spiked Giant Bees, Shadow Eagle, Frostwing Windsnake, and Bloodthirsty Dragon Eagle. The first 2 are legendary-level elemental creatures, quite powerful and highly resistant to physical attacks. The next 2 are groups of fierce, aggressive creatures, which can be very strong if there are many of them, definitely at the legendary level. Candidates with group combat skills might find it easier to handle these groups, while those without might find it more difficult. Even if they win, they could run out of time or look somewhat awkward. Although defeating the opponent within 3 minutes is not mandatory, being hit or failing to defeat the opponent in time will clearly result in points lost. The last 3 are all powerful flying aggressive creatures, each at the legendary level, with unique fighting styles. All 7 of these strong creatures are capable of flight. This means the battle tests the candidate's ability to control flying mounts during aerial combat. Of course, if the examiner can trap the opponent or force a ground fight, that is not against the rules. However, achieving this is clearly very difficult. Number 13, the attendant said as they brought a glass box to Ryan. Ryan drew a card, opened it, and whispered, "Wow, I got number 1. Usually, examiners need a warm-up period before giving high scores. The first and second candidates often receive more cautious scores, which tend to be lower. After the 10th candidate, the judges generally have a better idea of what score is appropriate. As this was Ryan's second time participating in the Dragon Rider Reserve exam, he was naturally unhappy about this. "Number 72, Harlowen said, holding his card. His number was much later than Ryan's and Luther's, which made him breathe a little easier. After all, many strong fighters were present, so observing more was beneficial. Luther drew the stinging giant bee swarm. These bees are about the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child, with a sharp, purple-black stinger that glows. They are very fast and have a disturbance airflow around their bodies, providing good defense against physical and magic attacks. Their signature tail stinger shoots out like a dart, with strong piercing power. A single stinging giant bee isn't very strong, and experienced liquid mage could easily defeat it. But now, Luther faces 100 of these bees. Buzzing. The giant bees, dozens of times larger than normal yellow bees, swarmed toward Luther and his 2-headed chimera mount like a dark cloud. Luther squeezed his legs, commanding the chimera to attack first. Although Luther, as the chimera rider, had the advantage, the giant bees were quickly killed one by one as time passed. Their bodies fell like rain. However, when Luther cleared the field, 3 minutes had passed the time limit. His face looked a bit grim. He has participated twice now and knows that his recent battle time will likely be a point deduction. Also, Since this is the first round, the judges tend to be more cautious with their scores. 6 points. 7 points. Total score, 32 points, the announcer shouted. Indeed, this score is quite close, so it's uncertain whether he will pass to the next stage. When Luther returned to the crowd, Ryan and Harlow comforted him with a few words. Next were the other contestants. Ryan looked at several people and noticed that, although the initial test has a 3-minute time limit for battles, few candidates actually fight for the full 3 minutes. Strong competitors usually finish within a minute, often earning higher scores, and are considered top tier. Those with slightly less strength can typically finish around 2 minutes. Their scores vary greatly, making them the second tier. The third tier includes those who reach the 3-minute limit but haven't defeated their opponents. Such cases are relatively rare. So, despite many people present, the actual pace of the initial test is very fast. On average, less than 2 minutes pass before it's the next person's turn. Candidate number 9, Barnes, please step forward, the announcer called. It's him. Ryan suddenly recognized a familiar figure entering the arena. The opponent was riding an ugly bone-crushing vulture and arrived at the center of the field. He was one of the 3 people observing from the side earlier. This time, the opponent drew a bloodthirsty dragon eagle. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly, showing interest, curious about how the opponent would respond. The bloodthirsty dragon eagle is a typical close-combat flying predator, very similar to the blood-feather-horned eagle. But clearly, as a legendary creature, it is much stronger than the blood-feather-horned eagle. The name dragon eagle suggests a hybrid of a dragon and an eagle. Its head resembles an eagle, with a sharp, red beak. Its wings are enormous, comparable to butterfly-shaped giant wings, covered in blood-red feathers. Its body looks like a dragon, covered in red scales, with thick hind legs and a pair of sharp claws. As the bloodthirsty dragon eagle was released from the iron fence on one side of the camp, it immediately saw the bone-eating vulture on the field. It let out a sharp cry and charged fiercely toward it. With each flap of its wide wings, the eagle's speed increased rapidly. Chirp. Just when everyone thought the dragon eagle would choose to fight directly, suddenly, it took a deep breath and spat out a burst of flame from about 10 meters away from Barnes. At this moment, many remembered that the bloodthirsty dragon eagle also had a breath attack common among dragon creatures, called dragon eagle breath, which carried strong fire damage. Most people thought Barnes would respond cautiously, either dodge or use defensive magic to block the attack. But to everyone's surprise, Barnes chose to fight back. Facing the incoming cone-shaped dragon eagle breath, Barnes' body suddenly expanded, revealing red scales. The bone-eating vulture beneath him also seemed affected, sinking sharply from the air. Roar. Transforming into a dragon man, Barnes suddenly opened his mouth and also spat out a burst of flame toward the bloodthirsty dragon eagle. Immediately, the two flames collided fiercely in midair. For a moment, flames blazed intensely. It was like 2 fire jets blasting at each other, with heat waves rolling around. Next to them, Ryan watched Barnes in his dragon man form, feeling quite surprised. Because his form was very similar to Barnes' first-stage dragon warrior transformation short tail, about 4 or 5 meters tall. He also noticed that Barnes seemed to have red dragon bloodline, but somehow, the red scales had a faint black tint. This matched the information Claire had mentioned, suggesting it was likely related to the potion taken by the Dragonscale Brotherhood. As Ryan's thoughts shifted, the battle suddenly changed. Suddenly, the dragon eagle's breath stopped abruptly. It was caught by a thick dragon claw tightly gripping its beak. Meanwhile, Barnes, after transforming, relied on the visual barrier created by the clash of 2 flames to rush forward quickly. Unable to open its beak, the eagle couldn't use its breath attack. Enraged, the bloodthirsty dragon eagle's body suddenly showed many blood vessels wriggling like earthworms, rapidly swelling. "This is a bloodthirsty talent," said another candidate beside Ryan. Despite the dragon eagle activating its bloodthirsty ability, increasing its strength and struggling fiercely, the dragon claw still tightly held the dragon eagle's head, not moving at all. A bone-breaking sound rang out, and the dragon eagle struggled even more desperately. Snap! As the dragon claw closed, the dragon eagle's head was crushed like a watermelon. This was a legendary-level dragon eagle, with the hardest skull, yet it was directly crushed by Barnes in his dragon human form. Ugh, such strength. Is this the bloodline of a red dragon? Only 5 seconds? Everyone around gasped in surprise. At this moment, Barnes's body began to shrink rapidly, returning to his human form. His bone-eating vulture, under him, let out excited screeches before swiftly landing beside the dying bloodthirsty dragon eagle, starting to eat the remains. Barnes did not stop his mount's behavior, but looked around, his gaze lingering slightly on Ryan. Ryan could see a hint of hidden challenge in Barnes's eyes, as if saying, "See, I handled it. Now it's your turn. Interesting. Perfect. Perfect." Everyone, including the second Prince Everton, gave a perfect score of 10 out of 10. The total score was 50 points, and the first candidate to achieve a perfect score appeared. The next few candidates also performed well, with 2 of them finishing their battles within a minute. But with Barnes, the 5-second man, setting the standard, the highest score among the others was only 45 points. Candidate 13, Ryan, please come on stage, the attendant announced. This drew Luther and Harlow's attention to Ryan. They also wanted to see how long Ryan would take and whether he could surpass Barnes's 5 seconds. As Ryan stepped forward, many people in the crowd whispered among themselves. Although Ryan had an impressive record, many did not know him personally. Seeing his young face, they started asking questions, opening up a lively conversation. After all, several candidates knew Ryan and immediately began to recount his previous achievements. "So, he is the one who defeated Harold. That sounds interesting. I heard he's a metal-type wizard." "Lord Rain, please turn the wheel," the servant respectfully said. "Okay." As Rain stepped forward and spun the pointer on the wheel, it started spinning quickly. To prevent interference, players must leave after spinning. Rain naturally stepped away from the platform with the wheel. The pointer finally slowed down and stopped right on the thunderstorm element option. "Wow, such bad luck." Ruth and Harlow exchanged glances and said. They both knew that Rain was a metal-type wizard, and facing a thunderstorm element was very unfavorable. Why? Because metal conducts electricity. Any metal magic attack or fighting with metal weapons against the thunderstorm element would be very passive. The powerful electric currents would cause paralysis, making the fight very difficult. Obviously, this would also mean a lower score. Of course, Ruth and Harlow believed Rain could still defeat the thunderstorm element, but it might take more effort, and if struck by lightning, he could become somewhat embarrassed. "Lord Rain, if you're ready, we will begin the summoning," the servant slightly bowed and said. "Let's start," Rain nodded. At the same time, he directed the blood-feathered horned eagle beneath him to fly toward the center of the arena. Seeing Rain agree, 3 crystallized wizards on the southern side of the arena immediately began summoning. They placed a prepared thunderstorm crystal core into the summoning array. With a deep chant, a huge cloud swirling with strong winds was quickly summoned. This was the legendary elemental creature, the thunderstorm element. The biggest differences between the thunderstorm element and the hurricane element are 2 points. First, in color. Unlike the white-gray of the hurricane element, the thunderstorm element is completely black and gray. Second, and most importantly, inside its funnel-shaped cloud body, continuous lightning flashes across, accompanied by thunderous sounds. When the lightning inside it is released outward, it becomes an electric attack. Lightning is very dangerous. It moves at the speed of light, making it impossible to dodge. You can only endure it. The only way is to counter or interrupt the opponent before the thunderstorm element launches its attack. Once summoned, the thunderstorm element rushes quickly toward Ryan. As it gets closer, the dense thundercloud body creates more thunder sounds. Clearly, the thunderstorm element could strike with lightning at any moment. At this time, Ryan is silently reciting a spell and points at the thunderstorm element. Metal cage. Instantly, a square metal cage traps the thunderstorm element inside. Although it causes no harm, Ryan's magic makes the thunderstorm element's movement slow down, and the lightning attack it planned to release stops naturally. The reason is simple. Metal conducts electricity, so even if the thunderstorm element uses lightning, it won't hurt Ryan. Instead, the surrounding metal bars absorb the lightning. While lightning doesn't damage the thunderstorm element itself, this attack becomes ineffective. Therefore, the thunderstorm element chooses to pass through the metal cage first and then unleash its lightning. The thundercloud-shaped body flickers briefly, then the entire cloud body passes through the metal cage. This takes less than a second. Seeing this, many spectators wonder if Ryan's strategy was a mistake. After all, high-level elemental creatures like the hurricane or thunderstorm are mostly intangible, with only crystal cores. Using metal magic can't really trap them and is a waste of energy. However, just as the thunderstorm element escapes the cage, a tiny, nail-sized metal grid shimmering with silver magic light appears in front of it. Ching! Snap! The sharp metal grid pierces through the thundercloud body. People are surprised at how quickly Ryan casts this magic, but they don't agree with his continued use of metal magic to attack, because the thunderstorm element is highly immune to metal magic attacks. Compared to that, using fire magic would be much more effective. But before anyone can say anything, suddenly, the entire thunderstorm element dissipates like smoke, vanishing into nothingness. Only some shattered thunder crystal cores remain on the ground. This caused everyone to show surprise, but they quickly understood why. Reen had just shattered the core of the thunderstorm element directly. Some of the stronger candidates even realized why Reen used those two spells just now. It turned out that his first spell was to break the thunderstorm element's initial attack rhythm. At the same time, Reen predicted that the thunderstorm element would gather electrical energy to prepare for a quick retreat from the metal cage. So, he cast the second spell, a fine metal web, which directly crushed the core of the thunderstorm element. A decisive strike. Wow, 3 seconds. Probably the fastest so far. In just 3 seconds, Reen won the fight. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Dragonscale Brotherhood, Barnes, Rajin, and Branson, watched calmly, but inside, their hearts skipped a beat. Especially Rajin and Branson, their eyes briefly met, and they saw a hint of shock in each other's gaze. Because Reen's battle response was flawless. Facing what should be the most resistant to metal-type mages, the thunderstorm element, he managed to counterattack instantly? How strong must his battle awareness be? Not to mention, most of the people present, even top legendary experts, would find it hard to do the same. Another problem was that the fight was too short, so they couldn't see Reen's full strength. They couldn't gather more information, which made things a bit tricky. After all, if you are strong and know your opponent's spells and fighting habits, you can prepare in advance. But with only 3 seconds and 2 spells used, the information gained was very limited. This added some uncertainty to their plans in the secret realm. Among the 3, Barnes was the strongest. But even now, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. When Reen faced the thunderstorm element, Barnes quickly thought of several possible responses, but none were as simple and efficient as Reen's. Excellent. Excellent. All 4 examiners gave perfect scores. At this moment, the smiling second Prince Everton slowly raised his scorecard, which clearly showed a perfect score of 10. This caused the waiting candidates to whisper in surprise. That's the second perfect score, someone said. With a perfect score, no matter how they rank, they've already advanced to the next round. Rand's eyes also flashed with surprise because, in his opinion, he had rejected the second prince's invitation to join the Dragonscale Brotherhood, which might have offended him. But judging from the current situation, it seems the prince doesn't mind. He even gave him a perfect score on the initial test. However, Rand suddenly remembered what Kreia had warned him about earlier. The second Prince Everton isn't as friendly as he appears on the surface. If I had to compare him to an animal, perhaps, a venomous snake would be more fitting. He is probably waiting for the right opportunity. Rand's eyes flickered as if he had an idea. At this moment, the next candidate stepped onto the stage, drawing Rand's attention back to the competition. The upcoming battles were exciting and also helped Rand learn more about the Empire's noble families, various wizard schools, and Sword Saint factions' descendants and disciples. Harlewan's opponent was a wind element mage. Although he eventually defeated him smoothly, his performance was similar to Luther's, hovering around the passing line. Next, number 81, Lambert, please come on stage, the attendant announced. A middle-aged man carrying a double-handed sword stood with his arms crossed, slowly flying toward the front of the arena on a rare flying ray. Yes, he was standing, not riding. Earlier, when Rand looked around, he saw this man's gaze lingered on him for a long time, but at that moment, he didn't pay much attention. Because candidates who carry double-handed swords and follow the knight's path are quite common in the initial test. Some of them are strong, but their skills vary greatly. Sometimes, even 4 or 5 legendary-level knight candidates couldn't defeat their opponents within 3 minutes. But hearing the opponent's name just now made Rand's eyes sharpen, because he immediately remembered someone mentioned earlier by the Tidesword Saint's disciple, Carl, also named Lambert. Although many people share the same name, Ryan instinctively felt that the Lambert in front of him was the one Carl had spoken of. Unexpected that Lambert has also come, said Luther with a serious face. Oh, Luther, do you know him? Harlewan asked curiously. Yes, do you remember Carl? Luther replied. Yes, he was the disciple of the Tide Sword Saint defeated by Lord Ryan, right? Harlowin nodded. Yes, this is him, Lambert, the great disciple of the Tide Sword Saint. What? So it's him. Harlowin's expression changed, and he whispered. Immediately, he looked at Ryan beside him. Clearly, in Harlowin's view, Lambert's appearance probably aimed at Ryan. Ryan remained calm and nodded, saying, "Looks like my guess was right." On the field, Lambert drew his opponent from the spinning wheel, a shadow eagle, a fierce creature with the innate ability related to shadows. After drawing, Lambert still stood with his arms crossed on the flying sea eagle, slowly flying toward the center of the arena. Chirp at this moment, the thick metal fence beside the arena lifted, revealing a huge black eagle-like creature surrounded by black airflow, calling out loudly as it charged out. Its wingspan exceeded 8 meters, and it flew very fast. Shadow Eagle fast in flight, with strong defense and attack power. This is a good chance to see Lambert's true strength, said Harlowin. The last time I saw him was 5 years ago. Even with my current strength, I wouldn't be his match back then, Luther said quietly. Luther's words naturally piqued Ryan's interest. At this moment, the Shadow Eagle spotted Lambert in the center of the arena. It flapped its wings and rushed toward the Tide Sword Saint's disciple. Lambert still stood calmly on the flying sea eagle with his arms crossed, not even drawing his large sword on his back, ignoring the Shadow Eagle as if it were nothing. He's a bit overconfident, Harlowin whispered. He felt Lambert was showing off too much. Suddenly, the scene changed. It seemed that Lambert received an order from his master. The flying sea eagle, carrying Lambert with his arms crossed, also charged toward the attacking Shadow Eagle. Just as the two were about to collide, suddenly, Lambert's right hand flashed like lightning and drew a large sword from behind, swinging it forward. In an instant, 7 or 8 silver arcs burst out from the position of the Shadow Eagle. The arcs were vertical, horizontal, and diagonal, but all disappeared just as quickly. The next moment, the two narrowly passed by each other. At this time, Lambert still stood with his arms crossed, his large sword having already been sheathed behind his back, as if it had never been drawn. As for the Shadow Eagle, it seemed to be affected by a stiffening spell, spreading its wings wide and remaining still, tilting downward toward the ground. But before hitting the ground, a hissing sound came from it. The Shadow Eagle suddenly shot out 7 or 8 blood-red arrows from all over its body, and in the next second, it disintegrated mid-air with a loud. The crowd watching gasped in amazement. Wow, that's the Tidewave 8 stage slash. Is this the top-secret technique created by the young Tidewave Sword Saint? Yes, this is Lambert, the youngest disciple of the Tidewave Sword Saint. I heard he has been practicing hard recently. I didn't expect him to participate in this Dragon Knight Reserve selection. Reen watched closely. In that moment, Lambert had slashed 8 swords in total. His sword speed was the fastest he had ever seen among everyone. It's important to note that Lambert used a relatively heavy 2-handed sword, not a lighter one-handed sword like a knight's longsword or a half-sword. Within 1 second, he completed drawing the sword, slashing 8 times, and sheathing it again, an incredibly fast series of moves. Moreover, Reen also keenly sensed something. Right before the attack burst out, it seemed as if a tangible aura influenced the Shadow Eagle. This caused the legendary-level Shadow Eagle to momentarily freeze, almost without resistance, and accept Lambert's 8 sword strikes. Otherwise, the Shadow Eagle would have likely dodged the vital points, preventing it from being instantly killed. It should be a matter of mental will, with part of it transformed into a more refined sword belief. The sudden burst of this belief power caused the Shadow Eagle to momentarily lose focus, losing the initiative. For an opponent with such extremely fast attack speed, losing the initiative means being passive, like now, being instantly killed. Reen thought to himself, this kind of strength. I am no match, Harlowin said seriously. He's stronger than 5 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, he has reached the half-step sword saint level, Luther said in a deep voice. Lord Rain, you need to be careful. Rain nodded and watched Lambert calmly in the arena. Actually, Lambert wanted to challenge Rain directly after arriving in the imperial capital, Tamriel. But after hearing advice from the Dram family, he decided to join the upcoming Dragon Knight Reserve selection. In the current situation of the capital, it would be unwise to fight a sword wielder of Imperial Gold level in a life-and-death duel. However, in the Secret Realm, things are different. Because in the Secret Realm, there are other people and creatures. If Rain were to die there, due to the special nature of the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, the Empire couldn't send anyone back in to investigate. Most likely, this matter would be left unresolved. So Lambert decided to wait until he entered the secret realm before making his move. At this moment, the candidates all focused their eyes on Rain. Before Lambert appeared, many had already achieved kill times in the 10 seconds club. But Rain's kill speed was still the fastest, taking only 3 seconds. When Lambert struck, even including the time for the Shadow Eagle to be dismembered in the air, it was only 2 seconds. If only counting Lambert's lethal strike, it was a sure 1-second kill. It probably took less than a second. So naturally, everyone compared Lambert and Rain. However, Lambert in the center of the arena didn't look at Rain at all, as if he hadn't noticed him, and calmly controlled the flying sea ray to return to the crowd. Because of this, Rain was certain that Lambert probably had some issues. He had learned that Lambert was close friends with Greenwood and had close ties with the Dram family. In this situation, Lambert completely ignored him, which was the biggest problem. Plus, there was Carl, a disciple under the Tidesword Saint, who had warned Rain before leaving. It was very likely that Lambert was avoiding suspicion. And why avoid suspicion? Rain already had a plan in mind. After Lambert finished, 2 more people took the stage, and the preliminary round officially ended. After the sorting, the second Prince Everton announced the names of the top 30 candidates. Here are the candidates for the next round. Congratulations to those who passed the first test. We will meet on the high platform at dawn in 3 days. Unfortunately, Luther and Harlow did not make it into the top 30. Instead, the 3 members of the Dragonscale Brotherhood advanced to the next round. Relieved that Luther had failed again, Rain returned to his residence. However, as Rain stepped into the house, he noticed a few familiar figures. The first thing that caught his eye was a beautiful woman in a purple, one-shoulder silk dress, Jennifer. She was holding her mother Emma's hand, chatting eagerly. Nearby stood a man and a woman, Vandal, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, and his sister Georgia. Jennifer, when did you arrive in the capital? Rain asked happily, nodding to Vandal and Georgia. Lord Rain, Vandal, tall and strong, and the lively young Georgia immediately bowed. We just arrived, Jennifer said with a smile as she stood up. Though she didn't speak much, her beautiful eyes looked at Rain with deep emotion, words unnecessary. Since there were people around, she couldn't express her feelings openly. Rain nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your effort. Did you tell the kitchen? Make sure the dinner is well arranged." "It's all arranged," Jennifer replied. Her arrival made Emma, Rain's mother, even happier than Rain himself. Before the servants could answer, she spoke first. "All right, Mother. You all chat now." With that, Rain gestured with a smile to Vandal and Georgia. They understood immediately and followed Rain outside to the courtyard. The 3 of them took a walk and started chatting. "How's the situation in Minster lately?" Rain asked. Hearing this, Vandal and Georgia exchanged glances before replying, "Minster, as the capital city, is relatively safe, but the situation in the surrounding counties isn't very good. After you left, the cult activities became more active, and I heard from Lord Vieri that there have been a few cases of ancient creatures awakening. During the handling, the branch sword bearers suffered heavy casualties." Vandal thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Initially, after arriving at Minster with the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, he thought he could rest. After all, the safety of the Minster province was much better than that of the Man province and the northern border of the Empire. However, with the reappearance of the magic-tail 3-headed sea dragon, the security situation in Minster province quickly worsened. Additionally, in the waters near Meist in Rosby County, the magic-tail 3-headed sea dragon has appeared again, and its strength is even greater than before. It is said that the Empire sent more than one guardian to deal with it, but they still couldn't defeat it. Magic-tail 3-headed sea dragon? Rain frowned slightly. He knew about the magic-tail 3-headed sea dragon. It is an ancient mythical creature. The last time, Princess Manilla, the Red Queen, went to handle it. He didn't expect the creature to return stronger, requiring several Empire guardians to fight it off. It seems that the records in ancient texts about the magic-tail 3-headed sea dragon's peak power, which was said to be semi-divine, are not just rumors. Yes, Vandal nodded and said. As the leader of the mercenary group, he was well informed, but the deployment of Empire Guardians was top secret, so he didn't know exactly who they were. After a lavish dinner, the beautiful woman Jennifer, using the excuse of reporting on the guild's operations, finally found a chance to spend time alone with him. She accompanied Rain to the study on the second floor. Click. When the door closed, The woman, who had drunk quite a bit of aged wine at the banquet, stopped in her tracks, reached back, and directly locked the door. Then, Jennifer leaned gently against the wall. Her rosy, beautiful face was as charming as a flower, and her eyes seemed to shimmer like water, gazing affectionately at Rain. Rain, walking in front of her, was momentarily stunned when he heard the lock, but he quickly understood what was happening. He turned around with a smile and looked at Jennifer. For Jennifer, she hadn't played cards in 2 months, which was very hard for her at her age. Previously, Rain wasn't around, so she endured it. But now, there was no need to hold back. The beautiful woman brushed her hair away from her forehead, her gaze as if it could draw silk, and she shyly lowered her eyes before walking toward Rain. Her white arms reached out and embraced him. The beautiful woman willingly embraced him, and Ryan naturally responded. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. For the two who hadn't seen each other for 2 months, playing cards in the study couldn't just be a single game. To avoid making noise, the beautiful woman bit down her lace cloth. After more than an hour, the satisfied and happy woman finally relaxed on the leather sofa and began to report on recent events. By the way, dear, take a look at that first, Jennifer said, pointing to the wooden box on the coffee table at the door. Huh? Curious, Ryan stepped forward and opened it. Inside, there were 12 soul energy crystals. I used the gold coins you gave me last time, plus the recent profits from the guild and auction house, to buy this, Jennifer said with a smile. Ryan didn't know what to say at first. Although he had already advanced to a 3rd-level crystallized mage, which greatly reduced the effect of the soul energy crystals, Jennifer didn't know this. She was still in Munster, working hard to buy soul energy crystals for him. So, this was the real reason Jennifer insisted on staying in Munster. This made Ryan feel a warm wave in his heart. Jennifer, maybe you should stay in the Imperial City. I'll have someone else handle Minstar. The beautiful woman smiled slightly and said, Darling, I know you're thinking about my safety. But, although Minstar is unstable now, business is actually better than before. Plus, I won't leave Minster's city area. You arranged for me the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, so my safety is fine for now. Furthermore, if I stay in the Imperial City, what can I do? After thinking for a moment, Ryan nodded. Indeed. What would Jennifer do if she stayed in the Imperial City? His business empire hasn't expanded there yet. Maybe after this Secret Realm mission ends, he can team up with Luther, Harlow, and a few others. If needed, he can also contact the Stoa family where Alicia is. After Jennifer went back to rest, Ryan thought for a while and picked up the wooden box again. He opened the box and grabbed all 12 soul energy crystals. Ding! Detected soul energy crystals that can improve the crystallization of mental power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, the system can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Yes. In an instant, Ryan felt that the small crystals in the silver liquid in his mental sea began to increase rapidly in number. The liquid started to feel a bit like honey with crystals in it. However, this process only lasted 2 or 3 seconds before ending. Ryan felt a little unsatisfied. Although the number of small crystals seemed to increase, the growth was far less than when he took the ancient Dragon Soul potion before. Ryan looked at his system attribute panel. Mental power, 132, crystallization 17%. After taking the Dragon Soul potion earlier, the crystallization progress was 13%. Now, after spending 12 soul energy crystals, only a 4% increase? Ryan frowned at the change in the numbers and muttered to himself. That means 3 soul energy crystals only increased it by 1%. This is just the early stage of crystallization. If it's in the middle or late stages. Thinking of this, Ryan's brow furrowed slightly. No wonder many talented wizard geniuses get stuck at the crystallization stage. If he didn't have a system or various rare medicines to take, it would take at least several decades or even 100 years to push the crystallization process to over 90%. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, in a luxurious residence on the 3rd ring inside the reception hall, 3 members of the Dragonscale Brotherhood, who participated in the initial test for the Dragon Knight, are sitting on one side of a long table, discussing something with the person across from them. If Ryan were here, he would recognize that the person across is also an old acquaintance, Buchanan. How did it go? Did you observe the initial test? Do you feel confident? Buchanan asked with a smile. Lord Buchanan, honestly, if I were alone facing Ryan, I probably wouldn't even have time to run, Rhaegon said first. I'm about the same, Branson added with a serious expression. Lord Buchanan, his strength is even greater than what your intelligence reports showed last time. After hearing their responses, Buchanan didn't look disappointed or discouraged. Instead, he looked at Barnes, who was sitting in the middle of the three. He knew that among the three, Barnes was the strongest. How about Lord Barnes? Buchanan asked. Hard to say, about 50-50. During the initial test, he didn't show much. Unless. Barnes paused thoughtfully. Unless what? Buchanan pressed. Unless. If the three of us can work together at that time, our chances of winning should be over 90%, Barnes said after some thought. Barnes's statement was based on solid reasoning. Because they shared similar temperaments, were about the same age, and all belonged to the Dragonscale Brotherhood, they often trained together in combat coordination. Although Raygon and Branson were slightly weaker, their teamwork was very good. When they fought as a team, they could at least match two of him without issue. Hearing this, Buchanan immediately smiled and said, Lord Barnes, I am here to solve this problem. As everyone knows, after entering the secret realm via teleportation, everyone's position is random. However, His Highness had already thought of a solution. These are 3 tracking crystals that were urgently made. As he spoke, Buchanan took out a brown wooden box and placed it on the table. He opened it, revealing it to the 3 of them. These 3 positioning crystals have been specially treated, so even in the special environment of the secret realm, they can locate each other. With this, after entering the secret realm, the 3 of you can quickly gather. I believe that with your combined efforts, you should be able to handle this, Ryan, without any problem, Buchanan said with a smile. Seeing the sparkling, faceted crystals inside the wooden box, the 3 exchanged glances, especially Reagan and Branson, who immediately smiled and responded. Thank you, Lord Buchanan, for passing on our gratitude to His Highness. Please rest assured, His Highness and Lord Buchanan, with this, we will definitely complete the mission. Even Barnes, who was usually reserved, nodded with a smile and said, Lord Buchanan, let's wait for our good news. Very good. By the way, this is the blood essence extractor. Buchanan pointed to another square box he brought and said with a smile. Rest well, everyone. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Inside the inner circle of the imperial capital, at the Dlam family residence, a similar scene was unfolding. In the luxurious banquet hall, the long dining table was filled with delicious food almost overflowing, but the busy maids kept bringing various dishes. There were only 2 people at the table, Lambert, the disciple of the Tidesword Saint, who kept eating, and Duke Dlam, sitting at the head of the table with a smiling face. Half an hour later, Lord Lambert, based on your observations during this initial test, do you feel confident? Duke Dlam asked after the other had finished eating and drinking. He's a very worthy opponent. Facing him should help me reach my master's level, Lambert, a strong man, replied while wiping his mouth with a white napkin. I'm glad to hear that, Duke Dlam said with a smile. He naturally understood Lambert's underlying meaning. The next morning, early in the morning, the capable young woman Olena, accompanied by Major General Tatiana, arrived at Ryan's residence. In the study, Good morning, Lord Ryan, Olena said with a full smile. She had already heard that Lord Ryan had passed the initial test for the Dragon Knight. Congratulations, Lord Ryan, on successfully passing the Dragon Knight selection test, Major General Tatiana said first when she saw Ryan. Thank you, Lady Tatiana and Olena. Please, have a seat, Ryan said with a smile. After the initial greetings, Tatia sat upright. Her well-fitted general's uniform highlighted her graceful female curves. She said, Lord Rain, I am here to give you the special communication device used inside the secret realm. She then opened a dark wooden box she carried and took out a thin crystal shard that glowed faintly with magical light, handing it to Rain. Rain raised an eyebrow and took the crystal, examining it carefully. The crystal was about the size of a phone, transparent, with strange patterns engraved on both sides. At first glance, it looked like a circuit board from the past. She explained, this communication device is simple to use. Inside the secret realm, you just need to inject a bit of mental energy to send messages. Rain thought for a moment and asked, send messages? Yes, to other team members or to the command center. Tatia looked apologetic. Sorry, Lord Rain, I didn't explain clearly earlier. This device can only send messages between you and the command center. It cannot directly communicate with other team members. She continued, even in extreme situations, This device has a one-way communication function. That means, even if you're in space turbulence, the command center at the Star Mage platform can send you messages. So, it can only contact the command center? Logically, if everyone is working toward the same goal, wouldn't it be better if they could all communicate with each other? Could it be to avoid some kind of risk? Rain was a bit confused but didn't ask further. He simply nodded and said, "I understand." Additionally, this device has another function, positioning. All team members inside the secret realm can check whether the 3 rifts closers have reached their designated spots and been activated. Can they locate each other? Rain asked again. No, Tataya shook her head. Everyone's position will only be shown on the mage platform's command hall. This is to prevent accidents. For example, if there is a spy among the team. She paused mid-sentence, then added, "Understood." Rain nodded. There must be a reason for this. Indeed, this setup is quite clever. All personnel positions will only be displayed on the Star Mage platform's command hall. This prevents any individuals from being infiltrated or deliberately sabotaged by cults or other organizations. At the same time, centralized coordination from the command hall allows for proper deployment of staff, avoiding conflicts between different teams. What's my main task this time? Rain asked Tadya. Currently, you don't have a specific assignment. You are just a backup for this operation, Tadya smiled. Huh. Tatyua's words clearly surprised Rain. No assigned task? Well, that's fine. However, as a candidate, you already have a task during the re-examination process. You can go ahead and complete the assessment in the secret realm. Understood, Rain nodded. Oh, and one more thing, Lord Rain. You should be careful, Tadya said seriously, as if she remembered something. It concerns some creatures in the secret realm. Due to the invasion of void beasts, they may have undergone some mutations. The information you saw last time is only for reference. Got it. Rain immediately remembered the memory crystal about the secret realm that Augustus had given him last time. The crystal contained information about the Dragon Valley secret realm. Dragon Valley, as the name suggests, is roughly shaped like a large ring-shaped valley. Surrounding the valley are towering mountain ranges, with various void currents beyond them. The area enclosed by these mountains is the true Dragon Valley, with diverse terrain and vegetation, including swamps, meadows, forests, deserts, and various plants and fierce creatures. Many of these fierce creatures are unique to the secret realm, with different abilities. Even legendary experts need to be cautious when dealing with them. Now, these fierce creatures have mutated, making them even harder to fight. Lord Rain, Elena, I have some other matters to attend to. I will take my leave now. Also, the special communication device is complicated to make and takes a long time, so please keep it safe. Understood, Lady Taya. 2 days passed quickly. The day of the re-examination assessment. In the northwest corner of the Imperial Palace, the Star Mage platform is heavily guarded. The sky is filled with dozens of airships, among which are groups of Griffin Knights. On the ground, guards are stationed every few steps, all responsible for security. Meanwhile, Ryan and the other exam participants are inside the Starry Sky Hall of the Starseers platform. Now, everyone, the Grand Star Mage Dalian will announce the standards for the second test. An elderly man with a nearly 1 meter long white goat beard, dressed in a gray robe and holding a wooden staff, walks smiling to the front of the group. Huh? Ryan raises an eyebrow. A Star Mage, by definition, is a wizard skilled in astrology and prophecy magic. Usually, their individual combat strength isn't very high. If a first-level wizard masters astrology, they can be called a Star Mage. It's like how a first-level wizard who masters a certain divination spell can be called a diviner. A Grand Star Mage typically refers to a third-level crystallized wizard or higher, since astrology also requires strong mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more accurate the astrology. Right now, it seems that Dalian, the Grand Star Mage, is at least a Dawn Wizard level, possibly even stronger. Because when Dalian appears, Ryan almost can't sense his presence. Also, he's heard of Dalian before. Kreia mentioned him once, about a prophecy he made. The prophecy roughly said that the current chaos in the Empire is just the beginning. Ryan remembers this well. Later, the Empire's Grand Star Mages will activate an ancient teleportation array leading to the Dragon Valley secret realm. At that time, you will enter this important secret realm for the Empire, and you will meet the young dragons that everyone admires. Of course, they are young dragons. Your task is to gain the approval of a juvenile dragon. Help it solve a problem, and it will mark you with a dragon language seal. A problem? Ryan contemplates. Many others begin whispering among themselves. Most people don't quite understand what this problem specifically means. Clearly, the great mage Dalian heard the comments below. He stroked his beard and smiled, saying, solving problems is actually quite simple. For example, young dragons need to hunt for food. If you help them catch a favorite prey, they will like you. Usually, just 1 or 2 hunts can earn a dragon language mark. I see. Hearing Dalian's explanation, everyone looked relieved and understood. It seems that earning a dragon language mark is not very difficult. Since there are only 6 spots in the final assessment, the more marks you get, the better. The person with the most marks has a higher chance of gaining the favor of the great dragon because you have helped its offspring. At this point, all the candidates, including Ryan, understood clearly. Getting 1 dragon language mark is easy. The hard part is to get as many as possible to secure a top 6 position. By the way, here's a small tip. It's better to choose offspring of one type of dragon for your tasks. For example, if you choose red dragons, try to stick with red dragon descendants. Mixing different dragon bloodlines and marks might weaken their effects compared to focusing on a single bloodline, said the great mage Dalian with a slight smile. Finally, you only have 24 hours. When time runs out, the marks you just received will forcefully pull you back. This is also to keep you safe. Additionally, there are void beasts in the secret realm, so everyone needs to stay alert during the task. After explaining these precautions, everyone passed through a guarded circular corridor and entered an underground area. Soon, all the candidates, including Ryan, arrived at a large underground hall. As they entered, their eyes were drawn to a tall, ancient stone archway in the center, about 20 meters high. The archway was rectangular, made of dark stone, with intricate and mysterious carvings on the lintel and frame. Occasionally, energy like lightning flashed through the patterns. Even from over 100 meters away, an ancient and mysterious aura hit them. Ryan looked at the ancient stone archway with surprise. The other candidates also showed expressions of shock. At that moment, the great star mage Dalian arrived with 5 elderly elders, standing directly in front of the stone arch. Wow, 5 dawn sorcerers. That's quite a show. Soon, with a strong wave of magical energy, the 5 dawn sorcerers, positioned in a pentagram formation, activated a large magic array beneath their feet, sending a beam of energy as thick as a water barrel toward the ancient stone door. In an instant, a strange glowing portal suddenly appeared within the stone arch. Everyone could clearly see the scene on the other side. It was a starry sky, shining brightly, like the secret realm of Dragon Valley. It was nighttime there. All candidates, enter in order, a guard commander shouted loudly. After Ryan and the other 30 candidates entered the glowing portal one by one, 3 groups of people suddenly appeared beside the hall. 3 sword wearers, 4 soldiers in military uniforms, and 3 guards in uniform. Each of the 3 groups had someone holding a box-like object. Everyone, you can also enter, they said. Everyone nodded in response. Just as they were about to step through, a strong wave of energy suddenly came from afar. This energy was so powerful that it matched the magical wave used to open the secret realm. Everyone turned their heads to the southeast of the imperial city, where the energy was coming from. Could it be? A white-haired dawn sorcerer inside the 5-pointed star formation looked thoughtful. Something's wrong. The other side is forcibly connecting to our teleportation channel. He suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Hurry. You all go in now. We need to end this teleportation array immediately. Hearing the old man's words, the 3 groups exchanged glances and rushed into the secret realm. No, stopping here isn't enough. They've already connected to the secret realm. We must send someone to break their teleportation, said the great star mage Dalian with a serious face. At this moment, the command hall on the 2nd floor of the Star Mage platform was busy with activity. The recent intense energy wave naturally alarmed everyone present immediately. Marshal, should we immediately send Lord Huntington? Augustus, the general, asked with a serious expression. Alfred was staring at the projection of the imperial city Tamriel on the wall. He saw a deep red dot falling near Lake Falling Star, emitting circles of red energy waves. Several orange dots lit up one after another, centered around Tamriel. These orange lights were spread irregularly in the suburbs about 100 miles outside the city. 3 were on the west side, and only 1 on the north. This projection was created by a large-scale magical monitoring array covering Tamriel and its suburbs. The array could show energy fluctuations in real time on the projection, using different colors to indicate intensity. Legendary strong fighters who had reported in and left their unique aura were not included in the monitoring. The system only tracked unknown auras or battle energy waves. Orange indicated that the enemy's energy was at the peak of legend level. Red showed that the energy had reached epic level. Deep red meant it was a powerful epic level. Regarding Augustus's suggestion, Alfred thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "No, let's wait first. Lord Huntington's duty is to guard the Star Mage platform. Augustus, contact the Imperial Guard and ask them to handle this. Also, report the situation to the royal family immediately." Alfred issued commands calmly and methodically. The scene, which had been somewhat chaotic at first, gradually calmed down. Alfred knew his role was to command the actions within the secret realm, not to ensure the safety of the Imperial City. That was someone else's responsibility. Huntington, as the only epic-level fighter under his command who could be mobilized at any time, would not be used unless it was an emergency. At this moment, an old voice sounded at the door of the command hall. "Alfred, Augustus, I can feel that a divine avatar has descended. The enemy has opened the teleportation channel that connects to the secret realm." The speaker was the great Star Mage, Dalian. "What?" Marshal Alfred was surprisingly shocked, quickly standing up. If the attack on the Imperial City was not enough to worry him, Dalian's words truly startled him. Because the defense of the Imperial capital is handled by his colleagues, he is the one in charge of fighting inside the secret realm. "Lord Dalian, could it be that the divine avatar has directly entered the Dragon Valley secret realm?" Augustus asked anxiously. The Grand Archmage Dalian shook his head and said, "No, even divine beings cannot break the laws of nature. I suspect they have opened a teleportation channel and sent their legendary-level cultists into the secret realm to cause destruction." Alfred calmed his mind, thought for a moment, and nodded. "I agree with Lord Dalian. Their likely target is the young dragons inside the secret realm, aiming to create a gap among them. The Dragon Empire is built on dragons. If the dragons are divided, it would be like breaking the foundation of the empire. Lord Dalian, can you use astrology to check the situation inside the secret realm now?" Augustus asked respectfully. "The teleportation channel is disturbed, and the energy within the secret realm is fluctuating. I cannot see clearly until the disturbance settles," Dalian replied. Do you have any updates on the legendary cultists from the Cult of the Serpent or the Black Flame cult?" Dalian asked. "Yes, Lord Dalian. The Cult of the Serpent's twin serpent and the Black Flame cult." Major Tadia reported timely from beside him. At that moment, Dalian looked at the projection on the wall and said, "If all the people I mentioned have entered the secret realm, that makes 8. There are probably more we don't know about. I suggest we quickly notify everyone inside the secret realm to be alert for the cultist's entry. Next, we should cut off this teleportation channel as soon as possible. Tadia, immediately send a message to all personnel inside the secret realm, warning them to be careful," Marshal Alfred ordered firmly. "Keep contacting the leaders of the 3 squads and inform me immediately if there is any news." Although the personnel dispatched this time are top-tier experts among the Empire's legendary level, the cultists are prepared, so they won't be easy to deal with. Moreover, his biggest concern is the 3 Liashid Bihurchit gap-closing devices. If they fall into the cultists' hands, it would be a serious problem. "Understood, sir." Tadia saluted and quickly turned to leave. A few minutes earlier, in the outskirts of the imperial city of Tamriel, at a manor in the town of Taflin, a sudden strong energy fluctuation erupted from the main building's 2nd floor. It seemed to be trying to hide itself, but such a powerful disturbance could not be concealed by ordinary magic arrays. The owner of the place appeared not to care about hiding their actions. In the basement of the main building, a group of robed figures surrounded 2 others dressed in gray robes, performing some kind of magical ritual. On the floor, there was a complex magic circle glowing with green light. The circle was growing brighter, as if it was operating at full power. Above it, a dark green crystal about the size of a fist floated up and down, with energy gathering tightly around it, visible to the eye. Suddenly, the crystal shattered with a loud. A shimmering mirror about 3 or 4 meters tall appeared abruptly above the magic circle. Through the mirror, faintly, one could see a bright starry sky, dense forests, and tiny flying creatures on the other side. At this moment, 2 elegant, Slender figures in gray robes exchanged a quick glance and smiled slightly. They held hands and stepped into the mirror. These two were sisters, Arida and Alida, members of the serpent cult's twin snakes. "Lord O'Learian, we leave this to you," Arida said before stepping in. "Rest assured, Your Excellencies, we will fight until the very last moment," replied an elderly man named O'Learian respectfully. Hearing his words, Arida nodded with satisfaction, holding her sister Alida's hand as they entered the mirror. After they disappeared, the energy of the magic circle seemed to run out and quickly faded. "Everyone, prepare for battle," O'Learian declared solemnly. The recent teleportation wave would surely trigger a swift response from the Empire. They might not be able to resist, but death was just a return to the divine realm, which was not to be feared. This was also a necessary part of their plan. "Yes, sir," the robed figures responded in unison and quickly began to act. Similar scenes happened at several locations around the outskirts of the Imperial City. If one compared these sites with the real-time monitoring map from the Star Mage Command Center, it would be easy to notice that these locations matched the orange light spots appearing one after another on the map. Inside the secret realm of Dragon Valley, Reen felt a sudden spinning sensation and a loss of weight. Then he found himself abruptly appearing above a dense forest, and his body began to fall rapidly. Floating technique. As he cast the floating spell, Reen descended slowly like a feather. He took this moment to look around. Although it was night in the realm, the bright stars and many glowing creatures allowed Reen to see clearly. The first thing he saw was a primeval forest that looked like it was from the Jurassic period, with huge, ancient birds, pterodactyls, and countless giant insects flying in the sky. At the same time, the sounds of insects, birds, and beasts echoed nonstop. No wonder the dragons here grow several times faster than outside. The blood food here is so rich, no worries about food or drink. Huh? What is that? Reen's eyes suddenly narrowed as he noticed strange phenomena in the sky. Besides the stars, there were many swirling, cyclone-like objects of various sizes, constantly changing colors. It seemed there were even more of these in the distant mountains. Could these be void rifts? Reen looked around. Under the starlight, a ring of tall mountains encircled the area far away, and to his right, there was a volcano spewing smoke and flames. Primeval forest and the volcano. After a moment of thought, recalling the information he had seen about the Dragon Valley secret realm, Reen quickly deduced that he was likely in the central basin, slightly to the west. This feeling. As he slowly landed, Reen keenly sensed that some kind of energy was radiating everywhere within the realm. Before crystallization, he might have found it difficult to perceive. But now, he could clearly feel a strange radiation filling the forest. This radiation seemed to have a beneficial effect on his body, making his cells more active. He had previously thought that the rapid growth of the young dragons in the realm was due to the abundance of blood food. But now it seemed that wasn't the main reason. The true cause was likely this strange radiating energy. This energy works like an experiment in a previous life, where special light radiation was used to boost plant photosynthesis and speed up growth. Suddenly, a vibration came from beside Ryan, growing louder and closer. In an instant, the hardened gold in Ryan's hand transformed into a long sword. A silver arc flashed, and he easily cut the creature that had just attacked him in half. A heavy object hit the ground with a thud. It was a dragonfly over a meter long. After being split in two, its nervous system still worked instinctively, and its limbs and wings twitched on the ground. Good strength, Ryan thought. It's not a fierce species, but it has speed and power close to that of a real knight. He guessed this might be a result of radiation mutation. Then, Ryan suddenly remembered something. He took out a thin contact device given to him earlier by the young female general, Tataya. On the device, 3 small bright circles were slowly moving, arranged in a triangle, along with 3 small triangles and a small square. Ryan knew the 3 circles were the Lieshi Biha Cheat, gap closers, Tataya mentioned. Currently, the team members should each be carrying 3 of these devices, heading toward their target, the 3 small triangles. Normally, when the task is complete, the 3 circles will enter the virtual triangles, activating the gap closers. Then, both the circles and triangles will disappear simultaneously. When all 3 circles and triangles vanish, the task is considered successfully finished. Ryan watched for a while and saw the 3 circles heading toward different triangles, which made him nod slightly. Everything seems to be going smoothly. No new orders from the command center. So, I can go retrieve the golems first and then continue the mission, trying to gather as many dragon language marks as possible. The square on the device was arranged by Tataya for Ryan, showing 2 improved Hellfire golems being transported simultaneously. Ryan checked the direction. They were only a few kilometers away. Moreover, his destination was the same as the Flame Mountain area in the center of Dragon Valley. Good. A convenient stop. Before coming, Ryan had already made his plans. He decided to focus first on obtaining the dragon language marked from the red dragon offspring. Therefore, he naturally headed toward the environment favored by the red dragon, which was the hot and fiery volcanic area. There were 2 reasons for this choice. First, red dragons excel at fire magic, and Ryan's initial training was also in fire magic. His affinity for the element and familiarity with it were second only to metal magic. Second, the red dragon's breath was the hottest among the 5-colored dragons, making it suitable for him to melt metals and create alloys later. Even though Ryan was skilled in metal magic, this could not fully replace the basic step of smelting ores. As Ryan hurried toward the central part of the secret realm in Dragon Valley, he suddenly felt his communication crystal on his chest vibrate. He took out the crystal and looked at it, immediately showing surprise. 2 lines of words appeared on the crystal: all personnel, level 1 alert. Several evil cults, including the Sea God cult, Black Flame cult, Hidden Serpent cult, and Limb cult, have interfered and used teleportation channels to send many legendary fighters into the secret realm. New task: eliminate the cult members and, as much as possible, protect the young dragons inside the secret realm. Have the cults also entered the secret realm? How did they get in? But soon, Ryan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He wasn't well versed in teleportation array knowledge, and now was not the time to consider this. Additionally, he immediately recalled previous intelligence. At that time, the headquarters of the Sword Bearer had warned him that the legendary fighters from the Hidden Serpent cult and Black Flame cult seemed to be heading toward the outskirts of Tamriel Empire, and he might be their target. But now it seemed that their large-scale operation was aimed at the Dragon Valley secret realm, not him. Thinking for a moment, Ryan decided to test the signal of the communication device. He injected a trace of mental energy and softly said, "Command Hall, this is Ryan. Please respond if you receive." A few seconds passed with no reply. Ryan tried again. "Command Hall, this is Ryan. Please respond if you receive." Sizzle. A loud noise came through, seeming to be a response from the command hall, but it was heavily disturbed and impossible to understand. This made Ryan frown slightly. Suddenly, he felt a strong energy wave appear about 100 meters ahead in the sky. Ryan looked up immediately and saw a gap suddenly open in the sky in front of him, as if a starry sky-themed painting was torn apart and then quickly healed. 2 graceful figures in gray robes, holding hands, appeared in midair about 20 or 30 meters high. Hey, what is that? Interesting. Ryan looked at the clearly female figures and their holding hands, raising an eyebrow as he thought of something. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Ryan thought to himself. Meanwhile, the 2 women, Erida and Alida, stood still in the air, looking around with bright eyes. Big sister, is this the Dragon Valley secret realm? It's said to be the most important secret of the Dragon Empire. Just thinking about fighting those young dragons makes me so excited. Alida said excitedly. Be careful, little sister. Even young dragons are very strong in battle, Erida replied with a gentle smile, reminding her. Yes, with big sister here, I'm not afraid. Alida held Erida's hand playfully. Big sister, where do you think we should start fighting first? How about the red dragons? There should be quite a few young red dragons on the fire mountain nearby. It's the closest, Erida said, pointing at the fire mountain beside them. Great. I'm fine with anything. Suddenly, Alida, slowly descending to the ground, pointed at a nearby impact crater with surprise. Big sister, look. There are 2 golems over there, she said. In the crater, 2 metal golems about 6 or 7 meters tall, with short, thick cannons on their shoulders, stood back to back. They were chained together with hinges. This strange scene caught Erida's attention as well. From the surface runes and the metal shine, they don't seem to be ancient golems. They look like newly made ones, Erida said after a quick glance, puzzled. Wait, you mean those were brought here by people before us? Alida asked. Very likely. At this moment, Sister Alida also became interested and stepped forward to look around. Big sister, do you think we can control these 2 golems? Look, we each have one now. As ladies, it's not polite to touch other people's things casually. Who? Both women immediately looked serious and turned their gaze toward the dense forest on one side. Sister Erida suddenly shot a shadow arrow directly into the forest. Boom. An explosion sounded, but amidst the dust and smoke, a figure could be seen slowly walking forward. The person was Rin. He was surrounded by a shield made of dark, metallic silver shaped like a kite, smiling gently as he approached calmly. Huh, it's actually you? When Rin's young face appeared before the two women, they were both surprised. Erida's pretty face grew serious, while Elida looked curious, but both carefully examined Rin. After all, when Rin approached just now, neither of them noticed, which showed his strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he appeared voluntarily, which was quite meaningful. Who would appear on their own? At least someone confident in their ability to face both of them. You're Rin, right? You should know we're looking for you. The fact that you came here willingly is interesting, said Elida with bright eyes. Big sister, let me test Rin's strength first. Be careful. Before Erida could finish speaking, Elida suddenly moved, and in the next moment, her agile figure appeared in front of Rin, midair. Suddenly, Elida's hand held a sword, and she launched a swift, jumping strike toward Rin. Huh? A sword? So fast. But Rin kept his expression calm and instantly transformed his hand into a knight's longsword, blocking in front of him, just in time to catch her jumping attack. Clang. Sparks flew, and the harsh sound of metal clashing echoed all around. Elida's heart tightened. She felt a huge, strange force coming from the clash. But she reacted quickly, using the force to retreat swiftly. However, Rin's strength was too great, and he pushed her back, causing her to be knocked into the air. From their recent fight, Rin realized that her speed was extremely fast, but her strength was slightly weaker. Now, the opponent is floating in midair, with nowhere to find support. Ryan narrows his eyes, planning to seriously injure one first. Just as he bends his knees to pursue, suddenly more than 10 shadow arrows rush toward him. It is his sister Erida attacking him from nearby. Ryan raises his hand and casts a second-level defensive spell, Iron Armor, quickly moving his body to dodge the rain of shadow arrows. At this moment, neither side launches another attack. The brief fight makes both sides realize that the other is not weak. Ryan now knows who each of the two women is. The one he just fought in close combat is his sister Elida, and the one attacking from afar with shadow arrows is his sister Erida. According to intelligence from the sword bearer, Elida is good at close combat and very fast, while Erida specializes in shadow magic with great power. In theory, if their situations are just like this, they should be easy to handle. But the problem is, the intelligence also shows that both have a strange ability. It is called twin displacement, a special skill that seems to allow them to switch places very quickly. Because of her sudden attack, Elida's hood and gray robe are torn, revealing her charming face and a set of dark leather armor. The armor only protects vital areas. Her upper body wears a revealing crop top-style chest armor, and her lower body is dressed in short shorts that show a lot of fair skin. She holds a large double-edged sword about 1.8 meters long in each hand. Unlike a sword, the double-edged blade has a long, curved shape. The handle is in the center, with curved blades on both sides, making it very difficult to use without hurting oneself. But if controlled well, it can cut, slash, or spin with great force, with many unpredictable attack angles. Meanwhile, Erida, the sister in the distance, has her eyes slightly narrowed as she watches Ryan. She just cast a third-level shadow spell, Shadow Arrow Rain, but only hit once and was blocked by Ryan's protective magic. The next 10 or so shadow arrows were dodged by Ryan's incredibly swift movements. Big sister, Ryan's power is very strong, and he is very fast. According to the intelligence, he is a wizard, but I think he more resembles a knight with a title, Sister Elida thought silently. Yes, sister. Later, I will cast paralysis and slow spells on him. Your speed is already higher than his, and soon it will be even more. Just be careful during the fight, her sister replied. The two sisters quickly exchanged ideas and made a battle plan. Ryan, of course, was not standing still. He quickly cast 3 spells in succession. Level 1 Talent Wizardry, Metal Transformation. Level 2 Wizardry, Iron Armor. Level 3 Talent Wizardry, Steel Armor. Combined Spell, Steel Armor. Suddenly, a thick armor shimmering with dark silver light covered his body. Then, in the slightly surprised eyes of the two women, He rushed rapidly towards Sister Alita. Alita immediately understood Ryan's plan. He wanted to first deal with her sister, who was attacking from afar, and then come after her. She couldn't let Ryan succeed. With a tiptoe, Alita's feet crushed the grass beneath her, and her slender figure moved like a ghost. In a flash, she attacked Ryan from the side, her right-hand blade flashing like lightning, slashing heavily toward Ryan's lower back. Her sprinting slash could easily cut through a steel pillar half a meter in diameter. Ordinary level 3 defensive spells would be as fragile as paper against her strike. Clang. However, Alita's powerful rushing slash was firmly blocked by Ryan's double-handed sword. Ryan's hands remained steady, and Alita was knocked back by the force of the rebound. The recoil also caused Ryan to momentarily pause, standing still for a brief moment. During this pause, Sister Arita seized the opportunity and cast a shadow spell called Paralysis on Ryan. A spherical black mist suddenly appeared above Ryan's head and quickly entered his body, protected by the steel armor. Ryan could clearly feel something strange in his body. He immediately realized that the opponent had cast a negative effect spell on him. Although he had strong resistance, it still had some impact. As he moved, his actions, or rather, his agility, seemed to slow down by about 10%. Big Sister's disability spell has taken effect. This made the flying sister, Alita, immediately light up her eyes. After landing, she spun 360 degrees, then used her legs again to move quickly. Her figure appeared suddenly behind Ryan. She held her sword and made a beautiful slash in the air, aiming at Ryan's back spine, striking down hard. A sharp sound of breaking the air rang out behind Ryan. But this time, it surprised Alita again. Ryan didn't dodge or block. Instead, he held a large sword with both hands and swung it in a full circle, as if to fight back with injury. This made Alita smile secretly. Her lips curled slightly. Your speed is already faster than most. Now that you've been affected by my sister's disability spell, you still dare to fight me directly? I've hit you, but you can't hit me. In that moment, Alita had some thoughts flash through her mind. She saw her sword move even faster, about 3 more points, and a faint black glow appeared. Then, she struck hard into the steel armor made by Ryan's combined magic. There was a puff sound, but as soon as she hit, Alita felt something was wrong. The feeling from her sword was like cutting through a rubber-steel mixture. For a moment, a very tough resistance came from the hilt of her sword. Her powerful slash barely broke through Ryan's steel armor defense, but couldn't even a little further. This scene shocked Alita. What's this third-level magic? How can the defense be so strong? But Alita wasn't discouraged. Because her attack wasn't completely useless, it tested the armor's defense. Next, she planned to add a devouring power to her sword, sure to hurt him. Just then, as Alita bent her knees and quickly jumped back to avoid Ryan's big sword, something strange happened. Ryan's large sword suddenly grew 20 centimeters longer. Alita's eyes widened in surprise, her face showing shock. She had just calculated that her quick retreat would keep her safe from Ryan's sword. But now, with the sword suddenly longer by 20 centimeters, it was terrifying. This extra 20 centimeters could easily split her slim waist and abdomen, or even, perhaps cut her in half. Big Sister, Alita shouted sharply in her heart. In an instant, Ryan saw Alita's figure blur before his eyes. Then, the body of Sister Arita, protected by a double magic shield, replaced her sister Alita's position. Ryan narrowed his eyes and thought silently, indeed, twin displacement. However, Ryan's hand kept moving without pause. His sword flashed with a sharp silver glow of magic and cut through Arita's double shield like a hot knife through butter. Sister Arita's pretty face suddenly twisted in rage. With a high-pitched scream, a powerful shockwave of shadow energy burst from her and swept around her. Bang! Ryan immediately held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, standing firm like a rock, blocking her attack. Sister Arita, using the recoil from her shadow magic attack, quickly created distance from Ryan. But her trembling chest showed she was not calm at this moment. After exchanging positions, the distant Sister Alita still looked shaken. But it seemed she had an idea. She pointed her weapon at Ryan and trembled as she spoke. Why you? Your talent magic is metal deformation? Ryan smiled slightly but said nothing. Sure enough, when an enemy becomes strong enough, unless he refuses to use his metal deformation magic, what else could transform a weapon in just 0.1 seconds if not a talent spell? In less than half a minute of fighting, both had to use their special innate abilities. This had never happened before. The two sisters looked at Ryan with surprise and suspicion, as if reassessing his fighting strength. Little sister, when you're fighting, don't get too close. It's rare to see someone whose talent magic is metal deformation. Yes, sister. Ryan really is tricky. It's no coincidence that so many people in the sect have died at his hands. From this brief fight, Ryan had a good understanding of their combat power. First, their teamwork was the most harmonious he had ever seen. Rain guessed that the other person probably had some kind of mental connection, or else such perfect teamwork would be impossible. Just now, he had repelled his sister and wanted to chase her, but his sister's magic interrupted his attack rhythm. If this happened once or twice, it might be due to good training, but if it kept happening, something was wrong. Rain glanced at the two improved Hellfire golems in the distant pit. He considered whether they might have been activated during the fight. But the problem was, with his sister Alita's speed and attack power, the golems probably couldn't even see her, let alone hit her. Also, the golem's defenses couldn't withstand her sword strikes and would likely be destroyed quickly, which would be a waste. Additionally, Rain's Hellfire golems weren't designed to fight enemies at the peak legendary level, unless they self-destructed. Since that's the case, I have no choice, Rain decided immediately. He suddenly moved quickly toward his sister Erida. Seeing this, his sister Alita lightly pushed off the ground with her long legs and disappeared from her spot. In the next moment, she appeared behind Rain's left side, swinging her sword to cut horizontally at his waist. Serpent hair. Sister Erida's eyes widened, and her hair instantly transformed into hundreds of black snakes, forming a black flood rushing toward Rain. This serpent hair effect was clearly different from what Rain had fought before with Edmondo. A panic-stricken wild boar-like creature from the secret realm suddenly darted between Erida and Rain and was immediately hit by a black snake. Boom. The black snake suddenly exploded, blowing the wild boar into bloody pieces, which then crashed to the side, twitching near death. The power was obvious. Faced with their combined attack, Rain's body suddenly expanded, dragon scales appearing, and his height soared to 5 meters, his first form of bloodline transformation, the Dragon Man warrior form. Feeling the immense strength within his body, Rain did not sense any rejection from the secret realm. This indicated that his strength had not yet reached the limit of what the secret realm could hold. Rain didn't even use his great sword. Instead, he simply struck Alita's incoming sword with his sharp dragon claw. A stronger force than before immediately sent Alita flying. At the same time, Rain pointed at the rushing wave of snake-like energy, metal transformation technique, cutting net, sharpness technique, dark magic attack, multiple cutting nets. 3 tightly arranged, silver-glowing metal nets suddenly appeared in front of Rain and charged toward the snake wave. Normally, with such a liquefying attack, it would be impossible to defeat Arita's self-destruct snake, which is much weaker in power. Even with Rain's strong metal affinity, it would still fall short. But Rain never intended to win with this move. Boom. The giant metal net and the snake wave exploded simultaneously, causing a cloud of dust to rise. With the fierce explosion, Rain vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, not far from here, on the Fire Mountain, in a dark rocky area, a young red dragon about 10 meters long lay in a pool of blood. Its body was strange, with a large part appearing semi-transparent and glassy, like frosted glass. It seemed to be infected by some external energy. This was a young red dragon infected by void energy, which caused its temper to change drastically. At this moment, a human figure was beside the dying red dragon, extracting something. If Rain were present, he would immediately recognize that the person operating a thick syringe and drawing the dragon's blood essence was Barnes, the strongest among the 3 members of the Dragonscale Brotherhood. Bah! Barnes spat out the remaining blood from his mouth while extracting. This giant dragon infected with void energy isn't losing power. In fact, it's gaining strength. Dealing with it is pretty tricky, Barnes muttered to himself. Looking from the front, you could see large claw marks on Barnes's chest and shoulder armor, clearly from a fierce battle just now. In fact, based on where he was teleported, Barnes was initially sent directly to Fire Mountain, which he was quite satisfied with. But before he could recover, he suddenly sensed darkness overhead and was attacked by the young red dragon infected with void energy. Just moments ago, he had barely managed to activate his second-stage bloodline transformation to kill the dragon. Reagan and Branson only have first-stage transformations now. They probably can't handle a giant dragon infected with void energy. However, according to the agreement, once they enter the secret realm, they will immediately gather at their designated meeting point. Thinking of this, Barnes took out the triangular positioning crystal given to them earlier by Buchanan and checked it. Not far, about half an hour or so. The two should be here soon. Barnes was not in a hurry. He was currently focused on processing the blood essence of the young blue dragon. One of his goals was the bloodline essence of the void young dragon. However, the one in front of him had not fully transformed and did not meet the standard, but it was still worth collecting. This strong metallic energy wave. It feels familiar. This is Ryan fighting. Thinking of something, Barnes's face lit up with surprise and joy. He immediately stood up, his figure flickering as he jumped onto a tall nearby rock, overlooking the western valley from the hillside. Vaguely, he saw smoke from a powerful explosion in the distant forest. For a moment, Barnes looked thoughtful, his eyes flickering. He hesitated, unsure whether he should go now or wait for Reagan and Bronson to arrive together. Clearly, Ryan was fighting enemies and was in a fierce battle. If the enemies were strong and Ryan was heavily injured, Barnes could take the opportunity to loot. But if Ryan easily defeated the enemies, then Barnes going down might be risky. After some thought, Barnes decided he should at least go down to check the situation. On one hand, he felt that missing this chance might mean missing the opportunity altogether. If the opportunity appeared, he would regret not seizing it. On the other hand, Barnes believed his strength was roughly on par with Ryan's. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, they certainly couldn't beat him. He considered himself relatively safe. Finally, there was one more reason. If he went down to the valley now, Reagan and Bronson could save some time, and their meeting could happen earlier. So, Barnes put away what he was holding, grabbed the device box used for collecting bloodline essence, and quickly headed toward the valley where the battle signals had just appeared. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital Tamriel, in the command hall on the second floor of the StarCraft Tower. Have we made contact? When General Augustus saw Tatiana come back from a nearby room, he immediately asked. Tatiana shook her head and looked serious. Sorry, General Augustus, our contact team has been trying to reach us nonstop, but due to energy interference, 15 minutes have passed, and we still haven't connected with any of the 3 squads. Additionally, the Imperial City Guard just reported that they are fighting against cultists in several locations on the outskirts of the city. Although the enemies are resisting strongly, the Guard has gradually narrowed the circle and cleared most of them. Meanwhile, from the royal side, news came from the Falling Star Lake area. 5 minutes ago, Princess Manilla, the Queen of Red, personally went there to handle the situation. Hearing Tatiana's updates, including Marshal Alfred, everyone nodded to show they understood. Since the Imperial City is currently safe, the main focus now is on the Secret Realm. This situation increased the pressure on everyone. Lord Dalian, has the energy interference lessened? Can you check the situation inside the Secret Realm? Marshal Alfred asked, turning his head. The top priority is to quickly understand what's happening inside the Secret Realm. Dalian silently recited a spell, and a colorful magical glow surrounded him. The next moment, the great Star Mage Dalian shook his head and said, the interference is still there, but it has eased quite a bit. In a few minutes, we should be able to see inside the Secret Realm. However, the view might not be very stable at that time. Any view is good enough. Hearing Dalian's words, Alfred's expression improved slightly. After all, as a commander, if they can't see what's happening inside, how can they command? In the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, in the canyon on the west side of the Fire Mountain, Reen, Iridia, and Alita's battle was still ongoing. Be careful, sister. Reen, after transforming into a dragon, increased his speed and strength several times. Using the dust cloud from the explosion as cover, he created a 5-meter-tall giant figure that shot out a curved path, quickly moving behind Iridia, about 7 or 8 meters away. In his humanoid form, he fought differently, but after transforming into a dragon man, he used dragon tactics. Reen was running like a bulldozer, and behind his powerful, fast-moving dragon body, a strong gust of wind was created, stirring up a long, 10-meter-long earth dragon. Regarding both sides, the trees of all sizes were knocked down as if they were harvested like crops. The fierce scene made Arida's neck hair stand up. It felt as if a huge beast was watching her, and her warning bells rang loudly in her mind. Roar. Just as Arida was about to cast a spell to attack, a deafening roar burst from Rain's mouth. Several rings of airwaves swept around, causing Arida to momentarily freeze. Before she could fully recover, she saw a giant dragon claw the size of a millstone smashing toward her abdomen. Bang! Bang! Her double-layer magic defenses on her body instantly shattered like bubbles. Fortunately, these protections allowed her to react just in time, tighten her stomach, and tense all her muscles. In an instant, she was hit. Arita was like a cannonball. Her already light body was sent flying backward, crashing into 7 or 8 large trees that could be hugged by 2 people, blood splattering everywhere. But she hadn't hit the ground yet. Her strong Dragon Man body reappeared before her eyes, swinging its heavy dragon claw down toward her. For a moment, Arita was filled with shock and fear. How can he be so strong? If she was hit fully, Arita was sure she would turn into a pile of flesh on the spot. Big sister. Her younger sister, Arita, screamed nearby. At the same time, she used twin displacement again. As they swapped positions, Arita suddenly appeared in front of Rain, crossing her hands with twin blades to block her chest, desperately trying to stop Rain's powerful dragon claw strike. Clang. Although Arita was fast and agile, strength was not her strong point, and she was already slightly weaker than Rain. Rain, at this moment, had transformed into a Dragon Man warrior form, with his strength increased several times. With both enhancements combined, the gap was even greater. Arita was immediately struck, her half-body sinking into the ground. Her arms shook as she maintained her blocking stance, but her eyes rolled back, and her head buzzed loudly. She felt as if her bones were falling apart, her whole body was weak, and she couldn't exert any strength. Arita knew she couldn't hold off the second attack. The only way was to use that move. Although doing so would severely drain her energy and she might not be able to complete future tasks, there was no better choice at this moment. Big sister, unite. In an instant, Alita's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and her skin suddenly sprouted dense, shiny scales. At the same time, a red mist began to swirl around her body and quickly spread out. Just as Ryan's dragon claw struck down again, suddenly, Sister Arita appeared beside her younger sister Alita. The two bodies started to merge in a strange way, and the red mist formed a strong energy shield around them. With a loud bang, Ryan's powerful claw attack was blocked, bouncing off as if hitting a very bouncy ball. The claw was deflected away. This surprised Ryan a little, but he quickly made a decision. Instead of activating his second form, he used his core skill, weak point control, from his epic profession, King of Blades. Instantly, a 3D image appeared in his eyes showing the energy shields of the two women, ignoring the green and yellow points. Ryan noticed 2 small red points moving across the surface of the shield. That's the weak spot, he thought. His sharp dragon claw suddenly sped up and sharply stabbed into the red point on the shield. The claw broke into the shield, hitting the 2 sisters, who had just merged, and cut them in half at the waist. They were thrown apart violently. With a loud boom, the impact was so strong it felt like being hit by a steam engine. They crashed onto the ground dozens of meters away, creating a large crater with cracks spreading out. Both women had a large blood hole about the size of a bowl in their stomachs, caused by Ryan's attack. They kept vomiting blood and looked at Ryan with wide, shocked eyes. How is it possible for the energy shield to be broken? They exclaimed. This shield is nearly at epic level in defense. When they merged, they were protected by a red mist energy shield that acted like a powerful body armor. Their skin was automatically covered with a strong energy barrier that had never been broken before in battle. But Ryan had the weak point control skill, which is a kind of divine attack, and after transforming into a dragon warrior form, his strength became enormous. Combining these factors, the protective effect of the Arita sisters was shattered. Their fusion was interrupted, and they suffered heavy injuries. When Barnes arrived nearby, he saw the scene clearly. Looking at the scene after a fierce battle, Barnes easily imagined how intense it had been. Especially the 5-meter-tall unknown dragon-human form in front of him confirmed that his earlier guess was correct. This Rain indeed has dragon blood, and from his current dragon-human appearance, it is not the traditional form of a 5-colored dragon bloodline transformation. No wonder the second prince wants Rain's blood essence. Why did the sculptor Harold die at Rain's hands? Now I understand. In an instant, Barnes thought he had figured out many things. Are these 2 members of the Secret Serpent cult? How did they get into the secret realm? When Barnes turned his gaze to the 2 women, he immediately noticed the red serpent tattoo on their foreheads. Combined with their unique aura, he quickly confirmed their identities. Well, this put Barnes in a difficult position again. Should he strike now while Rain has just finished transforming and is exhausted? Or wait until Rain defeats the 2 women before acting? The former might seem like treachery, since he and Rain are both from official imperial agencies, and acting now could cause misunderstandings. The latter would be foolish. But then Barnes quickly realized, since killing is inevitable, why not kill Rain first, then the two women? No witnesses, and who knows if he kills Rain. He might even gain credit for defeating the cult. Having made up his mind, Barnes placed the blood essence collector aside. He also looked at the location of Reagan and Branson on the tracking crystal, feeling more confident because they were very close, about 3 to 5 minutes away from joining him. That's even better. Just as Rain returned to human form and stepped forward to question the two women about the cult's plans, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look west, saying, "Come out. Don't hide." "Lord Rain, what a coincidence." Barnes appeared with a smile. "Indeed, what a coincidence, Lord Barnes," Rain replied, sensing his surroundings. However, he did not see Reagan and Branson, the two who had previously participated in the Dragon Knight preliminary exam with Barnes. Cough. Are these two members of the Hidden Serpent cult? They seem quite strong. Lord Rain's strength is truly impressive, Barnes admired. Yes, they are cult members of the Hidden Serpent, I confirmed. Lord Rain, I have a small favor to ask, Barnes said, stepping between Rain and the two women, with a meaning that was clear without words. Oh, Lord Barnes, please speak, Rain said with a slight squint, looking at Barnes. I need a part of the blood essence from Lord Rain. Your dragon bloodline is rare, and I believe it could be very useful for our research on all dragon bloodline holders. I hope Lord Rain can consider the bigger picture and make a small sacrifice. Of course, once we have some research results, you, as a contributor, will be able to enjoy all the findings for free, Barnes said straightforwardly, feeling confident. Huh. At that moment, Erida and Alida, who were struggling to get up from the ground, froze when they heard Barnes's words. The sisters exchanged a quick look, both wondering if they had misheard because of their injuries. What's going on? They knew very well that blood essence was not something to be given away lightly. Even just a drop was extremely precious, let alone a part. Giving away some blood essence could cause a peak legendary warrior to drop back to an early legendary level, or even below. Are these two enemies? Lord Barnes, perhaps we could make a trade. You give me your blood essence first, and after I finish studying it, I will share the results with you. How does that sound? One sister suggested. That's unfortunate, Lord Rain. It seems I have no choice but to take it myself. Barnes shook his head and said. Hearing this, Rain couldn't help but smile and said, Lord Barnes, I was about to say the same thing. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, inside the command hall on the second floor of the Star Mage platform, Great Mage Dalian suddenly frowned and said, Lord Alfred, perhaps I can try to access the secret realm now. Oh, that would be wonderful, Alfred said happily upon hearing this. Dalian immediately began chanting a spell, and a dense, colorful magical aura gathered around him. As Dalian raised his hand and pointed ahead, a scene suddenly appeared on a large oval stone platform about 10 square meters in the center of the hall. This scene was happening somewhere in the secret realm of Dragon Valley. Seeing this, General Augustus, Major Tadia, and several staff officers nearby immediately looked pleased and gathered around. The scene displayed a middle-aged man wielding a large double-handed sword, executing a powerful slash that beheaded a young green dragon contaminated with void energy. His attack's angle, strength, and speed showed he was highly skilled through many trials. Wow, this person is very strong, Augustus said, surprised. This is Lambert, a senior disciple of the title Sword Saint, who has nearly the strength of a sword saint, Major Tadia explained smoothly. As the head of the Sword Wielders Intelligence Hall, Tadia was very familiar with some famous legendary fighters in the Empire. Is this person one of our mission personnel? No. The other is closely related to the Drame family. He wasn't supposed to join the Dragon Rider Reserve selection, but was invited by the Drame family. After thinking for a moment, Tadia organized her words and answered. Huh? Does Ray know about this? Augustus understood Tadia's meaning immediately and asked in a serious tone. Yes. Alfred, the marshal standing nearby, nodded after hearing this but said nothing. At that moment, the scene on the circular stone platform shifted again, showing two people in a fierce fight. One of them wore a military uniform, holding a box in his left hand and a short staff in his right, casting earth magic to attack with a stabbing spell. The other person wore a black robe with a hood covering their face, surrounded by several blood-red water streams, giving off a sinister, bloody aura. The opponent suddenly moved, dodging the stabbing spell, then raised a finger, and multiple blood-colored energy cones spun rapidly, blasting toward the person in the military uniform. The military uniformed person was forced to dodge awkwardly. Oh, this is Baldwin, the captain of the military squad. The opponent has encountered a cultist. They are probably a legendary fighter affiliated with the Cult of the Limb. Tatia recognized her own team member at first glance and also identified the enemy from the dark magic they used. Baldwin is at a disadvantage, and the fissure sealant is still in his hand. Tatia quickly checks who else is nearby among the team members and sends someone to support him. Augustus sees Baldwin dodging repeatedly and realizes the situation might be bad, so he immediately orders, "I will check right away, sir." Lord Rain is nearby, about 5 minutes away. Do you think we should? Tatia quickly notices that the person closest to Baldwin is actually Rain and feels surprised. Contact Rain immediately and tell him to go there right now. The main goal is to ensure the safety of the fissure sealant. Hearing that Rain is nearby, Augustus's expression eases a bit, as if he's relieved. Understood, sir. I will contact Lord Rain right away. Tatia also shows a slight smile and nods. Lord Rain, this is Tatia. Please respond when you receive this. Tatia holds a small device and calls out. A few seconds pass, but there is no response. She calls again, still no reply. Has the energy interference around the secret realm been cleared? Why can't we contact him? It shouldn't be like this. Augustus frowns slightly and whispers. Lord Dalian, can you switch the screen to show this team member's location? Marshal Alfred seems to have an idea and points to the wall on the other side of the hall, where Rain's signal is indicated, and asks. Of course. The great mage Dalian nods, and with a wave of his hand, the scene on the oval stone platform changes again. But this time, everyone is stunned. Because in the current scene, it's clear that 2 female cultists are lying on the ground, seemingly defeated. However, it's obvious that these are our own team members fighting each other. No wonder Tatia kept calling Rain without any reply. Even if there was information, the communication device only vibrates slightly and doesn't produce sound. During intense battles, it's natural not to notice. Who is this person? Augustus looks somewhat angry. It's Barnes, a member of the Empire's special unit, the Earthshaker headquarters, with dragon bloodline. When transformed into a dragon man, his strength reaches the peak of legend level. He has extensive combat experience, completing dozens of difficult missions for the Earthshaker over more than 10 years, Tatia reports smoothly. Is that so? General Gober? August immediately looked to the side at an old man dressed in a general's uniform. The old man was sweating on his forehead and nodded, saying, Major General Tatia is right. The other side is from the headquarters of the Earthshaker organization. Before this mission, I contacted Barnes, but he refused to participate. He said he wouldn't join this selection. However, the day before the selection deadline, he decided to join. By then, we had already chosen our team. The problem is, why did Barnes clash with Lord Ryan? August asked with confusion. Well, General Gober's face turned red, and he didn't know how to explain this issue at first. Sir, according to our intelligence, the other side seems to have joined a secret organization called the Dragonscale Brotherhood. Recently, it's said that the Dragonscale Brotherhood also recruited Lord Ryan. Tatia blinked and said at the right moment. Marshal Alfred and August exchanged a glance but wisely chose not to speak further. Clearly, both of them knew what kind of organization the Dragonscale Brotherhood was and thought about the person behind it. But even so, they had never heard before that the Brotherhood had ties to a cult organization. Oh, both of them have transformed, Tatia exclaimed. At this moment, the scene showed Ryan and Barnes suddenly transforming into dragon men. After transforming, Barnes looked similar in size to Ryan, but their horns on the forehead and the colors of their dragon scales were quite different, one red, the other dark gray, and they immediately started fighting. Although neither of them used weapons in their dragon form, their strong limbs and sharp claws were just as deadly as holding a blade. Ryan's body was covered with a steel armor, while Barnes' body shimmered with red magical light. One of his innate abilities after transforming, the flame armor. Bang! Barnes' claw strike from above was blocked by Ryan's elbow, and a mixture of red and silver-gray energy burst out from the clash. The sound of their collision was loud enough to rival a great bell. An expert strike reveals their skill immediately. Barnes' single attack caused his expression to change instantly. How can the opponent's dragon form be so strong? It's even stronger than the power of a bloodline of the black dragon when transformed. Barnes is sure that the current Ryan is only a temporary transformation. However, just now when Ryan struck him, Barnes's arm remained still, and his claw attack was deflected. His palm also tingled faintly, showing that Ryan's strength was still greater than his own. Still, Barnes was not afraid. Instead, he felt a bit excited. Not to mention that Reagan and Branson would arrive soon, and he himself had a secret weapon, so he was not worried about Ryan. At this moment, in the imperial city of Tamriel, the second-floor command hall of the Star Mage platform, the projection on the oval stone platform suddenly became blurry. Soon, the images of the Dragon Valley secret realm could no longer be viewed. Grand Mage Dalian said in a deep voice, "The energy residue around the secret realm still exists, and interference occurs from time to time. So, the images shown by astrology are not stable. But don't worry, it should recover soon." "Yes, Lord Dalian. Thank you for your effort," Marshal Alfred nodded and replied. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the battle between Barnes and Ryan continued. Barnes raised his thick thigh and stomped heavily toward Ryan, but Ryan lifted his leg and pushed back with a bang, instantly blocking the attack. The two fought very quickly, each clash splashing energy and shockwaves, like giant beasts fighting. The more Barnes fought, the more surprised he became. He knew that after transforming into a Dragonan, the strength of the body and hand-to-hand combat ability largely determined the fighting power of the dragon form. Especially if he could transform into a second or even third stage, it would be even more so. The larger the body, the more powerful the attack, comparable to third-level magic. This can be compared to giant beasts. The bigger they are, the higher their combat power. Of course, innate magic and breath attacks also have significant effects and power. But these moves either consume a lot of stamina and can't be used many times in a fight, or require charging. When fighting close-up, there's rarely a chance to use them calmly. Just now, Barnes used a powerful explosive force developed by the Dragonscale Brotherhood, suitable for descendants with red dragon bloodlines. Every movement carried a special shock effect. However, when he struck Ryan, it was like water hitting a rock, completely unresponsive. Suddenly, the dark gray dragon warrior transformed from Ryan stomped heavily on the ground. The ground exploded loudly, and the powerful recoil pushed Ryan's fierce dragon form forward, charging straight at Barnes. On one side of his claw, the hardened fine gold quickly turned into a sharp blade. Shadow step. Rapid cutting. In an instant, Ryan's figure flickered to Barnes's side. His dragon claw attack was so fast that it was almost impossible to see, only a few fleeting arcs of light remaining in the air. Shish. A series of sharp blade sounds echoed as they sliced through the air. Even with the fiery armor and tough dragon scales providing protection, Barnes was overwhelmed by Ryan's incredible combo. His scales shattered instantly, and one side of his body was covered in blood. On Barnes's left shoulder, chest, abdomen, and even his forehead, there were dozens of deep wounds that showed bone. This wasn't because Barnes was weak, but because Ryan's sudden burst of power was too surprising. Normally, larger bodies tend to move more slowly, making it hard to perform a series of powerful moves in human form. That's why the Dragonscale brothers studied the use of strength in dragon form battles. Strength, or Jinli, has been part of their training since becoming knights. It evolved from basic force to the power of a grand knight and later included the shining of willpower. Now, they are turning their attention to how to better use strength, which is a return to basics. This is exactly what needs to be mastered after the body enlarges, to fully unleash combat power. But Ryan surprisingly managed to perform close-range attacks at the level of ultimate skills even in dragon form. How difficult must that be? How much energy did it cost? Bang! After being severely injured by the ultimate attack, Barnes was hit again by Ryan's powerful leg sweep. His head was knocked into the ground like a fallen vegetable, sinking into the dirt. Meanwhile, Ryan quickly increased his mental strength, restoring his stamina from 2 battles back to peak condition. The next fight was almost a foregone conclusion. In less than half a minute, the red dragon Barnes had transformed into as beaten to the point where it could only defend. At this moment, a group of small, 2 to 3 meter high clawed dragons peeked out from the nearby forest. Because they found the injured errant sisters lying on the ground, they were very tempted but also afraid of Ryan and Barnes' fighting strength. They hesitated several times and didn't dare to approach. The sickle-clawed dragon, a fierce creature from this secret realm, is not very large among the fierce species, but has sharp teeth and claws, with strong attack power. It prefers to live in groups, somewhat like hyenas. It also likes to steal and prey hunted by other fierce creatures. Ooh. At this moment, when they saw Ryan and Barnes fighting in the distance, the dragon roared excitedly and rushed toward the two women. Aaron and Alida, both heavily injured physically and mentally, were struggling to recover. When they saw the fierce sickle-clawed dragons rushing over, they didn't panic but felt happy. They exchanged glances, their eyes shining with joy. Just as the leader of the sickle-clawed dragons, with its foul-smelling mouth, was about to attack, the two women suddenly danced wildly with their snake-like hair. Shisheech. Hundreds of thin snake hairs suddenly transformed into real small snakes, all opening their mouths and biting the approaching sickle-clawed dragons. Once bitten, these snakeheads began to greedily. Visible streams of blood and essence from the dragons flowed from their snake bodies back into the two women. One of the sturdy sickle-clawed dragons, within seconds, shrank into a gaunt, bony form. Meanwhile, Aaron and Alida looked blissful, their eyes slightly rolled back. They appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. The large wound in their abdomen, about the size of a bowl, also started healing rapidly. It turned out they were using the fierce sickle-clawed dragons as blood food, quickly absorbing their essence to recover. In just over 10 seconds, all their wounds healed completely. Their abdomens turned white and smooth again, with no scars or signs of injury left. Not far away. Bang! Barnes, transformed into a red dragon man, was struck again and flew backward, smashing into 7 or 8 large trees, each as wide as 2 people. Barnes was a bit confused after being knocked back. He didn't expect that even after transforming into a dragon man for the first stage, he couldn't hold out against Ryan for even a minute. This puzzled him. Usually, when transforming into a dragon man, the reliance is on close combat skills like fists, claws, and legs. He learned special extraordinary combat skills from the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, but what is going on with this Ryan in front of him? His physical strength and defense are high, not to mention, his claws and fists are clearly wielding profound techniques, and not just ordinary mastery. This is really strange. Could he be about to use his final move now? How can I not use it? Reagan and Branson will take at least 2 more minutes to arrive. Seeing Barnes being knocked back again, Sister Erida immediately made a decision and said, "Little sister, we need to combine immediately. This newcomer doesn't seem to be Ryan's match, but it has greatly exhausted his stamina. This is a good chance to counterattack." "Yes." Sister Alida quickly nodded. They had just been beaten badly, so if there was a chance to take revenge, they naturally wanted to do so. As for why that person came after Ryan, they had no interest in knowing and didn't want to know. The 2 slender bodies quickly merged together, scales appeared, and then, like candles melting, they fused into one, continuously stretching and adjusting. Soon, the Erida sisters transformed into a strange form about 3.5 meters tall, with 4 arms and 2 faces, one at the front and one at the back. This was the secret technique of the Erida sisters' combined form. After merging, each of the 4 arms held a curved dagger, which came from the 2 blades of Sister Alida. Originally, those 2 long blades could be disassembled at the handle to form 4 curved daggers. At this moment, Ryan, who was not far away, was about to deliver a heavy to Barnes, but suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He turned his head toward the direction of the Erida sisters and immediately saw the strange humanoid form after their fusion. Meanwhile, Barnes, struggling to get up on the ground, also looked surprised. When he followed Ryan's gaze, he was stunned as well. He hadn't expected that. Although his plan was to first take down Ryan and then the 2 women, the different order of attack actually had such an effect. Huh? Luckily, I didn't kill these 2 women first, or I would have had to fight desperately this time. Fortunately, these 2 women, trained by the secret snake sect, are not easy opponents. They managed to recover and rejoin the fight. You see the sister of the Erida sisters transform into a 4-armed woman, holding 4 curved knives, spinning suddenly like a top. In an instant, she creates a black tornado, and next, hundreds of silver arcs, like wind blades, shoot out from the tornado toward Ryan in a wave. Nearby, Barnes takes a quick breath and charges again at Ryan. Clearly, Barnes plans to attack from both sides to trap Ryan. Meanwhile, in the forest several kilometers away to the north and south, 2 strong men notice the fighting. These are Reagan and Bronson. Although they are not together, after observing from afar and checking their tracking crystals, they almost simultaneously realize that one of the fighters must be their boss, Barnes. Without delay, they rush toward the battle scene. In less than a minute, Reagan and Bronson arrive at the battlefield, one behind the other, from north and south. When they see the scene, their faces change with shock. Three non-human monsters are fighting fiercely. Two of them are dragons, which is understandable. They quickly recognize one as their boss, Barnes, and the other as Ryan. But the woman with a beautiful face, 3.5 meters tall, with 4 arms, what kind of creature is she? How is she helping their boss fight Ryan? No, not attacking, she is blocking. Ryan, transformed into a dark gray dragon man, first punches Barnes hard in the stomach. Then, like lightning, he turns and kicks the 4-armed woman flying backward. After several flips on the ground, they both quickly stand up and attack Ryan again. Reagan and Bronson exchange a glance, quickly throw their backpacks aside, and join the fight without hesitation. Roar. Roar. 2 loud roars, and both transform. Since Reagan and Bronson share the bloodline of the Red Dragon, their forms are almost identical to Barnes's. Hearing the familiar roar of his brothers, Barnes's eyes light up with joy. He is overjoyed. Finally, they're here. When the Grand Star Mage Dalian repeatedly uses astrology to project the situation inside the secret realm onto the stone platform, the scene is set. On the elliptical stone platform, the instant image stunned everyone present. Is this? What is happening? The 3 red dragon men are probably the transformed forms of Barnes, Regan, and Branson. Plus, this 4-armed woman seems to be some kind of fusion technique of Erida and Elida. That's 4 peak legends attacking Lord Rain at once. After the shock, Tadia quickly analyzed. What? General Augustus was also surprised when he heard Tadia's words. He had initially planned to send Rain to help Captain Baldwin at the nearby military base to ensure the safety of the Rift Sealer, but now it seemed Rain might be in real danger. Who else is nearby? Is there anyone who can quickly support Rain? Marshal Alfred asked in a deep voice. The fastest nearby, besides Baldwin, is our Soreholder headquarters gold-grade Soreholder, Gardner. But even if Gardner rushes immediately, it will take at least 10 minutes to reach Rain. Tadia quickly searched for options after hearing Alfred's question. Contact Gardner and tell him to go immediately. Alfred decided without hesitation. Also, contact Rain and tell him to hold on for 10 minutes. Understood, Marshal. Tadia responded firmly. Inside the secret realm, 5 people surrounded Rain and launched a fierce attack. Reagan and Branson attacked from his left rear and right rear sides, simultaneously aiming at Rain's lower back, using explosive force to strike with claws. Barnes used a special charge technique, charging like a giant wild bull, drawing a red line toward Rain's front. Meanwhile, Erida and Elida instantly leapt onto Rain's head, upside down, wielding 4 curved knives spinning rapidly downward. The blades flashed with black light, like drills from above. Despite being attacked from all sides, Rain remained calm. He swiftly used Shadow Step, instantly creating 2 dark gray Dragon Man images, one in each hand, blocking Reagan and Branson's claws. Then, he punched upward with both fists, hitting their chins with a loud bang. Just as the 2 were feeling dizzy, Ryan grabbed their heads and forcefully slammed them toward Barnes, who was rushing toward them. This made Barnes angry and anxious. As he sped toward them, he couldn't use both explosive power and collision force on his own brothers. He had to slow down and reach out to catch their bodies. But in the next second, a dark gray dragon scale fist struck hard into his unprotected stomach, creating a dent as big as a basin. His back also bulged with a swelling of the same size. Bang! Barnes looked pained, holding his brothers, and was immediately thrown 10 meters away. The 3 of them fell heavily to the ground, rolling like a pile of gourds. Meanwhile, because Ryan's Shadow Step attack failed, the Erida sisters attacked again from the right side. They controlled 4 curved knives and claws wrapped in hardened gold, attacking quickly with a clanging sound. But with a lightning-fast kick from Ryan, bang, the Erida sisters felt sharp pain in their stomachs and were kicked flying like cannonballs. For a moment, all 5 were knocked to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Ryan then focused his energy, restoring his stamina to its peak. His eyes swept over the 5 and said, "Is that all?" Hearing Ryan's words, Barnes struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked calm. He said, "Lord Ryan, I'm becoming more and more interested in the unknown dragon bloodline in you. Unfortunately, although your bloodline is very special and powerful, it's just..." "Oh? Just what?" Ryan asked with a smile. "It's just not enough concentration of bloodline. Sometimes, The concentration of bloodline is the most important. Yeah. With a loud roar, Barnes's body began to grow again, soaring to about 8 or 9 meters tall. Before, Barnes's second stage transformation wasn't because he didn't want to use it, but because once he did, he couldn't hold it for more than half a minute before exhausting his stamina. So, he only used this move as a secret weapon. Right now, Barnes believed it was his last chance to fight back. He thought that even if Ryan was very strong, after being attacked by all 5 of them, he should be exhausted, like a bow at its limit. Barnes's second stage transformation made Reagan and Branson nearby tremble with excitement, their faces turning red. Finally, the boss is willing to use the second stage transformation. Let's also use the bloodline explosion potion, Reagan said. Yes. Bronson nodded firmly. The enemy, Ryan, is really hard to deal with. First, our boss is fighting desperately, so we must do the same. Second, if we don't fight hard now, we might die here. Both Reagan and Bronson quickly drank a potion that shimmered with red crystals. Their forms changed significantly. Their height increased from about 4 or 5 meters in their first transformation to over 6 meters. Although still not as strong as Barnes's current second stage form, they are much stronger than their first stage. It's like a form between the first and second stages. This potion was secretly developed by the Dragon Scale Brotherhood for those with dragon bloodlines to use in battle. It has great power but also serious side effects. After using it, they can't transform into dragon forms for a day, and their bodies will feel weak and sore for several days. So, after using this bloodline explosion potion, their chances of passing the Dragon Knight trial are basically gone. But right now, they can't care about that anymore. As Barnes activated his second stage transformation, his body changed a lot. Nearby, Ryan noticed that Barnes's second stage form was quite similar to his own second form, the Dragon General form. For example, his tail, which was originally a short, thick one about 1 meter long, grew into a thick, over 3 meter long tail. Because Barnes had already used a lot of energy in the previous fight, he was exhausted after transforming. He immediately attacked Ryan, trying to defeat him before running out of strength. Beating Ryan was essential. Besides that, Barnes also planned to defeat the 4-armed woman from the Serpent Cult after winning. This time, Reagan and Bronson learned their lesson. They no longer attacked Ryan from the side but followed their big brother Barnes in a triangular formation after drinking the potion, rushing straight at Ryan like a herd of bulls. Seeing this, Ryan smiled slightly and whispered, "Interesting." In an instant, his form began to change dramatically. His forehead protruded and grew horns, and his tail lengthened. Unlike Barnes, as his tail grew, 3 sharp spikes appeared at the tip. These spikes looked like foreign objects piercing through the tail, with sharp ends on both sides, but they were actually formed as one piece. What? Seeing Ryan also transforming into a second stage, Barnes was shocked but decided to fight even harder. He quickly realized that their charge was already unstoppable. Stopping now would ruin their momentum and surely lead to defeat. When 2 brave fighters meet in a narrow space, the one who dares wins. Together, with a loud shout, Reagan and Branson each pushed their hands on Barnes' back. The 3 of them united as one, and their momentum surged again. Roar. Perhaps influenced by the bloodline of the mutated dragon, Ryan's vertical pupils gleamed as he looked at the fierce charge of the 3 red dragons. He showed no fear, instead roaring loudly at the sky with excitement. "It's been a long time since I had such a powerful battle. It's truly exciting." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan charged straight at the 3 of them. Seeing this, the Arida sisters, who had combined into a 4-armed woman, looked worried. At first, when they saw Barnes' second stage transformation, they felt very motivated and believed they could defeat Ryan. But as Ryan transformed again, their confidence suddenly waned. "Big sister, let's fight," Sister Alita telepathically urged. "I don't believe we can't beat Ryan in this situation," Alita said angrily. Clearly, Alita, who had suffered a lot in previous battles, was eager for revenge. Her persistence seemed to make her sister Arida decide quickly, "All right, let's do it again." The 4-armed woman held 4 curved knives and spun them rapidly. The blades shimmered with black energy and appeared like lightning on Ryan's left side. The goal of the Arida sisters was simple. They didn't want to cause much harm to Ryan, but at least wanted to distract him. However, just as their blades were about to slash into Ryan's dragon body, snap, a shadow flashed like lightning and suddenly struck the waist and abdomen of the 4-armed woman. In an instant, the sisterly form of the Arida sisters, transformed into a 4-armed woman, was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground nearby. The ground immediately cracked open like a meteorite crater, with dust and smoke rising everywhere. The four-armed woman's two faces were simultaneously vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. Two faces, twice the blood, both were bleeding heavily. As a sharp, tearing pain spread through her abdomen, the Arida sisters looked down and were shocked to find three large holes, about the size of a sea bowl, in their waists and stomachs. They finally realized what had just hit them with a whip. It was the sharp tail of Ryan's second-stage dragon transformation. In that moment, their fighting ability dropped to 0. They hurriedly covered their wounds with their forearms, but with 3 holes pierced through their bodies and 6 wounds in total, their forearms couldn't keep up. It seemed that after being heavily wounded again and exhausting too much energy, the two sisters separated from their combined form. Meanwhile, on Ryan's side, after swatting the Arida sisters away like flies with his tail, he collided heavily with Barnes. Boom! A huge white shockwave expanded outward from their thick, muscular elbows. The powerful impact caused the dragon scales and muscles on their arms to ripple like waves. But suddenly, Barnes felt a sharp pain shoot through his elbow. He suddenly realized that the dragon scales and muscles around his elbow were cracking inch by inch, spreading up to his shoulder. The exposed bones in his arm also began to fracture. Behind Barnes, Reagan and Bronson, who were supporting him, immediately sensed something was wrong. Although they hadn't fought Ryan directly and avoided muscle rupture, they could feel a tremendous, unstoppable force emanating from Barnes' body. Because Reagan and Bronson were smaller than Ryan and Barnes' second-stage dragon forms, they were directly knocked away by Barnes. In an instant, the 3 red dragon brothers all flew into the air. From the perspective of the Arida sisters, Ryan looked like a steam locomotive rushing past, with a cracking sound of bones breaking as he collided with the 3 of them, sending them flying into the air. Bang! 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 The sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed loudly. Barnes, Reagan, and Branson, the 3 brothers, fell heavily to the ground. Just like the 2 women from the Arida group, they were vomiting blood, and their bodies began to quickly revert back to human form, losing all fighting ability. At this moment, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, inside the command hall on the 2nd floor of the Star Mage Tower, everyone watched the scene inside the oval stone platform in silence. Seeing that Ryan had also mastered the 2nd stage of dragon transformation and had quickly defeated Barnes, Reagan, Branson in their dragon forms, along with the Arida sisters from the snake cult, everyone in the command center was speechless. Were all their efforts just a waste? However, upon seeing this scene, Marshal Alfred and General Augustus both couldn't help but smile. Alfred, Augustus, is this young man from your sword bearer's headquarters? He has some kind of mutated dragon bloodline and is very strong. The great Star Mage Dalian also smiled. He is indeed a very capable young man, Alfred said with a smile. Originally, given Ryan's age, it would be more appropriate to describe him as having great potential or as a rising star. But after witnessing this scene, it was clear that Ryan had the strength of a top-tier legendary warrior. Using those words no longer fit. At this moment, Major General Talia's ongoing call finally connected. Since Ryan had returned to human form after the battle, he naturally felt the vibration from the communication device in his pocket, so he replied immediately, "I am Ryan. Please speak." Lord Ryan, I am Talia." But at this point, Talia hesitated. Ryan could sense that she seemed stuck. Perhaps the signal was still poor? But strangely, there was no noise or interference. It was a mistake for Ryan to think badly of Talia. Talia had been holding on to the idea that Ryan must hold on for 10 minutes, continuously calling him. But when the connection was made, Ryan had already defeated everyone on the other side. This result left the usually capable Talia momentarily stunned, unable to continue speaking after just starting. Ryan had already won, so why insist on holding on for 10 minutes? At this moment, General Augustus took the small piece from Tatia, who seemed unsure of what to say. Augustus spoke in a deep voice, "Lord Rain, I am Augustus." Sizzle, sizzle. "Hello, General Augustus." Sizzle, sizzle. Is it another energy disturbance? It seems Augustus has something to tell me. After trying to contact the command center several times with only static, Rain had to give up for now. But Rain thought this might be a good chance to handle the situation on site and ask a few questions. He stepped forward, broke the knees and elbows of the 5 people, then covered them with hardened gold, wrapping them like cocoons, leaving only their heads visible. Despite the pain, the 5 felt relieved. They were still alive. Rain then approached the 3 red dragon brothers and asked, "Tell me, Do any of you know why the second prince is capturing female elves? And what is the current situation of those elves? As he spoke, Rain carefully watched their expressions. Among them, Barnes looked the most calm, while Rhaegon and Branson's eyes flickered with hidden worry and shock, though they tried to hide it. Rain quickly realized something and smiled. It didn't make sense that Rhaegon and Branson, who were weaker, knew the details, but Barnes, the strongest, did not. Most likely, all three knew the truth. None of you will tell me? Fine. Rain stood up. He first went to where Rhaegon had been, picked up the box Rhaegon had left on the ground, then returned. In front of the three, he opened the box and quickly examined the tools inside. Barnes, Rhaegon, and Branson exchanged glances and nodded slightly, smiling. They understood each other without words. The message was clear. The device inside the box for extracting blood essence could not be operated by an ordinary alchemist. Even a master alchemist would need training to use it. They didn't believe Rain could operate it. Even they thought that Ryan couldn't understand what was inside. That's right, a full set of blood essence extraction equipment. Who wants to go first? Ryan quietly assembled the equipment and then took a syringe toward the three of them. You. Even Barnes, usually calm, looked at Ryan with a shocked expression. How did he know how to assemble and use it? Although ordinary superhumans have heard of blood essence, they don't usually know how to extract it. But Ryan was different. He had advanced from being a chemist, an alchemy master. This legendary profession related to potion making included knowledge of blood extraction, which he learned during his time with the Royal Pharmacists Association. He understood it quite well. Since it's your equipment, you should go first, Ryan said, glancing at the three and smiling at Raijin. No. Ryan, let's talk first. Rhaegon's face suddenly changed. Remember, what scares a strong person most isn't death, but falling from their high position. If their blood essence is taken, their strength will drop sharply. Raijin felt that was worse than death. Seeing Ryan still approaching steadily and walking behind him, Rhaegon's hair stood on end, and his voice trembled as he said, Ryan, wait. I know what you're talking about. Prince Second, capturing those female elves was for experiments. Raijin shouted. At this moment, Ryan's syringe stopped just above the back of Rhaegon's neck. Raijin gasped heavily, sweat already covering his forehead. He knew that if Ryan pierced him and pulled out the blood, he would be done for. Oh, what kind of experiment? Tell me, Ryan said. Raijin lowered his head, afraid to look at the other two. But he was overthinking. Barnes and Branson didn't intend to stop Raijin. Their situation wasn't better, and they had no right to hide secrets from Prince Efton when facing death. In fact, they mostly served the Dragonscale Brotherhood, either as hired help or hired by them. The special potions and combat skills suitable for dragons were their rewards. In the laboratory beneath the Brotherhood headquarters, I once saw women elves locked inside nutrient tanks, their blood slowly being drawn out. As for why they were female elves, well, I heard a rumor that their eggs are considered the best breeding material, but I don't know exactly what experiments are done with them. So besides blood extraction, they also take their eggs. Hearing this, the sisters Erida and Alida exchanged shocked glances, their faces showing surprise. So there are such secret activities inside Dragon Empire? Compared to what the Cult of the Serpent does, this seems much worse. Mostly, they kill or perform blood sacrifices. And is this the kind of information they are even allowed to hear? Could their sister be about to be executed by Rain? Thinking of this, Erida's eyes flickered as she desperately tried to think of a way to escape. To Erida, she could die, but she wanted her sister Alida to survive. I only know this much, Riggin said with a sad face. Where is the headquarters? Rain asked after some thought. I don't know. We all go to the Golden Age bar in the fourth ring of the Imperial capital, then use a teleportation array in the basement cellar to get there. Riggin shook his head and replied. Good. Thank you for your cooperation, Lord Riggin. After speaking, Rain jabbed a needle into the back of Riggin's neck, into the gap near his spine. Because the blood essence extraction requires mixing with some spinal fluid. You're not trustworthy. Trust? Sorry, did I promise you anything just now? Rain said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Barnes and Branson, who were struggling violently and glaring at Rain, were about to curse but found their words stuck in their throats. They suddenly remembered that Rain hadn't said a word about letting them go if they cooperated or about not extracting their blood essence. It was all just their own mental trick. They thought that if they cooperated, it would be over. Immediately, understanding this, their faces turned pale, and they felt very discouraged. Seeing this, The two women exchanged another glance. Because of this incident, it is easy to see that Ryan is sneaky and cold-hearted. He treats everyone in the Empire the same way, and his attitude toward these so-called cultists must be even worse. After Ryan finished extracting the samples, Reagan looked like a drained pig, pale and very weak. Ryan looked at the red-filled syringe with a smile. He walked to the box, quickly operated, and then took a new syringe to face Barnes. Lord Ryan. Wait. Bang. Bang. Ryan suddenly struck the back of Barnes and Branson's heads, knocking them out. Since they now knew information about Anna's mother, there was no need to ask further. After Ryan finished extracting the samples, their breath grew weaker, just slightly stronger than a newly awakened knight. This level of strength. Even if Ryan released them now, they wouldn't survive 2 hours in the Dragon Valley secret realm. Next, Ryan quickly searched the nearby area and found the boxes Barnes and Branson had hidden earlier. He placed the 3 boxes together, noting that Barnes's box was noticeably larger. But Ryan didn't open them immediately. Instead, he approached the 2 women. Just as he was about to ask something, his communication device vibrated again. Ryan took out the device and sent a small thought. Lord Ryan, please respond upon receipt, came Tatia's voice. I am Ryan. Please speak. As Ryan finished speaking, he clearly felt a relaxed sigh from the other end of the device. Lord Ryan, I am Augustus. To avoid interference from energy disruptions, I will be brief. Our team member Baldwin is being chased by a cultist 5 kilometers northwest of your current position. Please support him as soon as you can, ensuring your own safety. Understood. General Augustus. Lord Ryan. Most importantly, the Fisher closure device in Baldwin's possession. Got it. Rain understood what Augustus the General meant. The other person was trying to say that if rescue was truly impossible, then it was okay, but the closure device must be retrieved at all costs. After all, this concerns the survival of the Dragon Valley secret realm. After the call ended, Rain hung up the receiver and focused his gaze on the 2 women again. Sorry, I need to leave quickly. Sorry about this, ladies. Wait. Please. Lord Rain, I am willing to tell you openly the purpose of our visit to the secret realm, Arita hurriedly said, worried that Rain might attack her directly. Also, I am willing to serve you as my master. I only have one request. Please release my sister. Sister? Alita's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her sister, seemingly surprised that Arita would say such a thing. Oh, you recognize me as your master? Rain paused his actions upon hearing this, beginning to think. But then, he quickly thought of a problem. He pointed to the sky and said, You both worship the entity of the serpent cult. Can you casually recognize me as your master? Wouldn't you first be affected by the oath of initiation? Lord Rain, generally speaking, that is true, Arita replied honestly. However, this place is different. This is the Dragon Valley secret realm. The divine power of the devouring serpent does not influence here, she said straightforwardly. Oh? Hearing Arita directly mention the devouring serpent without hesitation, Rain's eyes lit up. He looked seriously at the 2 women, because Arita's words undeniably piqued Rain's interest. It wasn't because Arita was charming or had a graceful figure, but because he noticed the sincere emotion in her eyes when she looked at her sister. Rain, having a sister himself, could deeply understand Arita's feelings at this moment. It made him recall the times he and his sister Mint had supported each other in Silver Gold Town. Another thing that moved him was that he didn't have any legendary-level followers. Not even close to legendary. His only follower, Vieri, was just a Grand Knight, without even mastering advanced secrets, and he was still in Munster, with the identity of a sword-bearer, limited in many ways. If I could truly gain the loyalty of the Eridar, it would help me solve many problems. Seeing Ryan look interested, Eridar quickly said, Lord Ryan, although pledging loyalty to you means I will lose the great power of the devouring serpent and be unable to use some special abilities, my strength will be significantly weakened. But don't worry, I will still have at least late legendary strength and should be able to help you with some things. Big sister, I disagree. Eridar's younger sister, Alita, suddenly reacted from her shock, her eyes turning red as she shouted. At this moment, the scene reminded Eridar of about 10 years ago, when she and her sister, Eridar, were wandering. Her sister protected her from the wind and rain with her frail body. Back then, neither of them had joined the cult of the serpent. They were just ordinary people, often mocked and bullied by other children in the town. Unexpectedly, now, a similar scene was happening again. Little sister, don't be stubborn. Be obedient. Eridar, worried Ryan would be angry, gently touched her sister's head with one hand while holding her stomach with the other, and forced a small smile. Big sister, if it really has to be like this, then let's switch. Lord Ryan. No, Lord Ryan. I've always been protected by my sister. I want to protect her this time. I am willing to follow you and pledge loyalty, but I ask that you let my sister go. Alida's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Ryan. After a moment of thought, Ryan shook his head and said, If I let your sister go, how do I know she won't come back to trouble me? You have such a close relationship. Do you think your sister won't come looking for you? Although he was deeply moved inside, he considered the consequences of letting someone go. Clearly, Ryan's question left the two women unable to answer for a moment. If they said no, they would be lying to themselves. The scene fell silent. All right, it's about time, Ryan said, looking at the two women. No. Lord Ryan, then let both of us become your followers. Do you think that's okay? Alida's face became serious, as if she had made up her mind, and said. Then she looked seriously at Eridar and said, Big sister, I don't want you to die here. This. Eridar hesitated slightly, but after a moment, she nodded, seeming to agree with her sister's proposal. Oh, have you really thought it through? Rain raised an eyebrow and said. This surprised him a bit. If that's the case, then it's worth considering. First, it's important to be clear about 2 points. The first is how to ensure loyalty. This depends on the follower contract. Coincidentally, he had just found 2 follower contracts in Barnes' bag, probably prepared by Barnes for Reagan and Branson. He also had one himself, a follower contract scroll from his mentor Magaro. So, the first point is settled. The second point is how to handle possible reactions from the cult of the serpent. After thinking, Rain felt he was not afraid at all. He had already offended those he needed to, like the sea god cult and the sea Hela, the goddess of the dark sea. Any other evil cults that he hadn't offended yet would soon be angered by his actions and his role as a sword bearer. Since that's the case, why worry so much? All right, then let's sign the follower contracts, Rain nodded with a smile. This made the two women exchange a look and breathe a sigh of relief. His sister, Alida, tightly held her sister Arida's hand, seeming comforted. Rain then opened the 2 sheepskin scrolls, which radiated magical energy, looked at them briefly, and then used his mental power to modify the ink with a feather pen. He handed them to the 2 women and said, Take a look. If there are no issues, inject your mental energy and sign your real names. Okay. The 2 women took the contracts and read them carefully. The main points were as follows. 1. The follower must swear absolute loyalty and never betray the master under any circumstances. 2. The follower must unconditionally obey the master's reasonable commands and actively carry out assigned tasks or work together in battle. 5. The master has the duty to provide opportunities for the follower's growth, including but not limited to guidance and training, teaching combat skills, and supplying valuable magic, extraordinary techniques, and potions. 9. The follower should strive to improve their strength to better serve the master. 10. The follower contract lasts for 10 years. After it expires, if the follower wishes, they can leave at any time. After the 2 women finished reading, their eyes lit up immediately. The Ardas sisters did not expect that the follower contract before them would be so lenient. Moreover, Ryan proactively added a 10th clause, setting a time limit for the followership. Most follower contracts are permanent, ending only when either the master or the follower passes away. Some even require loyalty to the master's heirs after the master's death. Lord Ryan. No, Lord Ryan. Is it true that the follower contract you wrote has a 10-year limit? Sister Alida couldn't help but ask. Of course. Ryan nodded with a smile. Thank you, Lord Ryan. My sister and I have no objections anymore, Alida said excitedly. She and her sister, Ardas, had no choice but to join the cult of the serpent. Even just now, Alida voluntarily offered to become Ryan's follower because she didn't want her sister, or herself, to die here. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. The signed follower contract actually has a time limit. This means the sisters might have a chance to regain their freedom someday. This made their gazes toward Ryan less filled with resentment and more with gratitude. As the sisters signed the follower contract, suddenly, the contract scroll emitted a strong magical glow. For a moment, the Ardas sisters were slightly stunned, as if a strand of their souls had been drawn out as proof. It seemed that because the contract scroll took effect, their bodies suddenly radiated a powerful energy wave. Suddenly, Above the sisters' heads, a shadow of a giant two-headed snake about 10 meters tall appeared. Its huge snake eyes first stared at the two women, then shifted their focus to Ryan. Immediately, an indescribable, terrifying pressure swept toward Ryan. Not good. This is the residual divine power within us. Because of the follower contract, we are considered traitors, so the divine power residual in our bodies has been triggered. Elida's face changed dramatically. Hearing Elida's words, Ryan nodded slightly, indicating he understood. He had just suspected whether all this was a staged act by the other side. But now it seems that's not the case. The giant two-headed snake in front of them seems to be a physical manifestation of the snake god's power remaining inside the two women. Although this giant snake looks very intimidating, its actual fighting strength is probably weaker than that of a divine projection. I am quite confident in this judgment. After all, I am no longer a novice who has never seen a deity. Moreover, the true strength can be tested in battle. Metal transformation technique, cutting web, sharpness technique, dark magic attack, multiple cutting webs. With a flick of his hand, 3 tightly woven, dark metal webs appeared almost out of thin air, shining with a bright silver glow, and shot toward the giant two-headed snake in the air. Shoo! 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 The phantom of the giant two-headed snake immediately let out a loud scream. Its entire form also dimmed. The next battle was straightforward. After defeating the phantom of the two-headed snake, a powerful, vast aura spread out. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Detected a small amount of unknown high-quality energy that can enhance the crystallization of mental power. Would you like to absorb it? Note: system absorption can remove impurities. Huh. This is... Ryan's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had an idea. He silently thought yes in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force seep into his body and rush straight into his mind. In a very short time, he noticed the number of crystals in the silver liquid in his mind increasing at a visible speed. The increase was even greater than when he took the ancient Dragon Soul potion before. A few seconds later, Ryan glanced at the system panel. Mental power, 134, crystallization 30%. Before it was 17%, now it's 30%, an increase of 13%. The ancient Dragon Soul potion I took earlier also increased it by 10%. Ryan felt very happy. Unexpectedly, planting trees without intention can still lead to shade. By signing a follower contract with the Arita sisters, he actually managed to improve his strength. Ryan took out several bottles of healing potion from his bag and handed them to the two women to help them recover. Because he needed to rush to rescue Captain Baldwin immediately, he ordered the two women to ride 2 improved Hellfire magic golems to follow him. He himself increased his mental power slightly, restored his stamina to the peak, and headed toward the target location ahead. After Ryan and the two women left, suddenly, a burst of void energy appeared unexpectedly between Barnes and the two others. It looked like a space tear, spinning in the air, and strangely sent out 3 clusters of energy toward the 3 people. As these energy clusters covered their heads, it seemed as if each of their heads was enclosed in a transparent jellyfish. The weak Barnes and his companions' eyes rolled back, and they started trembling uncontrollably. After some time, the 3 suddenly became semi-transparent, like jelly figures, and then easily stepped out of the hardened golden shells that had been trapping them. Strangely, the shells left behind remained intact and undamaged. First, the 3 looked around and, upon noticing signs of the improved Hellfire Golem, they quickly moved forward. However, their expressions were blank, as if they had no human feelings at all. Also, if Ryan had been there, he would have immediately noticed that the 3 running seemed stronger and faster than before, but there was an odd, unbalanced feeling about their movements. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, by the Falling Star Lake, a scene unfolded. Above the lake, airships from the capital hovered all around, at least dozens of them, with their bronze cannons aimed at a spot on the lake surface. But these weren't the most eye-catching things. The most striking was a tall adult red dragon flying among the many airships. On its back was a woman dressed in red, known as the Red Queen, Mania, the protector of the Empire. Following Mania's serious gaze, one could see beneath the shimmering surface of Falling Star Lake a huge glowing screen. It flickered with intense energy waves and showed a faint, door-shaped light. Above the water on the screen, a stunning woman in black stood quietly. Standing in water isn't difficult if you master the magic of water walking. Even a third-level apprentice wizard can do it. But just standing in water isn't unusual. If you look closely at the woman in black, you'll notice that the water around her is faintly tinged with a clear blood-red color. Regarding the source of the blood-red color, you see hundreds of elite guards' bodies floating up and down in the lake water. Lady of the Underworld Sea, you have crossed the line, Minia said sternly. The air of dragon is becoming more and more rude, said the black-robed girl, who is the goddess Hela transformed. She raised her hand, and dozens of water tornadoes, each over 100 meters tall, suddenly rose from the lake's surface and swept toward Minia's direction. Seeing this, Minia's expression turned serious. She waved her right hand, and immediately, dozens of airships of various sizes around her started firing bronze cannons. Open fire, the gun captain ordered. Boom, boom, boom. Each airship had 1 to 3 rows of cannons along its sides. For a moment, dense, hot iron balls like hailstones shot toward Hela. Only a few of these cannonballs could possibly hit the black-robed girl transformed from Hela, but given the large number, it was quite a lot. However, in the next second, most people's understanding of divine avatar strength was refreshed. A dozen or more high-speed spinning hot iron balls encountered an invisible obstacle just a few meters in front of Hela and suddenly couldn't move forward at all. Even though the red-hot iron balls kept spinning rapidly, they couldn't advance an inch. It was as if an invisible air wall was blocking them. At this moment, Minia made her move. The previous cannon fire was just a warm-up. She was about to deliver the main attack. She patted her red dragon, then quickly recited a spell. Roar. The red dragon Tassa, upon receiving Minia's command, let out a loud cry and swooped down toward the lake where Hela was. At the same time, a blazing flame, like dozens of jet flames combined, burst out from Tassa's open mouth. Boom. In an instant, almost half the surface of the falling star lake was ignited by Tassa's fiery breath. The lake's surface was ablaze with red light. Faced with the attack of the adult red dragon, the black-robed girl transformed from Hela looked slightly more serious. Although, compared to gods, this epic-level giant dragon was still not much. However, her avatar, the current body she inhabits, has a limit to its strength. At this moment, her power is on the same level as the giant dragon in front of her and cannot crush it easily. Therefore, she must take this seriously. As Hela raises her hand, a wall of water over 100 meters high and several meters thick suddenly appears in front of her, blocking the red dragon's breath attack. For a moment, the fierce dragon fire and the enormous water wall collide with each other. The intense heat causes the lake water to boil instantly, and large clouds of steam rise up. Suddenly, a black shadow appears behind the black-robed girl who is Hela's avatar. It flickers and creates dozens of afterimages. Each afterimage is identical, holding a curved dagger, and strikes heavily at Hela's back. Huh? Demon Blade. Hela's avatar frowns, surprised by this sudden ambush. The attacker had been silent until now, and only now did she sense their presence. Only a being with epic-level strength could do this, especially because the attacker wields a demon blade. Hela detects a unique smell on the dagger, demon blood, giving it a special effect that can harm the soul. This means that if she is hit, her avatar will be severely damaged. In an instant, several water shields rise around her, but they are shattered instantly by the demon blade. Relying on the shield's interference, Hela quickly identifies the real figure among the dozens of shadows. She suddenly flicks her slender index finger at the demon blade. Clang! The masked black assassin is visibly stunned, surprised that Hela easily blocked what seemed like a deadly attack. Although disappointed, he does not continue fighting but quickly retreats. He adheres to the assassin's code. If the attack misses, escape immediately. However, his sneak attack has angered Hela, the goddess of the dark sea. Trying to run, just as Hela prepares to cast a spell to pursue, a blazing spiral of light suddenly shoots from her left rear side. She must immediately turn around and raise her hand to block with a powerful cylindrical water stream. The power of the spiral light greatly surprised Hela. Although the energy fluctuations didn't seem intense, its penetrating ability was very strong. It quickly passed through the cylindrical water flow and hit Hela's fair palm. A walnut-sized hole suddenly appeared in the center of her fair hand. The surrounding flesh was blackened by the extremely hot flames. This made Hela feel angry. She looked up at Minia on the red dragon. The attacker was Minia, known as the Red Queen. She had experienced the Imperial City battle and knew that normal attacks had little effect on divine avatars. She used a secret and highly penetrating attack called the Blazing Lightwave Cone. As expected, this attack achieved a very good result. Dragon's Heir, you have offended a true god's pressure. Dark Erosion Pearl. Hela pointed at the sky, and a black water ball the size of a water jar suddenly appeared, emitting strong energy ripples. It rushed toward the red dragon Tassa and Mania with a roar. This move was very fast. Even the red dragon couldn't dodge it in flight. Mania felt a chill and knew Hela's angry strike would be very powerful. She immediately joined forces with the red dragon Tassa to cast a giant fire shield and a fire shockwave to block it. Boom! The black water ball, with highly condensed energy, collided with the fire shockwave and the giant fire shield, causing a strong explosion. After the explosion, the black liquid inside the water ball splashed around. They heard Tassa let out a mournful cry. As a dragon, she was much larger than Mania. Most of the black liquid shot out hit her. Her right claw and a large part of her lower right abdomen's dragon scales were corroded, and the muscles underneath quickly blackened and rotted. This shows how powerful the Dark Erosion Pearl was. Even an adult red dragon was heavily injured by this attack. Tassa was now wobbling in midair. Seeing this, Hela's expression brightened, clearly in a good mood. But before her smile could appear, a black, curved dagger, like a silent venomous snake, suddenly stabbed toward her back. As the dagger cut through the robe, Hela's warning bells rang loudly in her mind, but it was already too late. Shoo!